Chapter 1, starting with a tricycle in exchange for a Bugatti. Is this it? I stared speechlessly at the shabby little courtyard before me, too exhausted to even muster up sarcasm. My dad had texted me an address, telling me to come inherit the family fortune. I didn't even attend my graduation party, rushing straight here by taxi without stopping. And this is what I found. The dilapidated small building barely resembled the rudiments of a courtyard house, just the faintest trace of one, nothing more. If not for the plaque reading Lushan Academy hanging at the entrance, I would have definitely mistaken this place for a long-abandoned ruin. After wrestling with my thoughts for quite some time, I ultimately accepted reality. Ah well, even a mosquito's leg has meat. Selling this plot would at least fetch some money, enough for a down payment after graduation, so I could build a cozy love nest with my girlfriend Shai. That would lighten the load on my shoulders considerably. Screech! I was just about to step into the courtyard to inventory the property when a sharp screech of brakes reached my ears. On the street outside the academy gate, a flamboyant Ferrari in fiery red came to a stop. Inside were a man and a woman. The man looked distinctly unattractive, his features jarring, while the woman was strikingly beautiful, her makeup meticulously done. When I got a clear look at the girl in the car, I froze in shock. Xiai? It turned out she was my girlfriend, Xiai. Wasn't she supposed to be accompanying her best friend to get her hair done? Why is she here, sitting in another man's car? Qin Lang? Xiai was also surprised, but the astonishment only lingered on her face for a moment before disappearing. Seeing the change in her expression, my eyes turned bloodshot and red. Even a fool could tell this woman was cheating. I treated her so well, spending all my living expenses on her. The moment I saw this small courtyard, my first thought was to sell it to buy a new home. But now, all those dreams shattered before this sight. My fists clenched, my breathing growing heavier. Staring at this wretched couple nestled together, fury burned in me like wildfire. I could kill them where they stood. But a sliver of reason still lingered in my mind. Murder was illegal. There were countless ways to deal with a person. There was no need to lose 800 while killing 1,000. Besides, a woman like Shai wasn't even worthy of that. Since you found out, I'm done pretending. Let's break up. Being your girlfriend for half a year hasn't given me half the pleasure of 1 week with young Master Chen. Xiaoyi looked at me with undisguised contempt, utterly indifferent to my reaction. Little did she know, her words were like sharp knives, stabbing straight into my heart, tearing it open as blood poured forth. All my efforts meant nothing to her. Why? I stared firmly at Xiaoyi, enunciating each word between clenched teeth. I truly couldn't understand how she'd become like this. Ha! Why? How ridiculous. It's because you're poor. Young Master Chen takes me joyriding, buys me crystal necklaces, gifts me luxury cosmetics. And you? What can you give me? Love? Wake up, we've already graduated. Xiaoyi clung tightly to young Master Chen's arm, practically melting into him, her eyes brimming with sycophantic devotion. Looking at Xiaoyi's true disgusting face, I felt nothing but nausea. Thank goodness I only ever held hands with her and nothing beyond, or I'd be utterly revolted. So you're Qin Lang? Qin Xiaotian's son? Perfect timing, sign this contract. At that moment, young Master Chen spoke up, tossing over a stack of documents with a flick of his hand. As I picked them up and glanced through the contract, my anger flared up all over again. 200,000? A 200 square meter courtyard and they're only offering 200,000 in compensation? That's not even enough for a down payment on a commercial apartment. Sign it now. I've had my eye on this place for ages, and I'm done wasting time with you. Chen Xiao barked viciously, then waved his hand dismissively. Several thugs appeared behind him, glaring at me with savage expressions as if itching for a fight. I wasn't afraid of them. Tough guys fear reckless ones. If they dared to throw hands, I dared to fight them tooth and nail. A tiny 200 square meter courtyard, and you're only compensating 200,000? Do you take me for an idiot? I gritted my teeth, straining to suppress the fury boiling inside me. Just then, ding! Host's emotional threshold detected. Omni exchange system activating. Activation complete. Loading in progress. Loading 30% complete. Loading 70% complete. Loading complete. Congratulations, host. You have received a newcomer gift pack. Would you like to open it? An electronic voice rang in my ears, and I was completely stunned. What's going on? Is there a ghost inside me? The system is not a ghost. Please mind your words, host. Damn, this thing has a temper. But since the gift pack is already here, it'd be a waste not to open it. Let's go. Congratulations, host. You have received a lucky 10 pull. Please proceed with your first draw. At this point, there's nothing to hesitate about. I silently muttered in my heart, drawl. Congratulations, host. You've drawn a divine level sister. What the hell is a divine level sister? Seems like I wasted one draw opportunity. Second draw. Congratulations, host. You've drawn a divine level sister. What the fuck? Again? Another draw opportunity wasted. Third draw. Congratulations, host. You've drawn a divine level sister. Again? I'm completely speechless. What the hell is this divine level sister? Is the system broken or does it only know this one line? Host, please mind your words and actions. Well, it didn't crash. Fourth draw. Congratulations, host. You've drawn a divine level sister. Me. Fifth draw. Sixth draw. Seventh draw. Eighth draw. Ninth draw. Congratulations, host. You've drawn a divine level sister. I'm so sick of hearing this phrase I've long gone numb. Whatever. 10th draw. I'd already given up hope, certain it would be another divine level sister. Yet when the electronic voice rang out, this 10th draw actually brought an unexpected result. Congratulations, host. You've drawn an unlimited exchange card. Oh my god, it's finally something different. Hey, are you fucking stupid? I decide how much this land is worth. In my eyes, this damn land of yours can only buy one wheel of my car. At that moment, young Master Chen's voice snapped me out of my thoughts. He pointed arrogantly at his sports car while speaking, looking unbearably pleased with himself. Watching Chen Xiao's smug expression and Xia Yi's pretentious demeanor, I clenched my teeth tight. I silently asked in my mind, system, what's the use of the unlimited exchange card? The unlimited exchange card can exchange for anything. In Lushan Academy, there's a broken down tricycle, the host can exchange it for any luxury car. Great, exchange it, turn it into a Bugatti. Whether it works or not, it's worth a try. Ding! The junk tricycle has been successfully exchanged for a Bugatti Vision GT. The Bugatti has been parked in the courtyard. Please check, host. Holy crap, that was fast. My heart skipped a beat. Was that it? Just then, I felt something extra in my pants pocket. Pulling it out, I spotted two uniquely styled car keys. Staring at the keys, I was utterly stunned. Could this all be real? I turned and sprinted toward the abandoned small courtyard. Creak! Pushing open the gate, my jaw dropped at the sight of the outrageously sleek, power-packed Bugatti Vision GT parked in the yard. It's real. This was actually happening, and not just any Bugatti, but the already discontinued Vision GT model. Chen Xiao's Ferrari couldn't even cover a fraction of this Bugatti's price. Running my fingers across the carbon fiber body felt like a dream. It took me ages to snap out of it. Vroom! The Bugatti let out an arrogant roar with just a light tap on the accelerator. This wasn't a sports car, it was a damn beast. Vroom! One stomp on the pedal sent the Bugatti rocketing out of the courtyard. By the roadside, Chen Xiao had his back turned as he bragged to his lackeys. That poor guy must have been stunned by my scolding, probably off packing his bags to get out of here. Just then, a tidal wave of sound crashed over them. Boom! Boom! The sonic assault made young Master Chen's scalp tingle as if a savage tiger stood breathing down his neck. Chen whipped his head around, his eyes bulging in shock. This was the long-discontinued Bugatti model. But when his gaze shifted to the driver's seat and he saw me casually steering with one hand, his entire being short-circuited in disbelief. I looked at young Master Chen's foolish expression, too preoccupied to bother with him. Just moments ago, a notification suddenly echoed in my mind. Ding! A divine-grade sister is rushing here at lightning speed. I couldn't help wondering just what in the world was this divine-grade sister that had cost me 9 lottery draws? At that moment, young Master Chen snapped out of his daze and sneered sarcastically, "You rented this car, didn't you?" Before I could respond, Xia Yi chimed in mockingly, "He definitely rented it. I've been with him for half a year, yet I still don't understand him. Today's graduation party, and he wants to rent this car to show off in front of our classmates. Never expected he'd actually splurge on renting a luxury car just to put on airs." Listening to their clown-like banter, I couldn't help but laugh. These two are practically textbook examples of frogs at the bottom of a well in real life. I pushed the car door open, leisurely walked to the front, waved them away saying, "Scram, keep your distance from my beloved steed." Scratching off a bit of the original paint, could you even afford to compensate? I scoffed again, renting a car? Only people like you could come up with that term. That Ferrari of yours is just for fooling women who've never seen the world. As I spoke, I pulled out the car purchase contract and threw it directly in young Master Chen's face. This contract came with the Bugatti when it arrived. Hearing them mention renting a car earlier, I'd already prepared to shut them down. When young Master Chen caught the contract, his expression changed instantly. He'd never seen packaging like this before, but when he opened it and saw the name Qinlang, his face shifted again. Only then did he realize that the Bugatti was indeed registered under my name. Young Master Chen's face grew increasingly grim. He never expected this poor-looking guy to be so deeply concealed. Xia Yi was equally astonished, her mind racing with suspicions that I might be some hidden ultra-rich second-generation heir, and that my previous behavior had all been tests for her. Watching the dramatic shifts in their expressions filled me with immense satisfaction. Ah, the sweet thrill of showing off and slapping faces, it felt absolutely exhilarating. I strode up to young Master Chen, snatched the contract from his hands, and sneered, "A measly 200 grand, and you thought you could buy my courtyard? Get lost. I don't need your measly 200 grand. With that, I flung the contract back at him. I thought Chen Xiao would slink away at the sight of my luxury car, but to my surprise, he suddenly rushed forward, grabbed me by the collar, and roared, "I don't give a damn how you got this Bugatti. Today, I'm tearing down this courtyard, no doubt about it. In Binhai, there's no piece of land I can't demolish." It suddenly dawned on me that these demolition-dependent operators were tough characters without overwhelming advantage. They'd never back down easily. At that moment, a system warning sounded in my mind. "Warning, host is in danger. Please counterattack immediately." I couldn't help feeling speechless. My collar was being grabbed. Did I really need the system to tell me I was in danger? But counterattack was necessary. I abruptly kicked out, sending young Master Chen sprawling to the ground. The system popped up again. "Thank you for your acknowledgement, host. However, the system has determined you haven't yet exchanged for martial arts skills. Once the conflict starts, the host will be brutally beaten by those burly men opposite." I was so angry I wanted to curse, "Damn this ghostly system, always spouting unhelpful remarks." After kicking young Master Chen down, I quickly distanced myself for safety and incidentally picked up a brick. After being knocked down, young Master Chen froze for a few seconds before flying into a rage, ordering his lackeys to attack. "What the hell are you fools standing around for? Can't you see I got hit? Move! Fuck him up. Today, I'm not just tearing down his house, I'm tearing him apart too." His henchmen clenched their fists and advanced toward me. Just then, a series of deep roars erupted. Everyone turned to see a luxurious motorcade speeding down the road. The convoy pulled up beside young Master Chen's Ferrari as the system's electronic voice announced, "First elder sister has arrived. Host, brace yourself." I felt relieved but also puzzled. What did brace yourself mean? Was this elder sister unattractive? My gaze landed on the supercar at the head of the convoy, a Koenigsegg, worth half again as much as my Bugatti. Looking at that stunning model, I thought to myself how incredibly rich the owner must be. Just then, the Koenigsegg's scissor doors opened and someone stepped out. My eyes nearly popped out of my head. This woman had such extraordinary presence. She had fair skin, striking features, and long slender legs, with a graceful figure of breathtaking beauty. Dressed in a fitted white blouse and black bodycon skirt, with sheer stockings accentuating her long, straight legs and black high heels, she exuded the aura of a formidable businesswoman. As soon as she stepped out of the car, a group of towering bodyguards in black suits emerged from the convoy behind her, forming a protective circle around her. Scanning her surroundings, she caught sight of me, and a radiant smile lit up her face. With her security detail in tow, she strode purposefully toward me. Upon seeing her, Chen Xiao's fury instantly transformed into adoration. Mistakenly thinking Gong Lu, the wealthiest woman in Binhai, was approaching him, his heart swelled with secret delight at his supposed romantic fortune. Adjusting his collar with anticipation, he prepared to greet her. Xia Yi gazed at Gong Lu, her face brimming with envy. Yet in his haste to approach Gong Lu, Chen Xiao shoved Xia Yi aside roughly, leaving her standing shocked, her presumptuous illusion shattering instantly. Chen Xiao didn't even glance at Xia Yi, striding straight past her to greet Gong Lu. "President Gong, hello. I'm Chen Chang from Rinshan Group." So this young Master Chen was actually named Chen Chang, the heir apparent of Rinshan Group. He extended both hands, eager to shake Gong Lu's, but what met him was a pair of rough, large palms. A towering bodyguard clamped a hand on his head and shoved him aside, shooting him an icy glare that sent chills down his spine. Chen Chang hastily retreated to put distance between them. He knew this bodyguard must be a master who had taken lives. At that moment, some bodyguards went to restrain those thugs. Gong Lu came to my side, carefully checking me up and down for any injuries. Looking at the stunning beauty before me, full of concern, my mind went blank. This was too much enthusiasm. We just met for the first time. No wonder that damn system told me to mentally prepare myself. I took a deep breath of her fragrance, intoxicated by the thought, this is way too exciting, I love it. Gong Lu's gentle voice sounded by my ear. No injuries, why are you acting so dazed? Little brother, don't you recognize your sister anymore? Her voice held surprise, with a noticeable edge of tension. As soon as these words fell, the system's electronic tone resonated in my mind, presenting several options. Ding! Mission 1, adorably respond to sister to dispel her doubts. Reward, IQ +1. Mission 2, hug sister and act coquettishly. Reward, martial arts beginner exchange card. Task 3, say who are you, to your sister. Reward, 1 million in cash. Host, please make your selection within 10 seconds, otherwise this mission will be cancelled. Task 1 can be ignored outright. My IQ is too high to need any top-ups. Task 2 is too embarrassing. Hugging my sister like that on our very first meeting is way too intense. Task 3's, who even are you, is just asking for a beating, and my sister would surely deck me for it. But 1 million in cash is so tempting. Should I hug my sister or take the money? Yet embracing such a beautiful older sister is still so embarrassing. Time was of the essence, so I hesitated for only half a second before immediately wrapping my arms around Gong Lu's waist. Big sis, what took you so long? I was almost beaten up just now. After saying that, I took in another whiff of her fragrance, so sweet. Could this sister be a fairy? My sudden action startled Gong Lu, but but she didn't get angry. Instead, she affectionately patted my head and laughed. How old are you now, still acting like a child? Don't worry, big sis will definitely get justice for you. Loosen your grip a little, your sister can barely breathe. I realized then that I had been too nervous when hugging my sister for the first time, holding her too tightly. With an awkward smile, I let go. At that moment, the system notified me that I had completed the task and earned a martial arts beginner exchange card. I ignored it completely and happily followed Gong Lu to seek revenge against young Master Chen. Gong Lu walked up to Chen Chang and coldly asked, "Are you from the demolition company?" It was a completely different attitude from how she acted around me. Watching my cool and glamorous sister, my heart warmed. Sisters like this, the more, the better. Absolutely delightful. I'd completely forgotten how I'd previously complained about the goddess-level sisters wasting my lucky draw cards. Chen Chang rearranged his expression, claiming to be the son of Renshan Group's chairman Chen Baiqiang, and said he was here to discuss the courtyard property sale with me. Lu Gong wouldn't hear any of it. No need for discussion. It's a waste of time. Chen Chang grew anxious. This land was wanted by certain powerful figures. He was just the errand boy and hurriedly pleaded for another negotiation. Lu Gong gave him a cool sidelong glance and said, "You probably didn't grasp my meaning. I mean, your company is about to be bought by me. There's no need to waste time discussing this anymore." What? By Qin Xiao's family company? I was so shocked that my mouth hung open for ages. This legendary sister is too loaded. Then I won't be short on money anymore. Sister's money is my money now. In an instant, happiness surged through me. The joy came so suddenly that my head spun dizzily. The first goddess-level sister is already this impressive. The other 8 must be equally extraordinary. Xia stood not far away, her chest heaving violently with ragged breaths as she listened to Gong Lu's words. Chen Xiao's family company is worth hundreds of millions, far beyond what ordinary people could afford. But remembering Gong Lu's extravagant entrance, she couldn't help but believe it. In an instant, her heart filled with regret as she shot Chen Chang a disgusted glance and quickly distanced herself from him. Then she turned her gaze to me, eyes brimming with affection. But where did Chen Chang have the energy to care about Xia? Gong Lu's words struck him like a bolt from the blue. He knew if Gong Liuruo wanted to buy his company, she would certainly find a way. He said solemnly, "President Gong, though you're the wealthiest in Binhai, surely even Binhai isn't a place where you can do as you please." Lu Gong gave him a scornful glance, picked up her phone, and made a call. "Make it happen. Buy Renshan Group at the lowest possible price." Chen Chang's face turned pale with fear. Before long, his phone rang. It was his father, Chen Baiqiang, calling. Without any preamble, his father unleashed a torrent of scolding, saying the company was in serious trouble. Chen Chang hastily said he would return immediately, finally grasping the weight of Gong Lu's words. He shot her a terrified glance before dashing toward his sports car like his life depended on it. There was no way I'd let him escape. I rushed forward and kicked him square in the backside, sending him face-first into the dirt. He sprang up in rage, ready to throw punches, but at the sight of the bodyguards, his fury dissolved into a humiliated snort. Clambering into his car, he fled in disgrace, completely forgetting about Xia and his hired thugs. Gong Lu turned to me with a smile. "Don't worry, little brother," she said. "I promise you, within a day, Renshan Group will be in my hands. By then, I'll make sure that Chen Chang ends up with nothing." The people around secretly marveled. This was indeed the richest person in Binhai, speaking with such grandeur. I nodded emphatically. "Sis, I believe in you." Just then, Gong Lu suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "Oh right, little brother, didn't you just graduate from college? Let me gift you this company to practice with. Once you get familiar with business management, I'll give you an even bigger one." Her tone was casual, as if giving away companies was as simple as eating or drinking water. Hearing this, I felt weightless all over. It was simply unbelievable. Just yesterday I'd been worrying about finding a well-paying job, and now I was about to have my own company. Becoming a boss right after graduation, the thought alone made me bubble with joy. "Thank you, sis." I quickly thanked Gong Lu. She frowned slightly and said in mild displeasure, "Little brother, what are you thanking me for? Has our bond grown cold? You're my brother, what's mine is yours." Seeing her delicate brows furrow, I reached out to smooth them and said, "I know, sis." Just then, a timid female voice shattered the warm atmosphere. "Xi Lang, let's make up." I was just deceived by Chen Chang's smooth talk before, but in truth, you still have a place in my heart. Nothing happened between us. I haven't done anything to betray you. The speaker was Xia. She looked at me with innocent, slightly reddened eyes veiled in mist, as if I were the one who had cheated. In the past, I might have fallen for this act of hers, but now it's different. I've seen her true colors clearly. I snorted disdainfully. "You actually have the nerve to say such things. Thank goodness I didn't eat lunch, otherwise I'd be vomiting all over your face in disgust. Do you really think I'd still believe your bullshit? Get the hell away from me." With that, I turned my head away, unwilling to spare her another glance. Xia cried out in a choked voice, "Xin Lang, after being together for 6 months, do we really not have even a speck of affection left? I was wrong before. I promise I'll never deceive you again. I'm begging you, give me another chance, please? Yet I remained unmoved. A person must be ruthless to stand firm. How could she just apologize after all she's done to me and expect forgiveness? If not for my binding with the system, who knows what fate I'd be facing now. At this moment, Gong-lu spoke up. Please stop harassing my brother. A shattered mirror, even if glued back together, can it truly be whole again? What about the cracks in the mirror? Besides, you're hardly qualified either. No height to speak of, no looks to speak of, no chest to speak of, no curves to speak of. Really, you've got nothing going for you. Is someone like you even worthy of my outstanding brother? Every single one of my close girlfriends is 100, no, 1,000 times better than you. Gong-lu's words sprayed like a machine gun, leaving Xia Yi speechless. Her critical glare made Xia Yi lose her composure. Then Gong-lu turned to me with a smile. Little brother, there are plenty more fish in the sea after we pass this village. All my girlfriends are not just beautiful, but exceptional in every possible way. They are top figures in their respective fields, and several of them are direct members of major factions. That ex-girlfriend of yours isn't even worthy of carrying their shoes. In a few days, sis will find an opportunity for you to meet them. Hearing this, I was overjoyed and thought to myself, my sister truly is a goddess. Just then, several options appeared in my mind. Ding. Task 1. Thank sis for her kindness and tell her I like men. Mission reward, intermediate singing skill exchange card. Mission 2, say loudly to sister, I want 100. Mission reward, primary martial arts upgrade card. Mission 3, reject sister's kindness and tell her I only want you. Mission reward, a beating from sister. I immediately dismissed the first and third options. This system keeps coming up with useless stuff. How could I refuse such a wonderful sister's kindness? I silently recited in my heart, I choose mission 2. Then she said to Gong-lu with a smiling face, sis, how could a few be enough? I want 100. Being around Gong-lu makes me feel particularly comfortable, so saying these things doesn't stress me at all. What? 100? Little brother, you're really giving your sis a hard time. Where would I find you 100 female friends from? Gong-lu looked at me speechlessly, face full of helplessness. But soon her eyes brightened as she got a good idea, and she said with a mischievous smile, don't worry, sis will notify HR to post a public recruitment notice later on. Just 100 girls? Piece of cake. When the time comes, you'll be the interviewer. If any catch your eye, go ahead and pursue them without hesitation. If you're short on money, just go to the finance department and drop my name. I swallowed hard, feeling stunned. This was just a system task, something I'd even joked about myself, yet sister actually took it so seriously. That warm sense of happiness filled my chest once more. Xia Yi beside me was utterly stunned. 100 candidates, and she even asked me to be the interviewer to pick freely. She was probably wondering what kind of background my sister had to be so impressive. The bodyguards were stunned. Gong-lu was famously known as an ice queen. Countless people had tried to charm her, yet she never gave them a second glance. Who would have thought she'd treat me so warmly? In their eyes, Gong-lu was usually polite and indifferent to everyone, yet I could make her frown or burst into laughter. No wonder they were all curious about my background. Just as the bodyguards were puzzled, an unusual aura faintly emanated from me. The bodyguard captain immediately noticed it, strode swiftly to my side, and asked excitedly, young Master Qin, have you just made a breakthrough in martial arts? My heart gave a jolt. How did he even know that? I scratched my head in feigned ignorance, saying, I suppose so. Actually, I took advantage of everyone being dazed to exchange the previously obtained martial arts beginner redemption card and the newly acquired primary martial arts upgrade card. I must say, these two cards are really useful. Right now, my whole body feels warm, and I have endless energy. Even if I face those 4 thugs barehanded, I could easily defeat them. Seeing the expression on the bodyguard captain's face, Gong-lu asked in confusion, Wang Hu, what's wrong? Is my brother's body not up to par? I almost spat out a mouthful of blood, thinking, sis, I'm your biological brother. Wang Hu shook his head excitedly and exclaimed, not just up to par, he's more than capable. Qin Shao, standing right where he was, could actually achieve a martial breakthrough. It was truly unbelievable. Since I debuted, I had only heard of such pinnacle martial geniuses in legends, where they called this method of breakthrough, harmony with the Tao. It means that between heaven and earth, life should stand tall and unyielding. Standing on the ground, one becomes one with heaven and earth, engaging in a unique communion with all things under the sky. Gong-lu's eyes grew brighter as he listened, probably never expecting me to be such a budding martial genius. Coming back to her senses, Xia Yi was filled with shock and regret, likely thinking about how she had never noticed my prowess before. Had she known earlier, she would have never dared to cozy up to Chen Xiao. I listened as Wang Hu's story grew more and more far-fetched, rolling my eyes several times. I thought to myself, if you were given a system, you could probably break through on the spot, might even sing your way through the breakthrough. Growing tired of his nonsense, I changed the subject. Sis, these 4 guys just tried to hit me. I want to take them on one by one. I eyed the burly men with amusement. One by one? But there are 4 of them. Little brother, are you sure you can handle all 4 by yourself? Gong Lu looked at the four enforcers with concern, clearly skeptical of my fighting skills. I paused for a moment, realizing she had misunderstood me, and burst out laughing. Sis, not me versus all four of them alone, it's us four against any one of them. Those four just tried to gang up on me. Now, I want them to taste their own medicine. Sis, send 3 people to help me. Only then did Gong Lu catch on, probably thinking her little brother held quite a grudge, but she still gave a slight nod, signaling the bodyguards to let one of the thugs approach. At that moment, Wang Hu stepped forward voluntarily. Bringing 2 bodyguards with him, he walked to my side and said, "Young Master Qin, let me join you in this." Wang Hu looked like an expert at first glance, and naturally I wouldn't refuse. The thug who had been let go was dumbstruck the moment he saw Wang Hu and the 2 other towering bodyguards. Bodyguards employed by major corporations are typically seasoned experts with real combat experience, especially elite veterans from military backgrounds. Such talents are particularly favored by big companies. Facing individuals like these, he stood no chance of gaining any advantage. The thug recoiled in fear, stepping back several paces as his voice trembled. "Don't you dare cause trouble. We have nothing to do with young Master Chen, we were just here to lend him some support. And let me remind you, we work for Boss Biao from the Southern District. You'd better think carefully before acting." Seeing me intent on revenge, he quickly played his trump card by bringing up his boss. This big Biao was notoriously famous as an underground kingpin in the Southern District of Binhai, unknown to none. Moreover, legends say his background was formidable. Even the major aristocratic families of Binhai dared not provoke him. Yet he never imagined that soon after, my elder sister, whose combat skills were astonishing, would strike, and the very root of the calamity that would befall them all started with these seemingly ordinary underlings. Upon hearing the thug's threat, Gong Lu grew furious at once and sneered, "Brother, strike without worry. No wonder the Renshan group dares to be so insolent, they've teamed up with Li Dabiao. Let's see just how many guts Li Dabiao has to mess with me." Hearing her say that instantly bolstered my confidence, and I scoffed, "You've got quite the nerve. You dare threaten me even now? Fine, today, I'll use you as practice." The moment the words left my mouth, I charged forward, rushing straight at the thug and swinging wild fists at him. I've never trained in martial arts, so despite my strength, I had no clue how to use it properly. This crude brawling was all I could manage. The thug was initially terrified but soon had his bloodlust provoked, ruthlessly throwing a punch straight at my face. As I watched his fist coming towards me, I felt hot blood surging through my body and threw a punch directly at his chest. Even without martial skills, the current me was beyond his league. Boom! A dull thud sounded as the previously arrogant thug was sent sprawling across the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Feeling the boiling blood in my arms, my entire being burned with excitement. Is this the feeling of being powerful? I couldn't beat them before, but now it's different. I glanced at my arms and then at the 3 bodyguards beside me, feeling particularly at ease. I looked at the thug with blood trickling from his mouth and said coldly, "Come again. I haven't even really started yet." The thug slowly got back on his feet, his expression grim. In Binhai, he was always the one doing the beating. No one had ever pushed him around like this before. He glared at me, then at my bodyguards, and sneered, "If you've got the guts, let's settle this one-on-one." I looked at him with an expression of utter disbelief and sneered, "Are you out of your damn mind? With such a huge advantage on my side now, why would I fight you one-on-one?" Just then, an electronic voice rang in my head. Ding! Mission 1, accept the thug's challenge and defeat him. Reward, a low-level martial arts manual. Mission 2, reject the thug's challenge. Reward, IQ +1. Mission 3, accept the thug's challenge, proactively challenge 4 thugs, and defeat all 4 thugs. Mission reward, an intermediate martial arts technique. The host has 10 seconds to choose. The system's announcement nearly made me faint with anger. The moment I rejected that thug, it issued a new mission. Among these 3 options, the second one is clearly out of the question. Boosting intelligence? Ridiculous. The practical choices are Mission 1 and Mission 3, but both require accepting challenges. I seriously suspect the system is here to mess with my mindset. Accepting either would be slapping my own face. Mission 3. I silently repeated to myself, feeling momentarily frustrated before decisively choosing Mission 3. If we're going to play, let's go big. Plus, I already had a plan in mind, a guaranteed win with no losses. After accepting the mission, I turned to the thug and said, "You want to fight me one-on-one? Fine, but I don't want to fight just you, I'll take on all 4 of you." I waved my hand dismissively, exuding absolute dominance. My words left everyone dumbfounded the moment they escaped my lips. Gong Lu was speechless. She thought my mental leaps were too rapid to follow. She believed that with my current skills, there was no way I could defeat 4 people. Wang Hu said I had exceptional talent, but no matter how gifted one is, they must first grow into their strength to become formidable. Gong Lu grew anxious and hastily intervened. "Little brother, you." I cut her off. Don't worry sis, I've got other plans. Seeing my confident expression, Gong Lu hesitated with unspoken words. With so many bodyguards around anyway, nothing unexpected could happen. The thug flashed a cruel smile upon hearing my words. Fine. You said it yourself. He stood up, accepting the challenge with a cold laugh. Ding! The thug has accepted the challenge. Mission 3 has begun. Hearing this electronic voice, I felt reassured. I tilted my head toward the group of bodyguards and smirked. You guys take these 4 down first, then I'll step in. My words instantly petrified everyone. Gong Lu's lips twitched. Wang Hu and the bodyguards gaped slightly, while the thug looked utterly dumbfounded before cursing, you little bias. Before he could finish his insult, Wang Hu knocked him down with a kick. Wang Hu barked a command, take them down. Leave them breathing. At once, the other bodyguards sprang into action, and the scene quickly dissolved into a chorus of wails. These thugs usually act all high and mighty, but when they actually encounter a real master, they immediately chicken out. At first they still had the strength to yell. Wang Hu, hearing their loud voices, shouted to the bodyguards, did none of you eat your fill? They're yelling so loudly clearly we haven't hit them hard enough. Hearing this, the thugs instantly wailed in agony. So, the bodyguards launched a second round of beatings, leaving the thugs only capable of whimpering softly. Finally, when the thugs lay sprawled on the ground like limp mud, I stepped in. I stood before the 4 thugs and grinned smugly. Didn't you want to beat me up? Didn't you want a challenge? Come on then, I'm standing right here, waiting for you to make the first move. The 4 thugs were seething with frustration, yet found themselves completely paralyzed. Seeing no reaction from them, I leisurely remarked, if you won't make a move, then I'll reluctantly take the initiative. As soon as the words left my mouth, I raised my foot and stomped down repeatedly, muttering between strikes, you wanted to beat me up. Aiding a tyrant, bullying ordinary people, gangsterism, self-righteousness. I had been waiting for the system's voice. Finally, ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining intermediate martial art, Mountain Shaking Fist. Mountain Shaking Fist? The name sounds quite domineering. Chapter 7 The Troll. With the reward received, Xin Lang stopped his beating. He looked down at the 4 thugs and said to them lying on the ground, this time, it's just a small lesson. If you don't learn to restrain yourselves in the future and dare to bully others by relying on your power, to put it in your own words, I'll beat you once every time I see you. Did you hear me? The last 4 words were spoken by Xin Lang with forceful determination, carrying an imposing tone. The thugs had been beaten to such a state, none dared to resist anymore. Despite enduring excruciating pain, they frantically nodded their heads, terrified that Xin Lang might be dissatisfied and deliver another beating. Only when he saw their wretched appearance did Xin Lang finally nod in satisfaction, letting them go. At that moment, Gong Lu nearby said coldly, go back and tell Li Diao that if he wants revenge, he should come to me, Gong Lu. If he dares to lay a single finger on my brother, I'll make sure he ends up with nowhere to be buried. Gong Lu's voice was icy, reverting to her usual aloof and goddess-like demeanor. Her words were so domineering that all 4 thugs couldn't help but shiver simultaneously. At this moment, she was like a mother hen protecting her chicks, shielding Xin Lang behind her. Looking at Gong Lu's cold expression, Xin Lang felt immensely moved in his heart. He swore to himself that he must become stronger. Now it was his sister protecting him, but in the future, it would definitely be him protecting his sister. After saying those harsh words, Gong Lu turned her gaze toward Xin Lang. In an instant, the cold indifference on her face melted into a gentle smile. The speed of his sister's sudden shift in expression left Xin Lang baffled. He mused inwardly, even the face-changing in Peking opera probably couldn't rival how quickly my sister switches expressions. Come on, little brother, let's go together to Lanyuai group. Gong Lu walked to Xin Lang's side, took his hand, and led him towards the Koenigsegg. Xin Lang quickly grabbed Gong Lu and whispered, sis, what about my Bugatti? Xin Lang felt a bit guilty. The Bugatti was a gift from the system, and he wasn't sure if it might raise Gong Lu's suspicions. Sure enough, as soon as Xin Lang spoke, a look of confusion flickered in Gong Lu's eyes. However, that brief moment of confusion vanished instantly, replaced once more by its original liveliness. Gong Lu remarked, so this is the family inheritance your father left you. Give the keys to Wang Hu, you're riding with me. Xin Lang pondered carefully. This Bugatti had been exchanged for a tricycle. The tricycle was the family property Dad had packed up and left for him. Putting it that way wasn't wrong at all. But how did even elder sister know about this? Xin Lang handed the Bugatti keys to Wang Hu, then took his seat in Gong Lu's Koenigsegg. No sooner had he gotten in the car than Xia Yi leaned in close. From beginning to end, Xia Yi witnessed the entire incident with her own eyes. By this point, she was utterly consumed by regret. She never imagined that Xin Lang would actually be this incredible. Not only did he own a luxury car, but he also had an extraordinarily powerful and beautiful elder sister. And this beautiful sister turned out to be the wealthiest person in Binhai. The wealthiest in Binhai. Her net worth surpasses all the top business tycoons in Binhai. Xin Lang, give me another chance. I promise, I swear to you, I'll love you properly from now on. Xia Yi stood outside the car, almost pleading as she spoke these words. She knew if she couldn't make Qin Lang change his mind today, it would be even harder in the future. For the future's wealth and prosperity, for the future's gold and jewelry to adorn her, what did a slight humiliation like this even matter? Yet, Qin Lang merely turned his head indifferently and uttered a single sentence. "You've disappointed me greatly." As his words fell, Gong Lu stepped on the accelerator and sped away. Finally, some peace and quiet. Qin Lang immediately consulted the system in his mind. Why does my sister know I just graduated? I never told her. How does my sister know about dad leaving property behind? Why did my sister come at such a perfect timing? Qin Lang's mind was flooded with questions, all demanding systematic answers from the system. Ding! It was all my doing. Everything about you will be perfectly justified in the eyes of your older sisters. Qin Lang's questions were bluntly dismissed by the system's single retort. Qin Lang. Alright, you're the system, you're the boss. At this moment, Qin Lang's eyes lit up with a sudden idea. System, do you have a name? It doesn't seem right to keep calling you system all the time. Let me give you a name. How about argumentative elf? What do you think? Qin Lang felt that the system had a bit of a temper, seemingly quite fond of tripping up its host and picking arguments with them. The name argumentative stickler fits perfectly. Ding! System is collecting. Collection completed. The argumentative bot is now operational. Listening to the electronic voice in his mind, Qin Lang inwardly screamed curses 18 times in disbelief. Damn, this actually works? He merely wanted to tease the system, never expecting he could actually give it a name. Contrarian? Qin Lang tentatively called out in his heart. Here. Damn, it actually works. A smug smile crept across Qin Lang's lips as pride welled up in his heart. Brother, what are you laughing at? Willow Palace noticed Mr. Qin chuckling inexplicably, her curiosity piqued. This remark instantly snapped Mr. Qin back to reality. With a playful grin, Mr. Qin said, I just couldn't help but smile happily at the thought of having such a heavenly elder sister like you. After speaking, Qin Lang nodded earnestly to show his sincerity. Ha ha, silly little brother. Who else would I be good to if not you, my dear sister? Celestial beauty? Haha, little brother, you're getting better and better at making your sister laugh. Lu Gong gripped the steering wheel, smiling radiantly. What girl doesn't love receiving compliments from others? And what's more, it was such sincere praise. Everyone loves it. At that moment, the wind rushed into the carriage through the window, lifting countless strands of Gong Lu's hair, making her appear like an ethereal fairy emerging from the mortal world, radiant beyond compare. For a brief moment, Qin Lang was lost in a daze. She truly was a fairy sister descended from heaven. Soon, the group arrived before an imposing and magnificent building. Hanging on the building were several massive signs. Lanue Group. Gazing at the structure, Qin Lang inwardly gasped in awe. My sister's company is unbelievably huge. How wealthy must someone be to afford this? Qin Lang asked softly, Sis, is this entire building your company? It's enormous. Unexpectedly, Gong Lu shook her head slightly. Not entirely. Not entirely? Upon hearing these three words, Qin Lang felt a rising suspicion in his heart. It seems he had misunderstood his sister. Perhaps his sister's company occupies just a few floors in this building. At this moment, Gong Lu's voice came again. Not just this building. The buildings behind this one, and the several industrial parks beyond, all belong to our company. Damn! Hearing this, Qin Lang was instantly dumbfounded. So many buildings? I thought Big Sis only owned this one building, never imagined all the structures behind it were also her properties. Qin Lang turned to look back. Sure enough, those buildings shared identical decor styles with the one before them. Chapter 8, Big Sis's Bestie. Seeing Qin Lang's expression, Gong Lu burst into laughter. She tugged at Qin Lang's sleeve and said with a smile, Let's go. Just as they entered the building, a strikingly beautiful woman with extraordinary charm came towards them. President Gong, we've contacted all the upstream and downstream enterprises of Rinshan Group, the woman reported. We've collected all the evidence of Rinshan Group's regulatory violations. The beautiful woman held a file folder and reported seriously to Gong Lu. After hearing her report, Gong Lu nodded and said, Then let's begin. At that moment, Gong Lu pulled Qin Lang closer and introduced him to the woman. Rushua, this is my younger brother. Then, she tilted her head slightly and whispered softly into Qin Lang's ear. She's one of my sister's best friends. So, what do you think? Isn't she stunning? Her warm breath brushed against Qin Lang's ear, tickling him unbearably. Qin Lang nodded very seriously and whispered back to Gong Lu, absolutely stunning. Hearing this, Gong Lu instantly beamed with joy. As they say, keep the goodies within the family. If younger brother really manages to win Rujui's heart, it would be a perfect match that brings the families even closer together. Qin Lang took the initiative to speak, smiling as he said, Hello, Sister Rujui. My name is Qin Lang. Mo Rujui had been studying Qin Lang with curiosity. When she first saw Qin Lang being affectionate with Gong Lu, she had initially thought that Gong Lu had finally come to her senses and found herself a young boyfriend. But I never expected it would be my best friend's younger brother. However, why does he have a different surname? Could it be that boys take their father's surname while girls take their mother's? At this moment, Xin Lang's voice snapped Muru Shui out of her thoughts. Mo Shui came back to her senses, a brilliant smile spreading across her face. She smiled and said, "Hello there, little brother. My name is Mo Shui. Are you here to visit our company?" Xin Lang chuckled and replied, "That's right, just tagging along with big sister for a casual look around." Just then, Gong Lu's phone rang. Something urgent seemed to be on the call, pressing for her attention. After hanging up, Gong Lu said softly to Xin Lang, "Little brother, I need to attend an important meeting. Follow Ru Shui around the company first to familiarize yourself with the environment." With that, Willow shot Xin Lang a knowing look. Then she turned to Mo Ru Shui and said, "Ru Shui, I'm entrusting my younger brother to your care. I'll be going now." Having said so, she hurried away. Watching Lady Willow swiftly disappear into the distance, Xin Lang couldn't help but feel helpless. So she just ran off like that? I've only known this elder sister for mere seconds. No choice but to face reality. Xin Lang shrugged helplessly and said, "Sister Rushui, you go about your business. I'll just follow behind you." Mo Rushui sighed and replied, "Alright then. I still have a heap of things to attend to. Who knows why your sister wants to acquire Rinshan Group anyway? Such an underperforming company, what's the point of acquiring it?" Hearing this, Xin Lang rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat awkward. However, could a company that has grown into a corporation really have poor profitability? Xin Lang asked suspiciously, "Sister Rushui, Rinshan Group's main business is demolition. Their profitability shouldn't be bad, right?" Mo Rushui shook her head softly and said, "Rinshan Group's annual total profit barely crosses the 100 million threshold. A company like this, without expanding into other businesses, would hit its ceiling at just 100 million. Only 100 million? 100 million is actually quite a lot. Xin Lang still remembered one of his college classmates whose family owned a factory. That classmate's family makes 10 million in profit every year and they're already cocky as hell. So when Mo Rushui said that, Xin Lang simply didn't know how to respond. In the end, he could only chuckle awkwardly, right. Naturally, they can't compare to Manhwa Group. Afterwards, Xin Lang trailed behind Mo Rushui as they wandered around, getting familiar with the surroundings. It was at this moment that Xin Lang found out Mo Rushui was actually the general manager of Manhwa Group. Until mealtime arrived, Xin Lang had nothing to do but trail behind Mo Rushui like a spare part. Phew! With the work finished, Mo Rushui sighed in relief. She glanced at the listless Xin Lang and said with a smile, "Xin Lang, let's go. Today's our first meeting, let me take you to eat something delicious." When a beauty extends an invitation, she naturally wouldn't decline. As he stood up, it suddenly occurred to him that Gong Lu might not have eaten yet. He immediately said, "Sister Rushui, where's my sister having her meeting? I'll call her to join us for lunch." Watching Xin Lang's earnest expression, Mo Rushui suddenly burst into laughter. She laughed heartily, "Don't worry, your sister is in a board meeting right now, she's eating just fine." Ha! Xin Lang scratched his head. "So that's how it is. Let's go then." Then, the two walked out of the building. Mo Rushui was just about to go get the car when Xin Lang quickly stepped forward and drove the Bugatti over. With one hand on the steering wheel and the other resting on the car door, Xin Lang smiled and said, "Sister Rushui, get in. I'll take you for a ride." Xin Lang's movements were especially suave. With a luxury car, he even had an air of confidence. In the past, he wouldn't have had the confidence to invite a stunning beauty like Mo Rushui. "Well, look at you, kid. Not bad at all, driving a Bugatti." Mo Rushui was slightly surprised. Xin Lang's Bugatti gave her quite a shock. She couldn't even bring herself to buy a luxury car of this caliber. Xin Lang casually waved his hand and smiled lightly, "It's nothing." Seeing his demeanor, Mo Rushui pursed her lips in a smile and gracefully got into the car. Soon after, the two arrived at what appeared to be a rather high-end restaurant. The moment they stepped into the restaurant, Mo Rushui's brow furrowed. She saw someone she absolutely detested. Glancing at Xin Lang beside her, Mo Rushui gritted her teeth and reached out to cling to his arm. Xin Lang had been looking around when suddenly he caught a whiff of fragrance and felt someone grasp his arm. Turning his head, he found Mo Rushui gazing at him with slightly flushed cheeks. Witnessing this scene, Xin Lang's heart raced wildly. "No way! Could this unexpected romantic fortune truly be coming my way? I only regard you as an elder sister. You're not planning to graze on this tender young grass, are you?" He didn't notice that not far away, a gloomy-looking young master was walking toward them. Chapter 9, Pretending to be sister's best friend's boyfriend. While Xin Lang's heart was pounding wildly, his mind was also in turmoil. The joke he had made to his sister had actually been taken seriously by her. What if she really introduced all her best friends to me? How should I handle that? Just then, Xin Lang caught sight of Mo Rushui slowly leaning in, her face drawing closer to his. This single movement from the beauty beside him instantly flushed Xin Lang's face crimson. "Oh my god, this is way too fast. Should I refuse? Shouldn't I?" Qin Lang sighed inwardly, Sister Rushui, I just graduated, I'm still a kid. Yet, his body was remarkably honest. Standing rooted to the spot, he made absolutely no attempt to dodge. Simultaneously, a faint glimmer of delight bubbled up from the depths of his heart. Who wouldn't be happy to have such a stunning beauty holding their arm? While Qin Lang's mind wandered through endless reveries, Mo Rushui was filled with suspicion. How did this brat suddenly turn bright red all over? Could this fellow have some kind of skin disease? However, when Mo Rushui noticed Qin Lang's repeated furtive glances in her direction, everything suddenly clicked for her. She leaned closer still, bringing her lips near Qin Lang's ear. Then, with slender teeth clenched and breath fragrant as orchids, "You little rascal, stop imagining nonsense. Friend, do me a favor and shoo away this fly." The warm breath whispering by his ear sent Qin Lang's heart racing even faster. This intimate scene sent his blood rushing straight to his head. Yet as he digested Moroax's words, the fiery passion gradually cooled within him. These brief sentences felt like a bucket of cold water poured over Qin Lang, chilling him from head to toe. Qin Lang cast a resentful glance at Mo Rushui. So that's how it was. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why resort to physical gestures? Those few fleeting seconds had somehow stretched into what felt like an epic romance. From suspicion to excitement, from excitement to disappointment, what torment? Qin Lang nodded weakly and said, alright. Just at that moment. Ding! Hostile intent detected from a life form. Host, you're on your own now. After hearing the electronic voice in his head, Qin Lang finally noticed someone approaching from straight ahead. While sizing up the approaching figure, he silently complained in his heart, take care of yourself? My ass. At least gotta throw me a solution here. Alas, Qin Lang's sarcastic remarks vanished without a trace, like clay oxen drowned in the sea. Damn it! This nitpicking bastard is truly unreliable. By now, the man had approached within 2 meters of Qin Lang and Mo Rushui. Dressed impeccably, he carried himself with the refined air of a dandy young master. However, from the man's pale complexion and unsteady legs, Qin Lang could tell he had indulged too much in wine and women, and his body was already ruined. The young noble didn't even glance at Qin Lang, looking directly at Mo Rushui instead as he forced a smile and said, Xiaoshui, you finally arrived. I know you love this restaurant's cuisine, so I specifically waited here to have dinner with you. By the way, I specially reserved a portion of beluga golden caviar for you, freshly airshipped from Australia. Come, let's taste it together and see how you like it. The young nobleman was speaking while secretly sizing up Qin Lang. However, when he noticed Qin Lang's simple hairstyle and completely bare wrists and neck, he immediately dismissed him as unimportant. Not a single piece of jewelry on his body, definitely a poor nobody. At this moment, Mo Rushui spoke up. Zhang Fengyun, we're not close enough for you to address me so familiarly. As for that golden caviar, you're welcome to enjoy it all by yourself. Excuse me, my boyfriend and I would like to go in for our meal now. Mo Rushui remained perfectly composed, neither subservient nor arrogant, maintaining an icy demeanor that kept others at arm's length. Even Qin Lang silently applauded her words in his heart. But the moment he finished mentally giving Mo Rushui his approval, a sharp pain shot through his arm. Mother of, what the hell was that about? Qin Lang caught a glimpse of Mo Rushui repeatedly giving him meaningful looks out of the corner of his eye, instantly understanding her intention. Alright, I'm Rushui's fake boyfriend now. I should be intimidating this Zhang Fengyun. Noticing their subtle exchange, Zhang Fengyun sneered dismissively. Xiaoshui, stop deceiving me. I saw everything. You only linked arms with this poor guy after coming inside and seeing me. Even if he really is your boyfriend, I'd advise you to break up. Dating such a poor guy will lower your standards. Just at that moment. Ding! Mission 1, put your arm around Mo Rushui's shoulders and snap back at Zhang Fengyun. Mission reward, 500,000. Mission 2, wrap your arm around Mo Rushui's waist and counterattack Zhang Fengyun. Mission reward, 1 million. Mission 3, kiss Mo Rushui's lips and provoke Zhang Fengyun. Mission reward, 10 million. The moment this mission appeared, Qin Lang nearly exploded on the spot. Mission 3 involves kissing and a 10 million reward. This is practically luring a reserved man like me into crime. No, I do have my principles. Surely I won't be tempted, right? This time, Qin Lang was truly torn. The rewards for Task 3 are too generous. Yet, once Qin Lang considered the consequences of kissing a beauty, he forcefully suppressed the strong urge to choose Task 3. Without an emotional foundation, it's easy to turn from friends to foes. Sigh, I'll have to reluctantly settle for Task 2 then. Playing the role of Rushui's boyfriend, holding her waist isn't too much, right? Qin Lang lamented in his heart, Sister Rushui, do you know how much I've sacrificed for you? That was a kiss plus 10 million yuan. Qin Lang inwardly wailed, but his hands didn't hesitate in their movements. He wrapped his arm tightly around Mo Rushui's slender waist, glaring defiantly at Zhang Fengyun. Who the hell are you to question whether Rushui and I are a couple? Do you live by the sea? Mind your own business. And another thing, you keep calling him a poor boy, what makes you so special? Get the hell out of my way, or my fists won't care who you are. With that, Qin Lang brandished his fist threateningly. Now that he'd become a novice martial artist and mastered the intermediate-level mountain-shattering fist technique, he could easily take on 10 useless young masters like Zhang Fengyun, pampered weaklings with hollowed-out bodies. Chapter 10 1 million deposited. Gazing at Qin Lang's muscular arms and vigorous posture, Zhang Fengyun's face turned ashen with fury. Zhang Fengyun shouted angrily, "How dare you lay a hand on me? Do you know who I am? If you dare lay a finger on me, I swear you'll spend the rest of your life in jail." Zhang Fengyun's attitude was utterly arrogant, his face clearly taunting. "What the hell are you gonna do about it?" His current behavior was also a form of probing. If Qin Lang didn't react and didn't dare to actually take action, it would prove that Qin Lang came from an ordinary family with no powerful connections. Then his subsequent behavior would only grow increasingly worse. Zhang Fengyun had spent so many years as a dissipated young master, experience had naturally made him quite shrewd. Watching Zhang Fengyun's unbearably smug face, Qin Lang couldn't hold back any longer. "I'm just accompanying a beautiful woman to dinner, and you come looking for trouble right away. How dare you threaten me now? You think you're from a privileged family? So what? I refuse to tolerate your disgusting attitude anymore today." Qin Lang withdrew his palm, rolled up his sleeves, and strode forward. "Damn it, if I don't teach you a lesson, you'll never understand why the flowers are so red." Qin Lang had barely taken a step when he felt someone grasp his hand. He turned back to look and saw Mo Rushue gazing at him with an anxious expression. "Qin Lang, don't fight." She never expected things would come to this. However, with a swift twist of his wrist, Qin Lang withdrew his hand from Mo Rushue's grasp. "Don't worry, I know martial arts." With those words, Qin Lang suddenly turned his head, ready to pummel Zhang Fengyun. But all he saw was a backside turned to him. Qin Lang didn't realize that his single declaration, "I've studied martial arts," had shattered Zhang Fengyun's mental defenses. Zhang Fengyun only dared to look back at Qin Lang after he had run 7 or 8 meters away. "Don't get cocky, you poor boy. I'm calling for backup right now. If I don't beat the shit out of you, consider your asshole tight." Watching the utterly cowardly Zhang Fengyun, Qin Lang flipped him the bird before completely ignoring him. Turning to Mo Rushue, he smiled and said, "Sis Rushue, I've already swatted away those pesky flies. Let's hurry up and order." He could laugh about it, but Mo Rushue couldn't bring herself to smile. Mo Rushue anxiously glanced at Zhang Fengyun in the distance and whispered softly, "Qin Lang, maybe we should go somewhere else. He just said he'd call for reinforcements. We should probably avoid trouble." Qin Lang cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Fengyun in the distance and replied with a faint smile, "Miss Rushue, don't let a fly ruin your mood. He can call for help, so can we." With that, he made a call to Wang Hu, sharing the precise location with him. As soon as he hung up the phone, Mo Rushue asked in surprise, "Qin Lang, were you just speaking with Wang Hu from our company?" Qin Lang nodded calmly, "Yes, is there anything strange about that?" Mo Rushue looked Qin Lang up and down in astonishment and exclaimed, "That's extremely strange. Wang Hu was once a very famous mercenary abroad, and extremely arrogant. In this company, apart from your sister, no one can order him around. Who would have thought that just one phone call from you could bring him running?" Qin Lang scratched his head and smiled without speaking. It was all just a beautiful misunderstanding. Wang Hu mistakenly believed himself to be a rare martial arts prodigy, that's the only reason he was being so polite. Seeing that Qin Lang wasn't willing to elaborate, Mo Rushue coquettishly rolled her eyes and said in a sweet voice, "Come on, let's go order." Now that Wang Hu was coming, Mo Rushue had nothing to worry about anymore. Qin Lang rubbed his nose and followed behind Mo Rushue. At that moment, an electronic tone sounded in his mind. Ding! Mission reward of 1 million has been issued, please check host's account. Ding! As the contrarian's voice faded, another ding sounded. This tone was the notification sound from Qin Lang's phone. Alipay received 1 million yuan. Qin Lang checked his phone, the million had truly arrived. Holy crap, this young master has officially become a millionaire. Suddenly, wild laughter erupted from the distance. Ha 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 ha, some people are truly pathetic. Using a text message tone to show off? How pitiful. These sarcastic remarks were spoken by Zhang Fengyun not far away. He thought the sound of Qin Lang receiving 1 million yuan was just a modified message notification tone. Zhang Fengyun waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Waiter, where's my beluga caviar? If some people would rather eat chaff and vegetables with someone than dine here, then so be it. Waiter, how did you let these paupers into such a high-end restaurant? The cost of living here is so high, some people must be gold-digging pretty boys, right?" Zhang Fengyun was afraid of getting beaten up, so he didn't dare confront Qin Lang directly. Yet watching Qin Lang chatting and laughing happily with Mo Rushue filled him with resentment. Damn it, I'm a well-known young master from Binhai. In the game of love, he actually lost to some penniless nobody. Zhang Fengyun had never been slighted like this before, he couldn't stomach it, so he kept making snide remarks from the sidelines, needling Qin Lang. Qin Lang merely looked at Zhang Fengyun as if he were an idiot and muttered, "Pathetic clown." Then, Qin Lang spoke to Mo Rushue sitting across from him, Sister Rushua, I just received a payment, let me treat you to golden caviar. Without waiting for Amo Rushua's response, he waved to summon the waiter. Amo Rushua grew flustered and hurriedly whispered, Xin Lang, don't act on impulse. Xin Lang thought to himself, this is hardly impulsive behavior. This is what I call taking from the people and using it for the people. This money came from grabbing your waist, so treating you to a meal now is only fair. He smiled and said, no problem. At that moment, the waiter walked over holding an order tablet. The waiter inquired, sir, what would you like? Xin Lang cleared his throat and announced loudly, do you still have golden caviar? Bring me 2 portions. 2 portions? The waiter looked utterly astonished and confirmed, the golden caviar just arrived by air freight, and we still have it in stock. However, 2 portions of golden caviar require a payment of 600,000 yuan. The waiter had seen plenty of wealthy people, but not a single trace of affluence could be detected from Xin Lang. Ha ha, got you stunned, huh? Did some people really think the restaurant only procured 1 portion of golden caviar just because I reserved one? Put. Talented folks showing off is legit showing off, but untalented ones trying to look cool just end up looking like fools. 600,000? He couldn't even come up with 60,000. On the other side, after hearing Xin Lang's words, Zhang Fengyun went into full rabid dog mode, relentlessly mocking him. With Zhang Fengyun transforming into a rabid dog, Xin Lang couldn't even bear to glance his way. Without another word, he picked up his phone and directly scanned the QR code. Ding! Scan successful. Payment received, 600,000. The mechanical voice announcement left the entire room stunned. Only Xin Lang calmly put away his phone and said lightly, hurry up and serve the dishes. Chapter 11 The Difficult Choice. The waiter stood frozen by the table, as if he hadn't heard Xin Lang's words. Several seconds passed before the waiter snapped out of his daze. In the blink of an eye, the waiter's face transformed into an extraordinarily warm smile. The waiter said enthusiastically, right away, sir. I'll arrange it for you immediately. We have complimentary pre-meal fruits that were just air freight in. I'll go bring them to you right now. At this moment, the waiter's heart was pounding so hard it felt like it might leap out of his chest. 600,000 yuan. Just like that, he spent without blinking an eye. This young gentleman must be an ultra-rich second-generation heir. In just a few breaths' time, he'd single-handedly generated 600,000 in sales. The store bonuses alone would be over 10,000. No wonder the sales clerk stumbled over his words when speaking to Xin Lang. Feeling the server's burning gaze, Xin Lang gently waved his hand. All right, go on. After the waiter left, Xin Lang glanced at Zhang Fengyun not far away. At that moment, a playful smile tugged at the corner of Xin Lang's lips. Didn't you call me a poor boy? Didn't you say I couldn't even come up with 60,000 bucks? But now, what's this supposed to mean? The moment Xin Lang successfully scanned the payment code, Zhang Fengyun wisely shut his mouth. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, he was screaming internally with rage. Why is this happening? How could this poor guy really come up with 600,000? Judging by his clothes, he's clearly just an ordinary college student to the extreme. At this moment, Zhang Fengyun wished the ground would crack open so he could crawl inside and hide. He knew that all those mocking words he'd just spoken had been completely shattered by Xin Lang's simple payment action. Moreover, after saying those words, he didn't show any sense of superiority. Instead, he made a fool of himself. At this moment, many diners in the restaurant were looking at Zhang Fengyun with strange expressions. A few whispered among themselves, who is this guy? Why does he act like a rabid dog? No idea, probably another pampered rich kid with a bit of family money. Really acting like a rabid dog. That other young man barely got a word in. It was all just this guy barking nonsense. Ugh, just because he's got a bit of money, he swaggers around like he owns the place, eating caviar as if he wants the whole restaurant to know about it. Why doesn't he just grab a megaphone and parade down the street, announcing his caviar feast for everyone to see? The crowd grew more animated, their voices steadily rising in volume. At first, Zhang Fengyun knew these people were talking about him, but he couldn't hear what exactly they were saying. It wasn't until their voices grew louder that he finally caught the words clearly. Hearing their mocking remarks, Zhang Fengyun's face alternately flushed red and turned pale. Bang! He slammed his fist on the dining table, humiliated and furious. What the hell, I say, is none of your damn business. Don't like it? Come bite me then. Zhang Fengyun had grown accustomed to being domineering. Within his small circle, people constantly flattered him, which fostered this tyrannical disposition. He absolutely refused to suffer any grievances. People merely wanted to mock Zhang Fengyun, but no one dared stir up trouble with him, fearing they might get burned. Seeing Zhang Fengyun lose his temper, everyone quickly stopped their chatter and pretended not to have heard his words. For a moment, the restaurant fell silent. Then, in the quiet dining room, a sudden burst of laughter rang out. Others aren't rabid dogs like you. Why would they bother biting you? The speaker was none other than Xin Lang. Zhang Fengyun was throwing a tantrum, but Xin Lang wasn't afraid. Since we've already offended you, let's make it a thorough offense. Others may fear you, but not me. As soon as Qin Lang spoke, the restaurant erupted in roaring laughter. Brilliant! That lad's quite witty. What a perfect comeback, utterly satisfying. The entire group burst into laughter, turning the dining hall into a sea of joy. Muriksu let out a sudden chuckle and said with a smile, Qin Lang, you're quite sharp-witted, aren't you? Zhang Fengyun asked someone to bite him, and you just compared him to a mad dog, how wicked of you. Facing Muriksu, who was laughing radiantly across from him, Qin Lang felt his breath catch in his throat. So beautiful. Sister Rushua's smiling face was like a blooming lily, gorgeous yet not vulgar. Moreover, her arched brows and glistening eyes seemed brimming with tales untold. Gazing at the dumbstruck Qin Lang, Mo Rushua subtly reined in her smile. With a fair, jade-like hand raised to cover her crimson lips, she rolled her eyes and chided, what are you staring at, you wretched boy? Sister Rushue, you're so beautiful. Qin Lang blurted out the words instinctively upon hearing Mo Rushua's question. Oh. Only after the compliment escaped his lips did Qin Lang realize how blunt his words had been. Fortunately, just then the waiter arrived with 2 plates of golden caviar, saving Qin Lang from his awkward moment. Come on, let's dig in. Qin Lang clumsily pushed the golden caviar toward Mo Rushua, inviting her to enjoy it. Put. Seeing Qin Lang's slightly embarrassed expression, Mo Rushua burst into laughter. She said with a smile, back in my day, I was famously known as the school belle. Alas, time spares no one. Age is creeping up on me, and I'm not as pretty as I used to be. Anyone could see that Moyuriksu was fishing for compliments from Qin Lang. Qin Lang caught the hint and was just about to lavish praise on Moyuriksu. However, at this very moment, ding! Mission 1, say to Mo Rushue, you are the most beautiful woman in the world. Mission reward, intelligence +1. Mission 2, say to Mo Rushue, you are the most beautiful woman in Binhai. Mission reward, intelligence +2. Mission 3, nod seriously and say to Mo Rushua, that's indeed true. Mission reward, 9th rank master exchange card. Seeing this task, Qin Lang's lips twitched with anger. Damn troll, is he picking a fight with me or what? Why are all the tasks like this? Tasks 1 and 2 go without saying, just ignore them. The reward for task 3 is tempting, but the task itself is downright bizarre. A strikingly beautiful woman deliberately claiming she's not as lovely as before, isn't she just fishing for sweet compliments? Isn't Sister Rushua deliberately saying she's not as pretty as before precisely to get me to praise her? Yet this contrarian's task had to go and do the exact opposite of what she wanted. Who knows what consequences it would bring if he were to say indeed. But a 9th rank master exchange card is so tempting. What Qin Lang currently knows is that martial artists are divided into 9 major realms. From 9th rank to 1st rank, each level grows progressively stronger. A 1st rank master is a being who stands at the pinnacle of the mortal world. To them, royal authority and wealth are as easy to obtain as spitting on their hands. Qin Lang is now a novice-level martial artist, and he must leap across a major realm to become a 9th rank master. Don't underestimate the 9th rank, it may be the lowest tier, but only by becoming a 9th rank martial artist can one earn the honorable title, Master. At this moment, Qin Lang asked inwardly, contrarian, if I cancel this mission, will the 3rd reward appear later? Ding! If the mission is cancelled, it will be automatically deleted, and the chances of this reward reappearing will become very slim. Sigh. Hearing the contrarian's explanation, Qin Lang couldn't help but sigh. This is so hard for me. Forget it, I'll just choose task 3. To grow stronger, I'll have to offend Sister Rushue. Chapter 12, A Strange Request. From the task being issued to Qin Lang accepting it, the actual time spent was only a few seconds. Seeing Qin Lang freeze for a few seconds, Mo Rushua thought he was searching his mind for words to properly praise her. So Mo Rushua had already prepared herself to receive Qin Lang's compliments. However, young Master Qin's next words made her rosy lips part slightly, leaving her stunned for at least 3 seconds. Young Master Qin nodded earnestly and said, that's indeed true. There's a famous saying, time flows away like the water in the river, never ceasing day or night. To put it simply, time is like surging river water, continuously moving forward, and no one can hold it back. To prevent the words that's true from seeming too lonely and awkward, Qin Lang deliberately added 2 more sentences as embellishments. As soon as his words fell, the voice of a contrarian echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 9th rank expert exchange card. Qin Lang silently chanted in his heart, exchange. Then, he carefully observed Mo Rushue's reaction, only hoping that she wouldn't faint from anger. Mo Rushue froze. She stared blankly at Qin Lang, unable to snap out of it for a long time. Her mind kept replaying Qin Lang's words over and over again. The phrase indeed confirmed her previous statement about not being beautiful. While the past like this, never ceasing day or night, lamented her fading youth and irretrievable years. Finally, she realized this fellow was practically shouting that she was old. Morong Shui gritted her teeth in silent fury, the sound practically audible. Her big eyes stared fixedly at Qin Lang, searching for any flaw to retaliate. Noticing Mo Rushua's reaction, Qin Lang immediately put on a serious expression, revealing his innocent side. He screamed inwardly, "Damn, I knew saying that would backfire. Sister Rushua is mad. Look at how tightly she's clenching her teeth, seems like she'd happily devour me alive." The two stared at each other, locked in an intense battle of wills through their gazes. This scene, yet to onlookers, it appeared to be nothing but a tender, love-filled glance. The onlookers gazed at Mo Rushua and Qin Lang's tender exchange of glances, their faces brimming with profound envy. Now this is what you call a perfect match between talent and beauty. The woman is gorgeous and graceful, the man handsome and bright, a match made in heaven. Little did they know, Qin Lang was treading as carefully as if walking on thin ice at this very moment. On the other side, Zhang Fengyun sat down in his seat, seething with anger. He glared venomously at Qin Lang and Mo Rushua, his eyes filled with resentment. To him, all of this was caused by Qin Lang. If it weren't for Qin Lang, none of this would have happened. Zhang Fengyun cursed inwardly, "You little bastard, you wretched brat. Just you wait, motherfucker, when my crew gets here. First I'll beat you half to death and then toss you in the river for fish food. Damn, if you dare mess with me, then go to hell and repent." Zhang Fengyun was utterly furious. Never in his life had he endured as much humiliation as he had that day. The angrier Zhang Fengyun grew, the more he channeled his rage into appetite, viciously shoving several large spoonfuls of golden caviar into his mouth. The moment he lowered his head to eat, he overheard the murmurs around him. Words like perfect match, ideal couple, and made in heaven kept reaching his ears. Zhang Fengyun turned his head slightly and saw Qin Lang and Mo Rushua gazing at each other with tenderness in their eyes. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Fengyun's jealousy erupted like wildfire. Damn it! Damn this wretched pair of dogs! Mo Rushua is a disgusting woman too. Putting on an act of purity before me, yet showing her true colors with others, she's no good either. Just wait until I get my hands on you, you'll see how I'll make you suffer. Zhang Fengyun's eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted in a terrifying grimace. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh without him even noticing. Qin Lang's table. In the end, Nirawaksu couldn't find any fault and could only grit her teeth and curse, "You damn punk. What a clueless straight guy. A jerk like you will never find a girlfriend in his lifetime." Qin Lang pretended not to understand, chuckling as he said, "How could that be? I just broke up with my girlfriend." Mo Rushua was mentally breaking down. Was that really what I meant? Speechless, she rested her forehead in her hand, not knowing what to say. Whatever, better just eat something and spare myself the rage from seeing this guy. Morishua lowered her head, scooped up a spoonful of golden caviar, and shoved it into her mouth, chewing viciously. This caviar had become a substitute for Qin Lang. Seeing that Morishua didn't escalate into further radical actions, Qin Lang let out a sigh of relief. Most girls were quite petty, getting angry was practically normal for them. She'll forget about today's incident soon enough. Only now did Qin Lang have time to notice the changes happening to his body. After exchanging for the 9th rank expert card through the system, he unexpectedly felt a surge of warmth coursing through him. Raising his arm, he noticed it seemed remarkably lighter than before. He extended an index finger and lightly lifted the dining table before him. To his astonishment, as he applied invisible force through his finger, the table gradually rose by a full centimeter. Damn! Only then did Qin Lang believe he had truly become a 9th rank martial master. One must realize this tabletop was made entirely of solid marble. This table must weigh at least 80 or 90 pounds. After accepting that he'd become a 9th rank expert, Qin Lang grinned so wide his mouth nearly split his face. He hurriedly flipped through the mountain-shaking fist techniques in his mind, planning to study them when he had time. Damn it! Having all this strength but not being able to wield it perfectly would be utterly embarrassing. After briefly reviewing the mountain-shaking fist, Qin Lang inwardly marveled this intermediate martial art was truly extraordinary. The essence of mountain-shaking fist lay in compounding each strike, with every punch landing on the target while storing a surge of internal energy within one's body. When this accumulated inner force reached a critical threshold, it could be explosively unleashed to devastate the foe. Mastered to its pinnacle, this martial art could indeed shake mountains. The mountain-shattering fist technique comprises 9 distinct forms, yet Qin Lang currently masters only the first, the Thunderbolt Fist. As Qin Lang was silently contemplating the fist techniques, Zhang Fengyun abruptly rose and departed from the dining hall. With a smile playing on his lips, Zhang Fengyun swiftly strode out of the restaurant. Not long after, when Zhang Fengyun returned to the dining hall, he was followed by 5 burly men. These burly men were all muscle, looking incredibly imposing. With these helpers by his side, Zhang Fengyun's confidence soared, and even his walk became more brazen. Bang! Approaching Qin Lang and Mo Rushua's dining table, Zhang Fengyun slammed his fist down on the surface. Pretty boy, didn't you want to beat me up? Come on, I'm standing right here. Let's see if you dare lay a hand on me. With so many helpers by his side, Zhang Fengyun was confident that Qin Lang wouldn't dare to make a move. The reason he hadn't acted immediately was that he wanted to toy with Qin Lang properly. He couldn't wait to see Qin Lang groveling on his knees and begging for mercy. The feeling of grinding someone beneath your feet is truly exquisite. Qin Lang suddenly looked up, a flash of anger in his eyes. He had been mentally rehearsing the mountain-toppling fist technique when the interruption came, and it pissed him off. Qin Lang abruptly stood up, slowly rolling up his sleeves. He sneered, "This is the first time I've heard such a bizarre request. Since you're begging so humbly, I'll generously grant your wish." Chapter 13, I'm a very magnanimous person. Humbly begging? Zhang Fengyun almost laughed in anger. Damn right you know how to polish your own apple. Zhang Fengyun stepped forward, arrogantly shoving his face close to Qin Lang's as he sneered, "Come on then, I'm putting my face right here, dare to take a swing?" At the same moment, the burly men Zhang Fengyun had summoned took a step forward, forming a tight circle around him. These men also wore cold sneers on their faces, not believing Qin Lang would truly dare to strike. Seeing the arrival of so many burly men, Mo Rushua quickly moved behind Qin Lang. She grabbed Qin Lang's hand and said nervously, "Qin Lang, they outnumber us. Don't act rashly." Mo Rushua feared that if Qin Lang struck first, it would ignite these men's fury. By then, Qin Lang will be in terrible trouble. What's more, Wang Hu is already on his way. Just hold on a little longer. Once Wang Hu arrives, everything will be fine. Qin Lang's hand was grabbed by Mo Rushua, leaving him momentarily unable to act even if he wanted to. At this moment, Mo Rushua looked at Zhang Fengyun and said solemnly, "Don't you dare act recklessly, we've got backup too." The thought of Wang Hu's combat skills immediately steadied Mo Rushua's nerves. Act recklessly? I fucking love acting recklessly. Heh, what kind of help could you possibly have? Listen up, these brothers behind me are all certified entry-level martial artists by the Martial Arts Association. Any one of them can take on 3 ordinary men alone. Lanue Group isn't your family business. I don't believe you could actually get Wang Hu from Lanue Group to come here. Zhang Fengyun pointed smugly at the burly man behind him, his face brimming with pride. At that moment, one of the brawny men growled viciously, "Young Master Zhang, why waste words with them? Let's just teach this brat a lesson." Zhang Fengyun waved his hand dismissively and sneered, "This bastard has humiliated me so much, just beating him would be letting him off too easy." With that, he leaned his face close to Qin Lang's again and sneered, "I'm a generous man. Come on, I'll give you one more chance. Weren't you going to beat me up earlier? Weren't you acting all tough before? Come on, let me show you what real recklessness looks like." He wanted to demonstrate his ruthlessness this way, exerting psychological pressure on Qin Lang. He wanted to scare Qin Lang out of his wits. He wanted to frighten Qin Lang into kneeling and begging for mercy. However, whack! A crisp slap echoed in everyone's ears. Thud! Then came the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. Qin Lang slowly withdrew his hand, sneering, "How did that taste? Such a bizarre request, I'll be happy to oblige. I'm also exceedingly generous. If you're still dissatisfied, I'd be delighted to give you another slap." However, after Qin Lang's words were spoken, no one at the scene responded to him. Silence. Dead silence. Everyone stared blankly at Qin Lang, too shocked to speak. Zhang Fengyun was slapped into a daze. He fell to the ground, looking up at Qin Lang, his face still frozen in the same horrified expression from the instant before he was struck. The force of that slap was too great. Now his head was buzzing, his mind completely blank. Mo Rushua was stunned. She hadn't expected Qin Lang to break free from her restraint and deliver that slap to Zhang Fengyun. It looks like that slap carried considerable force. Zhang Fengyun was completely stunned. So reckless. Qin Lang was far too impulsive. Zhang Fengyun had called in so many reinforcements, and with Wang Hu's crew yet to arrive, Qin Lang couldn't even resist throwing the first punch. Qin Lang's slap felt satisfying in the moment, but he was about to suffer brutal retaliation from these henchmen. Mo Rushua closed her eyes, unable to bear imagining the violence that was about to unfold. Zhang Fengyun's hired thugs stood frozen in shock. They couldn't fathom how this scrawny young man dared to strike someone right before their eyes. Is he really not afraid of death? The diners froze in shock as they watched. The moment Zhang Fengyun and his gang of burly men stepped inside, they knew trouble was brewing. They had assumed Qin Lang would most likely back down. After all, this situation was too unfavorable for Qin Lang. Yet, Qin Lang's actions completely defied their expectations. The diners shook their heads slightly and couldn't help but sigh. This young man was about to face misfortune. Sure enough, youthful arrogance made him disregard the consequences of that slap. With so many tough men standing right here, those guys aren't about to let him off. The gap in strength between the two was too vast, none of them favored Qin Lang. Just as people anticipated, those burly men moved. These men's faces were dark with anger, their hearts boiling with rage. So damn arrogant. How utterly insolent. Do you take us for non-existent? Daring to strike before our eyes, have you grown the courage of bears and leopards? The closest thug to Qin Lang cursed furiously. Fuck your mother. I'll fucking kill you. With that, he swung a punch at Qin Lang's temple, aiming to finish him off with one strike. This man had already decided to kill. Morishua let out a scream at the sight of this fierce punch, raising her hands to cover her eyes in fright. The onlookers sighed regretfully as they saw the burly man strike. Yet Qin Lang smiled. The corners of his lips curled slightly as he cheered inwardly. Perfect timing. Perfect timing to test the power of this thunder fist. The attacking brute caught a glimpse of Qin Lang's faint smile at the corner of his mouth, and furious flames surged in his heart. Smile? How dare you still smile? I'll have you weeping so hard you won't even be able to cry in a moment. So he put even more force behind his fist, no longer caring about the consequences of this punch. When the brute saw Qin Lang throwing a punch as well, a cruel smile flashed across his face. Dare to fight back? This punch of mine will snap your bones to pieces. Boom! A dull, heavy thud. Two fists collided. Snap! A barely noticeable cracking sound rang out. Ah! A scream echoed throughout the entire restaurant. Hearing that piercing scream, Mo Rushue's heart clenched. Overwhelming guilt flooded her heart. This was all her fault. None of this would have happened if she hadn't brought Qin Lang to this place. At this thought, her eyes grew moist with tears. But why does Qin Lang's agonized scream sound so rough? Could he have been beaten so badly his voice changed? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Mo Rushue's mind. This isn't Qin Lang's voice. That voice, it was the helper's voice. Mo Rushue lowered her hands from covering her eyes and looked in astonishment toward where Qin Lang stood. To her shock, she saw Qin Lang standing there completely unharmed. Meanwhile, the previously menacing brute was now lying on the ground, grimacing in pain. Look at that man's agonized expression, he seems to have suffered severe injuries. Whoosh! Witnessing this scene, Mo Rushue's anxious heart finally settled. She gazed in astonishment at Qin Lang's tall and straight figure, her eyes sparkling with unusual brilliance. Who would have thought Qin Lang would be this formidable? Such a towering giant, and he took him down with just one punch. At this moment, the onlookers gasped in shock. Who is this young man? How is he so strong? This is so unexpected. Such a tall and burly man, and he knocked him down with just one punch. Just as everyone was marveling in their hearts, Zhang Fengyun got up. Zhang Fengyun staggered back 2 steps in terror, putting a safe distance between them. Then, he shouted to the remaining men, brothers, charge together. We outnumber him. Attack together, this kid is surely dead. Yet, though he roared the loudest, his body was secretly retreating. Zhang Fengyun was afraid. That slap didn't just land on his face, it struck straight to his heart. Chapter 14, The Power of Mountain-Quaking Fist. The burly men Zhang Fengyun had summoned burned with rage seeing their companion struck down. How dare this brat act so arrogantly? With so many of us here, he actually dared fight back. The remaining men charged furiously toward Qin Lang with quick steps. As they advanced, the men grabbed whatever was at hand, chairs, tables, stools, vowing to beat Qin Lang until he cried for mercy. Witnessing their terrifying aggression, Mo Rushue gasped in fright and instinctively hid behind Qin Lang. The onlookers scattered in all directions at the sight, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Leading the charge was a burly man with a buzz cut, wielding a stolen cafeteria tray. The buzzcut man swung the tray hard toward Qin Lang's head. A direct hit would surely leave his head bloodied and battered. Bending his knee slightly, Qin Lang roared inwardly, thunder fist strike. He raised his slightly heated fist and suddenly swung it out. Bang! A deafening explosion rang out. The stainless steel tray was actually deformed by Qin Lang's punch. However, Qin Lang's fist did not stop there. The steel dining tray was but a minor obstacle. Clang! Qin Lang's fist pressed against the tray as it smashed heavily into the buzzcut man's face. Ah! Ah! The burly man with the crew cut knelt on the ground in pain, his cries of agony unceasing. 2 streams of crimson blood flowed from his nostrils, staining a large portion of his shirt red. Seeing this, the other men stopped in their tracks. Fear flickered in their eyes as they looked at Qin Lang. This kid is insanely strong. Strong to an absurd degree. It feels like he's on a completely different level compared to the rest of us. Though they didn't dare move, Qin Lang had no intention of letting them off. Qin Lang rubbed his wrist while striding forward, closing in on these men. He sneered coldly, "Didn't you want to beat me up? Come on, let me see what you're made of." At that moment, one of the burly men who hadn't made a move yet asked in a deep voice, "Young man, I see you've got remarkable skills. May I ask which martial arts school you trained at? It's possible our respective masters might have some connection." The big man wore a white t-shirt stretched taut over his chest muscles, appearing exceptionally strong. The white t-shirt brute witnessed Qin Lang break a companion's arm with his first fist and dent a metal serving tray with his second strike. After seeing these 2 punches, the big man understood this young lad before him was far stronger than any of them. He reckoned he could reach this level too, but never with such ease, such effortless grace. Qin Lang scoffed coldly, trying to claim connections? Ha ha! Sorry to disappoint, I'm entirely self-taught. Thinking of running just because you can't win? You're dreaming too pretty. With that, Qin Lang pivoted on his toes and surged forward abruptly. Seeing that Qin Lang wasn't playing by his script, the burly man in the white t-shirt darkened his expression. Witnessing Qin Lang's formidable skills, he had already begun contemplating retreat. Little did he expect that Qin Lang would give him no chance to flee. Thunderbolt fist. With a silent roar in his heart, Qin Lang drove his fist toward the white t-shirt clad man's chest. This man was the leader of the group, his martial prowess clearly far superior to the previous two assailants. The man crossed his forearms in defense, bracing himself to receive Qin Lang's strike. Bang! A deafening boom. The man in the white t-shirt staggered back 3 steps while Qin Lang didn't retreat an inch. Yet suddenly, the white t-shirt man burst into loud laughter. Shaking his somewhat numbed arm, he sneered, "Thought you'd be tougher than this. Turns out, it's not that scary after all. Brothers, this guy's punches aren't as heavy as we imagined. There's more of us. If we attack from different directions, we can wear him down." Seeing he hadn't been hurt, the white t-shirt man grew confident and urged the others to charge together. Little did he know, after throwing that punch, Qin Lang silently counted in his heart, 1. At the same time, Qin Lang felt a surge of heat coursing through his arm. Without bothering about the others, Qin Lang charged toward the burly man in the white t-shirt again, throwing a second punch. 2. As the second punch was thrown, the heated flow in his arm intensified slightly. This time, the man in the white t-shirt stumbled back a full 5 steps. Unease and doubt churned within the man's mind. He couldn't understand why were these punches growing stronger with each hit. Turning toward the others, he roared furiously, "What the hell are you all standing around for? Everyone, charge the fuck in. Can't you see I'm holding the line here?" The man grew increasingly anxious, as each punch landed heavier than the last. At this rate, after 7 or 8 more blows, he'd surely be sent flying by a single strike. Hearing this, the other burly men swung chairs and tables toward Qin Lang. Whack! Bang! 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 Snap! With a sweeping side kick, Qin Lang sent all the incoming furniture flying away. The men who had swung the chairs and tables only felt an immense force transmit through their arms before losing grip of their makeshift weapons entirely. The tremendous force left their palms numb and tingling. In that split second when the burly men were stunned, Qin Lang roared inwardly, 3. Mountain shaking fist. Then, he unleashed a devastating punch. This punch unleashed the twin streams of scorching energy he'd been storing up, striking with his full might. The man in the white t-shirt, unaware of the profound secrets behind this fist, still blocked it the same way as before. Such an approach was bound to invite disaster. Sure enough, after Qin Lang delivered this third earth-shaking punch, complete silence fell over the entire arena. Snap! Ah! Bang! Boom! Crack! Crash! Thud! First came a distinct snapping sound. With that sound, the white-shirted man's arm broke instantly. Immediately afterward, an excruciating pain shot through his mind, making him scream uncontrollably. Then, the man's body was blasted away, crashing into a table behind him. After hitting the table, the tremendous force in the man's body had still not dissipated. The man's body continued flying backward, reaching the restaurant's glass window. In an instant, the glass window shattered, scattering shards all over the floor. Finally, the man's body slammed heavily onto the ground outside the restaurant, blood-flecked foam bubbling at his mouth, his entire body covered in fine cuts from the shattered glass. Witnessing this shocking scene, the entire room fell deathly silent. Everyone stared dumbfounded at Qin Lang, their minds and spirits utterly shaken. How terrifying. 1 punch. He sent a 200-pound burly man flying 7 or 8 meters away with a single blow. How could such immense brute force be contained within this not particularly strong young man? Among all present, none was more shocked than Zhang Fengyun. After witnessing Qin Lang's punch, Zhang Fengyun nearly pissed himself in terror. Is this pretty boy's strength really that insane? I actually stuck my face out for him to hit earlier. Zhang Fengyun glanced at Qin Lang in terror, his heart filled with lingering fear. If Qin Lang had used that kind of force when slapping me just now, the consequences would be unthinkable. Zhang Fengyun touched his swollen cheek and quickly retreated backward. He wanted to retreat into the crowd and hide himself. However, after Qin Lang sent the burly man in the white t-shirt flying, he slowly turned around and looked straight at Zhang Fengyun. Chapter 15, Kneel down and call me daddy. A playful smile lingered on Qin Lang's face. He cracked his knuckles, making them pop audibly. Then, he sneered coldly, "Come here, I've got a few words for you." Seeing Qin Lang's expression, Zhang Fengyun dared not approach. If we really go over there, wouldn't that just be throwing our lives away? Zhang Fengyun shook his head vigorously, panicking, No, don't act recklessly. If anything happens to me, my father won't let you off the hook." Seeing Zhang Fengyun retreat in fear, Qin Lang felt nothing but contempt. Coward! Zhang Fengyun was just an ordinary man, there was no way he could truly beat him to death. Qin Lang only wanted to teach him a lesson, to make sure he wouldn't dare harass Mo Rushuet again. At this very moment, ding! Mission 1, make Zhang Fengyun apologize to Mo Rushuet. Reward, physical strength +1. Mission 2, make Zhang Fengyun kneel, call you daddy, and apologize to Mo Rushuet. Reward, $1 million. The contrarian's voice rang in Qin Lang's mind, issuing 2 missions. Seeing these 2 mission options, Qin Lang was utterly speechless. What the hell kind of twisted humor does this damn system have? To actually issue missions like this? Call me daddy? Bah! I don't have a son like that. If I had a son like that, he'd probably be the death of me. But that $1,000,000 temptation is pretty strong. After just a second of hesitation, Qin Lang directly chose mission 2. Making a spoiled young master like Zhang Fengyun kneel down didn't weigh on his conscience at all. If it hadn't been him today, but some ordinary person instead, they might easily have been bullied by Zhang Fengyun. The only thing that weighed slightly on his conscience was having to call the man daddy. Zhang Fengyun's feelings were of no concern to Qin Lang. Qin Lang himself felt utterly disgusted. Enough! A single dad in exchange for $1,000,000, that's not too shabby a deal. At this thought, Qin Lang fixed Zhang Fengyun with a deathly stare and shouted, "Your father won't let me off? Ha! Whether you walk out of this restaurant intact today has nothing to do with your father, it's me who decides. Come here, kneel down, and call me daddy. And also, apologize to Sister Rushue and promise you won't harass her again. Otherwise, I guarantee you'll be carried out of this restaurant on a stretcher." The moment these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the restaurant shifted dramatically. Many people gazed strangely at Qin Lang, their eyes filled with complex emotions. Making someone kneel down and call you daddy? Young man, how could you develop such bizarre preferences at your age? How old are you anyway? That Zhang Fengyun looks older than you, and you have him call you daddy? Many people felt a surge of satisfaction and burst into laughter. At that moment, Mo Rushue walked over to Qin Lang and said helplessly, "You brat, what are you even saying? Wouldn't it disgust you to make him call you daddy? Where on earth did you pick up these twisted tastes of yours?" Mo Rushue kept rolling her eyes, utterly speechless. Qin Lang. What more could Qin Lang say? He couldn't say anything at all. He sighed inwardly, as expected. Dad was right, earning money these days is really exhausting. But no pain, no gain. To earn $1 million, enduring others' strange looks is acceptable. While Mo Rushue was speaking, none of them noticed that among the burly men standing idly to the side, someone had quietly slipped away. By now, those burly men had been taught a lesson by Qin Lang, and the atmosphere in the restaurant had relaxed considerably. But there was one exception. This person was Zhang Fengyun. Zhang Fengyun's face flushed crimson, filled with grief and indignation. He stared angrily at Qin Lang, wondering if he had misheard. Call him daddy? Call a boy younger than yourself daddy? No way. Absolutely impossible. This is an insult to my dignity. Zhang Fengyun roared furiously, "Qin Lang, you've gone too far. Not only did you beat all these people, but you also have the nerve to make such a request of me. Careful or I'll sue you. Want me to kneel? Want me to call you daddy? Go fuck your daydreams. Beat me to death today and I still won't submit." Zhang Fengyun roared loudly, as if greater volume could summon greater courage. Qin Lang curled his lips speechlessly. "A son like you, I wouldn't want you even if you begged me. If it weren't for completing the mission, nobody would let a person like you call them dad. For $1 million, I'll go all out." Qin Lang waved his fist with a cold laugh and sneered, "Are you sure about that? Since you're so brave, I'll grant your wish." With those words, Qin Lang strode over to Zhang Fengyun in a few steps and made as if to strike him. At the sight of Qin Lang's raised hand, Zhang Fengyun's legs instantly turned to jelly. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, "Just you wait, bastard." With that, his legs bent as he fell to his knees with a thud. Zhang Fengyun comforted himself inwardly. A wise man submits to circumstances. This isn't submission, this is a tactical kneel. While there's life, there's hope. In ancient times, there was Han Xian enduring the humiliation of crawling between another's legs. Today, there is my Zhang Fengyun kneeling in vengeance. Once I make it through this hurdle today, I'll pay them back tenfold. At that moment, a faint voice rang in Zhang Fengyun's ears, "Say dad." Zhang Fengyun glanced up just in time to see Qin Lang's deflated mouth and the miserable expression plastered across his face. He was completely stunned. "I'm the damn one who had to kneel. I'm the one who suffered the humiliation. Damn it! This is deliberately humiliating yourself." Zhang Fengyun clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth so hard that he spat out the words through clenched jaws, "Dad." At the same time, Qin Lang kept repeating silently in his heart, "You're no son of mine. You're not my son. Ungrateful son. Wretched scoundrel. Good for nothing." Just as Zhang Fengyun forced out the word dad, an electronic voice rang in Qin Lang's mind. Ding! Hearing this notification sound, Qin Lang's heart leapt with joy. Another $1 million was about to roll in. Pure bliss. The words spoken by Zhang Fengyun are unrecognizable. Please instruct him to repeat. What? Damn! Now that's a move. After hearing the contrarian second sentence, Qin Lang was dumbfounded. Damn impressive. This troll sure knows how to play. Sigh. Since even the system says so, there's nothing left but to follow orders. For $1 million, I'll endure it. Qin Lang furrowed his brows, looking down at Zhang Fengyun as he said coldly, "Speak clearly. Say it again." What? Hearing Qin Lang's words, everyone else was utterly dumbfounded. This is pure torture. Zhang Fengyun was stunned. He desperately wanted to ask Qin Lang, "Are you the devil? Damn it, bullying people shouldn't be taken this far." Are you only capable of bullying me, damn it? But when he saw Qin Lang's furrowed brow, he immediately backed down. He stared fixedly at Qin Lang and shouted loudly, "Dad." This time, Zhang Fengyun's words were crystal clear, enunciated perfectly. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've received 1 million. Ding! Alipay payment received, 1 million yuan. Hearing these two notifications, Qin Lang finally nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, Zhang Fengyun assured Mo Rushua once again that he would never harass her anymore. Just as Zhang Fengyun breathed a sigh of relief and was about to slip out of the restaurant, a loud shout came from outside the restaurant. Who dares to harm my Jinshan martial arts school members must have the courage of a bear and the daring of a leopard. Chapter 16, Wang Hu arrives. As soon as the voices outside the door were heard, the restaurant instantly buzzed with discussion. Jinshan Martial Arts School, are those burly men from Jinshan Martial Arts School? The head of Jinshan Martial Arts School, Lu Chang, is a fairly well-known 7th-rank martial artist. Exactly. When he first came to Binhai to open his school, several other martial arts schoolmasters took a dislike to him and went to challenge him one after another, yet none of them succeeded. I've heard about that too. During that period, Jinshan Martial Arts School was all the rage. The mere mention of Jinshan Martial Arts School instantly piqued everyone's interest. At this moment, all eyes turned to Qin Lang with looks of pity. Poor kid, he's done for. Lu Chang has always been protective of his own, going to great lengths to retaliate against anyone who offends Jinshan Martial Arts School. Jinshan Martial Arts School hasn't been in Binhai for long, yet its business is booming. The reason for this lies precisely in Lu Chang's character. Youngsters who are aggressive and fond of fighting all prefer to have a protective school owner like him. At that moment, a figure appeared at the restaurant entrance. A man dressed in a black short-sleeved shirt, wearing sunglasses. The man didn't appear old, somewhere between 30 and not yet 40 years of age. His face carried a vaguely sinister air, with an undercurrent of violence. Behind the man in black followed a burly fellow. Seeing this strong man, Qin Lang finally realized it turns out this fellow had slipped out to fetch reinforcements. The diners in the hall buzzed with discussion at the sight of the man in black. As expected, it's Lu Chang. That young fellow is in for trouble. With Lu Chang stepping in personally, he's bound to get beaten at the very least. Not just that, the burly guy who got punched earlier was covered in injuries, and Lu Chang would probably make him pay compensation too. Alas, still too young in the end, acting at the drop of a hat without considering the consequences. Listening to the others' discussions, Qin Lang's heart sank. This man in black turned out to be a 7th-rank master. But what was done, what's meant to come will come eventually. Qin Lang straightened his back and quietly watched the black-clad man approaching him. When the man in black reached Qin Lang, he saw a student still bearing youthful innocence standing before him. At the sight of this, the black-clad man curled his lips into a disdainful smile. He thought it was some big shot. Turns out it's just a college student who learned a bit of martial arts. Taking off his sunglasses, the black-clad man said disdainfully to Qin Lang, "The name's Lu Chang. Ever heard of me? Old man? Who the hell are you calling old man?" Qin Lang frowned coldly and said, "Don't know any old man." He crossed his arms and stared coldly at Lu Chang. He really wanted to see what Lu Chang dared do to him. Wang Hu was already on his way, and by his estimation, should be arriving any minute now. Qin Lang had already prepared himself to take a beating. The moment Wang Hu arrived, he could immediately take revenge. A real man knows when to back down, but there are times when he'd rather die than show weakness. Hearing Qin Lang's words, the onlookers in the restaurant shook their heads repeatedly. This young man is too blunt. With a softer attitude now, others might throw fewer punches when they start hitting him later. Lu Chang seemed momentarily stunned. Staring at Qin Lang's cold expression, he froze slightly in disbelief. What gives this punk the right to act so cocky? How dare he be so brazen? Does he have some powerful backer? At that moment, the burly man behind Lu Chang roared, "Kid, how dare you disrespect our dojo master? Do you even know how to write the word death? If I don't teach you a proper lesson today, I'll take your family name as my own." Damn it! Before the burly man could finish speaking, Lu Chang raised his hand and cut him off. Lu Chang's face darkened as he icily stated, "Kid, I'm not in the mood for your nonsense. You only have two choices. First, you injured our town mountain martial arts school disciples. Compensate 10 million for medical expenses. Of course, if you don't have that much money, you can sell your house and car to repay at least part of it. If that's still not enough, I can issue you an IOU." As he spoke these words, Lu Chang waved his hand, and the previously beaten white t-shirt burly man was helped forward by others. The burly man collapsed right in front of Qin Lang, his arms and legs twitching intermittently, putting on a convincing act of being at death's door. Watching this, Qin Lang was utterly speechless inside. They must have done this many times before to coordinate so flawlessly. At this moment, Lu Chang spoke up again. "Secondly, you injured my Jinshan martial arts school's disciples and provoked our school. As the master of this school, I shall challenge you directly. During the battle, both sides shall fight with all their strength, and life or death will not be taken into account. Having said that, Lu Chang gazed arrogantly at Qin Lang, waiting to see what choice he would make. Dealing with a greenhorn like Qin Lang is child's play for an experienced hand like Lu Chang. Two options: first is take the money, second is take your life. It all depends on whether Qin Lang values wealth or his neck more. Typically, presenting these two alternatives alone is enough to make fledglings like him piss their pants in terror. They had stepped into society. When had they ever encountered such formidable difficulties before? Upon hearing these two options, many would soon collapse to their knees in terror, weeping bitterly before begging for mercy. Lu Chan watched Qin Lang impassively, observing the subtle shifts in his expression. Yet when he saw the look on Qin Lang's face, he froze in astonishment. What's going on? Has this kid lost his mind? At a time like this, he's actually laughing. How can he still be laughing at a time like this? Right at that moment, Qin Lang pointed behind Lu Chang and said with a laugh, "I'm broke. He's my sister's bodyguard. You can try asking him for money. If you've got what it takes, even $1 billion is no problem." Lu Chang sneered arrogantly. In Binhai, there's no money Lu Chang can't collect. The reason Lu Chang spoke this way was because he had absolute confidence in himself. He had never repeated the same method twice when dealing with those who provoked him. Is that so? Then give it a try. An icy voice rang out from behind Lu Chang. The voice exploded in Lu Chang's ears, startling him into a shiver. "Damn you!" Lu Chang cursed as he turned around furiously. "How dare you scare me? I'll fucking kill you." Yet halfway through his threat, fear silenced him completely. Because he saw someone he absolutely dared not, nor could afford to provoke. Brother Tiger, how come you're here?" At the sight of Wang Hu, Lu Chang's furious expression instantly faded, replaced by an ingratiating smile. Ignoring Lu Chang, Wang Hu brushed past him with two black-suited bodyguards and strode straight up to Qin Lang. "Young Master Qin, are you alright? Sorry, I'm late. There was heavy traffic on the way." A trace of guilt flickered across Wang Hu's face. Qin Lang waved his hand with a smile and said, "Brother Hu, you're right on time." With Wang Hu's arrival, his heart settled at last. While Qin Lang felt at ease, everyone else was scared witless. Lu Chang stared blankly at how deferentially Wang Hu treated Qin Lang, his mind in raging turmoil. Wang Hu was after all a genuine 5th-grade expert, the renowned chief bodyguard of Lanue Group. Chapter 17, Seeking Your Guidance. It wasn't just Lu Chang, everyone present was equally shaken to their core. The burly men recoiled in terror, scrambling to hide behind Lu Chang's back. They had trained at Lu Chang's mountain steadying martial arts school precisely for moments like this, to have someone stand between them and danger. Now that something has happened, naturally it should be the restaurant owner who takes the lead. The onlookers in the restaurant watched Qin Lang with complex gazes, an indescribable feeling budding in their hearts. This young man had given them too many surprises. When Zhang Fengyun mocked Qin Lang for being penniless, they thought he'd be too ashamed to raise his head. To everyone's surprise, Qin Lang directly scanned and transferred 600,000 yuan. When the helpers Zhang Fengyun called arrived, they all assumed Qin Lang was about to get beaten up. Yet against all odds, Qin Lang single-handedly took down an entire group of burly men. When Lu Chang from Jinshan Martial Arts Academy arrived, he swaggered with arrogance, relying on his status as a 7th-rank expert. As a result, the esteemed 5th-rank master of Lanue Group, the renowned Wang Hu, showed him extraordinary deference. A 5th-rank master naturally carries the pride befitting their stature. Yet this 5th-rank master treated Qin Lang with marked respect. What does this indicate? This meant either Qin Lang himself was extraordinary, or his background held formidable power. Wang Hu addressed Qin Lang as young Master Qin. Could it be that this plainly dressed young man was some noble scion from a prominent family? Mo Rushue stared blankly at Qin Lang, her heart filled with bewilderment. Wang Hu was the chief bodyguard of Lanue Group, serving as Captain Gong Lu's head of security. Not even she, as the general manager, could summon Wang Hu with just one phone call, let alone getting Wang Hu to treat her with such reverence. What's so special about Gong Lu's younger brother? At that moment, after confirming Qin Lang was unharmed, Wang Hu slowly turned around and glared coldly at Lu Chang. "Lu Chang, you're really bold. 10 million? Ha! Not just 10 million, even 100 million, young Master Qin can give it to you. But if young Master Qin gives it to you, would you dare take it? Are you sure you can handle it?" Wang Hu's words were as cold as ice, sending a shiver down Lu Chang's spine. Wang Hu was furious. Qin Lang's martial talent was simply extraordinary. Such aptitude would be nurtured with utmost care in any nation. Such a person is bound to become a pillar of Chinese martial arts in the future. Currently, neighboring countries are eyeing China with hostility, and the nation is nurturing a new generation of super martial artists. Lu Chang's ruthlessness is well known. If Qin Lang were to suffer serious injuries today, beaten to the point of losing his martial arts potential, China would lose an exceptionally rare martial arts prodigy. Such a loss is beyond measure. If not for the newly trained goddess of war who, with an iron fist, fiercely suppressed the 36 kingdoms of the western regions, the western gates of Hua Nation would have long been breached. Thus, as he looked at the trembling Lu Chang before him, Wang Hu couldn't help but wish he could tear him apart alive. Under Wang Hu's piercing gaze, Lu Chang instantly felt as though needles were pricking his back, utterly unbearable. Upon hearing Wang Hu's words, he grew even more restless. He cautiously asked, Brother Hu, may I ask what this young Master Qin's background might be? Lu Chang's heart sank into utter despair, consumed by profound hopelessness. Damn it! He who often walks by the river will eventually wet his shoes. Judging by Wang Hu's demeanor, this young Master Qin must be someone from an extraordinarily wealthy family. Lu Chang shot a sideways glare at those burly men, seething inwardly, these damn bastards are going to get me killed. When they provoke people, don't they even bother to check if the person is someone they can mess with? Lu Chang knew that today's incident wouldn't end peacefully. What status do you hold? Young Master Qin is the younger brother of President Gong from Manhwa Group. Didn't you just say you wanted money? If you've got the guts, go demand it from President Gong yourself. Wang Hu sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. A guy like Lu Chang wouldn't dare to cause trouble at the Lanyue Group even if he had 10,000 times the courage. Once, a third-grade master publicly declared he wanted Gong Lu to be his mistress. Soon after, he personally stormed the Lanyue Group and took Gong Lu away with his own hands. As a result, on the very night that third-rank master finished making his threats, the man mysteriously vanished without a trace. He disappeared completely. Not a single trace remained. From that moment on, no one dared to scheme against Lanyue Group again. People all guessed that behind the Moonreach Group stood an even more colossal entity. It was only then that Wang Hu realized he might have just been brought in by Gong Lu for appearances. Someone else was truly guarding the Moonreach Group. Sure enough, upon hearing the words Moonreach Group and Gong Lu, Lu Chang was dumbfounded. Oh my god, how did I manage to offend someone like this? Lu Gong is a living legend in Binhai's business world. This Qin Lang isn't some spoiled rich heir, he's literally the younger brother of an aristocratic family. Lu Gong alone constitutes an entire aristocratic family. Not only was Lu Chang stunned, but even Zhang Fengyun, who had been hiding on the sidelines, was equally shocked. He had always assumed Qin Lang was just another pretty boy trying to curry favor with Mo Rushue. Who would have guessed that his sister was the actual big boss of Lanyue Group? Come to think of it, Mo Rushue, as general manager, was essentially working for the sister-brother duo. For a moment, Zhang Fengyun was caught in an endless turmoil of indecision. Who hasn't heard of the illustrious name of Lanyue Group? Should he secretly retaliate against Qin Lang or not? Just as Zhang Fengyun remained tangled in his thoughts, Lu Chang had already begun profusely apologizing. Mr. Qin, I'm sorry. It was I who was blind. Young Master Qin, I swear nothing like this will ever happen again. Lu Chang kept apologizing while making up his mind. Whenever you see Qin Lang from now on, stay 3 streets away from him. No matter how much Lu Chang says, Qin Lang will never accept his apology. If it weren't for him today, if it weren't for Wang Hu being there, Lu Chang would have done something wicked again. Qin Lang said indifferently, you've given me 2 options. I'll give you 2 choices as well. Since you don't dare to ask my sister for money, then let's settle this with a fight. I'm not strong enough, so I'll ask Brother Hu to fight for me. Wang Hu immediately responded, I'd be delighted. Seeing how perfectly they were playing off each other, Lu Chang broke out in a cold sweat of anxiety. His voice trembled as he said, Brother Hu's abilities are so formidable, how would I dare compete with him? Though there were only 2 tiers between 5th grade and 7th grade combatants, the difference in fighting capability was like heaven and earth. Qin Lang sneered coldly, then why would a 7th rank expert like you threaten me to have a duel? Lu Chang wanted to argue further, but Wang Hu stepped forward, placing himself right before him. Wang Hu gave a slight bow and said coldly, have at you. With that, he assumed a fighting stance. Lu Chang, seeing Wang Hu meant business, didn't dare be careless and immediately assumed a defensive stance. And then, boom! A deafening explosion rang out. Lu Chang was kicked all the way to the bar over 10 meters away. He couldn't get up for ages. Chapter 18, the unlimited exchange card reappears. When everyone saw Lu Chang being kicked flying, no one felt the slightest bit sorry for him. Lu Chang had long protected disciples from his own martial arts school and bullied the weak, so many people had already harbored resentment toward him. Now seeing him beaten so badly, they all clapped and cheered. Weren't you acting all high and mighty? Wang Hu stepped forward and slapped Lu Chang across the face. Weren't you extorting money? Another slap landed. Wasn't it you who demanded exorbitant medical fees? Another slap struck. Could this be the same person who wanted to stand up for your students? Wang Hu grabbed Lu Chang by the collar, slapping him while interrogating him. The alternating slaps, over a dozen in rapid succession, left Lu Chang utterly dazed. The spectacle had Lu Chang's trainees trembling so hard they nearly pissed themselves. Zhang Fengyun squeezed his eyes shut, too terrified to watch. Lu Chang's face had swollen like a pig's head from the beating on both sides before Wang Hu finally stopped. At this moment, Lu Chang looked utterly miserable, his clothes torn, blood trickling from his nose and mouth, tears streaming down his face, and his cheeks swollen like a pig's head. Even so, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to apologize to Qin Lang and Wang Hu. As a martial artist, Lu Chang's injuries, though severe, were not life-threatening. He knew his attitude must demonstrate utmost sincerity at this moment. He had heard of Wang Hu's exploits, how the man had fought abroad and carried blood on his hands. If he dared resist now and provoked Wang Hu's killing intent, he might as well forget walking out of this restaurant unscathed today. Wang Hu ignored Lu Chang, instead turning his gaze to Qin Lang, waiting to see how he would handle the situation. After all, this concerns Qin Lang's matter. Just as Qin Lang was about to speak, ding! Detection indicates Lu Chang remains unconvinced, harbors resentment toward the host, and plans to ambush the host under cover of night. Damn! Hearing this prompt, Qin Lang momentarily froze. Is a contrarian that powerful? They can even detect what others are thinking. But this Lu Chang still hasn't conceded, wasn't he beaten enough? Ding! Lu Chang has been subdued by Wang Hu but remains unyielding toward the host. Ugh! So that's how it is. Qin Lang looked at Lu Chang and asked, do you admit defeat? This was Qin Lang's way of testing him. Lu Chang was stunned at first, then glanced furtively at Wang Hu before hastily nodding. Yes, I admit it. I'm completely convinced. Lu Chang looked Qin Lang up and down, astonished, his eyes filled with shock. What's going on? How could he possibly know what I was thinking? But damn it, I just won't admit defeat. You're nothing but relying on Gong Lu and Wang Hu. Without them, you're just a worthless piece of trash. For a warrior, true strength comes from within. What kind of warrior depends on others? Noticing Lu Chang's subtle movements, Qin Lang confirmed the troll's information. This guy pays lip service but remains unconvinced in his heart. Moreover, the only person he truly respects is Wang Hu. Qin Lang slowly shook his head and said solemnly, I know you're deeply resentful in your heart. I'll make you submit. A month from now, we'll have a proper duel. I'll make you admit defeat wholeheartedly. Qin Lang calculated in his mind. For an ordinary martial artist, advancing from the 9th rank to the 5th rank would typically take several years. But with his contrarian system, 1 month should be more than enough. Lu Chang was stunned by these words. He wondered if he'd misheard. 1 month? This Qin fellow wants to compete with me in martial arts after just 1 month, and make me submit willingly? Is this guy out of his mind? Where does this overflowing confidence of his come from? But this is a perfect opportunity to beat him up. By then, even Wang Hu wouldn't have grounds to retaliate against him. Thinking of this, Lu Chang's heart swelled with delight. He spoke directly. Good. It's settled then. Seeing Lu Chang accept the challenge, Qin Lang spoke again. I've heard all duels require wagers. If you lose, then get your men out of Binhai and never show your face here again. And if you win, didn't you demand 10 million? That 10 million, I'll give it to you. Qin Lang's ultimate goal was to drive Lu Chang out of Binhai. That man is just a rotten apple spoiling the whole barrel of Binhai, disgusting to look at. Hearing there was still a wager involved, Lu Chang pricked up his ears. When he heard he could win 10 million if victorious, his eyes immediately lit up. He had heard from his subordinates about Qin Lang's abilities, which at best would place him as a 9th grade warrior. As a 7th grade warrior certified by the Martial Arts Association, beating a mere 9th grade like you should be child's play. At this moment, Lu Chang's gaze towards Qin Lang softened considerably. This guy is practically a lucky charm throwing money around. At this very moment, ding! The contest between the host and Lu Chang has been activated. If the host wins, an unlimited exchange card will be rewarded. Hearing this electronic voice, Qin Lang's breathing suddenly became rapid. Damn! Unlimited exchange card. Finally, I heard these words. Ever since I received an unlimited exchange card in the beginner's gift pack, I've never come across such a card again. Last time, I used it to swap a tricycle for a Bugatti. Now, can I directly leap from being a 9th rank master to a 1st rank master? At this thought, Qin Lang's breathing became erratic. A 1st rank master. Ding! If the host's body can withstand the formidable internal energy of a 1st rank master, it can be exchanged. What do you mean? This inner strength, isn't it just that warm, fiery feeling inside the body? What's the big deal? Surely it couldn't possibly make me explode? Damn it! At this thought, Qin Lang's heart skipped a beat. Will it really burst from being too full? Wouldn't that be scattering my ashes to the wind? Ah well, I'll deal with it when the time comes. At worst, I'll just stash this card away for future use. At this moment, Wang Hu looked at Qin Lang with some surprise and whispered, Young Master Qin, do you want to reconsider? Wang Hu's voice brought Qin Lang back to his senses. Qin Lang smiled mysteriously and shook his head. Brother Hu, don't worry. I'm confident. He thought to himself, this unlimited exchange card, I'm determined to get it. He had already made up his mind that if he couldn't become a 7th rank martial artist within a month, he would hire someone to intervene before the match. Beat Lu Chang to a pulp. No matter what, this unrestricted exchange card must be obtained. After that, Qin Lang and Lu Chang signed a duel agreement, scheduled for 1 month later. After finishing these tasks, Qin Lang finally returned to Lanyue Group with Wang Hu, Mo Rushuet and the others. No sooner had he entered Lanyue Group than Qin Lang's phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was actually a call from his father. Son, are you ready to take over the family business? You've grown up and graduated from college. Dad can rest assured now. Dad, from now on, take good care of yourself. We'll meet again if fate allows. Enough talk, your old man's kinda busy now, off to save the world. Dad, Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the dial tone from the phone, Qin Lang looked absolutely baffled. Dad, can you let me get a word in? So impatient, you really think you're off to save the world? You actually told your own son, see you if fate allows? Am I really your biological child? Chapter 19 Big Sister Blushes. Qin Lang shook his head gloomily. Does that idler of a father even have the temperament to save the world? Probably thought I was dead weight and ran off somewhere else to enjoy himself. What's wrong, little brother? At that moment, Gong Lu's tender voice echoed by Qin Lang's ear. Qin Lang turned his head slightly, watching Gong Lu approach with graceful steps, feeling his heart skip a beat. How beautiful elder sister looked walking against the breeze, her hair dancing lightly in the wind. Looking at the gentle smile on Gong Lu's face, Qin Lang's gloom instantly melted away. Sis, I'm fine. As he spoke, Qin Lang walked up and stood beside Gong Lu. Gong Lu carried a faint, pleasant fragrance that Qin Lang adored. Lady Lu raised her hand and pulled Qin Lang toward a nearby lounge. As she walked, she smiled and said, little brother, sister has already bought Rinshan Group. Now, you're the biggest boss of Rinshan Group. Lady Lu's voice was soft, spoken casually, as if giving Qin Lang a company was like handing him a small toy. Unlike Gong Lu, these words struck Qin Lang's ears like a sudden clap of thunder. This, just bought it just like that? So fast? Qin Lang stood dumbfounded as Gong Lu pulled him along, only returning to his senses after several seconds. He tightly grasped Gong Lu's hand and asked excitedly, sis, does that mean there's already a company under my name? Exactly. Seeing Qin Lang's excitement, Gong Lu couldn't help but curl her lips into a faint smile. Gong Lu's gentle demeanor sent ripples through Qin Lang's heart. He had never experienced the feeling of having an older sister before. It turns out that having a doting older sister is such a blissful thing. Qin Lang spread his arms wide and pulled Gong Lu into a bear hug. Thank you, sis, Qin Lang said with deep emotion near Gong Lu's ear. However, Gong Lu's delicate face flushed slightly at this moment. As soon as she was embraced by Qin Lang, a strong masculine scent enveloped her. This was a sensation she had never experienced before. Gong Lu didn't know that Qin Lang had already become a 9th-grade martial artist. His vital energy and vigor were already several times more intense than that of ordinary people. Moreover, Qin Lang had just graduated, at that very age when male hormones surge at their peak. Such a vigorous young man is most attractive to women. Noticing Gong Lu hadn't responded, Qin Lang released her with puzzled concern, supporting her shoulders to see what was wrong. At just one glance, Qin Lang's face immediately revealed a troubled expression. Gong Lu's face was flushed crimson, her eyes glistening unnaturally. Qin Lang reached out, placing a concerned hand on Gong Lu's forehead to check her temperature. Her body temperature seemed significantly elevated. Snap! Whack! At that very moment, several strange sounds echoed from their surroundings. Qin Lang turned his head and saw many employees of Lanyue Group standing frozen not far away, with numerous scattered folders at their feet. The sound from earlier had been these folders hitting the ground. Judging by their walking direction, they must have just happened to pass by this area. Seeing no major incident, Qin Lang promptly dismissed the matter from his mind. Qin Lang had no idea that his actions had already stirred up a tidal wave of astonishment in the hearts of the Lanyue Group employees. The employees of Lanyue Group showed no expression on their faces, precisely because they were utterly stunned into frozen stillness. Oh my god! What kind of situation was this? President Gong had actually been embraced by a young man. Who in the company would dare to make such a move toward President Gong? Yet this young man not only hugged President Gong, but also affectionately touched her forehead. The combination of embracing and caressing, how utterly astonishing. All these years, we've never heard any romantic rumors about President Gong? Could it be that this young man is the boyfriend President Gong has found? Moreover, the always cold and glamorous President Gong actually had blushing cheeks for once. She looked just like a little girl. President Gong's queenly demeanor completely vanished in front of this young man. Already breathtakingly beautiful, President Gong now carried a uniquely charming air with this newfound blush. No, this guy's been following General Manager Mo Rushue all day today. Damn! Could it be that this guy's skills are so formidable that he's won over both Chairman Gong and General Manager Mo? Dear God, if this turns out to be true, that would be absolutely terrifying. If this were true, not only would this guy get 2 delicate beauties, but he'd also inherit the Lanyue Group as dowry. At this thought, the female employees were shocked, while the male employees wept internally. The male employees desperately wanted to shout, "Let her go, take me instead." At that moment, Gong Lu regained her composure. She gave Qin Lang a reproachful glance and said coquettishly, "This is the company, mind my image as your elder sister." Then, she swept a glance around the room and addressed all the employees with, "What are you all standing around for? Got nothing to do?" At her words, the staff snapped back to attention, scrambling in haste to pick up the scattered files from the floor. Afterward, everyone shot Lu Gong and Qin Lang an intentional or unintentional glance before hurrying away in a fluster. Watching the employees hurriedly leave, Qin Lang cautiously asked, "Sis, did I cause you trouble?" Gong Lu shook her head gently and said softly, "It's nothing." Seeing the blush on Gong Lu's face gradually fade, Qin Lang once again raised his hand to feel her forehead for fever. Yay! Qin Lang was utterly bewildered. How had her temperature suddenly returned to normal? "Sis, what was wrong with you earlier? Your forehead was burning up ridiculously." Gong Lu raised her eyebrows slightly, watching Qin Lang's cautious demeanor with silent exasperation. There was no way she could admit it, that his rugged masculinity was too intense, that his overflowing hormones had intoxicated her. Gong Lu took Qin Lang's hand tenderly and said softly, "Don't worry, sister is fine." Having said that, Gong Lu led Qin Lang to the door of a lounge. At that moment, a dark-skinned plump girl was standing in front of the lounge door. Just then, ding! "Host, a goddess-level sister is currently near you, please prepare yourself mentally." The voice of a contrarian instantly piqued Qin Lang's interest. "Divine sister. I have 9 divine sisters after all. Sister Willow is already this formidable, and she's just one of them. If all 9 sisters were gathered, could we summon a divine dragon and become invincible?" At this moment, Qin Lang asked in his heart, "Contrarian, how far is that divine-level sister from me?" Qin Lang glanced at the dark-skinned, plump girl standing by the lounge door, his mood somewhat uneasy. Could it be my god-tier sister? Just then, noticing Qin Lang staring at her, the chubby girl huffed proudly, "What are you looking at? Never seen a beauty before?" Qin Lang. Right on cue, the contrarian's voice rang out again. Ding! This goddess-level sister is just 3 meters away from the host. Boom! The heckler's words struck Qin Lang's mind like an apocalyptic thunderbolt. Could it really be this chubby girl at the door? Qin Lang hadn't noticed, reflected on the frosted glass door behind the plump girl was the silhouette of a graceful figure. Chapter 20 The Goddess of Singing, Li Shiha. Young Master Qin couldn't help but take a step back, wailing inwardly. No, this isn't the god-tier elder sister I wanted. The gap was simply too vast. Qin Lang glanced at the incomparably stunning Willow Gong, then at the dusky, plump girl at the lounge entrance, feeling so depressed he could vomit blood. It wasn't that he held any prejudice against this slightly self-absorbed plus-sized girl. The sheer contrast was simply too great, his heart struggled to accept it momentarily. Is this what they call peaking the moment you start? Lady Willow glanced curiously at Master Qin, noticing his gloomy expression, wondering what mischief he was up to now. Lady Willow nodded at the dusky, plump girl and smiled, saying, "Xiaolu, thank you for your hard work." With that, she pushed open the door and tried to pull Master Qin into the resting chamber. The dusky, plump girl first broke into a radiant smile, cheerfully replying that it was no trouble at all. When she saw Qin Lang about to enter the restroom, she immediately spread her arms and blocked the doorway. The plump girl declared solemnly, "Sister Gong, you may go in, but this fellow cannot. He was just eyeing me sneakily with shifty glances, clearly not a decent person. If he goes in and sees such a stunning beauty like Sister Shia, he definitely won't behave properly." Fatty's eyes shone with determination, revealing an unyielding spirit of steadfast devotion. Qin Lang looked at Fatty speechlessly, thinking, was I really sneaking peeks at you with shifty eyes? Don't be so full of yourself. Yet 2 words in Fatty's remarks had piqued Qin Lang's curiosity. Shiha? These 2 characters seem so familiar. Have I heard them somewhere before? Put. Ha ha ha. Just as Qin Lang was puzzling over it without success, Gong Lu suddenly burst into laughter. Lady Willow covered her mouth with a delicate laugh, tilting her head to admire Qin Lang's handsome face, shaking with mirth like a blossoming branch. My brother is quite dashing, isn't he? Not a trace of that shifty-eyed look about him. Lady Willow bloomed with laughter while Qin Lang's face darkened like storm clouds. He said speechlessly, "Sis, what's so funny about this?" Qin Lang grumbled inwardly, "I'm being mocked here, and you're laughing so happily." After a long while, Gong Lu finally stopped laughing and explained with a smile, "Shiola, this is my younger brother, also Shiha's younger brother. Shiha came today specifically to see him." As soon as Gong Lu finished speaking, the plump girl named Xiaolu was dumbfounded. Xiaolu stared at Qin Lang in shock, scrutinizing him from head to toe several times. She muttered under her breath, "How can such stunning beauties like Sister Gong and Sister Xia have such a shifty-eyed younger brother?" Qin Lang. Qin Lang really wanted to shout at the top of his lungs, "I truly have not a single impulsive thought about you." However, to spare the chubby girl's delicate feelings, Qin Lang ultimately kept that remark to himself. At the same time, Qin Lang came to a realization, this plump girl wasn't his divine-level sister. That honor belonged to the girl named Shiha. Only then did the chubby girl called Shiola step aside, finally clearing the doorway. However, her gaze remained fixed on Qin Lang, her eyes filled with suspicion. Gong Lu smiled and said to Qin Lang, "Go on in." Then, she pushed open the door to the lounge and led Qin Lang inside. The moment he stepped into the lounge, Qin Lang's vision suddenly went black, he couldn't see a thing. At the same moment, a soft body pressed against Qin Lang's back, and a faint, delicate fragrance wafted into his nose. After the initial moment of panic, Qin Lang quickly composed himself. Feeling the warm, delicate hands covering his eyes, Qin Lang realized someone had blindfolded him. He couldn't help but feel exasperated playing such childish games at their age. At that moment, a crystal-clear voice, melodious as an Oriole's song, rang out behind Qin Lang. "Guess who I am?" With a confident smile, Qin Lang proclaimed loudly, "Sister Shiha." That chubby girl and Sister Gonglu had both mentioned it several times. There was no way he could be wrong. Sure enough, Qin Lang's eyes suddenly lit up as the woman behind him released her grip. But why had everything gone quiet behind him? Qin Lang turned his head in puzzlement. With just one glance, Qin Lang was completely stunned. The woman behind him had features like a painting, a delicate high nose, and a graceful figure, as if she had stepped out of a masterpiece. She exuded an astonishing allure from head to toe. Gazing at this woman whose beauty could topple cities and kingdoms, Qin Lang's heart pounded wildly. What shocked Qin Lang the most was this woman's identity, Li Shiha. Li Shiha, the youngest divine vocalist in China. Her crystal-clear voice and extraordinarily wide vocal range form the foundation of her dominance in the music industry. Over the years, Li Shiha has reached heights in the music scene that none of her peers can rival. The only ones who can surpass her are those veteran artists who have been developing for many years. Recently, Li Shiha has officially transitioned into the film and television industry, starting right off as the female lead. Those overwhelming posters have flooded every street and alley. Qin Lang had seen Li Shiha's posters. Though not her devoted fan, he quite admired this female singing star. No wonder the name Shiha sounded so familiar when I heard it outside the door. So, my goddess-dear sister turned out to be Li Shiha. Yet, why does her face carry such sorrow? At this moment, Li Shiha's eyes were misted over, her expression on the verge of tears. Seeing this, Qin Lang felt a pang of heartache. What's going on? Could someone have offended her? I'm so pitiful. My little brother actually called me Sister Shiha instead of third sister. I shouldn't have come. This place is full of sorrowful memories. Having said this, Li Shiha made a show of walking toward the restroom door. Of course, it was merely a gesture, she didn't actually move an inch. Qin Lang was speechless, truly worthy of being a top-tier actor. He could even perform in this situation. However, this performance was too fake. I could see right through it. Just at that moment. Ding! Mission 1, gently console third sister and comfort her sadness. Mission reward, charm +1. Task 2, give third sister a big hug to comfort her. Reward, primary singing talent voucher. Task 3, expose third sister's fake sadness and embarrass her. Reward, intermediate singing talent voucher. After reading the troll's assigned tasks, Qin Lang hesitated. Damn, this troll always putting him in impossible dilemmas. Chapter 21, Third Eldest Sister. Task 1, what the hell is this charm value? After brief consideration, young Master Qin directly abandoned this silly task. The charm stat wasn't terrible, but just adding a single point? That's pathetically insignificant. The weight of a single charm point is far less significant than giving third sister a hug. As for Mission 3's task, it's rather unfriendly, actually requiring third sister to feel embarrassed. Although Mission 3's rewards are clearly better than Mission 2's, Qin Lang still chooses Mission 2. Mission 2. In just a second, Qin Lang made his choice. Then, Qin Lang opened his arms and gave Li Shiha a big hug. Feeling Li Shiha's steady breathing, Qin murmured softly, "Don't overthink it, third sister. You're a superstar. You should be more magnanimous." At that moment, the sorrow on Li Shiha's face vanished in an instant. She patted Qin Lang on the back and said cheerfully, "Little brother, how was my acting? Have I made another breakthrough?" Watching Li Shiha's sudden change of expression, Qin Lang was stunned. The transformation was far too rapid. To be honest, the acting isn't that great. But Qin Lang would never tell the truth. Sometimes, a little white lie is quite necessary. Qin Lang nodded repeatedly and said with a smile, "Third sister, your acting is already quite good." Li Shiha instantly beamed with joy upon receiving Qin Lang's approval, utterly delighted. "Alright, come sit down and talk." Having witnessed the scene from nearby, Gong Lu remarked with a smile. Soon after, the three of them lounged lazily on 3 massage chairs in the lounge. Qin Lang stood in the center, with Gong Lu and Li Shiha on either side. Qin Lang inhaled the distinct yet equally delightful fragrances of the two sisters, feeling lightheaded as if floating among clouds. He marveled inwardly, out of the 9 divine sisters in total, 2 had now appeared before him. If these 2 elder sisters were such formidable beauties, he wondered, what might the remaining 7 divine sisters be like? "Little brother, you've graduated now. What do you want to do in the future?" Li Shiha turned her upper body slightly to glance at Qin Lang as she asked gently. After a moment's thought, Qin Lang replied, "Third sister, eldest sister gave me a company. I want to focus on making this company successful first." Hearing Qin Lang's answer, Gong Lu's face broke into a knowing smile. She was quite pleased with Qin Lang's reply. However, Li Shiha was not happy about it. Li Shiha slightly furrowed her delicate brows and said pitifully, "You'll be going with eldest sister, but what about third sister? Third sister is all alone struggling outside. She must be so lonely and pitiable." Seeing Li Shiha's pitiful expression, Xin Lang began to waver. At this moment, Li Shiha suddenly changed her tone, tempting him, "Little brother, why not follow me into showbiz? The entertainment industry is full of beauties. With your figure and looks, I can't promise you'll become a superstar, but you'll at least make it as a second-tier celebrity." Xin Lang was torn between following his elder sister into business or joining his third sister's venture into the entertainment industry. At this moment, Gong Lu grew somewhat impatient. Then she slapped her forehead as if suddenly remembering something. "By the way, Lanhua Group's recruitment notice has already been posted. Brother, are they still keeping the interviewer's position open for you?" "Ha!" Xin Lang's face darkened. What kind of person did his two sisters take him for? They actually used beautiful women to tempt me. Am I that kind of person? At this moment, a thought flashed through Xin Lang's mind. Only children make choices, adults take them all. Xin Lang clapped his hands together and laughed heartily. "Sisters, can I open an entertainment company? This way, I can establish a business in Binhai while entering the entertainment industry, so third sister won't be alone." As these words were spoken, Lu Gong and Shiha Li's eyes simultaneously lit up. "That's actually a brilliant idea." At this moment, Gong Lu frowned slightly and said softly, "Little brother, when it comes to opening an entertainment company, your sister won't be able to help you. The Lanyu Group's businesses are all in technology, cosmetics, clothing, and so on. We have no involvement in the entertainment industry." Li Shiha laughed heartily and said, "Big sister, don't worry about it. All you need to do is pay. I'll take care of everything else for my little brother." "Pay?" Gong Lu's furrowed brows gradually relaxed. This was trivial. At that moment, Xin Lang suddenly recalled a question. He turned to Gong Lu and asked curiously, "Sis, can Renshan Group really open an entertainment company?" He had heard that starting a company requires many certificates. Each industry is different, and so are the scopes of business. With a nonchalant wave of her hand, Gong Lu dismissed it casually. "No big deal. I'll have someone register a new company for you tomorrow. However, the new company will be starting from scratch and won't have the complete staffing structure like Renshan Group." At this moment, Li Shiha said softly, "There's no rush regarding the new company. The purpose of discussing this today is mainly to plan for my younger brother's future development. I still have several concerts to perform in the coming days." At this point, Li Shiha suddenly took Xin Lang's hand and said with a smile, "Little brother, your sister has a concert in Binhai tomorrow. You should come with me." "A concert?" So third sister came to Binhai to hold a concert. I thought she had come specifically to see me. However, such a small request to accompany her sister's concert was hardly something Xin Lang would refuse. He nodded with a smile and said, "No problem." By then, the sun had already set, and the sky was gradually darkening. Gong Lu stood up and stretched, finally concluding her busy day. She said cheerfully, "Let's go home." Then, she led the way out of the break room, with Xin Lang and Li Shiha following closely behind. As soon as they stepped out of the break room, Gong Lu affectionately linked her arm with Xin Lang's left. Li Shiha proactively took hold of Xin Lang's right arm with hers. Looking left and right at the two gentle and beautiful goddess-level sisters beside him, Xin Lang felt an overwhelming happiness instantly fill his heart. "Sister Shiha, what are you doing? You should maintain your image. If someone sees this and this spreads as gossip, we'll be done for." The plump girl standing at the door was utterly dumbfounded when she saw Li Shiha take Xin Lang's hand so proactively. Chapter 22, Cloud's Reach. Li Shiha turned her head and said casually, "There's no need to be so nervous, Xiaolu. He's my younger brother, not some outsider." The chubby girl named Xiaola quickly caught up with Xin Lang's group and anxiously said, "Sister Xia, you're being too intimate, people might get the wrong idea." The plump girl's face scrunched up with worry. Every A-list celebrity maintains their own carefully crafted public persona. Li Shiha followed a girlish, innocent image and couldn't afford to appear too ambiguous with others. Seeing the plump girl's expression, Li Shiha's heart softened. She knew her little assistant just wanted what was best for her. She sighed helplessly, "Fine, you can let go of my dear assistant once we're out of Lanhua Group." Seeing Li Shiha concede, Fatty Girl finally gave a slight nod and followed closely by his side. At this moment, Fatty Girl had undergone a tremendous change compared to before. She vigilantly scanned their surroundings, guarding Li Shiha's safety. When she walked, there wasn't the slightest trace of clumsiness about her. On the contrary, the plump girl walked with an unexpectedly light and agile grace. Witnessing this scene, Xin Lang felt a slight shock in his heart. He tilted his head slightly, bringing it close to Li Shiha's ear, and whispered, "Third sister, is this chubby little girl your assistant or your bodyguard? Judging by her demeanor, she seems to be quite skilled, doesn't she?" Li Shiha gave a light chuckle and said with a smile, "Xiaolu is both my assistant and my bodyguard. She's actually a 5th-rank master. She comes from a martial arts aristocratic family, renowned within her clan as a martial prodigy." "What? A 5th-rank master?" Xin Lang was stunned. This Shella didn't look much older than himself. Who would have thought she was actually a 5th-level master? To think even Wang Hu, as formidable as he was, had only reached 5th-level mastery. Xin Lang stared at the plump girl in shock, his emotions tangled and inscrutable. Noticing Xin Lang's gaze, the plump girl immediately lifted her round chin with a rather triumphant expression. Xin Lang sighed inwardly, truly there are always people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. Soon after, the group arrived at the foot of Lanyue Group's building. At this moment, Wang Hu and his men were waiting at the main entrance. The group quickly boarded their vehicles and sped toward Gong Lu's villa. None of them noticed that in a building across from Lanyue Group, a group of people were monitoring every move at the company's entrance. After watching Xin Lang leave with Gong Lu's security convoy, a burly man with a bruised face made a phone call. Boss, that kid's been sticking with Gong Lu the whole time. Hard to make our move. This burly man was one of the 4 thugs who'd been beaten up by Xin Lang outside Lushan Academy. A ferocious voice suddenly barked through the phone, then keep fucking watching him. Damn it, how dare someone touch Li Dabiao's brothers? That bastard's got a death wish. Hearing this, the burly man was deeply moved. The burly man shouted loudly, yes. But, boss, that kid has always been under Gong Lu's protection. What if we never get the chance to make our move? Li Dabiao on the other end of the phone said disdainfully, don't worry about Gong Lu. Gong Lu will be taken care of by someone else. Your only job is to seize the opportunity and cripple that kid. If you can't handle him, call me. I'll come deal with him personally. Meanwhile, Xin Lang followed the motorcade to the entrance of an imposing gate. On the gate were inscribed the words, Cloudtop City. The moment he saw those 3 words, Xin Lang's heart skipped a beat. Big Sister's villa was actually in Cloud Heights. Cloud Heights was a famous affluent neighborhood in Binhai City rumored to have staggeringly high property prices. The average price per square meter nearly reached 1 million, absurdly expensive. A mere 2 or 3 square meters in Cloud Heights could buy you a luxury apartment in any other neighborhood. Cloud Heights is built into the mountainside, divided into 3 distinct tiers. The uppermost level houses just over a dozen residences, each exclusively occupied by the extraordinarily wealthy. As Gong Lu's motorcade approached, the compound gate slid open automatically, with dozens of security guards saluting in unison to welcome the homeowner's return. Soon, Gong Lu led the motorcade into Cloudtop City, heading straight for its highest level. Along the way, many residents of Cloudtop City watched the procession with eyes full of envy. Those who could live here were either from influential families in Binhai or major corporate executives. Yet, they could only reside in the middle and lower levels. Because on the top floor of Yunchang City, the spots are limited. Having money is just one factor, you also need a matching status. If Gong Lu hadn't held the title of Binhai's richest person, he wouldn't have been able to purchase a villa on the top floor of Yunchang City. After escorting Gong Lu to the top floor, Wang Hu and the others left. Security on the top floor of Yunchang City isn't something you need to worry about. Rumor has it that the mysterious owner of Skyhaven specially hired a Tier 3 master to guard this place. This Tier 3 master remains extremely elusive, having never shown their face. Yet the highest levels of Skyhaven have never experienced a single security incident. Behind this unnatural calm, there likely stands the invisible hand of that very Tier 3 master. With 3 first-class masters guarding the Cloudtop City, no one dares to stir up trouble here. Most importantly, causing trouble in Sky City could easily anger its mysterious owner. Pushing open the villa's door, Xin Lang froze momentarily. This is huge. They've even divided the villa into different zones: exercise area, leisure area, movie watching area, dining room, living room, and so on. Going up to the 2nd floor, Gong Lu led Xin Lang into an empty room. Little brother, this will be your bedroom from now on. I'm right across the hall. Just call out if you need anything. You just graduated, haven't you moved your things from school yet? Tomorrow I'll go with you to bring them back. Hearing this, Xin Lang quickly shook his head. Sis, you're so busy, tomorrow I'll go by myself. Enough now, you've been busy all day, go get some rest. After Gong Lu and Li Shiha left the room, Xin Lang lay on the spacious bed, staring blankly into space. Chapter 23, Another Divine Sister. Thinking back on all these experiences, Xin Lang secretly felt a tremor in his heart. Now, not only did he own a Bugatti sports car and a corporate group, but he also had 2 extraordinarily beautiful, goddess-level sisters. The only regret was that his father had run away. No one knew where he'd gone off to enjoy himself. Xin Lang thought about these things until eventually he fell asleep. In his dream, he had a vision. A pitch-black gate swung open, and countless soldiers armored in black helmets and armor surged forth from the portal. And he himself, covered in blood, was in a desperate situation. Around him, there were several blurred figures fighting alongside him. The faces of those figures were indistinct, impossible to tell who they were. Phew! Xin Lang suddenly awoke, sitting upright in bed. He turned his head to look out the window. Everything was a haze of gray, the dawn yet to break. He silently asked in his heart, Doubter, what time is it now? It's currently 6 in the morning. Xin Lang murmured to himself, only 6 in the morning? It's still early, let's get some more shut-eye. With that, he lay back down and pulled the covers over his head. Yet, he tossed and turned in bed for quite some time, unable to fall asleep. Since sleep wouldn't come, he decided to stop trying altogether. Qin Lang stepped out of his room and saw his two sisters' doors tightly shut. They were probably still asleep. He stretched lazily and ambled onto the grass outside the villa. The early morning air was moist. He took a deep breath, and the cool air filled his lungs, instantly clearing much of the drowsiness from his still groggy head. Seeing no one around, Qin Lang slowly assumed his martial stance, beginning with the opening posture of the thunderbolt fist. At the same moment, that surge of heat within his body emerged once again. As he executed a set of fist techniques, that warm current slowly circulated between his arms. Sensing the peculiar sensation in his body, Qin Lang felt a surge of joy in his heart. This must be the internal force of a martial artist. Seeing the boxing exercises yield results, Qin Lang grew increasingly excited and active. First round, second round, third round, 7 times, put. When he practiced the 8th repetition, he threw a punch, and surprisingly, there was an unusual sound. By now, Qin Lang's hands were swollen with blood and had an unexpected burning sensation. Startled, Qin Lang quickly asked in his heart, "Troll, what's going on? Has my body mutated? Damn it, if practicing martial arts turns me into a monster, what's the point of practicing at all?" At that moment, the voice of the contrarian appeared in Qin Lang's mind. Host need not panic. This is a characteristic of the thunderclap fist. If one masters thunderclap fist to perfection, a single punch can unleash rolling thunderous roars. Damn! Upon hearing the contrarian's reply, Qin Lang was struck with awe. Was it truly this formidable? A mere intermediate-level martial art could actually boast such an overpowering showmanship effect. Qin Lang's mind had already begun to fantasize, casually throwing a punch before his enemies, instantly detonating thunderous explosions. Not to mention the sheer power of the punches, just the sound alone was terrifying enough. Thus, Qin Lang, fueled by success, grew increasingly excited, throwing punch after punch in an unending barrage. At the same time, the sound of his fists grew louder, becoming increasingly distinct. Each strike produced a booming noise that could be heard from 7 or 8 meters away. He was so engrossed in practicing his punches that he didn't notice the gray-haired old man standing not far from him. "Young man, is that the mountain-shaking fist you're practicing?" Just as Qin Lang was at the height of his training fervor, a hoarse voice sounded beside his ear. Qin Lang abruptly turned his head toward the source of the voice. "What's going on? Didn't they say there were experts guarding Cloudtop City, making it impossible for incidents like unauthorized home intrusions to occur?" Qin Lang watched the suddenly appearing old man warily and cautiously replied, "Indeed. Old sir, how did you get in here?" Qin Lang wondered internally, with so many patrolling security guards, how could no one have noticed this suspicious-looking old man? The old man smiled faintly. "I've always been here. Young man, your mountain-shaking fist is still in its early stages, isn't it? Not bad. For just 1 hour of practice, you've already produced faint thunderous sounds with the first stance of mountain-shaking fist, the lightning fist. You have promising talent." With his hands clasped behind his back, the elder carried an air of a venerable master. The old man was named Bai Fingxing, a martial arts expert from the Bai family of Binhai. He was precisely the third-tier master sent to guard Cloudtop City. Qin Lang recognized the elder's demeanor and deduced he was confronting a true master. He replied respectfully, "You flatter me, elder. I merely practice casually." However, he didn't like people barging into his home just to praise him. Qin Lang's eyes darted as he probed, "Old ancestor, you'd best leave this place quickly. The Cloud Source City has a third-grade master guarding it. If you're discovered trespassing here, the consequences won't be pretty." Qin Lang's reasoning was simple. If this person was more formidable than a third-grade master, they naturally wouldn't care about his warning. In that case, it's best to behave honestly and see what this old man intends to do. If this old man hasn't reached the third-rank realm yet, he would naturally flee in panic. Bai Fingxing had weathered countless storms in his lifetime, so he saw right through Qin Lang's little scheme. With a faint smile, he said, "This old man happens to be that third-rank expert you spoke of." After speaking, he looked at Qin Lang with great interest, curious to see his reaction. Holy shit! Qin Lang's heart skipped a beat. This elderly man was actually that third-grade master. This is damn awkward. But why didn't he sleep in this early morning and instead came here? Is it because I'm getting older and insomnia is getting worse, so I just want to find a handsome young lad to chat with? Qin Lang gathered his thoughts and put on an expression of utmost admiration, exclaiming loudly, "So it's actually you. So you're the legendary super expert who holds court in Cloudtop City." His expression was a mix, 3 parts excitement, 3 parts surprise, and 4 parts reverence. "I must say, young Qin truly has a talent for acting." With his hands clasped behind his back, Bai Fingxing said calmly, "It was me." Then, suddenly changing his tone, he declared solemnly, "Young man, I see you have decent aptitude and wish to mentor you. Would you join my Binhai Bai family?" When Qin Lang stepped out of the villa to practice boxing, Bai Fingxing had already spotted him. Seeing Qin Lang's extraordinary martial arts talent, he immediately wanted to recruit him into his family. To put it nicely, he had become an enshrined martial artist for the Bai family. More bluntly put, he'd be their enforcer. Most people would jump at the chance when a third-grade master extends an olive branch. But Qin Lang is no ordinary man. After all, he now has the argumentative genius system by his side. Qin Lang initially wanted to refuse outright, but judging by the man's expression, it seemed refusal wasn't an option. For a moment, Qin Lang found himself caught in a dilemma. At that moment, a chilling voice rang out. A mere coastal Bai family dares to claim my little brother? Simultaneously, Qin Lang's mind buzzed with the electronic voice of the contrarian system. Ding! A divine-level elder sister is approaching. Host, please prepare yourself mentally. Chapter 24, Fifth Sister, Wu Mei. Little brother. Hearing these two words, Qin Lang now felt an inexplicable sense of warmth. Following the contrarian's prompt, Qin Lang immediately turned his head toward the source of that cool, detached voice. A tall woman with an indifferent expression, her hair tied in a simple ponytail and dressed entirely in black, strode forward with slow, measured steps. Her demeanor was as cold as an iceberg, her eyes radiating an overwhelming air of disdain for all things beneath her. Upon hearing the woman's words, Bai Fengxing's brow furrowed. What consequences do you think you'll face for underestimating the Bai family? He said icily. Once there was a second-rank martial artist who offended my Bai family. Our masters pursued him for 3,000 miles and beheaded him in the northern deserts. Bai Fengxing could tell this woman in black was a martial arts expert, so he dared not strike recklessly and could only test her with words. At his level, one wouldn't willingly make a move lightly, because once he struck, it must be a fatal blow. Otherwise, the consequences would be endless. He couldn't discern the depth of the woman's cultivation and assumed she was at most a third-rank expert like himself. After all, she was too young. How powerful could her cultivation possibly be? The Bai family had previously slain second-rank experts, so dealing with a mere third-rank opponent would naturally be effortless. Bai Fengxing thought his words would instantly make the black-clad woman yield. Yet to his surprise, just one sentence from the woman shattered his composure entirely. By then, the black-clad woman had already approached Qin Lang. Resting a hand on his shoulder, she remarked disdainfully, "Then your Bai family truly is useless. Just a mere second-rank master, couldn't they be squashed with a single slap?" The woman in black spoke casually, as if squashing a second-rank master was as easy as swatting a fly. Boom boom, boom boom. Two invisible bolts of thunder simultaneously exploded in the minds of Qin Lang and Bai Fengxing. Qin Lang stealthily shifted his gaze to glance at the jade-like hand resting on his shoulder, instantly feeling his scalp tingle. Holy mother, is this the same palm that could slap a second-rank master to death? Only then did he recall the pedant's warning, "Please brace yourself mentally." The words of this god-tier sister beside him left no room for doubt in Qin Lang's mind. These god-tier sisters were each more formidable than the last. Since this sister claimed she could slap a second-rank master to death with one strike, then it must be true. Qin Lang quickly inquired in his mind, "Troll critic, give me this god-tier sister's information now, hurry up. This sister is absolutely formidable." Qin Lang must do his homework in advance. What if he calls her by the wrong name later and gets smashed into a pulp? Ding. Name, Wu Mei. Height, 185 centimeters. Measurements, Qin Lang. Seeing the information flashing in his mind, Qin Lang was speechless. What the hell are you giving me these things for? I just want to know which divine-level sister this is. He quickly asked, "Which number sister is this for me?" "This is host's fifth sister." "There we go." Turning his head, Qin Lang grinned at the aloof Wu Mei and said cheerfully, "Fifth sis, you're here." His smile seemed forcibly conjured, carrying an awkward stiffness. Wu Mei nodded slowly and replied softly, Heard you graduated, so I came to see you." Then, her brows furrowed as she intently studied Qin Lang's face, gazing with deep concentration. Qin Lang was startled and inwardly exclaimed, "What is she trying to do? Why frown for no reason? Let's talk things through calmly, don't act rashly." Just as Qin Lang's mind was in turmoil, Wu Mei reached out with both hands, pinched his cheeks, and gave them a thorough rub up and down. She didn't use much force, just enough to knead away the stiff smile frozen on Qin Lang's face. Qin Lang stared dumbly at Wu Mei as she intently kneaded his face, feeling utterly helpless. What on earth was she doing? Are you kidding? After erasing the stiff smile from Qin Lang's face, Wu Mei let out a sigh. Phew. Enough. Little brother, what's wrong with you? Why did your facial muscles suddenly start twitching? Ugh. This issue made Qin Lang feel somewhat embarrassed. It wasn't muscle twitching at all, he was scared. However, now seeing how much elder sister cared for him, Qin Lang's fear naturally dissipated like mist. He declared loudly, "Perhaps I was too excited seeing elder sister suddenly and couldn't control my expression." His words rang with such conviction that he nearly believed them himself. Wu Mei smiled brightly, reaching up to touzle Qin Lang's head as she laughed softly, "You little rascal." Little did she know her radiant smile had utterly stunned Qin Lang. At that moment, it was as if a warm spring breeze had blown through Qin Lang's heart, an earth-shaking yet tender sensation, like warmth emerging from ancient glaciers. The siblings chatted intimately, undisturbed by their surroundings, a truly heartwarming scene. Meanwhile, Bai Fingxing was so anxious that beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, soaking his clothes and trousers in cold sweat, leaving him thoroughly uncomfortable. Yet Bai Fingxing dared not move a muscle, fearful of provoking Wu Mei's retaliation. After Wu Mei uttered those two sentences, a thunderous explosion seemed to detonate in Bai Fingxing's mind. A casual slap could kill a second-rank master. What level of expert must this be? Not even a first-rank master could achieve something like this. After careful consideration, Bai Fingxing was somewhat skeptical. However, when Wu Mei cast a cold glance in his direction, he was instantly petrified with fear. In that instant, Bai Fingxing felt he was not gazing upon a woman, but rather an ancient deity towering as tall as the mountains. At that moment, a peculiar sensation arose in Bai Fingxing's mind. It seemed his life no longer belonged to himself, but to this goddess-like woman of extraordinary power. From that moment onward, not a single rebellious thought could ever rise again in Bai Fingxing's heart. He stood completely still where he was, barely even breathing, careful not to disturb the brother and sister nearby. As for this woman in Black's cultivation level, he didn't even dare to think about it. Little brother, are you practicing mountain shaking fist now? You're actually practicing such a low-level fist technique. Here, sister will give you one. Wu Mei sized up Qin Lang with a glance and produced a golden ancient tome from her person. The book was titled, Divine Mechanism. The moment Qin Lang saw the book's gilded hue, his mind began racing with speculation. Damn! Could this possibly be made of gold? Without any hesitation, he immediately took the ancient tome and said with a smile, "Thank you, fifth sister." As the ancient tome entered his hands, Qin Lang felt a pang of disappointment. The texture wasn't metallic at all, but rather a fine silk material. At that moment, Wu Mei suddenly smacked her forehead and said with some annoyance, "Oh, I completely forgot. Your current strength is too low to learn this technique. Forget it. Since you're only at the 9th grade cultivation level for now, just keep practicing the mountain shaking fist. Although this mountain shaking fist technique is a bit low level, it perfectly matches your current cultivation." Qin Lang was speechless. Was fifth sister secretly mocking him for being low level? Wu Mei finally understood when she saw Qin Lang's expression. She gently patted Qin Lang's head as if coaxing a child, and said softly, "Little brother, sister wasn't talking about you." Qin Lang nodded helplessly. "Fifth sister, I know." Wu Mei nodded gently and said softly, "Alright, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. I'll come visit you again next time." "What? Leaving so soon?" Qin Lang said reluctantly. "Sister, you're leaving too quickly." Before he could finish his words, Wu Mei before him had already vanished without a trace. Hurriedly looking around, he could only see a dark shadow swiftly disappearing into the morning mist. Chapter 25, Young Master Qin. Watching the receding figure, Qin Lang wore a completely baffled expression. Just like that, they're gone? Is this how masters come and go like the wind? No idea what could be so urgent. Could they be off saving the world like my dad? Qin Lang shook his head, dismissing the thought. Nonsense. He slowly looked up and saw the third-rank expert from the Bai family was still there, his heart thumping. It's over. Would this old man forcibly recruit me into the Bai family? Fifth sister isn't very reliable. Little did he know, at this moment, furious waves were already surging within Bai Fingxing's heart. Just as Wu Mei left, an icy voice rang beside Bai Fingxing's ear. "If anything happens to my brother, I'll slaughter your entire Bai family." This utterly emotionless sentence nearly scared Bai Fingxing shitless. Bai Fingxing harbored no doubt whatsoever about the truth of these words. The pressure Wu Mei exerted on him was countless times greater than that white family ancestors. Qin Lang noticed Bai Fingxing standing silently in place, neither leaving nor initiating conversation with him. Helplessly, Qin Lang had no choice but to brace himself and approach Bai Fingxing, cupping his hands in salute as he said, "Senior Bai, about joining the Bai family, could you give me some time to consider it?" Bai Fingxing, still reeling from shock, was jolted back to reality by Qin Lang's words. He lifted his gaze and saw, to his surprise, Qin Lang actually offering him a courteous bow with hands clasped. In an instant, Bai Fingxing was so terrified that his pores dilated, and cold sweat erupted all over his body. He hastily cupped his hands in salute, his voice trembling, "Young master, this is all a misunderstanding. The Bai family would never dare to offend you. My earlier words were presumptuous. Please, young master, do not take them to heart." Bai Fingxing was inwardly groaning in despair. With such a powerful sister backing you, who would dare give you trouble? I should be the one begging you not to make things difficult for me. Qin Lang's eyes lit up when he saw Bai Fingxing's actions. Could it be that this old man, seeing how strong fifth sister is, no longer dares to threaten me? So, Qin Lang bowed once more and earnestly said, "Senior Bai, the Bai family is overwhelmingly powerful. If the Bai family insists that I join, I wouldn't dare disobey." He wanted to test Bai Fingxing, to see if the suspicion in his heart was true. Unexpectedly, his words sent a shudder through Bai Fingxing's body. Bai Fingxing stole a glance at the surrounding mist, terrified that the frightening woman in black might return and hide within it. Bai Fingxing immediately bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle, awkwardly saying, I wouldn't dare. In the entire Hua nation, the Bai family is merely a second-tier aristocratic clan. If the young master is unwilling, the Bai family naturally wouldn't dare to insist. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck Bai Fingxing. If I could establish a good relationship with this young man before me, wouldn't that be an indirect way to connect with that terrifying woman in black? With this thought, Bai Fingxing came up with an idea. Chuckling warmly, Bai Fingxing said, This old man is Bai Fingxing, of the Bai family in Binhai. May I inquire about your esteemed name, young master? At this moment, Qin Lang had already tested the outcome. He understood that after Fifth Sister's appearance, the old man no longer dared to force him to join the Bai family. Qin Lang's tense nerves relaxed as he said casually, Senior Bai, my name is Qin Lang, so it's young Master Qin. Bai Fingxing smiled amiably and said, Please continue your training, young Master Qin. I won't disturb you any further, I'll take my leave now. With those words, Bai Fingxing took a step forward and swiftly departed. Only after confirming Bai Fingxing had truly left did Qin Lang feel at ease. He practiced the Thunder Dash Fist 2 more times to solidify today's gains. Afterwards, he leisurely made his way back to the villa. As soon as he entered the villa, a fragrant aroma drifted towards Qin Lang. It was just past 7 o'clock, who could be up this early? Qin Lang approached the kitchen doorway and saw a slender figure busily working inside. Big sister, you're up so early? Qin Lang leaned against the kitchen doorway and asked with a smile. Busy at work, Gong Lu froze upon hearing this. She turned her head slowly and asked in confusion, Little brother, why are you up so early? Go back to sleep for a while. I'll call you when breakfast is ready. Gong Lu's words warmed Qin Lang's heart. Oh my, having an elder sister feels absolutely wonderful. He shook his head with a smile. I got up at 6 and have been practicing martial arts outside. Gong Lu gave Qin Lang a surprised glance and exclaimed, You woke up that early? When I just got up, I saw your door tightly closed. I thought you were still asleep. Go rest in the living room for a while. Breakfast will be ready soon. At this moment, Gong Lu was dressed in pajamas with a bare face, yet still possessed an astonishingly captivating charm. Alright, Qin Lang happily nodded and walked to the living room to play with his phone. He opened his social media feed to find it filled with graduation photos posted by his classmates. Unfortunately, he wasn't in any of these photos. There were even many captions that subtly mocked him. Couldn't even attend the final gathering. People start showing their true colors right after graduation. Some people always insist on being different just for the sake of it. Better keep your distance from such classmates. Looking forward to reuniting in 10 years to see who's doing better. Seeing these messages, Qin Lang swiped past without a second glance. He couldn't be bothered with these people. Most of his classmates posting these messages were just green-eyed with envy. Because before leaving, when he said he couldn't attend the graduation reunion, he'd mentioned inheriting family assets in the class group chat. As a result, he faced a storm of mockery. By now, Qin Lang no longer felt like speaking in the class group chat. Time passed quickly. Half an hour later, Gong Lu's voice rang out from the kitchen. Little brother, time for dinner. Alright, go call Xiao Lo and Shi too. Qin Lang responded loudly and scrambled up to the second floor in a few leaps. Noticing Li Shiha's door tightly shut, he wondered suspiciously, is third sister still asleep? It's already 8 o'clock, how can she still be sleeping? The moment he pushed the door open, a delicate fragrance instantly filled his nostrils. It smells pretty good. He looked up and saw that Li Shiha was indeed still asleep. He shouted loudly twice, Third sister. Third sister. What? Li Shiha slowly raised her head, her voice languid. This single what, spoken with a gentle, lazy, and melting tone, made Qin Lang's heart itch with longing. Suppressing the flutter in his chest, he shouted loudly, Food's ready. Perhaps overly excited by the words food's ready, Li Shiha immediately sprang up from the bed. She stood on the bed, stretching lazily with a yawn. At that moment, sunlight streamed through the window into the room, casting a golden halo around Li Shiha's silhouette as it traced the curves of her body. Qin Lang stared transfixed at Li Shiha bathed in the luminous glow, her graceful figure utterly captivating. Third sister truly lived up to being a superstar. Every casual pose she struck was simply elegant. Then, Qin Lang went downstairs first to call the plump little assistant, Li Lu, to eat. It must be said that as a bodyguard, Li Li's vigilance is quite high. As soon as he pushed open the door of the room, Li Lu immediately sat up from the bed. Li Lu glared at Qin Lang, her eyes filled with scrutiny. What do you want? Qin Lang remained silent. This little chubby girl is really guarded against me. Chapter 26, The Big Shot. Let's eat. After saying these 2 words, Qin Lang quickly left. It would be trouble if this plump girl misunderstood. The dinner table. The sisters ate their meal delicately, taking small bites like kittens. Qin Lang, on the other hand, wolfed down his breakfast in just a few bites. Putting down his bowl and chopsticks, Qin Lang looked at Li Shiha. Third sister, your concert is this evening, right? Having promised Li Shiha that he would accompany her to the concert, Xin Lang naturally kept this matter in mind. Li Shiha nodded, puzzled. Yes, why do you ask? Xin Lang smiled and said, I need to go back to school this morning to pack my things and say goodbye to my dorm mates. He had a great relationship with his dorm brothers, and now that they were graduating, it was only fitting to put a proper end to this chapter of their student life. At this moment, Li Shiha's eyes lit up as she cooed, little brother, let me go with you. It had been ages since Li Shiha last stepped foot on a university campus, and she was eager to experience it again. No way. No way. Fatty Girl and Xin Lang refused the proposal in unison. At this moment, Fatty Girl transformed into a strict little assistant. Sister Shiha, university campuses are too crowded. Even if you disguise yourself, people will likely recognize you. Moreover, if you accompany Xin Lang, it could easily lead to misunderstandings. Also, we have a concert tonight. There's still a lot we need to prepare in advance. Li Yu gazed earnestly at Li Shiha, hoping these words might quell the restless urges stirring within her. With a resigned sigh, Li Shiha conceded, alright, I get it. Noticing the faint disappointment on Li Shiha's face, Xin Lang couldn't help but clarify, third sister, I just want to say goodbye quietly. If you come with me, what a sensation that would cause. Even if you weren't a superstar, just with looks stunning enough to topple cities to conquer nations, you'd make all the boys at school too stunned to move. Then we'd really have trouble getting away. Don't worry, I'll come back as quickly as possible. While explaining, Xin Lang took the opportunity to compliment Li Shiha with a few graceful words. Girls, they all love to hear these words. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Li Shiha waved her hand with a smile. Go on, come back early. If you come back late and ruin my performance today, it'll all be on you. Ugh, what kind of logic is this? This is pure vexatious obstruction. Xin Lang nodded helplessly and said helplessly, fine, I'll try to come back as soon as possible. Then, he went to the garage beside the villa, got into his Bugatti, and roared down the mountain road with the engine revving. At this moment, at the entrance of Cloudtop City, a young woman complained impatiently, third grandfather, who exactly are we waiting for? Who else in this coastal town could make us wait at the door like this? The young woman's revered third grandfather was none other than Bai Fingxing, the third-rank master who guarded Cloudtop City. Bai Fingxing sighed softly and said gently, child, you've been chattering in my ear for half an hour now. Go bother your grandfather instead. Just wait a little longer, he should be coming down soon. At that moment, standing beside them was a tall, vigorous elderly man with white hair. The white-haired elder scolded, Xiaoya, stop fooling around. This operation concerns the future development of our family. If you don't want to stand here, then go back immediately. Scolded by the white-haired elder, the girl called Xiaoya quieted down. She pouted, feeling deeply resentful inside. She was determined to see just what kind of person could make so many core members of the Bai family wait here. After all, the Bai family was one of the four great families of Binhai City. This Cloudtop City is merely one of the Bai family's many properties. In Binhai, countless people aspire to ingratiate themselves with the Bai family. Never has it been seen that the Bai family would need to curry favor with others. Upon arriving at the main gate of Cloudtop City, Xin Lang sensed an unusual atmosphere here. The security personnel were nowhere to be seen. They'd been replaced by broad-shouldered men dressed in black, their expressions solemn and stern. Xin Lang noticed these men in black had thick arms and steady breathing. They all appeared to be martial artists. Someone capable of mobilizing so many armed men in black must belong to a major faction. Close to 200 of these black-clad figures stood in neat rows on either side of Cloudrise City's gates, hands respectfully at their sides, clearly awaiting someone's arrival. Seeing such an impressive display, Xin Lang marveled inwardly. Whoever they're waiting for must be a truly important figure. At this moment, a crowd of passers-by had gathered around the gates of Cloudtop City. The onlookers eyed the figures in black at the entrance and buzzed with chatter. Damn, what's with the grand display? Some VIP coming through? Obviously. What kind of pointless question is that? Such a grand display must surely be for welcoming some special individual. These black-suited men are tall and burly, clearly no pushovers. Any organization that can deploy so many of them must be extraordinary. Did you notice? All of Cloudtop City's security personnel have disappeared, which means these black-suited men have now taken control of the entire place. In all of Binhai, only a handful could pull this off. You should know, the elusive owner of Cloudtop City isn't someone to be trifled with. Pedestrians speculated wildly, convinced these men in black belonged to some powerful organization. Though Xin Lang burned with curiosity about the black-clad man's origins, urgent matters demanded his attention. He couldn't afford to linger. Boom! He eased onto the accelerator, inching his car toward the main gate. Xin young master. At that moment, a hoarse voice reached Xin Lang's ears from the side. This voice sounds somewhat familiar. Seems like I've heard it somewhere before. Xin Lang turned toward the voice and saw Bai Fingxing, the third-rank master he had encountered that morning, smiling at him from not far away. Xin Lang wondered suspiciously, why is he calling me? Just as confusion filled Xin Lang's face, Bai Fengxing approached with a large group of people. At the same time, all those black-clad martial artists turned around and gazed at Qin Lang. What are you doing? What do they want? Surely so many people wouldn't gang up on just me alone? Qin Lang quickly asked in his heart, troll detector, check whether these people have hostile intentions. Ding! Detection in progress. Scan complete, these martial artists bear no hostility toward the host. No hostility? Whoosh! That's good. Qin Lang let out a slight sigh of relief as his anxious heart settled down. He stepped out of the car and walked toward Bai Fengxing and the others. Before he could get close, Qin Lang smiled and asked, Senior Bai, what are you all doing here? Are you waiting for someone important? Just then, a pleasant female voice sounded by Qin Lang's ear. We're all waiting for you, the important one. There was an indescribable strangeness in the woman's words. Qin Lang followed the voice and saw a fair-skinned, pretty girl staring directly at him. Chapter 27, The White Family's Promise. Qin Lang looked at the girl in confusion. When did I offend this girl? This is our first time meeting, isn't it? At that moment, an authoritative yet aged voice rang out, Xiaoya, mind your manners with young Master Qin. Young Master Qin shifted his gaze to see a formidable white-haired elder speaking. Oh, who is this again? The white-haired elder, noticing Qin Lang's questioning look, laughed heartily and said, Young Master Qin, this old man is Bai Fenglei, head of the Bai family. With that, Bai Fenglei casually raised his hand. Seeing this gesture from Bai Fenglei, Qin Lang hesitated in his heart. Is this some novel way of greeting people? Just as Qin Lang was hesitating whether to raise his arm as well and return the same courtesy to the head of the Bai family, the black-clad martial artists standing on either side of the gate simultaneously bowed, paying their respects to Qin Lang with deep reverence. Then, a unified thunderous roar erupted at the entrance of Cloud Rise City. I've seen young Master Qin. The simultaneous roar of over 100 voices shook the surrounding pedestrians to their core, making their eardrums numb. People lifted their heads to peer inside the gates, eager to catch a glimpse of this young Master Qin. Unfortunately, the crowd of black-clad martial artists was simply too dense, they couldn't see what was happening beyond them at all. At the same time, residents on the lowest tier of Cloudtop City all heard this thunderous roar. Many dwellers from the first level rushed out of their villas to see what had happened. As for Qin Lang, he was standing there in complete confusion. Being already a 9th-rank martial artist, such noise couldn't affect him at all. The reason for his bewilderment was, are all these people greeting me? I don't think I'm this popular. At this moment, Bai Fenglei walked up to Qin Lang and slowly said, Young Master Qin, I've already heard from my third brother Bai Fengxing about what happened this morning. This incident occurred because my third brother was too eager in his search for talent. He saw that young Master Qin possessed extraordinary martial talent, and even entertained the thought of forcibly recruiting him into our Bai family. To make amends, I've brought the entire Bai family here specifically to apologize to young Master Qin. I sincerely hope you won't take it to heart. The entire Bai family, coming to apologize? Hearing these words, Qin Lang maintained a calm exterior, but inwardly his heart was pounding with panic. Damn, do we really need such a grand spectacle? The head of the Bai family, one of the 4 major aristocratic families in Binhai, actually brought people to apologize to me. Cut it out. You're putting way too much pressure on me. Several seconds passed before Qin Lang coughed and cleared his throat. He tried to calm himself and smiled, saying, It's nothing, just a trivial matter. Besides, that's all in the past now, and I've already let it go. To be honest, it's probably because my talent is just too exceptional. At this point, Qin Lang immediately stopped himself. Ahem, putting it like that sounds a bit too showy. Let's keep a lower profile. At this moment, a voice as faint as a mosquito's hum came through. Shameless narcissist. Qin Lang glanced at the girl named Xiaoya, pretending not to hear. Bai Fenglei was momentarily stunned, then burst into loud laughter. Indeed, if not for young Master Qin's astonishing talent, Fengxing wouldn't have developed such strong admiration for gifted individuals. Young Master Qin, should you ever need the Bai family's assistance in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. The Bai family will surely support you with all our might. Then, Bai Fenglei turned to glance at the Bai family members behind him and solemnly declared, From now on, young Master Qin's affairs are the affairs of our entire Bai family. Anything pertaining to young Master Qin, our entire clan will offer full support. Those who disobey shall face family discipline. Yes, the Bai family members behind Bai Fenglei answered in thunderous unison. Bai Fenglei's goal was simple, to offer Qin Lang assistance whenever needed. This way, there would be ties of mutual obligation between the Bai family and Qin Lang. With such a formidable sister, Qin Lang was bound to reach extraordinary heights in the future. Moreover, if the Bai family ever faced a major crisis, asking Qin Lang for help would be akin to enlisting the aid of his mysterious sister. By the count, the Bai family was getting a sure profit with no risk. Seeing the Bai family's grand display, Qin Lang couldn't help but feel a wave of helplessness. He sighed helplessly, Elder Bai, I truly don't know what to say anymore. Bai Fenglei laughed heartily, Young Master Qin, consider this the Bai family's way of making amends. From now on, just say the word, young Master Qin, and the entire Bai family will spare no effort to help you with any difficulties. Seeing old Master Bai's resolute attitude, Qin Lang found himself at a loss as to what else he could do. With someone going to such great lengths to apologize to him, how could he possibly respond with harsh words? Moreover, he had already guessed the Bai family's intentions. The Bai family did all this solely because of the powerful and mysterious fifth sister, Wu Mei. Fine. From now on, I'll just limit my interactions with the Bai family. Qin Lang smiled faintly and said, then I thank the head of the Bai family. By the way, I have some business to attend to at Binhai University, so I'll take my leave now. Binhai University, where Qin Lang was enrolled, was the top-ranked elite university in Binhai. Most of the students at Binhai University are the children of the wealthy and powerful within the province, either from affluent or influential families. And there was a small portion, like Qin Lang, who entered Coastal University with outstanding academic performance. Hearing the words Binhai University, Bai Fenglei's eyes lit up. He nodded with a smile. So, young Master Qin is a student at Coastal University. What a coincidence, my little Ye is also studying there. Turning around, he glanced at Baya, who wore an annoyed expression, and cheerfully said, yeah, weren't you heading to school too? Since it's on the way, why don't you go together with young Master Qin? Baya was about to refuse, but Bai Fenglei shot her a stern glare, forcing her to obediently swallow her words. Then, Bai Fenglei smiled at Qin Lang and said with a laugh, my granddaughter is a bit mischievous. Please forgive her, young Master Qin. Seeing Baya's obvious displeasure, Qin Lang couldn't help but feel somewhat amused. He waved his hand magnanimously, Senior Bai, you jest. It's perfectly normal for a girl to have a bit of temper. Bai Fenglei nodded with a beaming smile, the wrinkles on his aged face deepening even further. Then, all the Bai family martial artists stood on both sides, watching Qin Lang get into the car. Baya had no choice but to reluctantly take the passenger seat next to Qin Lang. Qin Lang nodded goodbye to the Bai family members, started his Bugatti, and drove out of Yunchang City. After he left, Bai Fenglei stared in the direction Qin Lang had gone and asked solemnly, third brother, is that woman truly so formidable? Bai Fengxing nodded solemnly, his face showing a trace of terror, more horrifying than I described. That realm is already beyond our comprehension. Such people should only be befriended, never provoked. Chapter 28, please exit the vehicle. After leaving Cloudtop City, Baya turned her face toward the car window, refusing to engage with Qin Lang. She held a great deal of resentment towards Qin Lang. She had no idea what this guy had said to her family elders to make them view him in such a favorable light. To think that even the owners of major enterprises in Binhai could hardly ever get an audience with her grandfather under normal circumstances. Yet today, Grandpa actually took so many members of the Bai family to wait for this guy at the gates of Cloudtop City. Thinking of this, Baya felt choked with frustration in her heart. She quietly shifted her gaze, examining just what extraordinary qualities this Qin fellow possessed. Upon closer inspection, nothing special at all. Handsome with a smile at the corners of his mouth and a fairly robust physique. Such young men could be found in abundance in Binhai. Why should a junior like him receive such overwhelming favor from our elders? Just then, the car slowly came to a stop. Qin Lang parked the Bugatti by the roadside. Seeing the car suddenly stop, Baya immediately looked at Qin Lang with vigilance. She protested in a coy voice, what do you think you're doing? At this moment, Baya resembled nothing so much as a kitten sensing danger. Seeing Baya's nervous expression, Qin Lang couldn't help but reveal a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He said lightly, didn't you say you wouldn't ride in my car? Now that we've left Cloudcrest City and your grandfather isn't here, you can get out. With that, Qin Lang made a sweeping gesture with his hand, signaling for Baya to disembark. Baya was taken aback before finally grasping Qin Lang's meaning. At first, she had thought Qin Lang intended to make improper advances towards her. Once Baya comprehended the situation, she looked out the car window, her face flashing with anger. Clenching her delicate fists tightly, she snapped angrily, you're just going to dump me here? Exactly. Qin Lang shrugged his shoulders as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Didn't you say you didn't want to ride in my car? I'm not the type to force others into difficult situations. Watching Qin Lang's nonchalant expression, Baya gritted her teeth in frustration. After all, she was quite the beauty, couldn't this guy show the slightest bit of chivalry? Countless wealthy young men usually compete to drive me around, and I wouldn't even spare them a glance. Yet this guy has the nerve to try and kick me out of the car. Baya crossed her arms, grinding her teeth in frustration. She glanced sideways at Qin Lang and asked pointedly, I'm guessing you've never had a girlfriend before, have you? Baya cursed inwardly, a rigid straight guy like you would be damned lucky to get a girlfriend. Qin Lang put on a professional smile and said, I dated before, just broke up. Thanks for your concern, please get out of the car. Baya tightened her seatbelt and cooed, I changed my mind now. I insist on taking your car. With that, Baya tightly closed her eyes and began feigning sleep. Looking at the shameless Baya, Qin Lang was rendered speechless. Clearly, it was her own choice not to sit, yet now that he kindly offered to let her exit the vehicle, she refused. Ah, sure enough, a woman's heart is as fathomless as the ocean's depths. Forget it, I can't possibly physically force her out of the car. Vroom. Qin Lang stepped on the gas, and the Bugatti shot forward. Feeling the car start moving, Baya secretly cracked open one eye to observe Qin Lang's expression. When she saw Qin Lang's speechless expression, she felt immensely pleased with herself. Slowly opening her eyes, she cooed with laughter. Let me tell you something, others fight for the chance to have me ride in their cars, and I can't even be bothered to glance at them. Having this young lady personally grace your passenger seat, you should be secretly jumping for joy. Baya was the cherished princess of the Bai family, having been doted upon since childhood. She's seen plenty of rich second-generation heirs and wealthy young masters. The advantages these privileged sons pride themselves on mean nothing to her. Qin Lang chuckled dryly. So I should thank you for that, is that it? No need. Baya waved her hand with exaggerated magnanimity. Qin Lang. He no longer wanted to speak. Throughout the journey, Qin Lang barely said a word. In contrast, Baya, after that earlier incident, seemed to have found her voice. Only then did Qin Lang realize that this Baya was actually his junior from the same university. Now, she was already a junior at Binhai University. By the time Qin Lang graduated, Baya was about to start her summer vacation. Half an hour later, Qin Lang drove to Binhai University and parked his car in the lot near the school gate. It's graduation season now, with many students taking commemorative photos at the school gate. Vroom vroom. The moment his Bugatti arrived here, it attracted numerous gazes from the crowd. Many girls with heavy makeup looked toward the passenger seat of the Bugatti, hoping to see if anyone was sitting there. When they saw Baya sitting in the passenger seat, disappointment flashed across their faces. Only the wealthiest young masters could afford such a luxury car. If they could latch onto a young master like this, all their future worries would vanish. What a pity someone had already beaten them to it. Get out of the car. Qin Lang unbuckled his seatbelt and said indifferently. Seeing Qin Lang's cold expression, Baya rolled her eyes and retorted, "Who wants your crappy car anyway?" With that, she pushed the car door open and stormed out. Baya instantly captivated countless gazes the moment she appeared. The girls wanted to see what made this woman sitting in the Bugatti's passenger seat so much better than them. When they saw Baya's beautiful face, they were overwhelmed by feelings of inferiority. Baya possessed not only a vibrant youthful beauty full of life, but also an intangible air of nobility. This kind of noble aura only gradually takes shape in a person after prolonged refinement. Such temperament cannot be faked. At that moment, a male voice exclaimed from the crowd. Holy shit, it's actually Baya, the most famous campus belle in junior year. I heard her identity is rather mysterious, and she's quite aloof, has turned down many wealthy, handsome suitors. Another person sneered. Aloof my foot. She still climbed into someone else's luxury car. These so-called campus belles, they only act high and mighty around us. A glamorously dressed girl said jealously. Only you inexperienced boys would worship them as goddesses or campus belles. Pfft, they've got just two eyes and one mouth like everyone else. Her words immediately drew the attention of many male students. When they got a clear look at the girl's face, they all turned their heads away in unison. Indeed, she had two eyes and one mouth like everyone else. But others' two-eyed, one-mouthed faces were pleasing to behold, brimming with aesthetic charm, whereas yours made people unwilling to take a second glance. A boy wearing a floral shirt saw Baya and Qin Lang getting out of the car together and immediately picked up his phone. Hey, He Xiao, come quick to the school gate and check this out. Looks like there's a guy pursuing Baya. That dude drives a Bugatti, probably loaded with cash. He looks unfamiliar to me, probably not someone from our circle. Qin Lang and Baya walked side by side toward the gate of Binhai University. Now reaching the 9th grade martial artist level, Qin Lang's hearing had surpassed that of ordinary people. Hearing many people discussing Baya, he asked curiously, "Are you quite famous at school?" Baya proudly lifted her chin. Of course. Meanwhile, inside Binhai University, a large group of male students was rapidly gathering. Chapter 29, Who do you think you are? Qin Lang stood at 185 centimeters tall, half a head taller than Baya. As he spoke, he tilted his head slightly and lowered it a little. Meanwhile, Baya lifted her chin slightly, a confident smile playing on her face. For the two of them, this was just an ordinary conversation. But to onlookers, it appeared remarkably intimate. The students felt a twinge of heartache as they witnessed this scene. Why? Why couldn't they be the male protagonist instead? The boys looked at Qin Lang's handsome face, then at the Bugatti behind him, their hearts filled with resentment. Is it only the tall, rich, and handsome who can win a beauty's favor? Meanwhile, the girls were screaming inside, wondering why they couldn't be the female lead instead. It's not like they're any less attractive. This Baya is just a bit more famous, wearing that campus belle title like a crown. They'd heard Baya was some pure goddess, but seeing her now, she's nothing special. Gazing at the envious looks in everyone's eyes, Qin Lang secretly reveled in his triumph. Once, he was one of them, but now it's different. He's no longer the penniless boy he used to be. Arriving at the gate of Binhai University, Xin Lang waved with a smile and said, "Goodbye. Good riddance." Though Baya was pleasant to look at and fairly attractive, compared to the elder sisters, she fell far short. Seeing Xin Lang's relieved expression, Baya ground her teeth in frustration. Everyone else is dying to strike up a conversation with me, yet this guy avoids me like the plague. Baya rolled her eyes and gritted her teeth, saying, "As if I'd ever want to see you." With that, she took large strides, ready to leave the entrance. Yet, after just 2 steps, she immediately turned around and stood right next to Xin Lang. Not only that, she took the initiative to reach out and wrap her arms around Xin Lang's arm, wearing a look of bliss on her face. Seeing Baya suddenly return and cling to him, Xin Lang was utterly baffled. What was this about? What is she up to? Love at first sight? Am I really that charming? Soon, a familiar feeling welled up in Xin Lang's heart. 3 words came to his mind: useful idiot. This scene was far too similar to that moment at the restaurant entrance with Mo Rushue. Is this girl expecting me to help her deal with some persistent admirer? Sure enough, a whisper as faint as a mosquito's buzz reached Xin Lang's ears. There's a troublesome pest coming. Could you do me a favor and help fend them off? Don't say anything, I'll handle this. Upon hearing Baya's words, Lang Qin sighed inwardly. Just as I thought. Am I doomed to be nothing more than a tool? At this very moment. Ding! Baya's request has been detected. Host, please make the following choice. Option 1, accept Baya's request and help her overcome the difficulty. Reward, Ultra Power Punch Exchange Card, one-time use. Option 2, accept Baya's request but deliberately sabotage her. Reward, 10 charm points. Mission 3, reject Baya's request, push Baya away, and walk off without looking back. Mission reward, 500,000. Host has 10 seconds to make a choice. Exceeding the time limit will be deemed as automatic abandonment. The sudden appearance of the option caused Xin Lang to feel slightly excited. Finally, a mission had arrived. However, what exactly is this Super Punch redemption card? Xin Lang quickly asked in his heart, Mr. Contrarian, what is this Super Power Punch thing? And also, what does one time mean? Can it only be used once? Yes, it can only be used once. Super Punch, capable of unleashing a strike far beyond the wielder's current power level. Based on the host's current strength assessment, the Super Strike can instantly kill masters below 5th rank with one punch. Hearing it could only be used once, Xin Lang immediately lost interest. But when he heard it could knock out masters below 5th rank with one punch, his enthusiasm instantly reignited. This was truly a trump card. As for the other 2 tasks, Xin Lang simply ignored them. Though the second task was quite interesting, the rewards were absolute trash. The third task wasn't even worth considering. Despite being somewhat of an oblivious straight guy, Xin Lang couldn't bring himself to just turn around and leave. Mission 1. As soon as he spoke, the troll's electronic voice chimed in. Ding! Mission 1 accepted successfully. Good or not, why don't you say something? At that moment, Baya's voice reached Xin Lang's ears. Xin Lang tilted his head slightly and saw Baya looking at him anxiously, her face clouded with worry. He smiled faintly, sure. Upon hearing these 2 words, the worry on Baya's face transformed into a radiant smile. She felt a little smug inside. She still had some charm after all. This Mr. Qin wasn't as clueless about romance as she'd thought. Yet the next second, Baya's smile froze on her face. Xin Lang wrapped an arm around her slender waist, pulling her gently against him. Since we're pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend, let's make it convincing. Otherwise your suitors won't believe it. Xin Lang's voice drifted to Baya's ears, his warm breath suddenly making her ears turn red. Soon, that redness spread from her ears across Baya's entire face. Immediately, even Baya's neck turned crimson red. Baya's body stiffened, as if someone had cast a paralysis spell on her. Her mind went momentarily blank. Never before in her life had she experienced such close contact with a strange boy. Xin Lang was the first. Baya was the little princess of the Bai family. Those who knew her identity had never dared to show her disrespect. She stared blankly at Xin Lang, taking a long while to react. Baya gritted her silver teeth until they creaked, whispering fiercely, just you wait. Better not fall into my hands. Xin Lang smiled faintly and said lightly, heh, I'll be waiting. Feeling the warmth and softness in his hand, Xin Lang felt somewhat smug. Damn it, helping you out should come with some reward. Otherwise, why would I do it for free? I'm no simp. Seeing by his flushed face, Xin Lang teased, why so red? Don't fall in love with me. I'm not interested in you. Otherwise, you'll get hurt. Baya fumed, you. Before she could finish her sentence, a loud roar interrupted. What are you doing? Kid, get your hands off Shaya right now. A large group of boys was approaching from not far away. The leader was a young man with a twisted expression. The young man stared at Xin Lang and Baya, who were being intimate, his eyes blazing with fury. If looks could kill, Xin Lang would have been burned to ashes under that gaze long ago. At this moment, a male student in a floral shirt emerged from the crowd. The floral shirt man approached the newcomer, pointing at Xin Lang, and exclaimed loudly, Young master this is the guy. This ignorant brat doesn't know his place, daring to pursue Baya. Upon hearing this, young master he rushed straight to Qin Lang's face, pointing at his nose and roared, "No matter who you are, get the hell out of Binhai University right now. Otherwise, I'll have someone carry you out." The guys who came with young master he all roared in unison, "Get out! Get out!" But Qin Lang responded with a cold smirk, disdainfully asking, "Who the hell do you think you are?" Chapter 30. My stomach isn't great. The surrounding classmates immediately took schadenfreude when they saw He Xiao arriving. He Xiao is the basketball club president. Not only is he handsome, but his family is loaded too. That's right, He Xiao made it clear long ago, anyone who dares pursue Baya is making an enemy of him. This is going to be interesting. See those guys behind young master he? They're all key players from the basketball team. Who'd have thought the entire basketball squad would show up? These guys are towering giants, not to be messed with. That punk in the Bugatti is screwed. With so many basketball team members here, they won't let him off easy. So what if you're rich? At times like these, money is useless. The surrounding male students reacted differently. Some wore expressions of amusement, anticipating a spectacle, while others shook their heads, convinced Qin Lang was about to get beaten up. The female students' expressions varied as they watched the scene unfold. Some girls looked regretful. After all, Qin Lang and Baya standing together had resembled such a sweet couple. Some girls seemed unable to bear watching the scene that would unfold next and left directly. Other girls with heavy makeup flashed their eyes, ready to stand up for Qin Lang after he was beaten, aiming to leave an impression in his heart. At that moment, Qin Lang's words, "What the hell do you think you are?" reached the ears of his classmates. In an instant, everyone around held their breath. Countless questions arose in their minds. Who is this? What gives him the right to be so arrogant? Can't he see all those helpers behind young master he? Has he never tasted a good beating before? Does he really think money can settle everything? Upon hearing Qin Lang's words, master he instantly flew into a rage. Who the hell do you think you are? He took a step forward, ready to charge at Qin Lang and start a fight. At this point, words are useless, let's settle this with fists. But he had barely taken a single step before he came to an abrupt halt, because Baya was now standing firmly in front of Qin Lang. With her hands on her hips and anger in her voice, Baya declared, "He Liangpin, please leave. Who I date is none of your business." He Liangpin's face fell, then he stiffened his neck and retorted, "How is it none of my business? Xiaoya, I like you. You can only be my girlfriend. If anyone dares to take you from me, I'll make them pay." He Liangpin's domineering attitude made some girls around him starry-eyed. These girls adore dominant men, believing such men can provide them with a sense of security. However, Baya furrowed her brows. She said coldly, "You like me, what does that have to do with me? Do you think just because you like me, I have to like you back? Sorry, but we're not compatible." Baya came from the coastal Bai family and had seen much of the world. Unlike ordinary girls, she wasn't the type to be easily moved. She knew exactly what she liked and disliked. As Baya's words came out, He Liangpin's expression changed drastically. Looking into Baya's determined eyes, he felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. However, he wouldn't give up that easily. He accidentally learned some news. Baya's background was extremely prestigious, placing her family far beyond the reach of ordinary people. He Liangpin gritted his teeth. He absolutely couldn't give up now. At that moment, He Liangpin noticed the perfectly calm Qin Lang standing behind Baya, and his fury instantly reignited. Glaring at Qin Lang, he spat, "What kind of man even are you? Hiding behind a woman whenever there's trouble. A man like you isn't worthy of Xiaoya at all." He was clever. By directing the confrontation at Qin Lang, he forced him to step forward. Then, he could prove himself superior to Qin Lang. Moreover, seeing Qin Lang standing silently behind Baya, he mistakenly thought Qin Lang was backing down. This only bolstered He Liangpin's confidence further. Qin Lang fully grasped He Liangpin's implication and responded with a grin, "Sorry, my stomach's delicate, I prefer eating soft rice." "Sweetheart, let's go. Don't waste time on this idiot." The last sentence was spoken by Qin Lang to Baya. As he spoke, Qin Lang demonstratively wrapped his arm around Baya's slender waist. Hearing Qin Lang call her darling, Baya couldn't help but shudder. How utterly revolting. Feeling Qin Lang's arm encircling her again, Baya gritted her teeth in fury. Has this guy grown accustomed to hugging her? Once this matter is over, she absolutely won't let him off the hook. Seeing Qin Lang's actions and hearing his words, He Liangpin was so angry that smoke practically billowed from his 7 orifices. In an instant, fury filled his chest to the brim. He could bear it no longer. He felt if he didn't act now, Qin Lang would be the death of him. "Go to hell, you damn." He Liangpin cursed and charged at Qin Lang with fists flying, aiming a punch straight for Qin Lang's cheek. He Liangpin didn't notice that the moment after he uttered this national insult, Qin Lang's expression instantly darkened. Having never seen his mother since childhood, he was most sensitive to insults about her. With frosty features, Qin Lang stepped forward and swiftly delivered a kick. Boom! A muffled thud. Qin Lang's kick landed squarely on He Liangpin's chest, sending him flying through the air with the sheer force. Had it not been for the basketball club members behind He Liangpin catching him, his fate would have been far more miserable. Even so, He Liangpin felt unbearably suffocated, struggling to breathe properly. The surrounding classmates watched this scene unfold with mild astonishment. Damn, this guy's got some serious kicking power. Yeah, he just sent young Master He flying with one kick. But this guy might be winning now, but he's gonna regret it soon. Look at the basketball club members behind young Master He, they're about to make their move. As the onlookers buzzed with discussion, the basketball club members sprang into action. Damn bastard, you dare hit our captain right in front of all of us? Son of a bitch, we'll teach you a lesson you won't forget, show you why flowers are so red. You even dare to fight back? Looking down on us, huh? The basketball team members rolled up their sleeves and charged at Qin Lang. Seeing these attackers approaching, Baiya's expression changed, and she anxiously said, there are too many of them. Qin Lang, run! Qin Lang gave a cold smile and pulled Baiya behind him. A bunch of basketball players daring to throw fists at a 9th-rank martial artist, they must have a death wish. Qin Lang suddenly strode forward, charging straight at this group of basketball club members. Slap slap slap. Before long, a series of slapping sounds echoed across the court. Following closely, waves of pained groans also rang out. Chapter 31, The Taekwondo Club Arrives. It turned out that after Qin Lang met the boys from the basketball team, some men reached out to grab Qin Lang, trying to seize his hair and restrain his movements. Some men swung their fists at Qin Lang's face, aiming to knock him down with a single punch. Some boys even lifted their legs to kick Qin Lang in the stomach, aiming to knock him flat. All these attacks were blocked by Qin Lang with just one hand. He used one hand for defense and the other for offense. Now a 9th-grade martial artist, his striking speed was several times faster than these boys. Moreover, his attacking method was straightforward, slap them in the face. A single slap from him could instantly daze these boys. Thus, when he charged into the crowd, it was like a tiger pouncing among sheep, utterly unstoppable. Smack! Slap! Slap slap! The rhythmic sounds of slaps reverberated one after another, unexpectedly carrying a faint musical cadence. In less than a minute, all dozen-plus basketball club boys were thoroughly dazed by the slapping. They froze in place, their minds completely blank. Ah! Ow! Aha! It wasn't until a few seconds later, when the excruciating pain on their faces finally registered in their brains, that the boys couldn't help but scream in agony. Until these cries of pain rang out, the stunned onlookers were finally jolted awake. They exclaimed in unison. What am I seeing? 1 against 10. This is just too fierce. He looks like a god of war. Holy crap. Slapping one person after another, he took down more than 10 guys in less than a minute, without even a scratch on himself. I thought he was going to get beaten to a pulp, but turns out he was the one dishing out the beating. These basketball club guys are worthless. They look tall and strong, but in reality, they're just a bunch of weaklings. At the same time, the girls gazed at Qin Lang's retreating figure, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Oh my god, this is exactly the sense of security I've been looking for. Would he mind having one more girlfriend? Because I certainly wouldn't. He's so handsome. He's handsome, rich, and knows martial arts too. That's exactly what I imagine a Prince Charming to be. In an instant, the crowd erupted like a boiling pot, bursting into commotion. Everyone was exhilarated, as if the one who had struck wasn't Qin Lang, but themselves. Qin Lang stood coldly in front of He Liangpin and uttered icily, "Watch your words. Otherwise, people will die." Mother had always been a taboo in Qin Lang's heart, something no one was allowed to touch upon. He Liangpin felt fearful in his heart, but he refused to admit weakness with his words. Stiffening his neck, he shouted loudly, "You know martial arts, of course we can't beat you. You wanna wait right here? My Taekwondo club brothers are on their way." Seeing that his basketball club members couldn't hold Qin Lang back, he immediately texted his Taekwondo club brothers for backup. He Liangpin had extensive connections at Binhai University. He refused to believe Qin Lang couldn't be taken down. Qin Lang sneered, "Idiot. I don't have time for your games. Next time you dare speak recklessly, I'll beat you to death." He Liangpin couldn't help shuddering when he sensed the murderous intent in Qin Lang's words. He realized he had truly provoked the man before him. He Liangpin swallowed hard and forced himself to say, "Don't try to change the subject with me. I'm just asking if you dare to wait here. Don't even think about running. My brothers are already here, you won't be able to escape." Right now, He Liangpin just wanted to stall Qin Lang until the reinforcements he'd called for arrived. At this moment, Baiya approached and chided coquettishly, "He Liangpin, don't you have anything better to do? I told you, who I like is none of your business. What do you mean by constantly pestering Qin Lang?" Baiya felt somewhat guilty. She had only wanted Qin Lang to pretend to be her boyfriend for a while. She handled the other matters herself. Unexpectedly, things developed completely differently from what she had envisioned. Both parties actually started fighting. Previously, when He Liangpin pursued Baiya, it was just sending flowers and such, which Baiya never took seriously. Baiya never expected He Liangpin could be this despicable behind the scenes. Had Qin Lang not known martial arts, he would have been beaten up by them today. Seeing how troublesome He Liangpin was being, Baya was already considering whether to use her family's influence. He Liangpin frowned slightly and said solemnly, Xiaoya, you shouldn't interfere, this is a matter between men. Hearing He Liangpin's tone, Baya almost laughed in exasperation. She really wanted to ask, who do you think you are? Are you even qualified? Baya directly turned her head to Qin Lang and said apologetically, Qin Lang, let's go. Don't bother with them. At this moment, a commotion rose from the crowd. Hey, the Taekwondo club is running this way. There's quite a lot of them. Were they all invited by young Master He? His influence must really be something. That guy driving the Bugatti is in trouble. The basketball club members may have great physical fitness, but their actual combat prowess isn't that strong. These Taekwondo practitioners are different. They train in combat techniques every day, making them far more formidable than ordinary people. I heard there was a clash between the Taekwondo club and some off-campus troublemakers once. Believe it or not, the Taekwondo members ended up chasing those hoodlums down the streets. Exactly. The Taekwondo club's strength is on a completely different level compared to the basketball club. Baya's boyfriend is definitely going to get beaten to a pulp. Although Qin Lang had defeated the basketball club members, these people still didn't think highly of him. The Taekwondo club is so strong, and with so many of them showing up, Qin Lang doesn't stand a chance anymore. Hearing the commotion around him, He Liangpin quickly looked up. Sure enough, a group of people dressed in training uniforms were running toward them from a distance, the reinforcements he had summoned. In an instant, He Liangpin's face regained a confident smile. He said triumphantly, You're Qin Lang, right? You can't escape now even if you wanted to. I'm giving you one last chance. Leave Xiaoya and get the hell out of Binhai University. If you agree, I'll let you walk away right now. If you refuse, then prepare to be carried out of Binhai University. He delivered such blunt threats because he was utterly convinced of his impending victory. Baya disliked He Liangpin's arrogant demeanor and was about to speak when Qin Lang stopped her. Qin Lang rolled up his sleeves and sneered, I'd like to see how you plan to make me leave lying down today. Thinking Qin Lang was about to strike, He Liangpin quickly retreated several steps to put distance between them. At that moment, the group dressed in martial arts uniforms arrived running. Young Master He, who's bold enough to lay hands on you? Among these Taekwondo club members, the leader was a tall and exceptionally burly male student. The spectating students all changed their expressions upon seeing him. When they turned to look at Qin Lang, pity surfaced in their eyes. Chapter 32, A Family Should Always Stay Together. Holy shit, it's Yang Wei, the president of the Taekwondo club. I heard he's already gone to the Martial Arts Association for certification. He's officially an entry-level martial artist now. Yes, that happened half a year ago. Yang Wei must have made even more progress in these past 6 months. With his skills, aside from those martial arts club presidents who practice actual combat, probably no one can beat him. Not just Yang Wei, see those 3 guys behind him? They're the top 3 fighters from the Taekwondo club, the Wu brothers. I know them, those 3 are Yang Wei's fiercest subordinates. They were the ones who once chased down gangsters in the streets, that was them. Damn, so many top fighters from the Taekwondo club are here, this guy is screwed for sure. The onlooking students whispered among themselves, gazing at the arrival of the Taekwondo club members with awe. At the same time, they couldn't help but admire Qin Lang. Because even when faced with so many skilled fighters from the Taekwondo club, Qin Lang remained completely unfazed. Moreover, from the way he was rolling up his sleeves, it seemed he was actually preparing to strike first. Is this sheer audacity born of supreme skill or simply a complete disregard for death? Let's hope he doesn't end up begging for mercy on his knees. Seeing reinforcements arrive, He Liangpin suddenly grew much bolder. Pointing at Qin Lang, he shouted loudly, let's see how much longer you can keep acting tough. Yang Wei, teach him a lesson right now. This brat is way too arrogant. Our Binhai University can't tolerate someone this cocky. Hearing He Liangpin's commanding tone, Yang Wei frowned slightly. But remembering the size of He Liangpin's family business, Yang Wei swallowed his displeasure. After graduation, I might still need to rely on their family for a living. Yang Wei glanced at Qin Lang and, seeing that his physique was average with seemingly little combat ability, didn't take him seriously. He lifted his chin slightly and remarked coldly, Kid, you're all alone here, yet acting this arrogant, even flaunting yourself at Binhai University, I gotta admire your guts. But, showing off comes with a price. Didn't you claim to be good at fighting? Then try defeating all these people I've brought with me. Ah chow, go test his mettle. Good, I hope he can withstand my kick. As Yang Wei's words fell, a tall male student stepped forward from behind him. Ah Chow walked while loosening up his body, appearing quite relaxed. Seeing this guy step forward, the surrounding students immediately started buzzing with comments. Yang Wei sent out Wu Chao, one of the 3 Wu brothers, right off the bat. He clearly doesn't want to give Qin Lang any chance. Exactly, deploying one of their top 3 fighters immediately, Qin Lang is doomed. Even if he exhausts himself defeating Wu Chao, the Taekwondo club has so many members. If they come at him one by one, Qin Lang won't last at all. Just watch, if Qin Lang isn't beaten shitless today, I'll piss upside down. The onlooking crowd buzzed with excited chatter, creating a lively scene. Yet Qin Lang's face remained as calm as an ancient well, showing no expression. Dealing with these people would be as easy as lifting a hand. Winning doesn't even feel satisfying. Wu Chao approached Qin Lang, adopting an attacking stance. Then with a loud roar, he pivoted on his toes and charged straight at Qin Lang. Wu Chao's trademark move was always the mid-air flying kick. So, from 2 meters away from Qin Lang, he had already raised his leg to strike. He leapt high into the air, launching a kick straight at Qin Lang's head. It looked polished and carried quite an imposing aura. The Taekwondo club members cheered at the sight of this move. Yang Wei couldn't help but nod in agreement. That leg strike was delivered with such immense force that an ordinary person wouldn't stand a chance against it. However, the cheers from the Taekwondo club boys died abruptly in the very next second, because the unfolding spectacle on the field completely defied all their expectations. As Wu Chao launched his flying kick, he saw Qin Lang standing motionless, not making any move to react. He thought Qin Lang was dumbstruck by his imposing presence, secretly gloating. However, before he could finish reveling in his triumph, Qin Lang moved. Qin Lang stood fixed in place, simply raised his leg, and delivered a sharp kick to Wu Chao's thigh. Ah! A cry of pain rang out. Wu Chao's body was sent flying sideways after taking this kick from Qin Lang. Bang! Wu Chao crashed heavily onto the ground, writhing in pain. How dare you hit my little brother? You're asking for death. 2 loud shouts came from behind Yang Wei. 2 young men who bore some resemblance to Wu Chao stepped forward. They glared fiercely at Qin Lang and were about to come over to beat him up. These 2 were none other than the other brothers of the Wu family's trio, Wu Meng and Wu De. Stay back. I'll handle this myself. At this moment, Wu Chao struggled to his feet, stopping his 2 elder brothers from intervening. Wu Chao fixed a venomous glare on Qin Lang and spat through gritted teeth. I underestimated you earlier. I don't need your help. I can handle him. Seeing his younger brother's determination, Wu Meng and Wu De had no choice but to relent. Yang Wei grew wary as he observed Qin Lang's composed demeanor. Could it be that this kid is actually a master? Before Yang Wei could think further, Wu Chao launched another attack. With a grim face and without a word, Wu Chao charged fiercely at Qin Lang. This time, he chose to use his fists. Yet, the moment he closed within a meter of Qin Lang swiftly struck with his leg, sending Wu Chao flying backward once more. Ah! Bang! Wu Chao was sent flying back, crashing heavily onto the ground, curling up in pain while screaming. Qin Lang calmly retracted his leg and said disdainfully, "Is that all you've got?" Just 2 short words, yet they pierced the hearts of the Taekwondo club members like 2 sharp daggers. Wu Chao, one of the top 3 masters of the Taekwondo club, was defeated just like that, and so effortlessly at that. The Taekwondo club members stared blankly at Qin Lang, struggling to come to terms with this reality. Not only were the Taekwondo club members stunned, but even the onlookers were completely bewildered. Is that it? Is this the strength of the Taekwondo club's top 3 experts? Wu Chao is utterly useless. Holy shit, he only took 2 kicks to knock Wu Chao flat on the ground, unable to even crawl back up. This Qin Lang guy actually has some skills. No wonder Baya took a liking to him. Qin Lang is freaking awesome. Did you see that? Even the Taekwondo club members were stunned. Amidst the surrounding jeers and Qin Lang's contemptuous expression, Wu Meng and Wu Da's chests heaved violently, their breathing ragged with fury. I'll teach you a lesson. With a furious roar, Wu Meng strode toward Qin Lang, swearing to avenge his younger brother's humiliation. Qin Lang looked at the furious Wu Meng and extended 2 fingers. The surrounding classmates who were watching grew curious. What did this gesture mean? Even Wu Meng paused in his tracks and asked angrily, "What do you mean?" With a faint smile, Qin Lang calmly replied, "You alone aren't enough to take me on. Both of you brothers, come at me together. I suffer from obsessive-compulsive disorder. I'll knock both of you down too, so all 3 brothers will be lying on the ground. Only then will it be perfect. A family should stay neat and complete, not a single one left out." Qin Lang's words first brought a hush over the scene, immediately followed by an uproar of noise. Qin Lang's speech completely ignited the atmosphere at the scene. Chapter 33, that's it? Boom! In an instant, a torrent of heated debate erupted. Ah, badass. This Qin Lang is wild, I like him. Look at the Wu brothers' faces, they look like they just swallowed flies. That's awesome. This is the most domineering thing I've ever heard. Ha ha, the 3 Wu brothers usually hang out with those rich kids and bully fellow students all the time. Now they've finally met their match. What do you mean hang out? They're just lapdogs for the rich brats. Sure, it's satisfying, but isn't Qin Lang being a bit too arrogant? Everyone knows 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. Wu Meng and Wu De are no ordinary men. Can Qin Lang really defeat them? Why overthink it? Just keep watching. Amid the surrounding laughter, Wu Meng and Wu De flushed red with rage, their minds dizzy with fury. I'll fucking kill you. Wu Meng let out a roar and charged toward Qin Lang. Wait a minute. A commanding shout rang out behind Wu Meng. Wu Meng halted in his tracks, gritting his teeth, staring at Yang Wei in confusion. The one who had stopped him was none other than Yang Wei. Yang Wei said with a dark expression, his voice deep. Wu De, attack together with Wu Meng. The moment these words were spoken, both Wu Meng and Wu Da's faces flickered with displeasure. They felt that Qin Lang's words were nothing more than an attempt to humiliate them. Could it be that they were really supposed to attack together, lining up neatly as if for a spectacle? Wu Meng remained silent, his face cold. If it weren't for Yang Wei being the president of the Taekwondo club, he would have already started cursing. At this moment, something Yang Wei said forced Wu Meng and Wu De to take the matter seriously. He's very strong, he might already be a martial artist. Yang Wei's face darkened, his gaze flickering as he pondered some unknown thought. Martial artist. These two words pierced straight into the hearts of Wu Meng and Wu De. Even a novice-level martial artist was a cut above them. At this thought, Wu De strode forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with Wu Meng. Then, the two brothers suddenly charged out, aiming to catch Qin Lang off guard. Wu De executed a flying kick, aiming straight for Qin Lang's head. Meanwhile, Wu Meng threw a punch, targeting Qin Lang's waist. Their plan was to attack different parts of Qin Lang's body simultaneously, distracting him. This way, they would find an opening to strike. But reality delivered a harsh slap to the brothers' faces. Wu De's flying kick arrived first. The moment he got close to Qin Lang, his leg was seized and slammed violently onto the ground. Boom! A loud boom. Wu De crashed to the ground like a dead dog, too pained to utter a word. The force he put into that flying kick directly translated to the severity of his fall. Because when Qin Lang caught his calf, he merely redirected the momentum of Wu Da's kick in a different direction. At the same moment, Wu Meng's attack arrived. Wu Meng threw a punch at Qin Lang's temple, intending to knock him down with a single blow. However, Qin Lang merely raised his hand casually and caught Wu Meng's fist. Just as Wu Meng was about to counterattack with his other hand, a dark figure appeared in the corner of his vision. Smack! A crisp sound rang out. That black shadow was none other than Qin Lang's palm. And that sharp sound was the result of Qin Lang's palm making intimate contact with Wu Meng's cheek. Wu Meng's poised fist froze mid-air, his thoughts freezing along with it. Qin Lang's slap had struck him with such violence it left him momentarily stupefied. After standing dazed for a full 2 seconds, Wu Meng finally snapped back to reality. Rage twisted his features into fury's mask, his teeth grinding as he prepared to strike back. Smack! Another crisp sound rang out. The excruciating pain on his cheek once again left Wu Meng momentarily stunned. This time, however, he only froze for a mere second. 1 second later, he raised his fist and struck fiercely toward Qin Lang. Slap! This punch was effortlessly blocked by Qin Lang, who then gave Wu Meng a slap in return. By now, Wu Meng's face had lost all sensation, completely numb. At this point, he could no longer hold on and collapsed limply to the ground. Those slaps from Qin Lang shattered all his pride and arrogance. With this, all three Wu brothers had been knocked down, lying side by side on the ground. Just then, members of the Taekwondo club came over and dragged the Wu brothers away, propping them up against the nearby flower bed to rest. The three Wu brothers were leaning against each other, half dead, looking remarkably tidy. Ha, they really do look neat, don't they? Damn, taking on two like it's nothing. This Qin fellow looks kinda familiar. Have I seen him somewhere before? Come on, you're just being an armchair quarterback, trying to cozy up to anyone who's doing well. With just these people, He Liangpin actually dares to compete with Qin Lang for a girlfriend. Qin Lang stretched lazily, glancing idly at Yang Wei before letting out an effortless laugh. Now, he said with a yawn, it's your turn, isn't it? Hurry up, I've got things to do. Qin Lang's tone was casual, as if he didn't take Yang Wei seriously at all. This time, no one dared to question Qin Lang's strength anymore. Yang Wei stepped forward, his face cold as he said, you're a martial artist, aren't you? You're truly strong. But I'm not weak either. Several months ago, I already became a certified entry-level martial artist recognized by the Martial Arts Association. Judging by your appearance, you're probably about my level. Today, I'll show you what it means, there's always someone stronger, skies beyond skies. Because right now, I'm already very, very close to becoming a 9th-rank martial artist. Hearing Yang Wei's declaration, the surrounding classmates instantly erupted in commotion. Holy crap, Yang Wei's about to break through to 9th rank. It seems Qin Lang's undefeated record is about to be broken by Yang Wei. How old is he? Is another martial arts prodigy about to rise? Not necessarily. He's still a novice martial artist who knows if he'll reach the 9th rank. They say there's a watershed between a novice martial artist and a 9th rank practitioner. Only by reaching 9th rank can one truly be considered to have entered the martial path. Seeing Yang Wei and the others talk so mysteriously, Qin Lang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Is becoming a 9th grade martial artist really that difficult? Qin Lang had no patience left for Yang Wei's ramblings, it was simply a waste of time. With a twist of his toes, he took the initiative and charged forward. Since Yang Wei claimed to be quite formidable, Qin Lang didn't hold back either. He shouted inwardly, thundering fist. A surge of heat then gathered in his arm. Seeing Qin Lang take the initiative to attack, Yang Wei mistakenly thought it was due to impatience and lack of confidence. He smirked coldly, stretching out both hands to block Qin Lang's fist. Put. Ow. Oh my god. Qin Lang's fist struck Yang Wei, sending him flying backward. Then, Yang Wei's body slammed into the members of the Taekwondo club, knocking down 5 or 6 people before coming to a stop. After that punch, the surroundings fell utterly silent. Everyone looked at Qin Lang, then at Yang Wei, utterly shocked and deeply shaken. The renowned Taekwondo club president of Binhai University, Yang Wei, couldn't withstand even a single punch from Qin Lang. Didn't Yang Wei claim he was almost a 9th-rank martial artist? How come you're so weak and pathetic? At the moment when the entire arena fell into complete silence, Qin Lang's voice leisurely reached all 4 directions. Is that all you've got? Chapter 34 Luo Chang. There was a trace of frustration and disappointment in Qin Lang's voice. He initially thought Yang Wei was really strong. Yet, he couldn't even withstand a single punch from him. Qin Lang felt somewhat disappointed. However, others didn't see it that way. The people around looked at Qin Lang with admiration, their eyes flickering with traces of reverence. To them, those 2 words, Qin Lang, carried incomparable dominance. Nothing could more accurately reflect Qin Lang's current state of mind. At that moment, Yang Wei, who stood not far away, swayed slightly as he straightened up and turned his gaze toward Qin Lang. His eyes darkened with unwillingness. After a moment's silence, he said coldly, "You're indeed strong. I can't defeat you. At this point, he suddenly stopped speaking. Yang Wei looked behind Qin Lang, and his gaze suddenly brightened. Yang Wei abruptly changed his tone. "I genuinely can't defeat you. But rest assured, within Binhai University, there are certainly those who can overpower you." At this moment, He Liangpin, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. He shouted sternly, "You've got no right to act arrogant at Binhai University. Senior Luo Chang from the Sanda Club is here, prepare to get your guts kicked out." Senior Luo Chang is the reigning martial arts champion of Binhai City. He once defeated a grandmaster of the 9th rank. Just now, He Liangpin saw Wu Chao from the Taekwondo club get crippled by a single kick from Qin Lang. He had a bad feeling about it right then. What happened later proved that his feeling was correct. Not only did the 3 Wu brothers fail to overpower Qin Lang, even Yang Wei was knocked down by a single punch from him. That's why He Liangpin kept silent the whole time. Now seeing Luo Chang not far away, He Liangpin's confidence returned once more. He believed that with Luo Chang's strength, he could surely overpower Qin Lang and drive him out of Binhai University. Luo Chang? Qin Lang turned around and indeed saw that familiar figure. Qin Lang turned around with a peculiar smile on his face. He looked at Yang Wei and He Liangpin with strange eyes. "Are you sure you want to invite Luo Chang to beat me up?" He Liangpin raised his eyebrows and sneered coldly. "Scared now? Too late. I've had dinner with Senior Luo Chang several times before, we're on good terms. If I ask him to step in, he'll definitely say yes." Upon hearing these words, Qin Lang's gaze grew even stranger. At that moment, He Liangpin had already jogged behind Qin Lang to greet Luo Chang. The watching students, seeing the approaching crowd in the distance, all exclaimed with admiration. Money sure opens doors. Such wide connections. Look at He Liangpin, not only does he know the Taekwondo club president, he's even acquainted with the famous Senior Luo Chang. Yeah, if my family's company were as big as He Liangpin's, I'd have way more allowance to treat everyone to meals. Between Senior Luo Chang and this Qin Lang, who do you think is more impressive? Aya approached Qin Lang and whispered softly, "Qin Lang, you're a 9th-rank warrior, aren't you? I heard Senior Luo Chang's combat prowess surpasses even 9th-rank warriors. When Senior Luo Chang arrives later, you should surrender directly. Otherwise, you'll be beaten terribly." Qin Lang blinked and smiled faintly. Believe it or not, it's He Liangpin who'll be taking the beating later. Aya slightly furrowed her delicate brows and asked in confusion, "Why?" Qin Lang smiled faintly and said, "Just wait and enjoy the show." Under Baya's puzzled gaze, the sound of approaching footsteps grew nearer behind them. "Senior Luo Chang, it's this guy. I don't know where he popped up from, but he actually dared to compete with me for my girlfriend. Relying on his martial arts skills, he not only beat up members of our basketball club but also took on the Taekwondo club. In Coastal University, there shouldn't be anyone more badass than you." He Liangpin kept rambling on, bitterly recounting Qin Lang's numerous sins. "Third brother?" At that moment, the footsteps halted, and a deep voice came from behind Qin Lang. Qin Lang slowly turned around, his face beaming with a smile. "Second brother." At that moment, a somewhat tanned and extremely muscular young man strode up to Qin Lang and gave his shoulder a hearty slap. "Third brother, didn't you go home to inherit the family fortune? Back so soon? Ha ha, we thought you'd be at home counting money until your fingers cramped up." This slightly dark-skinned young man is none other than the renowned Luo Chang from the Sanda Club. At the same time, he was also Qin Lang's university roommate for 4 years. Qin Lang deliberately waved it off with an air of nonchalance. "Just got a little over $1 million and a company, nothing worth mentioning." Seeing Qin Lang's expression, Luo Chang burst out laughing. "Cut the crap, you're totally showing off." Luo Chang thought Qin Lang was joking and didn't take his words to heart. At this moment, Luo Chang remembered the main matter at hand and narrowed his eyes slightly. He turned to look at He Liangpin and asked with a stern expression, "Were you just asking me to hit my own brother?" He glanced at the groups from the basketball club and taekwondo club, his brow subtly furrowing with concealed anger. He suddenly realized these people were all here to cause trouble for Qin Lang. He Liangpin was stunned. When he saw how familiar Qin Lang was with Luo Chang, he was utterly dumbfounded. Never in his wildest dreams had he expected Qin Lang and Luo Chang to be roommates. After a stunned pause, He Liangpin quickly snapped back to reality and stammered in explanation, "Senior Luo Chang, please listen to me, I had no idea this guy was you." Whack! Before He Liangpin could finish his sentence, a sharp slap landed across his face. Luo Chang continued striking him while shouting, "Can't you fucking speak properly? He's your senior. You clearly need to be taught a lesson. You think you're hot shit just because your family has a little money? Your family's assets wouldn't even rank in the top 20 at Binhai University. You're always the loudest fucking troublemaker every single day. You fucking dare to lay hands on my sister-in-law? You've got a death wish." Luo Chang kept slapping him while yelling curses. The basketball club and taekwondo club members who witnessed this all shrank their necks in fear, not daring to speak. Baya blushed instantly upon hearing that sister-in-law remark. She and Qin Lang had just met, so there was no deep affection between them. This form of address made her extremely uncomfortable. After what seemed like ages, when He Liangpin had been beaten to a pulp, Luo Chang finally stopped. Grabbing He Liangpin by the collar, he growled viciously, "From now on, you'd better behave at Binhai University. And don't you dare harass my brothers and sisters again. Otherwise, I'll break your damn legs. Did you hear me?" He Liangpin frantically nodded in his dazed state, terrified of getting beaten further. Seeing He Liangpin's compliance, Luo Chang finally shoved him toward the basketball club members. Then, looking at the members of the basketball and taekwondo clubs, he roared with full vigor, "Get the hell out of here, all of you." The members of the basketball and taekwondo clubs scrambled away as if granted amnesty. Among them, Yang Wei ran the fastest, afraid that Luo Chang would single him out, the president of the taekwondo club, for trouble. Chapter 35, The Farewell Dinner. The crowd, seeing there was no more excitement to be had, gradually dispersed. As they walked away, they murmured with amazement, "I never expected Senior Luo Chang to be Qin Lang's roommate." Exactly. How ridiculous. He Liangpin asked Senior Luo Chang to beat up Qin Lang, only to end up getting beaten into a pulp by Senior Luo Chang himself. Is this what they mean by birds of a feather flock together? No way. I'm gonna go find myself some impressive roommates too. Luo Chang approached Qin Lang and Baya with a chuckle, saying, "Third brother, who would have thought? You've kept this hidden quite well, you sly dog." With that, Luo Chang gave Qin Lang a wink, throwing him a look that said, "I get it." Qin Lang was speechless. Having been roommates with Luo Chang for 4 years, how could he not understand what Luo Chang meant? Luo Chang thought he was playing the field, dating Xia Yi while still being entangled with Baya. Qin Lang said helplessly, "Second brother, don't overthink it. I've already broken up with Xia Yi." To prevent Luo Chang from misunderstanding, Qin Lang had no choice but to explain briefly. "Broken up?" Luo Chang frowned. "No wonder. I heard yesterday that Xia Yi's been spreading rumors about you outside, saying you're being kept by some wealthy, beautiful older woman. So is this actually true or not?" As he finished speaking, Luo Chang looked at Baya, his gaze loaded with meaningful implications. Baya's delicate face turned red. She realized that Senior Luo Chang had mistaken her for that beautiful, wealthy woman. Qin Lang. Witnessing Luo Chang's gaze and Baya's coy expression, Qin Lang was speechless. He felt that even with 2 mouths, he wouldn't be able to clear up this misunderstanding. At that moment, his phone rang. Reaching for his phone while explaining to Luo Chang, he said, "Don't overthink it between her and me. It's just playing along for the occasion." Playing along for the occasion? Baya was deeply displeased the moment she heard these words. The words sprang from Qin Lang's mouth, making her feel like some wildflower by the roadside. She glared at Qin Lang angrily, her fists itching to punch him. Just then, a melodious voice came through Qin Lang's phone, "Little brother, who are you putting on this act for?" Qin Lang looked closer. Damn, he'd accidentally pressed the answer button while pulling out his phone. Moreover, the voice on the phone was none other than third sister Li Shihuz. "Sis, I wasn't putting on an act with anyone, just speaking casually," Qin Lang hurriedly explained. "Impossible, I heard everything just now. Don't cause trouble outside, it's dangerous." Li Shihuz's voice was earnest and persuasive, advising Qin Lang not to act recklessly. Staring at Luo Chang's strange gaze and Baya's angry expression, while recalling how his image in his sister's eyes had plummeted, Qin Lang felt utterly miserable. "Brother, why aren't you saying anything? Are you feeling guilty?" Li Shihuz's voice grew increasingly firm. Unable to avoid it, Qin Lang had no choice but to speak. "Sis, I really haven't done anything bad." Li Shihuz's voice chimed in. "I never said you were doing anything bad. So are you admitting you were doing something bad?" Qin Lang. What kind of divine logic is this? Qin Lang felt his head spinning. Sis, third sister, can you hear me? My signal's bad here, I'm hanging up now. Helpless, Qin Lang had to resort to the least favorable option, forcefully ending the call. He simply couldn't keep up with Li Shiha's train of thought, so he had to take drastic measures. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission of helping Baya. Reward obtained, Super Punch Exchange Card, one-time use, ... At that moment, the system's prompt tone rang in Qin Lang's mind. Yet at this moment, he had lost all interest in this exchange card. Anyway, as long as the mission was completed, the reward would be delivered automatically. Cloudtop City, within the villa. Li Shiha stared at the abruptly ended call, gnashing his teeth in fury. She had never been hung up on before, never imagined that today, Qin Lang would give her that first experience. As a superstar adored by millions, people would go out of their way to please her. Who would be as cluelessly ungrateful as Qin Lang? You little brat. If you don't give me a proper explanation for this, I won't let you off the hook. Binhai University. Luo Chang looked at Qin Lang's helpless expression and asked with a mischievous grin, "Third brother, how come I never heard you mention having a sister before?" "Just recognized her," Qin Lang answered casually. However, the moment the words left his mouth, Qin Lang realized something was wrong. Putting it that way, this guy was bound to misunderstand again. He'd probably mistake third sister for being the rich sugar mommy keeping him. Sure enough, Qin Lang looked up to see Luo Chang beaming with delight, his radiant smile like a sunflower in full bloom. Whereas Baya wore an expression of utter disdain. She pursed her lips and said, "I was just starting to think better of you, but there goes that impression. I never knew you were such a disgusting person." Qin Lang. Watching Baya's retreating figure, Qin Lang felt like 10,000 grassmud horses were galloping through his heart, leaving utter chaos in their wake. At this point, even if Qin Lang had 3 mouths, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. The mere thought of Shai falsely accusing him behind his back made Qin Lang's blood boil with anger. It was clearly this woman's own issue, yet now she's trying to put the blame on me. Qin Lang reconsidered and thought to himself, clarity belongs to the clear, and muddiness to the muddy. Xia was just experiencing sour grapes, nothing more. Nowadays, he could no longer have any intersection with her. Getting angry over such a woman isn't worth it. Qin Lang raised his hand and placed it on Luo Chang's shoulder, laughing, "Come on, let's head back to the dorm." Luo Chang grinned and asked, "Third brother, teach me your secret skills, will you?" Qin Lang, "What secret skills?" Luo Chang smiled mysteriously and said, "How to win the favor of beautiful, wealthy ladies." Qin Lang burst into laughter and put on a profound air, saying, "That's a classified family secret passed down in our lineage. It's precisely because of this secret manual that I've won the hearts of so many wealthy women. If you want this manual, there's only one shortcut." Luo Chang asked curiously, "What shortcut?" Qin Lang laughed heartily, "Call me daddy, and we'll be family. Only then can I safely pass down this ancestral secret manual to you." Luo Chang's face fell. "Go screw yourself, you bastard." The two returned to the dorm, where both the eldest, Wang Hai, and the youngest, Li Xingze, were present. Upon seeing Qin Lang back, everyone exchanged warm greetings. Initially, the conversation revolved entirely around Qin Lang, focusing on the topic of the beautiful wealthy woman. Gradually, the atmosphere grew heavy and subdued. Everyone knew that after today, the small group would disband. Finally, Qin Lang suggested, as per tradition, let's have a farewell dinner. Currently, Qin Lang still had over $1 million in liquid funds. For their last meal together, he planned to treat his brothers to something special. Chapter 36, Baya repays a debt of gratitude. As soon as Qin Lang made the suggestion, the others naturally had no objections. And soon it will be noon time for lunch. The 4 of them left the dormitory, went downstairs, and headed towards Half Street by the back gate of Binhai University. The name Half Street comes from the fact that the entire street behind the back gate of Binhai University is packed with eateries and entertainment venues, occupying a full half of the street. Here, restaurants, KTVs, and hotels do the best business. Among these, restaurants are the most numerous, and each one is bustling with customers. And among these restaurants, Rui Lu stands out as a unique presence. Dining establishments around universities generally offer affordable prices, relying as they do on the steady stream of students who provide a dependable customer base. Yet Rui Pavilion is entirely different, charging exorbitant prices as if money were no object. Some dishes carry price tags that are outright shocking. Although most students at Coastal University come from affluent backgrounds, their monthly allowances still have limits. So dining at Rui Tower became quite the lavish affair. The 4 of them strolled leisurely across campus, savoring their final university days. Qin Lang spoke up unhurriedly, "Brothers, today I'm treating you all to a proper feast at Rui Tower. No one leaves until we've eaten ourselves round as barrels." Hearing this, the eyes of the other 3 instantly burned with excitement. The eldest, Wang Hai, swallowed hard. "Xiaosan, with our appetites, to eat like this would require at least 40 dishes. Once, Wang Hai had treated everyone to a meal at Rui Restaurant. Back then, they ordered 14 dishes, and after paying the bill, the 4 roommates survived on instant noodles for several months. Hearing the term Little 3, Xin Lang couldn't help but feel slightly exasperated. Damn it, whenever this guy gets excited, all sorts of nicknames start flying out, little three, third brother, third son, you name it. Xin Lang burst into hearty laughter. Big bro, don't you worry. Whether it's 40 dishes or even 400, if you can eat them all, I'll make sure every single one's on your table. Xin Lang estimated that 40 dishes would cost over 100,000. 400 dishes? That's just adding a zero behind the 100,000. Of course, 400 dishes would definitely be too much to finish. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! The other three gasped in unison, staring at Xin Lang with dumbfounded expressions. None of them expected Xin Lang to suddenly become so wealthy. A few seconds later, Xin Lang's ears were buzzing with commotion. Third brother, you didn't actually get kept by a wealthy beauty, did you? Could that rumor actually be true? Third brother, tell me how you got to know that beautiful and wealthy woman? Your behavior is extremely disappointing. Just out of school, and you've already fallen into corruption. Give me that beautiful rich woman's address. I'm willing to sacrifice my own happiness to save you and bring you back to the right path. Third brother, you were always such a model student with both moral integrity and academic excellence. How could you do such a thing? Give me that beautiful rich woman's phone number. I'll finish whatever unfinished business you have with her. Third brother, you know I've always had a weak stomach. I can't digest tough meals. I'm much better suited for softer fare. Could that family heirloom manual of yours actually be real? The three of them clustered around Xin Lang, chattering incessantly until his ears practically rang from the noise. Enough! Xin Lang let out a roar, drowning out the others' voices. Only when everyone fell silent did he finally speak, exasperated. What rich widow are you talking about? There isn't any. That was all Xia Yi framing me. My sister has some money and gave me an allowance for meals. That last sentence was completely made up by Xin Lang. He knew if he mentioned the Ganjing, that all-powerful exchange system, these guys would never believe it. It's more accurate to say that the older sister is more reliable. The other three raised their eyebrows. Such a wealthy sister? Why hadn't they heard of her before? Just as they were about to press for details, an eerie laugh sounded. Oh, if it isn't the young master of the Qin family? Finished liquidating your family assets so soon? Xin Lang turned his head and saw a young man draped in luxury brands approaching. This fellow, named Wang Shuai, was in the same major as Qin Lang and came from a factory-owning family. Wang Shua's grades weren't bad, but he was perpetually overshadowed by Qin Lang every year. Over time, Wang Shua developed deep resentment towards Qin Lang. He would frequently throw sarcastic remarks at Qin Lang to boost his own sense of superiority. And behind Wang Shua were several other classmates of the same major, both male and female. And what's more, Xia Yi was among them. Before Wang Shuai's voice had even faded, a girl shrilled, he says he's going back to inherit family property. But whose family property, exactly? What kind of family property could his family possibly have? I bet he's going to inherit some rich lady's estate. The girl's voice had barely faded. The group Wang Shuai brought erupted in laughter. Another girl chimed in, some people are truly scumbags. To abandon their girlfriend just for money. A poor boy will always be a poor boy. So what if he latched onto a rich woman? Let's see how many years that lasts. These girls were Xia Yi's best friends, so naturally they spoke up for her. Meanwhile, Xia Yi kept her head lowered, not daring to look at Qin Lang. She had framed Qin Lang just to clear her own name, never expecting to run into him at school. Listening to these people's strange words, Qin Lang and the other three brothers' expressions turned extremely unpleasant. Wang Hai and Li Xingze frowned, ready to start cursing. Meanwhile, Luo Cheng clenched his fists, prepared to start fighting. However, they were all stopped by Qin Lang. Qin Lang suppressed his anger and said calmly, Shai, I just realized you truly aren't worthy of me. Funny how I used to think you were the most outstanding girl. Now, compared to this, you're nothing special at all. Not to mention comparing with those goddess-tier elder sisters, even when stacked up against Baya, Xia Yi falls laughably short. Qin Lang sighed inwardly, all because love blinded my eyes in the past. At Qin Lang's words, Xia Yi bowed her head even lower. Seeing this, her close friends mistakenly thought Xia Yi was heartbroken. One girl angrily retorted, Xia Yi isn't good enough for you? How dare you say that? I'd like to see who else would be blind enough to take a fancy to a poor guy like you, besides Xia Yi tolerating you. Just then, Qin Lang sensed a waft of fragrant breeze beside him. This scent felt somewhat familiar. The next moment, Qin Lang found his arm being held by someone. At the same time, a soft voice rang out beside Qin Lang. What, you looking for a fight? You dare insult my boyfriend? My boyfriend isn't someone just anyone can measure up to. Qin Lang turned his head and saw it was Baya. The moment Baya stepped forward, she immediately intimidated those girls. After all, Baya was a renowned campus belle in her junior year. Compared to Baya, Xia Yi paled in every possible way. They never expected that Baya would take interest in Qin Lang. At this moment, Baya slightly rose on her toes, bringing her crimson lips close to Qin Lang's ear. I'm just repaying the favor you did for me at the school gate earlier. Don't get any ideas. This young lady wouldn't spare you a second glance. As she spoke, the corners of her lips curled into a smile, as if whispering sweet nothings to him. But in reality, words and expressions vary infinitely. Chapter 37 Beloved. Qin Lang gave a faint smile and said, "What a coincidence, I didn't take a liking to you either." The corners of his lips curled into a smile, appearing exceptionally gentle. To onlookers, it appeared as Qin Lang and Baya were gazing into each other's eyes, whispering softly. It was as if they were the perfect pair of a gifted scholar and a beautiful lady. Xia Yi's best friend witnessed this scene and, for a moment, found herself at a loss for words to refute it. After all, the irony had struck too swiftly. Wang Shuai and the other boys watched Qin Lang with burning envy, their hearts screaming inwardly. Why? Why would Baya fancy Qin Lang? Why could this poor chap capture Baya's heart? Is it simply because he gets good grades? Good grades are fucking useless, you'll still end up working for me someday. Watching Qin Lang and Baya's sweet display, they were so jealous their eyes turned red. As for Qin Lang's 3 dorm mates, aside from Luo Chang, the other 2 were gaping so wide you could fit a whole duck egg in their mouths. Wang Hai and Li Xingze stared dumbfounded at Qin Lang, their minds utterly shaken. Their knees felt weak with the urge to kneel before Qin Lang and beg him to teach them his secret techniques for wooing women. Absolutely insane. Yesterday, he broke up. Today, he's already got himself a new campus belle as his girlfriend. Truly a role model for our generation. At this moment, Wang Shuai snorted coldly and said with a sour tone, Baya, don't let this guy deceive you. He just broke up with Xia Yi yesterday and latched onto a rich older woman. I'm only warning you out of goodwill since you're our junior. Don't fall for Qin Lang's tricks. Hearing Wang Shuai's words, the people behind him perked up with interest. Well said. I must expose Qin Lang in public. And he even had the nerve to brag about going home to inherit the family fortune. Ugh, who doesn't know he's a penniless fool, with his living expenses all entrusted to Xia Yi's care? Damn it, a pig's snout stuffed with scallions, what kind of elephant are you trying to impersonate? They gazed at Qin Lang and Baya with ill intent, anticipating Baya turning against Qin Lang on the spot. Yet Baya's next words would likely be etched in their minds for a lifetime. I know that. Being able to win over a wealthy woman is also his skill. Qin Lang earns his keep by his own abilities, what business is it of yours? If you're so impressive, why haven't any wealthy women come to support you? Only a man as charming as Qin Lang would be fought over by so many people. I just love that unique charm of his, don't you think so? Darling. Baya said these words in a coquettish tone, finally blinking her big eyes and sporting an expression of sheer happiness. Hearing Baya's words, Qin Lang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Since when the hell did I start dating a sugar mommy? And hey, you're supposed to be acting as my girlfriend, could you at least take it seriously? What kind of girlfriend has nerves this thick? This darling sounded somewhat familiar? The tone, the phrasing, it was exactly the same as what he'd said to her at the school gate. Qin Lang stepped back from Baya with visible distaste. He had a feeling this person wasn't here to help him, they were here to screw him over. Really? Was she getting back at him for asking her to get out of the car, or for hugging her at the school gate? Sure enough, most women are petty. Thank goodness my sisters aren't like that. Yet, he remained unaware. He had hung up Li Shiha's call himself, and Li Shiha had already mentally noted this against him. Baya observed Qin Lang's movements with quiet satisfaction. Seeing the surprise written all over Qin Lang's face, Baya felt a good portion of her resentment dissipate. Damn it! Serves you right for kicking me out of the car. Serves you right for not being gentle with the fairer sex. Take that for presuming to take liberties with this young lady. Humph, this is what they call karma, coming full circle. With this thought, Baya stepped forward and tightly hugged Qin Lang's arm, putting on an innocent and carefree expression. Seeing Baya clinging to him again, Qin Lang could only sigh inwardly. Fine, let her hug if she wants. I'm not losing out anyway. As for this reputation. Sigh. At this moment, only Qin Lang and Baya were still fooling around in the whole venue. Everyone else stood frozen in place. Baya's words were like an apocalyptic thunderclap, reverberating and exploding endlessly in their minds. Their fundamental beliefs and values crumbled at this very moment. Could there really exist such an extraordinary woman in this world? What charm did Qin Lang use to actually make the campus belle fall head over heels for him? Wang Hai, Li Xingze, and Luo Chang looked at Qin Lang with admiration, scanning him up and down. At this moment, Qin Lang's image in their minds had already risen several notches. At this moment, Baya tugged at Qin Lang's arm sweetly, urging, Darling, let's go quickly. Time for dinner. Having said that, Baya waved to the stunned girls behind her. Come on, let's go. These girls were Baya's roommates and close friends, each of them a stunning beauty. The girls stared blankly at Baya, their minds completely empty. What's going on with Xiaoya? She never paid any attention when those tall, rich, and handsome guys showered her with attention before. Why is she being so affectionate toward this guy today? Her boyfriend? Impossible. She had never mentioned him before today, and she actually went as far as to actively wrap her arm around him. If any of those rich, handsome guys pursuing her saw this, they'd probably be jealous enough to kill. I can't figure it out. It's truly beyond comprehension. Xin Lang waved at Luo Chang and the other two. Let's go. Seeing Baiya's girlfriends, Luo Chang and the others instantly perked up, straightened their backs, and quickened their pace to follow. As soon as they stepped out the back gate of Binhai University, Baiya decisively let go of Xin Lang's hand. Alright, we're even now. Xin Lang casually waved his hand. Go on, get out of here. His movements were utterly carefree, without a trace of reluctance. Seeing Xin Lang's action, Baiya somehow felt inexplicably angry in her heart. Am I, with all my natural beauty, not the least bit tempting to you? Baiya was fuming angrily as she grabbed her sisters by the hand and stormed off. Seeing Baiya and her girlfriends leaving, Luo Chang and his two companions grew anxious. What's going on with you, third brother? How could you, as a man, make your girlfriend angry? Go chase her back right now. Luo Chang and the other two watched anxiously as Baiya and her companions walked away, appearing even more anxious than Xin Lang, who was merely pretending to be the boyfriend. Xin Lang spread his hands helplessly and explained. She's not my girlfriend. She was just helping me counter Xia Yi's best friend. Really? Luo Chang looked at Xin Lang suspiciously, showing little faith in his words. As they walked, Xin Lang explained the whole situation to them. However, he didn't mention Baiya's true identity. After all, if she had deliberately concealed her identity, there must be a reason for it. The four brothers took a shortcut to Restaurant Rui, found a seat by the window, and prepared to feast to their heart's content. Chapter 38, Xia Yi's Revenge. To satisfy his appetite, Xin Lang astonished Luo Chang and the other two by ordering a whopping 40 dishes. Today he ordered everything he'd previously been too thrifty to try. Since becoming a 9th-grade martial artist, Xin Lang's capacity for food had increased dramatically. These 40 dishes should be enough for our meal. Just as the four of them were chatting and waiting for their food, Wang Shuai and his crew appeared at the stairwell. Wang Hai muttered under his breath, "Why are they following us?" Luo Chang clenched his fists and said firmly, "If those guys dare to talk shit again later, don't any of you try to stop me. If we don't teach them an unforgettable lesson, they'll never change their wicked ways." Xin Lang nodded in agreement. They do need to be taught a lesson. At that moment, Wang Shuai also spotted Xin Lang and his companions. Gazing at Xin Lang's handsome face, Wang Shuai burned with such intense jealousy it nearly drove him mad. This poor boy actually dares to come dine at Rui Lu now that he's latched onto a wealthy woman. In the past, he probably wouldn't even have dared to glance at Rui Lu. Whether out of some peculiar mindset, Wang Shuai chose to sit at the table next to Xin Lang and his companions. Xin Lang cast a glance at Wang Shuai and the others but remained silent. However, he had already secretly made up his mind. If they dared to provoke him first, he would make them regret it. As for Xia Yi, who was sitting at Wang Shuai's table, she was completely ignored by Xin Lang. Between them, there was no longer any connection whatsoever. Soon, Xin Lang's ordered dishes arrived at the table. The waiter served dish after dish until the entire table was filled, with some still left unplaced. Looking at the lavish spread on the neighboring table, Wang Shuai secretly clicked his tongue in astonishment. Damn, did they win the lottery or what? Those dishes were all things I wanted to order but didn't dare to. This whole table of food must cost at least 100,000 to start with. Who's this ridiculously rich? Looking at this feast spread across the table, Xin Lang and the other three were practically drooling with anticipation. Wang Hai chuckled, "We've got old three's generosity to thank for this meal today." By now, Luo Chang had already started moving his chopsticks. As he reached for more food, he laughed and said, "Exactly. If it weren't for old three, I wouldn't dare eat so freely at Rui Restaurant." Li Xingsa swallowed a piece of crystal shrimp and couldn't stop praising it. "It's so delicious. Old San, I don't want to leave. I want to follow you for a living." Xin Lang chuckled and said, "Sure thing. I've just taken over a company. You're welcome to join any time." Xin Lang noticed that despite their ongoing conversation, their hands were moving with astonishing speed. He got anxious in an instant. "Damn it, I haven't even moved yet." With a low growl, he immediately joined the fray. Wang Shuai and his crew had been secretly keeping tabs on Xin Lang's table all along. After listening to Wang Hai and the others, they gradually pieced together the situation. The one who invited everyone this time was Xin Lang. As for Xin Lang's claim of owning a company, Wang Shuai and the others simply refused to believe it. The thought that Xin Lang, who had been utterly destitute throughout their 4 years of university, had suddenly transformed into someone entirely different left Wang Shuai and the others with a bitter taste in their mouths. This entire meal must have cost at least 100,000 yuan, yet Xin Lang didn't even bat an eye. Just how wealthy is he? They felt extremely resentful. How could Xin Lang have undergone such a dramatic transformation right after graduation? Among them, Xia Yi was the most unbalanced one. Watching Xin Lang across from her devouring meat with great relish and laughing heartily, Xia Yi grew sour with envy. She was so jealous it nearly drove her mad. But she understood that, with her own abilities, she could no longer shake the current Xin Lang. She took out her phone and sent a text message to Chen Chang, the young heir of the Renshan group. Xin Lang is at the Rui building behind the back gate of Binhai University. He has no bodyguards with him, just a few classmates. After sending the message, Xia Yi's heart pounded wildly. She knew that because of Qin Lang's sister was targeting the Rinshan group owned by Chen Chang's family. Qin Lang is Chen Chang's enemy. She sent the message to Chen Chang with the intention of killing someone with a borrowed knife. She had only one thought in her mind: if I'm going down, you're coming with me. Watching Qin Lang laugh heartily, Xia Yi thought to herself, just wait, your smile won't last much longer. After more than 10 minutes, one of Xia Yi's close friends finally couldn't contain her sour feelings and remarked sarcastically, using money from a sugar mommy to treat your buddies, some people really value friendship and loyalty, huh? Eating so happily, is soft rice really that delicious? This girl was named Yang Lu, Xia Yi's best friend. Hearing Yang Lu's words, Qin Lang and the other three simultaneously set down their chopsticks. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, what do you mean by that? The flames of fury gradually rose in Qin Lang's heart. These people with their snide remarks were nothing but disgusting. Once or twice I let it slide, but now you're getting completely out of hand. Do you really think I'm some pushover? At this moment, Wang Shuai gave a faint smile. Qin Lang, there's no need to be angry. Yang Lu is a girl, don't make a big deal out of it. Yang Lu scoffed dismissively, no special meaning. Everyone graduates looking for jobs, but some people are looking for sugar mommies. Wang Chang and I have already interned at Renshan Group for 2 months, and we're about to be hired full-time. After becoming a full-time employee, my after-tax salary is 15,000. Our future is bright. Yet some people can only cling to others' coattails. Ugh. Wang Chang was the boy sitting next to Yang Lu, her boyfriend. Their family backgrounds were not ordinary, yet they had no family businesses waiting to inherit. After graduation, they chose to find jobs and work. Wang Chang laughed heartily. Some people are so used to poverty, their vision is narrow. In a few years, he won't even be in the same social class as us. Wang Chang's family background was slightly better than Qin Lang's. All along, Wang Chang had considered himself superior to Qin Lang. Now that Qin Lang had changed so much, Wang Chang found it hard to accept. Bang! Luo Chang slammed his fist on the dining table, glaring coldly at Wang Chang and Wang Shuai, looking for a beating. Are you? These people have repeatedly provoked Luo Chang, and he's had enough. Wang Shuai looked at Luo Chang warily and said anxiously, don't act recklessly. Hitting someone is against the law. Wang Shuai knew exactly how capable Luo Chang was and dared not to confront him. At this moment, Qin Lang dug out a text message from his phone. The message was sent by Liang Ping, the newly appointed general manager of Renshan Group, containing Liang Ping's phone number. Ring ring ring. Qin Lang dialed directly. Liang Ping, check if there are any interns named Yang Lu and Wang Chang in Renshan Group. If there are, fire these two immediately. Upon hearing Qin Lang's words, Luo Chang's clenched fists relaxed. He stared at Qin Lang in astonishment, utterly baffled by his intentions. Meanwhile, Wang Chang and Yang Lu simultaneously burst into uproarious laughter. Wang Chang laughed loudly. What the hell are you pretending to be now? Acting like some domineering CEO? That's hilarious. Do you know who's in charge of Renshan Group? It's Chen Chang, young master Chenda. What kind of bullshit is Liang Ping? Qin Lang sneered at Wang Chang, waving his phone at him before switching it to speaker mode. At that moment, a cold snort came through the phone. Young Master Qin, I'll investigate this immediately. Whether I'm bullshit or not, he'll get his answer soon enough. Chapter 39 Chen Chang arrives. Upon hearing this cold snort, Wang Chang and Yang Lu exchanged glances before bursting into loud laughter. This is too ridiculous. Having worked at Renshan Group for 2 months, would they really not know who's in charge of the company? What's Liang Ping? Never heard of it. Could it be that the head of Renshan Group changed hands these past couple days? Absolutely impossible. Put. The others at their table also burst into laughter, mocking Qin Lang's ignorance. Wang Chang laughed heartily. Qin Lang, could you at least do your homework before showing off? You haven't even grasped the basics. What exactly are you trying to prove? Watching you act like this is making me cringe. Wang Chang was absolutely delighted. For the first time, he had finally caught Qin Lang's slip-up. Qin Lang smirked coldly. Whether it's fake arrogance or not, you'll have your answer soon. I hope you'll still be smiling like that when the time comes. Hopefully, he'd still be laughing when the time came. Screech! The moment Qin Lang's voice fell, a piercing screech of brakes erupted outside the door. Wang Chang was just about to retort, but the words in his mouth were forced back by the sound of braking. He turned his irritated gaze toward the window and cursed inwardly, in such a damn hurry to die? However, when he saw who stepped out of the vehicle, his eyes instantly lit up. Holy shit! It was actually young Master Chen Chang. Talk of the devil and he shall appear. But why was young Master Chen driving such a beat-up minivan today? Where's his Ferrari? His ultimate chick magnet? But that's no big deal. His status speaks for itself. Even if he were driving a tractor, countless girls would still adore him. Wang Chang suddenly stood up and laughed wildly. Qin Lang, looks like even the heavens won't let you show off today. Try putting on airs in front of young Master Chen Chang from Renshan Group, I dare you. Having said this, Wang Chang, like a sycophantic lackey, prepared to greet Chen Chang at the stairwell entrance. Meanwhile, upon hearing of Chen Chang's arrival, Xiaoyi's face twisted with undisguised venomous resentment. She thought viciously to herself, if I'm going to suffer, no one else will get off lightly either. Thud thud thud. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Soon, a man appeared in everyone's sight, drenched in sweat and wearing an expression of sheer urgency. This person was none other than Chen Chang. Seeing this, Wang Chang quickly put on a smile and stepped forward to greet him respectfully. Master Chen, what brings you here? There's a scammer here impersonating a senior executive of Renshan Group. You must not let him get away. Yang Lu looked at Qin Lang disdainfully and sneered. Great, now the actual culprit is here. I'd like to see how you're going to fire us. With that, Yang Lu also stood up and walked toward Chen Chang. At this moment, Chen Chang wore a face full of anxiety, his heart restless and uneasy. He saw Wang Chang grinning as he approached, so with a direct wave of his hand, he pushed Wang Chang aside. Get lost. Chen Chang growled under his breath. Damn, where did this eyesore come from? At this moment, Yang Lu also stepped in front of Chen Chang. She cooed in a charming voice, Young Master Chen, you. But before she could finish speaking, she met the same fate as Wang Chang. Chen Chang shoved Yang Lu aside and growled, Get lost. Flustered with anxiety, Chen Chang couldn't be bothered with these two worthless troublemakers. His eyes swept up and locked onto the expressionless face of Qin Lang. Chen Chang immediately quickened his pace, hurrying toward Qin Lang. Behind Chen Chang, Wang Chang and Yang Lu stared blankly at Chen Chang's retreating figure, their faces registering shock. They were somewhat dumbfounded. What was wrong with young Master Chen? I'd greeted him at the company before. Now he's acting like he doesn't recognize me? The thought that all their classmates had witnessed Chen Chang pushing them away left Yang Lu and Wang Chang with a bitter taste in their mouths. This feeling of showing warmth only to meet with cold rejection was truly unbearable. However, when they saw Chen Chang heading straight for Qin Lang, their hearts leapt with joy. Could it be that Qin Xiao was in such a hurry because he didn't want to waste time seeking trouble with Qin Lang? At this thought, Wang Chang and Yang Lu exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a glimmer of anticipation. They crossed their arms, looking like spectators eager to enjoy a show. They couldn't wait to see if Qin Lang could keep up his act after meeting the crown prince of Renshan Group. Xiaoyi was slightly startled to see Chen Chang. Why did Chen Chang come alone? Qin Lang's roommate Luo Chang was the former president of the Sanda Club. If Chen Chang came alone to cause trouble, wouldn't that just be delivering himself as easy prey? Wang Shui saw Chen Chang approaching and immediately stood up with a smile. Although Renshan Group isn't among the top-tier corporations, it still holds some reputation in Binhai. Because they specialized in demolition work and had connections in both legal and underworld circles, everyone was willing to show them some respect. Meanwhile, Luo Chang and the other two clenched their fists, glaring with hostility at Chen Chang, who approached them head-on. They had made up their minds, if Chen Chang dared to throw the first punch, they swore to make him crawl out of Rui Tower. At this moment, all eyes converged on Chen Chang. Everyone was waiting to see Chen Chang's reaction. What happened next left them all dumbstruck. Chen Chang walked up to Qin Lang and made a move no one expected. Chen Chang hurried over to Qin Lang and immediately gave a deep 90-degree bow of sincerity. As he bowed, he loudly exclaimed, Young Master Qin, I apologize. Please spare us. At this moment, Chen Chang's heart was bitter, and he felt like crying. In just one day, their family not only lost the Renshan Group but also their once affluent lifestyle. Because multiple instances of their disciplinary violations were uncovered, and their once underhanded methods were brought to light. Business partners connected to Renshan Group collectively turned against them, driving them to the brink. The banks, upon learning this news, demanded immediate repayment of their debts. Overnight, their family was dragged into a bottomless quagmire. To pay off the debt, he even sold his Ferrari. Chen Chang's actions sent shockwaves through the hearts of Wang Chang and the others. Wang Chang stared incredulously at Chen Chang's retreating figure, his eyes filled with astonishment and bewilderment. What's going on? How could young Master Chen possibly bow and apologize to Qin Lang? What's more, he even addressed Qin Lang as young Master Qin. How could this be? Young Master Chen is the head of Renshan Group, why would he bow to a poor lad like Qin Lang? Wang Shui and others watched this scene in astonishment, their mouths agape. Chen Chang, after all, was a company executive with status and reputation. How could he possibly bow and apologize to Qin Lang, a fresh college graduate? Could it be that Qin Lang has some other hidden identity? Xiaoyi also stared blankly at Chen Chang, her heart shaken beyond measure. Among all present, she was the one who felt this incident most profoundly. Yesterday Qin Lang was still penniless, but today he's become someone even Chen Chang has to bow his head and apologize to. The thought of having missed Qin Lang, this potential goldmine, filled Xiaoyi's heart with regret and resentment. Yet Qin Lang's roommates showed little reaction. They were just somewhat puzzled. What exactly was this Chen Chang trying to do? As for who Chen Chang is, they hadn't even heard of him. At that moment, an electronic voice sounded in Qin Lang's mind. Ding! Detected Chen Chang's emotions. Host, please choose now. Option 1, forgive Chen Chang and invite him to sit down and eat together. Mission reward, 9th grade fighter exchange card, advanced. Task 2, tell Chen Chang to piss off and make him leave. Mission reward, 9th rank martial artist exchange card, intermediate. Task 3, make Chen Chang reveal the truth and restore the host's reputation. Mission reward, charm +5. Upon reading the contents of the first task, Qin Lang was instantly rendered speechless. Chapter 40, intermediate 9th rank martial artist. Damn! Why is there even an option like task 1? Forgive him, and even invite him to sit down for a meal. Have I lost my damn mind? Not hitting him is already being nice enough to him. Mission 1 is absolutely not an option. Yet the rewards for Mission 1 are the highest. This damn system, is it really messing with me? Also, what do the advanced and intermediate following the 9-rank martial artist exchange card mean? Ding! Host, please mind your words and actions. Each rank of martial artists is further divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and peak levels. The host is currently a beginner 9-rank martial artist. If the host obtains a 9-rank martial artist exchange card, intermediate, they can exchange it to become an intermediate 9-rank martial artist. So that's how it is. Mission 2. After hearing the explanation, Qin Lang didn't hesitate and directly selected Mission 2 in his mind. As for the content of Mission 3, Qin Lang simply didn't care about it at all. Just after receiving the mission, an electronic voice sounded in Qin Lang's mind. Ding! Mission 2 has been accepted. After receiving the mission, Qin Lang raised his eyes and stared at Chen Chang. He slightly parted his lips and uttered a single word, scram. His voice carried suppressed fury, causing Chen Chang to tremble in fear. Chen Chang pleaded desperately, young Master Qin, please spare my life. I've lost everything now, with creditors hounding me outside. Bitterness filled Chen Chang's heart. It had taken him just one day to fall from heaven into hell. To him, this wretched existence of eating husks and being chased by debt collectors every day was nothing short of hell. Qin Lang sneered, if you had known today's outcome, why did you act that way in the first place? When you were forcefully demolishing people's homes, did you ever imagine this kind of fate would befall you? Get out of here, don't stand there being an eyesore. Such people act arrogantly when they're riding high, but when they're down and out, they put on all kinds of pitiable acts. Don't you know that today's situation is entirely of his own making? Such people must never be forgiven. If you can enjoy prosperity, why can't you endure poverty? Upon hearing this, Chen Chang's face turned ashen. His voice trembled as he said, young Master Qin, it was Xia who saw me driving a sports car and actively seduced me. It wasn't me who pursued her. Moreover, the one who truly wanted that piece of land at Lushan Academy wasn't me, but Wang Tianyuan from the Wang Financial Group. Wang Tianyuan commissioned our company to secure that land. I never wanted it myself. Chen Chang pondered and realized his connections with Qin Lang amounted to only two matters. The first was Xia, and the second was the land belonging to Lushan Academy. He assumed that once he distanced himself from these two issues, Qin Lang would let him off the hook. Yet, Qin Lang once again coldly snapped, get lost. Let you go? Dream on. Release you just so you can harm others again? At this moment, Qin Lang noticed everyone's gaze shifting towards Wang Shuai's table. Qin Lang also turned to look, only to see everyone staring at Xia, stunned speechless. Wang Shuai, Wang Chang, Yang Lu, and others gazed at Xia in astonishment, too shocked to utter a word. Wasn't it you who got dumped by Qin Lang, and then he latched onto some beautiful rich woman? Aren't you the victim? What exactly is Chen Chang talking about? Feeling everyone's gaze upon her, Xia clenched her lips tightly, her face as pale as death. She never expected the truth to come out so quickly, and these words were spoken directly by Chen Chang himself. She kept her head buried low, not daring to look at the others' expressions. At this moment, Yang Lu spoke softly, Xiaoyi, you. Yet the moment she spoke, Xia broke down and cried, don't ask anything. It's all my fault. Having her shame exposed publicly, Xia completely broke down. She could no longer hold herself together. She lowered her head, stood up, and dashed out of Rui Tower, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Yang Lu and a few other girls chased after her, only to find no trace left behind. It wasn't until then that Wang Shuai and his group realized Xiaoyi's words had all been lies. Her goal was simply to frame Qin Lang and win everyone's sympathy. Thinking back to his earlier words, Wang Shuai flushed red with shame. Ding! Ding! Just then, two text message alerts chimed in unison. Wang Chang and Yang Lu simultaneously picked up their phones. After reading the messages, their expressions changed instantly, because they've all been fired. Seeing their reactions, Wang Shuai asked in confusion, what's wrong? Wang Chang looked at Qin Lang in shock and handed his phone to Wang Shuai. When Wang Shuai read the text message, he was instantly dumbfounded. Holy shit, they actually fired you guys. When the group read this message, everyone was so shocked they couldn't speak. They stared blankly at Qin Lang sitting right next to them, their minds already storming with overwhelming shock. Their breathing gradually became rapid and shallow. Could what Qin said be true? He really does own his own company. And what's more, it's the Runshan Group. to inherit a corporate group right after graduation. This was every graduate's dream of theirs. Who could have imagined that Qin Lang actually made it come true in real life? Meanwhile, Chen Chang was still standing before Qin Lang, pleading desperately. Qin Lang said coldly, "If you don't get lost now, I'll break your legs." At this moment, the security guards of Rui Tower noticed the commotion and rushed over. Amid the uproar, Chen Chang was dragged out by the security guards. After Chen Chang left, the scene finally quieted down. Just then, an electronic voice sounded in Qin Lang's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 9th rank martial artist exchange card, intermediate. The reward has arrived. Qin Lang couldn't wait any longer and declared in his heart, exchange. Ding! Exchange successful. Congratulations, host. You have advanced to become a mid-level 9th grade martial artist. At this moment, Qin Lang took a moment to sense the changes in his body. He noticed that the surge of warmth within him seemed to have grown stronger, enveloping his body in a comforting heat. With a wave of his hand, he realized both his speed and strength had increased. Feeling the changes in his body, Qin Lang flushed with excitement, his face red and neck thick. At this rate, becoming a master was just around the corner. Opposite Qin Lang, Luo Chang and the other two exchanged puzzled glances upon seeing his flushed face. After a silent exchange of looks, Wang Hai, the leader of their dorm, finally spoke up. Third brother, look on the bright side. Xia Yi isn't that great looking anyway, nothing to be nostalgic about. Li Xingzi nodded solemnly and said, exactly, good riddance to bad rubbish. There are plenty more fish in the sea. Luo Chang said in a muffled voice, I think that Baya is pretty good. You might want to consider her. They thought Qin Lang was sulking over Xia Yi and all chimed in to console him. Seeing the genuine concern in his brother's eyes, Qin Lang felt deeply touched. Yet at the same time, he couldn't help but feel somewhat helpless. These guys really loved imagining non-existent scenarios about him. Chapter 41, Qin Lang's roommates. Helpless, Qin Lang could only keep nodding. His brothers meant well, and he naturally wouldn't refuse. As for Luo Chang saying Baya was nice, Qin Lang didn't take it to heart at all. Baya might seem innocent and beautiful, but deep down, she had a bit of a sly side. Right now, young Qin only wanted to make money and improve his cultivation. Having lived in poverty for 20 years, he deeply understood the importance of money. Moreover, wealth alone wasn't enough, one also needed formidable strength. Otherwise, all the money he earned would merely end up benefiting others. The 4 enforcers at the gate of Lushan Academy, Lu Chang from Jinshan Martial Arts School and the restaurant, and by Fingxing outside the villa in Cloudtop City. At certain moments, all of these individuals had made Qin Lang feel utterly powerless to resist. This sense of helplessness, this inability to control one's own fate, was something Qin Lang detested. His life had to be in his own hands. On the other side, Wang Chang and Yang Lu kept stealing glances at Qin Lang. Their hearts were tangled with conflict. They desperately wanted to admit their mistakes and apologize to Qin Lang, yet their pride held them back. Apologizing to someone they once looked down upon, they just couldn't cross that psychological barrier. Qin Lang naturally sensed their gazes. However, he pretended not to notice and ignored them entirely. The current Qin Lang carried an air of mystery now, making even Wang Shui and others dare not mock him as before. Soon, this farewell dinner came to an end. The 4 brothers left Rui Tower. Back in the dormitory, Qin Lang packed his belongings and bid farewell to the other 3 with hugs. The 4 made a pact to meet regularly in the future. Then, Qin Lang left the dormitory carrying his things. After Qin Lang left, Wang Hai and the other 2 stood in stunned silence. Finally, Wang Hai murmured softly, third brother feels somewhat different to me now. Presently, he's confident, yet also enigmatic. Luo Chang nodded firmly, indeed. I sensed a hint of an aura of strength from Lao San. I don't know if it's because of Xia Yi, but he's really changed a lot nowadays. Li Xingzi smiled and said, I feel the same way. But everyone has their own secrets, that's perfectly normal. I always thought third brother was the most ordinary among us, but it turns out he's not ordinary at all. Well, third brother has left, and now we have nothing left to worry about. Big brother, second brother, I'm also going home to inherit the family fortune now. Just then, a knock came at the door. Li Xingzi smiled and said, you're here. Outside the door, an elderly man with silver hair stood respectfully at the entrance. Upon seeing Li Xingzi, the old man slightly bowed and said respectfully, young master, you've finally agreed to return. The convoy is already waiting at the back gate of Binhai University. Shall we head to the airport now? The plane sent by the family is ready. Li Xingzi nodded and bid farewell to Luo Chang and Wang Hai. Soon after, a convoy of Rolls-Royces slowly started up at the rear gate of Binhai University, heading towards Binhai Airport. After Li Xingzi left, Luo Chang smiled at Wang Hai and said, boss, the last one to leave is the saddest. You're the boss, you gotta cut me some slack. Now that I'm gone, you can freely shed your tears alone. Fuck off. Wang Hai cursed with a laugh. I'm not some sentimental fool. Then, the two hugged each other tightly. Luo Chang picked up his luggage, waved at Wang Hai, and turned to walk out of the dormitory. His steps were steady and light, and the luggage weighing over 100 pounds seemed weightless in his hands. As soon as he stepped out of the dormitory door, his aura grew increasingly formidable with each stride. With each step he took, his cultivation seemed to deepen by another level. At this moment, the aura emanating from him was already beyond what any ninth-grade martial artist could compare to. Luo Chang arrived downstairs at the dormitory, where a robust man was waiting. The muscular man's sinewy physique was even more exaggerated than those strongmen seen on television. Students and teachers passing by couldn't help but steal frequent glances at this man. After all, those muscular physique was simply too eye-catching. As Luo Chang stepped out of the dormitory building, the well-built man approached him and said respectfully, "Young master." Luo Chang gave a slight nod and strode purposefully toward the gate of Binhai University. In the dormitory. At this moment, only Wang Hai, the eldest in the dorm, was left alone in the room. Wang Hai let out a long sigh, silently packed his belongings, and stepped out of the dorm one step at a time. At this moment, Wang Hai still seemed as ordinary as ever, yet there was something subtly different about him. Outside the school gate, Qin Lang carried his luggage to the side of his Bugatti. At that moment, several quite beautiful women were taking photos beside the Bugatti. Seeing how engrossed they were in their photoshoot, Qin Lang chose not to disturb them. Holding his luggage, he silently waited nearby. Little did they know, those beauties thought Qin Lang had some ulterior motives towards them. One of them glanced at the luggage Qin Lang was carrying in a canvas bag and scoffed, "What are you looking at? Never seen a pretty girl before?" Seeing her rude attitude, Qin Lang sneered and pressed his car key. Instantly, the headlights flashed and the car unlocked. The beauty froze in shock. Qin Lang tossed his luggage into the car without hesitation and fired up the Bugatti. Just then, other beauties crowded around his car window, cooing sweetly, "Handsome." Before they could finish speaking, Qin slammed the accelerator to the floor. Boom! The Bugatti roared to life and shot out like an arrow, disappearing from sight in an instant. On the road to Cloudtop City, Qin Lang suddenly remembered something. He asked inwardly, contrarian, there was something wrong with that last mission reward. What questions does the host have? The electronic voice of the contrarian echoed in Qin Lang's mind. Chen Chang later revealed the truth of the matter, so does that mean I've incidentally completed task 3 as well? Host is getting a bit ahead of themselves. After that, not another sound was heard. Damn it! Is it really going down like this? Qin Lang was at a loss for words. Returning to the Cloudcrest Villa, he shouted at the entrance, "I'm home." But the villa remained completely silent, without a single stir of movement. What's going on? Is everyone out? Didn't third sister say she'd wait for me? He wandered around the villa. Sure enough, no one was there. Qin Lang took his luggage back to the room, then dialed Li Shiha's number. "Third sister, I'm back, where are you?" The moment the call connected, Qin Lang couldn't wait to ask. "So you finally remembered to come back?" "I've waited so long the flowers have wilted." Li Shiha's gentle voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Qin Lang scratched his head awkwardly and explained, "Third sister, I was just having dinner with classmates. But right after eating, the moment I remembered you were waiting for me at home, I rushed back immediately." Li Shiha gave a light hum and said, "At least you've got some conscience. Hurry up and get to the Binhai Sports Center." With that, she hung up the phone, cutting off Qin Lang before he could reply. Listening to the dial tone, Qin Lang stood there completely baffled. Something was off about third sister. She seemed to be throwing a tantrum. Who pissed her off? Chapter 42, The Concert. Binhai Sports Center. In a spacious room, Li Shiha looked at the disconnected call, a faint smug smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Little brat. For daring to hang up on me. For fooling around outside. Now you get to taste how it feels to be hung up on. Senior sister, who is this? You're smiling so happily, could this be your sweetheart?" A sweet female voice sounded beside Li Shiha. Standing next to Li Shiha was a young woman with an oval face. Her facial features were well-defined, with a delicately pointed chin. It wasn't the exaggerated internet celebrity V-shaped face, but rather perfectly sharp in a way that looked rather adorable. At this moment, the girl was smiling at Li Shiha with an indescribable, spirited beauty. Li Shiha rolled her eyes and laughed, lying, "How dare you tease your senior sister? Just you wait, you won't get away with this." With those words, Li Shiha pounced on Zhao Liying, and the two of them tussled playfully. Before long, their hair was disheveled, their cheeks flushed, and they were panting heavily. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. "Shiha, I've come to see you." It's a man's voice. Hearing this voice, Li Shiha's brows furrowed. Cloudtop Villa. Qin Lang hastily jumped into the Bugatti and revved the engine, speeding towards Binhai Sports Center. He muttered to himself, "I'd better not find out who pissed off third sister. Otherwise, I'll beat you so hard you'll shit yourself." He drove straight over and quickly arrived outside the Binhai Sports Center. The parking lot security, seeing him behind the wheel of a Bugatti, hastily raised the barrier to let him through. After parking the car, Qin Lang walked up to the main entrance of the Binhai Sports Center. At this moment, security personnel were already stationed at the main entrance. At the front gate, numerous fans carrying support signs were milling about. Every one of those signs bore Li Shihe's image. Witnessing this overwhelming popularity, Xin Lang couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Third sister's reputation is way too big. Before, he had only seen some videos on his phone and thought the crowd was just moderately large. But now, seeing it in person, he was truly stunned by the electrifying atmosphere. Xin Lang listened carefully. The fans' chatter never strayed far from Li Shihe's name for 3 sentences straight. Either they're discussing her latest song or her latest drama. Xin Lang was just about to enter the sports center. Just then, a woman's voice called out from behind him. Xin Lang turned his head and a faint smile appeared on his face. This girl was also a student at Binhai University and Xin Lang's classmate. At the same time, she was also the class belle and Xiaoran. Xiaoran, what brings you here? Xin Lang walked up to Xiaoran's side and asked with a smile. And Xiaoran possessed a delicate and ethereal beauty that gave off an elegant charm. Waving the tickets in her hand, and Xiaoran smiled and said, I'm actually Li Shihe's diehard fan. What about you? Are you her fan too? How come I never noticed before? Xin Lang smiled and replied, I wasn't before, but now I am. Put. Hearing Xin Lang's strange answer, and Xiaoran couldn't help but laugh aloud. Just then, a well-off-looking boy standing beside Xiaoran noticed their playful banter, and a hint of displeasure flashed across his face. He interrupted their conversation, extending his hand toward Xin Lang and saying in a serious tone, Hello, I'm Chang Dao, Xiaoran's boyfriend. Xin Lang, seeing how polite he was, also reached out to shake his hand. Unexpectedly, the moment their hands clasped, Xin Lang felt an overwhelming force surge through. Xin Lang looked up and caught the cold sneer at the corner of Chang Dao's mouth, instantly understanding the situation. He chuckled inwardly, secretly exerting force in his hand to retaliate with equal strength. Damn it, I was just trying to say a couple of words peacefully, and you can't stand me, so you want to teach me a lesson? If I don't show you some real power, you won't realize Lord Horse King has 3 eyes. The moment Xin Lang exerted his strength, Chang Dao's lips began to twitch. Pain. A piercing pain. As if the bones were about to split apart. Chang Dao stared at Xin Lang in shock, his eyes brimming with astonishment. As a martial artist, he knew exactly how much force his hands could wield. He hadn't expected Xin Lang, who didn't have a burly physique, to possess such tremendous grip strength. Chang Dao gritted his teeth and said, Pleasure to meet you. May I ask your name, brother? Xin Lang exerted slight pressure with his hand and replied casually, Xin Lang. Go, good name. Chang Dao exhaled heavily, nearly blurting out the words that hurts, instead. At this moment, and Xiaoran said with slight dissatisfaction, Chang Dao, we're still in the matchmaking phase, not boyfriend and girlfriend. Chang Dao wiped the sweat from his forehead and said through gritted teeth, Not now, but we will be soon. Having held hands for so long, and Xiaoran also noticed something was amiss. She asked softly, What are you two doing? At this moment, Xin Lang finally released Chang Dao's hand and said lightly, We hit it off so well right from the start that I couldn't bear to let go. Seeing the beads of sweat on Chang Dao's forehead, and Xiaoran burst into laughter. She beamed brightly while teasing, Xin Lang, you're getting more and more glib. Watching in Xiaoran's radiant laughter, Chang Dao's eyes burned with furious flames. He fumed inwardly, Humph. She barely smiled when she was with me, but now she's laughing so happily seeing this guy. His gaze towards Xin Lang concealed countless vicious thoughts. At that moment, ticket inspection began at the entrance, and the crowd started moving. Chang Dao said in a low voice, Let's go, Xiaoran. Time to go in. Noticing Xin Lang didn't have a concert ticket in hand, he pretended to be surprised and asked, Xin Lang, aren't you a fan of Li Shihe? How come you don't have a concert ticket? If you're having financial difficulties, I can help pay for your ticket. No, the tickets are sold out now. Wanting to buy them won't help anymore. Xin Lang, I'm sorry, but even if I wanted to help you, I can't. Though his words sounded apologetic, there wasn't the slightest hint of regret on his face. Having gotten the short end of the stick from Xin Lang, Chang Dao was now trying to compensate with his sharp tongue. He felt this was the perfect moment to impress in Xiaoran. Chang Dao thought his words would make Xin Lang extremely embarrassed. However, Xin Lang's reaction somewhat disappointed him. Xin Lang smiled faintly, I don't need tickets to watch concerts. The moment Chang Dao saw his indifferent expression, he felt somewhat irritated. Damn it! What are you pretending to be so composed for? What are you trying to show off? Who doesn't know how hard it is to get tickets to Li Shihe's concert? No tickets needed yet. What's your relationship to Li Shihe? Never seen someone who puts on airs like you do. Chang Dao scoffed coldly. Oh really? Boarding has already started. Why don't you go in and try it yourself? And Xiaoran noticed the tension between the two but didn't know how to intervene. Xin Lang nodded slightly with a smile, saying, Alright then. I was just about to go in myself. After speaking, he made a phone call. Come pick me up at the main entrance. Watching Xin Lang's calm demeanor, Chang Dao wore an expression of disdain. Pretentious. A superstar of Li Shihe's caliber, how could someone like you possibly reach her level? If I didn't know better, I'd think you had connections inside. Before long, there was a small commotion at the main entrance. A dark-skinned, heavy-set girl appeared at the gate. Chapter 43, Public Enemy of Fans. Wow, isn't that Li Shiha's little assistant? Right, it's her. How did she get out? Could Li Shiha be coming out too? I don't know, and I haven't heard that Li Shiha would interact with us off stage. Could there have been a change in their plans? Hello, could you help me get Li Shiha's autograph? I'd love an autograph too. It'd be even better if Li Shiha could leave a lip print on it. Damn, you're thinking way too much. How dare you insult my goddess? Amid a minor commotion, the dark-skinned, plump girl Li Lu squeezed through the crowd and stepped forward. Seeing Li Lu, Chang Dao's eyes lit up. Feigning surprise, he said, "That's the assistant beside Li Shiha. Did she come out specifically to pick you up?" Chang Dao sneered inwardly. "Let's see how you get out of this one, asshole." His intention was to make Qin Lang feel awkward and look foolish. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. How could he have guessed that? He nodded matter-of-factly. "Indeed. I just called him out on the phone." Pfft. Chang Dao couldn't help but laugh out loud. He felt he had backed Qin Lang into a corner, leaving him with no way out, causing him to start spouting nonsense. Even such an easily exposed lie could slip from his lips. It seemed the guy's mind was already in complete chaos, and Xiaoran looked at Qin Lang with some confusion. In my memory, Qin Lang wasn't the type to boast like this. Right at that moment, Chang Dao felt an ominous premonition creeping into his heart. Because that tan little assistant glanced around briefly before heading straight towards them, Chang Dao screamed internally, "Oh shit, don't come any closer, don't come over here, stay back." He knew that if this assistant was truly summoned by Qin Lang, then all his previous mocking words would transform into vicious slaps striking his own face. Who the hell wants to slap their own face? However, things did not go as planned. No matter how desperately Chang Dao pleaded in his heart, the dark-skinned assistant still arrived. Watching the reluctant assistant Li Lu, Qin Lang's lips curled into a faint smile. He hurried forward, beaming, and said, "Sister Lu, I really appreciate you taking the trouble to come all this way, thank you so much." Li Lu rolled his eyes and said irritably, "If you knew I was busy, why'd you make me come out to get you? Let's go. I've got things to do, I'm really busy." Qin Lang nodded repeatedly. With such a crowd around, it's understandable she'd be a little resentful about having to come out. Qin Lang turned and waved to the stunned Xiaoran, "Xiaoran, I'm going in first." Then he followed leisurely behind Li Lu, sauntering toward the entrance. When they reached the gate, the security guards looked at Li Lu, then at Qin Lang. Without saying a word, they simply let them pass. And Xiaoran stared blankly at Qin Lang's retreating figure, failing to come back to herself for a long while. At this moment, tumultuous waves were already raging in her heart. Qin Lang actually went inside for real. And to think he even knew Li Shiha's personal assistant. How did he do that? What did I miss? At this moment, Chang Dao's face was shrouded in dark clouds, his expression terrifyingly grim. That slap in the face came too quickly. He didn't even have a chance to react. He turned his head to glance at Xiaoran. When he saw the intoxicated look in Xiaoran's eyes, the fury in his heart surged once more. How infuriating. If I don't reclaim my dignity today, then Chang isn't my surname. The scene of Qin Lang being taken inside by Li Lu was witnessed by all the fans. Who is this guy? What's his status? How did he get brought inside by Li Shiha's assistant? Damn, being close gives you the advantage. What if he tries to steal my goddess? Starting today, that man is my love rival. Don't let me run into him. I swore long ago that I'd marry none but Li Shiha in this lifetime. I even fucking prepared the bride price, and now a love rival pops up? Brothers, we need to stick together and take down that guy who just walked in first. Right, there's absolutely no way I'll let him steal my Shiha. What do you mean you're Shiha? Shiha is mine. Qin Lang didn't realize he had already caught the attention of countless male onlookers at this moment. Meanwhile, Xiaoran found herself surrounded by a crowd of people. Hey beautiful, who was that guy just now? What's his name? Yeah, what's his relationship with that chubby assistant girl? Is that man one of Li Shiha's admirers? What? He's your classmate? Damn that scumbag. He already has a beautiful classmate, yet he still tries to steal my Shiha from me. Damn it, I'm staying right here today to wait for him. I'm gonna teach him a lesson he won't forget. And Xiaoran watched the agitated crowd, wanting to defend Qin Lang but completely overpowered by so many voices. All her attempts at explanation were instantly drowned in the roaring tide of accusations. I know. At this moment, a loud shout drew everyone's attention. Chang Dao wore a sinister smile as he roared loudly. I know who he is. His name is Qin Lang. Seeing how agitated the crowd had become, an excellent scheme immediately formed in Chang Dao's mind. He wanted to use the power of his fans against Qin Lang. Aren't you so damn impressive? I'll show you just how massive the power of the masses can be. Qin Lang? My love? Damn, even his name sounds so perverted. Yeah, such a disgusting name, definitely not a good person. Brothers, remember the name Qin Lang. If there's any news about him, spread the word in our fan group. Hold on, brothers, don't get riled up yet. What if that guy isn't actually pursuing Li Shiha? Let's not mistakenly hurt an innocent person. Otherwise, we'll smear Li Shiha's reputation. That makes sense. Let's gather evidence first. Upon hearing Qin Lang's name, the fans reacted in various ways. Among these fans, there are both die-hard fanatics and rational supporters. Unfortunately, Qin Lang was completely unaware of their reactions. Qin Lang followed the plump girl Leela backstage without encountering any obstacles along the way. Once backstage, Leela casually said, "Sister Shiha is in the lounge, find her yourself." With that said, he scurried away in a flash. Qin Lang curiously surveyed the backstage area, wandering around aimlessly. The backstage gave Qin Lang only one impression: it was utter chaos. Not that things were cluttered, but there were simply too many people. People kept passing by, appearing to be very busy. Many crew members hauling props repeatedly shouted coming through, as they pulled carts laden with stage equipment away. Qin Lang noticed a room labeled makeup room and curiously pushed open the door, wondering what was inside. But the moment he opened it and peeked his head in, several screams erupted from within. "Ah, who are you, rogue?" A few performance costumes immediately flew onto Qin Lang's head. Qin Lang tossed aside the costumes, hurriedly closed the door, and took off running. Chapter 44. What kind of relationship do you think we have? At this moment, Qin Lang's face flushed red, his expression somewhat embarrassed. Damn it, shouldn't you be doing makeup properly in the dressing room instead of changing clothes? This is downright deception, selling dog meat as mutton. Upon pushing the door open, he had unexpectedly seen several slender women clad only in intimate attire trying on performance costumes. Qin Lang placed a hand over his violently pounding heart and thought to himself, as they say, curiosity killed the cat. I mustn't be so curious in the future. After Qin Lang slipped away, a few women emerged from the dressing room, carrying sticks. Where did that pervert go? Don't let him get away. How despicable. I remember that creep's face now, better hope I don't run into him. I saw him too, actually kind of handsome. Ugh, you lovesick fool. There are so many playboys out there who specialize in deceiving naive girls like you. The girls searched around but couldn't find Qin Lang anywhere, finally returning to the dressing room with reluctant expressions. Meanwhile, Qin Lang had already found his way to the lounge. Seeing the word lounge on the door, Qin Lang finally let out a sigh of relief. This time he got wiser and didn't recklessly push the door open right away, instead knocking 3 times. At the same time, he overheard the conversation in the lounge. Shiha, after today's performance, let me take you out for seafood. There's a newly opened seafood restaurant by the bay, the food is really good. It's a man's voice. Hearing this voice, Qin Lang was slightly startled. Who is this? Third sister's suitor? Is this person actually my brother-in-law? For some reason, Qin Lang felt inexplicably irritated. He really wanted to see which lucky pig had managed to uproot the cabbage from his own garden. Wan Tianga, please leave. I'm very busy now and have things to do in the evening. Please don't disturb my work. This was Li Shiha's voice. Hearing Li Shiha's tone of voice, Qin Lang immediately felt better. So this wasn't third sister's boyfriend, just a love-struck fool. Please come in. Right after, Li Shiha's voice was heard again in the lounge. Qin Lang pushed the door open and saw several young men and a few stunning beauties inside the lounge. And Li Shiha, naturally, was the most eye-catching and dazzling among all those beauties. When Li Shiha saw it was Qin Lang who entered, her initially cold and indifferent face instantly revealed a hint of a smile. You're here. Li Shiha smiled sweetly at Qin Lang as she greeted him. Here I am. Qin Lang nodded with a smile while surveying the lounge's surroundings. At this moment, Wan Tianga, sitting opposite Li Shiha, furrowed his brows. Who is this boy who just walked in? He seems to be very familiar with Li Shiha. Li Shiha had been cold and indifferent toward him just moments ago, yet now her face instantly transformed into a beaming smile upon seeing this boy. My goddess can only smile at me. In an instant, a surge of hostility welled up in Wan Tianji's heart. He examined Qin Lang carefully, analyzing his attire. In the end, he concluded that Qin Lang came from an ordinary family with rather poor taste in clothing. At this moment, Qin Lang had already walked up to Li Shiha. Wan Tianga immediately asked, Shiha, who is this? What is he to you? Li Shiha was about to introduce Qin Lang when Qin Lang cut her off. Qin Lang sat boldly beside Li Shiha, pressing closely against her. Not stopping there, he reached out an arm and draped it over Li Shiha's shoulders. Then, with a beaming smile, Qin Lang said, Can't you tell what relationship we have? When he entered, Qin Lang had been racking his brain for a solution to help Li Shiha out of this predicament. In the end, he decided to pretend to be Li Shiha's boyfriend. He'd already acted as boyfriend for Mo Rushua and Baya. He was familiar with this gig and reasonably experienced. It came to him quite naturally. Practice makes perfect. Seeing Qin Lang actually wrap his arm around Li Shiha's shoulder, Wan Tianji abruptly stood up, his face turning extremely ugly. What exactly is your relationship? You punk, take your filthy hand off her right now. What kind of rubbish are you to dare lay a finger on Shiha? Wan Tianga was absolutely furious. He had pursued Li Shiha for so long with great effort, yet hadn't even held her hand once. And this damned guy comes along and immediately gets all clingy and huggy. Is he looking to die or what? What's worse, Li Shiha didn't even resist when he put his arm around her shoulder. Wan Tiange's composure was on the verge of shattering. Not only Wan Tiange lost emotional control, but the others in the room also turned pale at the sight. A single question burned in their minds. What exactly was the relationship between this young man and Li Shiha? Qin Lang observed Wan Tiange's near meltdown with utter indifference. None of your sisters like you, yet you still cling like a mangy dog. What are you trying to do? With a faint smile, Qin Lang moved his arm from Li Shiha's shoulder downwards, shifting his aim to wrap around her slender waist instead. Soft, and pleasantly springy. Grinning, he asked, what? Can't you tell what my relationship with Shiha is? Feeling the scorching large hand on her waist, Li Shiha secretly rolled her eyes several times. With one hand pressing down on Qin Lang's wrist, she lightly pinched him as a subtle reminder not to overstep boundaries. Wan Tiange's emotions were clearly on the verge of spiraling out of control. Qin Lang flexed his fingers in response, signaling, don't worry, I've got this under control. Little did he know that with just a movement of his finger, Li Shiha would feel such unbearable tickling at her waistline. This was simply a matter of personal constitution, something beyond her control. Put. To stifle her uncontrollable laughter, Li Shiha immediately turned her head and buried her face into Qin Lang's shoulder, her body shaking with suppressed giggles. She remained unaware that witnessing her reaction only stoked Wan Tiange's fury to greater heights. Watching Qin Lang and Li Shiha standing intimately close, their bond visibly strong, Wan Tiange trembled with rage. Pointing at Qin Lang's face, he roared furiously, kid, come on, let's step outside. I'm going to fight you one-on-one. Today I'll beat you until you piss and shit yourself, or I'll take your damn surname. Wan Tiange felt unbearably hot all over, as if flames were smoldering inside his body. If he didn't vent this burning rage right now, he might just explode. At that moment, several other boys who had remained silent until now stepped forward to stand behind Wan Tiange. They were all Wan Tiange's friends, initially just here to watch him try to woo Li Shiha. Little did they expect to witness Wan Tiange getting humiliated. As friends, they naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. Kid, let's go. There are so many girls here, this isn't appropriate. Be a man and come outside with me. One of the boys spoke while reaching out to grab Qin Lang's arm. Seeing the approaching hand, Qin Lang responded with a faint, cold smile. With a twist of his wrist, he instantly seized the boy's hand. Then, with a slight increase in strength from his hand, he immediately made the boy howl in pain like a tortured ghost. Only upon hearing the scream did Li Shiha realize that the two had come to blows. In an instant, Li Shiha's face was covered with icy frost. She abruptly stood up and said bluntly, Wan Tiange, get out of here immediately. You'd better not make me angry. The consequences would be unbearable for both you and your mother. Seeing Li Shiha suddenly transform into this state, Wan Tiange felt a pang of panic in his heart. Li Shiha's wrath was terrifying. Chapter 45 The Strongest 9th Grade Master. Wan Tiange's mother is a shareholder in the company where Li Shiha works. That's why Wan Tiange could come and go freely in the back end. It was precisely thanks to this background that Wan Tiange developed the idea of pursuing Li Shiha. However, he pursued Li Shiha purely through shameless persistence, never daring to cross the line. Because there had been wealthy young men who tried to target Li Shiha and use unscrupulous methods against her. In the end, for some unknown reason, the scheme was exposed beforehand. At that time, Li Shiha had just entered the entertainment industry and supposedly had no powerful backing. In the past, the consequences of such things that hadn't happened yet weren't serious. At most, the rich young master would pay compensation and apologize. However, Li Shiha, who had just debuted at the time, announced publicly, this matter won't end like this. Many people didn't take it seriously back then. You're just a rookie who's just debuted. What kind of connections and background could you possibly have? That rich kid's family isn't one to be trifled with. They've produced several big shots in the business world. Surprisingly, not long after Li Shiha said those words, that family was investigated. All the dirty dealings of that family were exposed and made public for everyone to see. The main members of that family were all thrown into prison and remain incarcerated to this day. Later, rumors spread that higher-level forces had intervened. The wealthy young master's family stood no chance of resisting against such power. That's why when Wan Tiange decided to pursue Li Shiha, his mother warned him, don't anger Li Shiha. At this moment, seeing Li Shiha's anger, Wan Tiange's heart trembled. The fury in his heart instantly dissipated, leaving only panic. He felt puzzled. Why had Li Shiha suddenly become enraged? Could it be because his friends had gone to capture that damn kid? Why is she so protective of him? At this thought, waves of jealousy welled up in Wan Tiange's heart. With Li Shiha enraged, Wan Tiange dared not linger here any longer. He glared fiercely at Qin Lang, committing the man's face firmly to memory. He swore he wouldn't let this guy off. Soon after, Wan Tiange and his friends slunk out of the lounge in humiliation. Only after these people left did the coldness on Li Shiha's face gradually fade away. While carefully examining Qin Lang's body, she asked with concern. Little brother, are you hurt? She had just seen that person dare to lay hands on Qin Lang, and her emotions erupted instantly, not even taking the time to check if Qin Lang was injured. Seeing the concern all over Li Shiha's face, Qin Lang let out a slight sigh of relief. To be honest, Li Shiha's expression just now had given him quite a fright. He never expected his gentle third sister could be so fierce. That expression, like a tigress protecting her cub. Seeing Li Shiha soften again, Qin Lang grinned and said, "Third sister, I'm fine. I'm a 9th grade grandmaster, that guy earlier couldn't have hurt me." Li Shiha extended her finger, fair as mutton fat jade, and lightly tapped Qin Lang's forehead. Her expression turned stern as she demanded, "Out with it. Where exactly were you this morning? And why did you hang up on me?" Qin Lang was stunned. Is third sister still holding a grudge about hanging up the phone? Left with no choice, he briefly explained the incident from that morning. After hearing Qin Lang's explanation, Li Shiha squinted at him sideways. Who would have guessed you're quite the fighter? There are countless masters in this world, what if you encounter one someday? Don't act recklessly anymore, understand? What else could Qin Lang do? He could only nod obediently. At that moment, the other girls in the lounge gathered around. Sister Shiha, you look so domineering just now. Senior sister, you were so impressive earlier. Senior sister, so he wasn't your boyfriend after all. Looking at his expression just now, I really thought he was your boyfriend. Lady Shiha, your younger brother is so handsome. The girls sat beside Qin Lang and Li Shiha, chattering incessantly. Watching the girls around her, Li Shiha suddenly smiled mysteriously. She pressed her crimson lips close to Qin Lang's ear and whispered softly, "Didn't you just break up, little brother? Don't you think these girls are pretty?" Li Shiha's voice was gentle, laced with a hint of temptation. Feeling the warm breath against his ear, Qin Lang found it ticklish, like a kitten pawing at his heart. What does third sister mean by this? Are you trying to set me up with someone? Just at that moment. Ding! Li Shiha's thoughts have been detected. Host, please select a mission. Mission 1, respond to Li Shiha, neither looks good. Reward, 9 rank expert exchange card, supreme tier. Mission 2, respond to Li Shiha, only you are the most beautiful. Reward, charm plus 5. Faced with these two options, Qin Lang felt torn. In terms of rewards alone, he would undoubtedly choose Mission 1. But to be honest, the girls standing before him were all quite pretty. Youthful and radiant, their faces still carrying a trace of innocence, they were likely newcomers who had just debuted. Most importantly, Qin Lang worried that if he used Task 1's answer for third sister, she might think his aesthetic standards were too high and stop introducing potential girlfriends to him in the future. As for Task 2, Qin Lang didn't even consider it. Third sister was already beautiful, what use was saying these things to oneself? Besides, a plus 5 charm bonus held no appeal at all. Mission 1. After only a brief hesitation, Qin Lang made his choice. He tilted his head slightly and whispered to Li Shiha, "Third sister, none of them are good-looking." As expected, the moment Qin Lang spoke, Li Shiha's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She glanced at those girls in puzzlement, they were all quite pretty. Could it be that her little brother's aesthetic sense was off? Li Shiha sighed and waved it off, saying, "Forget it then." She turned her head and answered the girls' questions with a smile. Qin Lang remained seated quietly, inwardly overjoyed. The 9-tier expert exchange card, Supreme, the sheer power of this exchange card far exceeded his expectations. The moment this redemption card arrived, he immediately redeemed it. Right after completing the redemption, he felt an intense heat coursing through his entire body, as if flames were burning within him. Only after consulting the nitpicker did he realize where the problem lay. When he first saw this redemption card, he had assumed the term strongest referred to a cultivation realm. The contrarian argued that the strongest doesn't denote a realm, but rather pure power. Within the 9th rank realm, Qin Lang is currently the most powerful person in the entire world. Damn! Upon learning this news, Qin Lang was so excited he nearly jumped for joy. The absolute strongest 9th rank cultivator in the whole world. In other words, from now on, when facing 9th rank masters, I can obliterate them effortlessly. Chapter 46, That Man Has Appeared. In the ensuing time, Li Shiha became increasingly busy. To host a concert, Li Shiha needed to prepare countless things. Wherever Li Shiha went, Qin Lang would follow. Just like a little tail. Qin Lang trailed lazily behind Li Shiha, somewhat idle. Just as Qin Lang thought the day would pass by in boredom, he heard a remark. A phrase that made his heart race wildly. "Little brother, come on, it's time for me to do my makeup." Li Shiha turned to look at Qin Lang, signaling him to follow along. Hearing these words, Qin Lang instantly lost his composure. He tentatively asked, "Third sister, are we going to your private dressing room?" Li Shiha shook her head, "No. The venue here has limited space, so only one dressing room was set up. The tools there are quite complete, very convenient." Hearing this, Qin Lang felt his scalp prickle with apprehension. What should he do now? What if he ended up crossing those girls? Before Qin Lang could hesitate, Li Shiha grabbed his clothes and urged him to hurry. Helpless, Qin Lang could only slowly follow along. He prayed silently in his heart, hoping those few girls were merely changing clothes there, and would leave after changing. Otherwise, if they told third sister he had peeked at them, it would be impossible to explain. Though I had only glanced inadvertently, it was indeed peeking. Amat Ba Buddha. Allah preserve us. Celestial deities of Luo. Boundless heavenly deity. Qin Lang silently prayed to the gods in all directions, hoping those girls had already left. But when the dressing room door opened, Qin Lang was dumbstruck. Not a single one had gone. It's all right there. Seeing the tools in their hands, Qin Lang felt so frustrated he could spit blood. Turns out, these girls were all makeup artists responsible for cosmetics. What are you makeup artists doing messing with other actors' performance costumes? Is this fun? Li Shiha had just pushed open the dressing room door when the girls inside immediately laughed and greeted her. After all, they felt honored to serve Li Shiha, the famously talented singing legend. But when they saw Qin Lang standing behind Li Shiha, their expressions instantly darkened. In an instant, a flush of anger appeared on the girls' faces. Several girls immediately dragged out some wooden sticks from behind the door and came at Qin Lang, brandishing them. Naturally, the girls' attacks posed no threat to Qin Lang. With just a slight duck of his head or an effortless leap, he could easily evade their strikes. But continuing like this isn't a solution. Qin Lang dodged while shouting, "Why are you attacking? That was a misunderstanding. I didn't mean to do it." However, the girls weren't listening to his explanations at all. Waving their clubs, they shouted, "For perverts like you, it's better to just start hitting. Yeah, beat him up so he won't dare peep again." Bullshit misunderstanding. Do you think we're naive little girls fresh out of society? That's right, we won't be fooled by you. You didn't do it unintentionally, you meant every bit of it. With so many girls ganging up on him, how could Qin Lang possibly out-argue them all? He turned to Li Shiha for help, only to find him utterly dumbfounded. Li Shiha was taken aback when she saw the usually gentle makeup artist suddenly turn irritable. It took her several seconds to snap out of her daze. She quickly stepped forward to stop the makeup artist's violent act. Upon seeing Li Shiha approach to mediate, the makeup artists promptly put away their sticks. Li Shiha's status was undeniable, so naturally they had to save face for her. Moreover, Li Shiha was about to perform on stage. If anything happened now, it would be a serious problem. A girl asked indignantly, "Sister Shiha, why are you with this big rogue? Be careful, this guy is no good." Li Shiha glanced at Qin Lang, even more puzzled. She asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Did he cause trouble again?" The girls answered in unison, "He was peeping at us changing clothes." After speaking, the girls glared angrily at Qin Lang, thinking to themselves, what a waste of such a handsome face, with looks so striking, yet harboring such a disgusting perversion. What? Li Shiha's voice suddenly rose several pitches higher. She abruptly turned towards Qin Lang, furrowing her brows as she demanded, "Little brother, what's the meaning of this?" She had already made up her mind if Qin Lang was really peeking at someone changing clothes, she would give him a proper lesson and make sure he corrected this bad habit. Weakly shaking his head, Qin Lang pleaded, "Third sister, let me explain. Earlier when I came in, I couldn't find you anywhere, so I had no choice but to wander around in here. At the time, I noticed there was a dressing room here and got a bit curious, so I thought I'd take a look." The moment the door opened, the rest goes without saying, everyone already knew. Seeing the girl's expression soften somewhat, he quickly added, "I really didn't mean to. Besides, I didn't see anything. At this moment, even if you saw something, you should say you didn't." Besides, he only caught a glimpse at that time and immediately slipped away upon realizing something was wrong. Truth be told, he didn't clearly see anything either. At this point, Li Shiha's expression softened. Li Shiha glared fiercely at Qin Lang before turning to explain on his behalf. With Li Shiha stepping in, the mediation process became much easier. In the end, the girls only forgave him after Qin Lang repeatedly promised them. When Li Shiha finished applying her makeup and stepped out of the dressing room, Qin Lang, who had been following behind, finally let out a heavy sigh of relief. Next is the fan meet and greet before the concert. While following Li Shiha to the meeting room, Qin Lang received a text message. The message was from An Xiaoran. "Qin Lang, what's your relationship with Li Shiha? You'd better not show up in front of Li Shiha's fans, they all think you're one of her suitors. Many people are saying they want to block you recently, so be careful. Cheng Dao has already revealed your name, the fans already know who you are." The text message was long and jumbled. After reading this text message, Qin Lang felt his scalp tingle. Damn! I've become public enemy number one among the fans. How many fans does third sister have? Probably more than you could count. But why are they getting so worked up? It's not like third sister is going to marry any of them anyway. If they found out he still lives together with third sister, he wondered what expressions they'd make. Qin Lang stopped in his tracks when he reached the doorway of the meeting room. Still, she had to consider third sister's future, better not cause any scandalous rumors about her. He leaned against the glass door of the visitation room, quietly waiting for Li Shiha to come out. But he didn't know that inside the room, a fan had recognized him just from his back. That fan snapped a photo of his retreating figure and posted it in the fan group chat. That fan also wrote a sentence, "That man has appeared." Chapter 47, You're telling me what to do. As soon as this picture was posted in the fan group, someone recognized Qin Lang. Is that Qin Lang? Where did you take this photo? Soon, the fan who posted the picture replied, I'm attending the fan meet and greet. He came with Li Shiha. These words sent shockwaves through the fan community. It's confirmed. No doubt about it. This Qin fellow was clearly targeting Li Shiha. Damn it, how dare anyone steal my dream girl? In an instant, the lurking fans all surfaced who could let their dream girl be stolen away. Meanwhile, Qin Lang was bored and playing with his phone. He happened to flip to an extremely viral short video that was trending today. The location in the video is precisely at the gate of Cloudtop City. Countless burly men were seen respectfully shouting, "Greetings, young Master Qin." However, the video only captured these burly men and failed to film the Bai family's direct descendants along with Qin Lang. In the comments section below the video, countless netizens left messages. A big shot has arrived in Binhai. This young Master Qin must be a top-tier figure in China. With so many strong men greeting him, that young Master Qin's status is certainly extraordinary. I really want to know who that young Master Qin is. How come this video didn't capture everything? It didn't show what that young Master Qin looks like. This young Master Qin must have an extraordinary status. I'd love to meet him. Seeing this video, Qin Lang was momentarily stunned. Wasn't this himself? Ha ha, I never expected to be so famous now. Ding. At that moment, Qin Lang's phone pinged with a notification. He tapped to open it. Another message from An Xiaoran. Qin Lang, are you trying to pursue Li Shiha? Are you currently outside the fan meeting room right now? Don't confront those fans, they're being very hostile toward you at the moment. Reading these messages, Qin Lang arched his eyebrows. What was going on here? How did An Xiaoran know my location? Qin Lang thought for a moment and decided to give An Xiaoran a direct call. Xiaoran, what's going on? How did you know where I was? After the call connected, Qin Lang voiced the confusion in his heart. However, there was no response from An Xiaoran on the phone, only a burst of static noise. After what felt like an eternity, An Xiaoran's voice finally came through the call. Her voice was hushed, as if worried someone might overhear. Qin Lang, I'm already at the venue now. There were too many people just now. I was afraid of exposing you. Now I found a safe place, we can talk. Qin Lang, someone posted your backview photo in the fan group. It must have been taken by a fan in the meeting room. They say you're pursuing Li Shiha and vowed to protect her, threatening to teach you a lesson. Be careful about your safety. Upon hearing this explanation, Qin Lang was momentarily stunned. Damn it! Can fans really have this much influence? Xiaoran, send me the fan group number, I want to check it out. Good. Soon, and Xiaoran sent over the fan group number, and Qin Lang successfully joined a fan group named Only Love Shiha. Upon entering the fan group, he immediately changed his name to Young Master Qin. This was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Since the title Young Master Qin was already gaining some recognition, he figured he might as well use it. Using my real name is definitely not an option, I'd probably get roasted alive. Soon, the fans who were discussing how to retaliate against Qin Lang noticed the words Qin Gongzi, Young Master Qin. One fan asked, are you that Qin Gongzi? Unsure himself, he decided to test the waters with a probing remark. At this moment, all the passionately discussing fans fell silent, quietly awaiting Qin Lang's response. If this young Master Qin turns out to be the same young Master Qin from the gates of Cloudtop City, that would be truly astonishing. Someone of such stature was actually also a fan of Li Shiha. Being fellow fans of Li Shiha, they even felt a shared sense of glory about this. Qin Lang thought for a moment and decided to establish a persona for himself. Young Master Qin. These three words instantly gave off an air of aristocratic aloofness. Thus, Qin Lang responded coldly, who seeks me? In an instant, dozens of videos flooded the group chat interface. All the clips showed the same scene, the footage of people shouting Young Master Qin at the gates of Cloudtop City. A sinister grin tugged at Qin Lang's lips as he watched. These fans were quite passionate. He had infiltrated this group precisely to penetrate the fan base and monitor their every move. The fans' enthusiasm is a good sign. Several minutes passed before Qin Lang finally replied, it's me. During those few minutes, not a single message appeared in the fan group chat as everyone waited for Qin Lang's response. The moment those two words Qin Lang were posted, the fan group instantly erupted in excitement. Holy shit, it's really Young Master Qin. Am I seeing things? For real? This can't be happening. Someone of Young Master Qin's caliber is actually in the same group chat as me. Greetings, Young Master Qin. Greetings, Young Master Qin. Greetings, Young Master Qin. Initially, there were still exclamations within the fan group. In the end, everyone copied the 5 words met Young Master Qin, instantly flooding the screen. These 5 words echoed the content of the video perfectly. At this moment, whether in the fan meet and greet room or among the concert audience, many fans wore expressions of shock as they stared at the group chat messages in disbelief. And those fans who had copied met young Master Chin were even more exhilarated, their blood pumping with excitement. As if they too were one of those burly men from Cloudtop City. As if that resounding cry of presenting young Master Chin had owed something to their voices as well. Just then, someone in the group chat typed out a message, "You're not lying, are you? Show some proof that it's really you. If you really are young Master Chin, you must have luxury cars and mansions, just snap a photo of any of them." Seeing this message, some fans started jumping on the bandwagon, questioning whether Chin Lang was an imposter. But most fans remained silent, quietly waiting for Chin Lang's response. Several minutes passed before Chin Lang leisurely typed 6 words. "Are you telling me what to do?" Since young Master Chin had to maintain his aloof demeanor, he couldn't afford to waste words. These 6 words sparked another heated discussion in the group. "How dare you presume to tell Chin Gonzi how to behave? What proof does someone of Chin Gonzi's status need? I'm already content just having Chin Gonzi grace us with his presence in chat for a few words." Seeing these constantly popping up group messages, Chin Lang smiled and put away his phone. As long as they believed young Master Chin was someone else entirely. Just at that moment, ding, detected that over 1,000 people worship the host. The host has earned the title revered and respected. Hearing the electronic voice of the troll, Chin Lang felt a surge of joy in his heart. Even this counts? Ha ha, what kind of reward would there be? Chin Lang rubbed his hands excitedly, eagerly awaiting the arrival of his reward. As a result, he waited several minutes without detecting the slightest movement in his mind. "Troll, what's going on? Where's my reward? Did you pocket it for yourself?" Chin Lang wondered in his heart. He had always thought the troll was unreliable, constantly opposing him. Had it finally been exposed now? Ding! The familiar electronic voice rang out. Chin Lang's heart leapt with joy. Were they finally going to issue that overdue reward? Yet the moment the contrarian spoke, his words stung so sharply that Chin Lang nearly raised a fist. "Host, please mind your conduct. Refrain from baseless accusations against this system." Chapter 48, My Thoughts Exactly. Damn it! You get a highly respected title, but no rewards at all? What's the damn use of this title then? Actual tangible rewards are what really matter. Where has my reward gone? Chin Lang wondered in his heart. Detected that over 1,000 people harbor ill will towards the host, hence the reward cancellation. Ha! Is that even a thing? Hearing the contrarian's explanation, Chin Lang was dumbfounded. Needless to say, these malicious thoughts must also be from those fans. Indeed, water can both carry a boat and capsize it. After about 10 minutes or so, Li Shihe walked out. Chin Lang immediately followed, and the two walked side by side. Li Shihe said helplessly, "Little brother, guess what question they ask me the most?" Without hesitation, Chin Lang immediately replied, "They must be asking if you have someone you like or if you've had any pursuers lately." Li Shihe's beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she stared at Chin Lang. "Little brother, how did you know?" Indeed, the most frequently asked question from fans is, "Do you have any admirers lately? Do you have any plans to get married?" Hearing these questions, Li Shihe felt nothing but an overwhelming headache. And today, there were especially many of these types of questions. Chin Lang smiled mysteriously and said, "Third sister is so beautiful, of course fans care about your love life. They all want to win your favor." Li Shihe touched her own cheek and lamented, "I just want to make a living with my talent." Chin Lang. He discovered that Li Shihe's private demeanor differed greatly from her media portrayal. Despite her icy goddess appearance, she was actually lively and playful in private. And so, the two left the meeting room chatting and laughing together. Chin Lang remained unaware that fans had once again taken out their phones, capturing his and Li Shihe's departing backs as they walked side by side. Soon, the concert began. Chin Lang was seated in the first row of the audience section. Previously, he had only heard Li Shihe's songs online. This was Chin Lang's first time listening to Li Shihe sing live. The god of song truly lives up to his title. With just the opening notes, he effortlessly draws listeners deep into the song's emotional landscape. Though the live audio quality wasn't perfect, that sense of immersion, the beauty of losing yourself in the melody, was profoundly different from listening on a phone. Above all, the electrifying atmosphere of the live performance created an irresistible connection, stirring the soul in a way that recordings never could. As the song ended, Li Shihe went backstage to change her performance outfit. The fans were still savoring the aftertaste of her singing. At that moment, Chin Lang's phone suddenly rang, with messages popping up one after another. He opened them to see messages from the class group chat. Many people inside were posting videos from today's concert. These were all people who had managed to secure concert tickets. Moreover, they were deliberately or inadvertently showing off which section they were seated in. Because the closer the seating area was to the stage, the better the sensory experience and the more expensive the tickets. Among them, a guy named Lu Danang was the most proud of himself. Lu Dunning's father was a nouveau riche, and Danning had picked up some of his father's habits. He always believed that as long as he flaunted his wealth ostentatiously enough, others would idolize him. Now, he was spamming videos in the class group chat showing off his luxurious spot and bragging about how much money he had spent on it. Boasting about how great the viewing experience is from this spot, the money was well spent. Xin Lang clicked on his video to take a look. His seat should be in the third section behind him. Tickets for that area cost around 70 to 80,000. For a freshly graduated student, spending 70 to 80,000 on a single concert is pretty extravagant. Xin Lang hadn't intended to pay him any attention. In his current state of mind, there was really no point bickering with Lu Danning. Lu Danning was no longer even worth his notice. Later, and Xiaoran posted a video in the group chat, complaining that her seat made it impossible to see Li Shiha clearly on stage. Lu Danning suddenly got all worked up, relentlessly making snide remarks towards Xiaoran. Seeing this scene, Xin Lang's brows furrowed. A grown man relentlessly picking on a girl, how utterly tasteless. So Xin Lang picked up his phone, recorded a video, and sent it to the group chat. Soon, the class group chat exploded with messages. Xin Lang, were you in the front row at the concert? Holy shit, Xin Lang, how did you get so rich? Could that little rumor actually be true? Your front row seat must cost at least $500,000. Xin Lang, you've really struck it rich, kid. These exclamations poured in like a flood, instantly drowning out Lu Danning's words. Only when the group chat messages paused slightly did Xin Lang leisurely reply, actually, the viewing experience in the first row isn't that great, it's not even as good as Lu Danning's third row seats. This sentence is nothing short of naked mockery. It was mocking Lu Danning for what he had said earlier. The first row was only 7 or 8 meters away from Li Xia. How could the viewing experience not be better than from the third row? Others in the group chat, seeing the two locking horns, promptly shut up, sitting back to watch the tigers fight. In the third section at this moment, Lu Danning abruptly stood up and looked toward the first row. Sure enough, he spotted a familiar figure sitting in the front row. While shocked in his heart, Lu Danning also felt a sense of unwillingness. He sent a message in the group chat, then why don't you go watch from the stage? He was deliberately provoking Xin Lang to embarrass him, because Li Shiha never allows fans to bring flowers or any other gifts to her concerts. Seeing the message, Xin Lang sneered and replied, that's exactly what I was thinking. Chapter 49, Sisters Doting. Then, Xin Lang stuffed his phone into his pocket, picked up a bouquet of flowers beside him, and strode toward the stage. Lu Danning, sitting in Zone 3, nearly burst out laughing when he saw Xin Lang get up and head for the stage. Ha ha, what an idiot. Provoked by just a couple of taunts, and actually walking straight onto the stage. Don't you know Li Shiha's rules? I'm going to enjoy watching you embarrass yourself in front of all these people today. With this thought, Lu Danning quickly raised his phone to record the entire process. Meanwhile, others also noticed Xin Lang's actions. Seeing Xin Lang stride straight onto the stage, the audience burst into uncontrollable laughter. That guy must be a fake fan. Is he really trying to present flowers to Li Shiha? Doesn't he know Li Shiha's rules? Probably just another buffoon trying to grab attention with this stunt. Damn fool, if he can actually get on that stage, I'll change my surname to his. That fat assistant isn't someone to mess with. I once saw her lift a 200-pound tough guy and throw him 5 or 6 meters clear across the room. This guy's pretty skinny, my guess is she'll toss him at least 10 meters. All eyes watched Xin Lang stride toward the stage while whispers about him trailed behind his retreating figure. At this moment, some fans noticed something unusual. Holy shit, this silhouette looks so familiar. Damn it, this guy is that Xin Lang from before. He's holding a bouquet of flowers. What does he want? To present flowers to Shiha? That idiot's never heard of Shiha's rules? If Shiha actually accepted his flowers, I'd be the biggest damn fool. This punk dares to chase after Shiha right in front of us. Ugh, what a simp. At that moment, Xin Lang was making his way toward the stage. In front of the stage, overweight sister Li Lu lined up with a whole squad of bodyguards, standing guard at the front of the stage. At this moment, Xin Lang murmured in his heart, redeemed the beginner's singing talent exchange card. This exchange card was something he had obtained earlier but had never redeemed. Ding! Beginner's singing talent exchange card successfully redeemed. As the contrarian's voice faded, Xin Lang felt a warm, comfortable sensation spreading from his throat down to his chest. Xin Lang was inwardly startled. Damn awesome. It worked so quickly. Moving onto the stage, Leela stepped in front of Xin Lang. Placing her hands on her hips, Leela said irritably, "What are you up to again?" She had just heard that Xin Lang had been peeping at the beautiful makeup artist changing clothes backstage. This guy really isn't a good person. It seems I didn't wrong him yesterday after all. I'll have to be careful around this guy from now on. At this moment, the audience nearly died laughing when they saw Leela stopping Xin Lang. Ha! Just as I said, there's no way the assistant would let him through. He doesn't even understand she has concert etiquette, yet dares to pursue her? Pure fantasy. Humiliated in front of so many people, how could he still have the nerve to chase after Shiha? Even if he bribed the assistant, Shiha would never accept his flowers. He's just asking for humiliation. I never get tired of watching these slap-in-the-face moments, they're endlessly entertaining. Qin Lang lifted the bouquet in his hand with a grin, saying, I'm bringing flowers for my sister. Li Lu pursed her lips, turned her body sideways, and made way for him. What could she do? After all, this guy was Shiha's little brother. Sister Shiha and Sister Lu Gong are spoiling him too much, they'll ruin him at this rate. Li Li's abrupt turn immediately silenced the laughter in the audience seats. The crowd that had been roaring with laughter just moments ago suddenly froze in stunned silence. What's going on? That chubby assistant girl must have been bribed by this guy. Why let him go on stage? Just because he's handsome? The audience watched the upright and rather smug Luli with a disgusted expression, as if they'd swallowed a fly. The humiliation came too quickly. Everyone was certain that Qin Lang would be sent away. Yet unexpectedly, Assistant Li Lo let him pass. And Qin Lang had already stepped onto the stage. At this moment, the audience still clutched at one last shred of hope. That was when Li Shiha refused Qin Lang's flower offering, leaving Qin Lang completely embarrassed. However, the audience's hopes were quickly dashed. Not only did Li Shiha accept Qin Lang's flowers, but she also sang while waving the bouquet to everyone present. Moreover, the smile on her face became dazzlingly radiant after receiving the flowers. Li Shiha's smile was radiant, but the audience's hearts were aching. Why? Why did Li Shiha have to accept that guy's flowers? What's so special about that guy anyway? He's just a bit handsomer and looks a little more cheerful. The fans were filled with resentment. Standing on the stage at that moment, Qin Lang gazed at Li Shiha singing, and a glimmer of light flashed through his heart. Third sister, singing with such sincerity, was breathtakingly beautiful, almost unfairly so. Once she took her place in the music scene, she became an insurmountable peak for all female singers of her generation. At this moment, Li Shiha, who was singing, noticed Qin Lang still standing dumbly on stage and hastily gestured with her eyes for him to step down. It wasn't that it affected the performance. Li Shiha's singing technique was excellent, her breath control steady, no need to worry about any disturbance. It was simply because Li Shiha noticed Qin Lang standing beside her, gazing at her with a silly smile that left her inwardly exasperated. This silly little brother, totally dumbstruck, huh? At the same time, she felt a little secret joy in her heart. Seeing her younger brother stunned was enough to prove her charm. Of course, Qin Lang wasn't truly stunned. With Li Shiha's breathtaking beauty right before his eyes, how could he possibly bear to look away elsewhere? Receiving Li Shiha's meaningful glance, Qin Lang understood immediately. He nodded slightly to indicate he had caught Li Shiha's message. However, instead of leaving the stage directly, he performed an action that left everyone speechless. He pulled out his phone, held it before him, tilted his head up 45 degrees, then adjusted the camera angle to frame both himself and Li Shiha in the shot. Seeing Qin Lang's actions, Li Shiha sighed helplessly in her heart. Nevertheless, she continued singing while leaning her head toward Qin Lang's shoulder, cooperatively completing the selfie together. After finishing this, Qin Lang leisurely stepped down from the stage and returned to his seat. By now, the fans or audience members who had mocked Qin Lang earlier were all dumbfounded. They never expected that Li Shiha and Qin Lang could be on such good terms, so good that it could break the very rules Li Shiha had set for himself. Meanwhile, messages in the class group chat were erupting like a volcano, continuously flooding out. Now, Qin Lang didn't even need to say anything, his classmates had already verbally torn Lu Danang apart, leaving him seething with rage. Chapter 51 against 9. In an area quite far from the stage, and Xiaoran covered her mouth with a delicate laugh when she saw Qin Lang's selfie pose on the big screen. Standing beside Xiaoran, Chengdao stared gloomily at Qin Lang on the screen, green with envy. Why? Why is the famously aloof goddess Li Shiha so indulgent towards him? Why doesn't Xiaoran also treat him with such special regard? Since childhood, Chengdao has been doted on by his family, the little emperor of the household. He has always been the center of the family. He had never experienced such an unpleasant ordeal before. The more Chengdao thought about it, the angrier he became. He was the type who wouldn't let a grudge linger until tomorrow. He settled scores the same day. With that in mind, he picked up his phone and sent out a few messages. From their previous handshake, he knew Qin Lang had martial arts training. Judging by the strength of Qin Lang's grip, he should be a 9th rank warrior. A 9th rank warrior? Humph. I wonder if a lone 9th rank warrior like you could take on 9 9th rank warriors? As time passed, the concert drew to a close. Throughout the process, Qin Lang listened to the songs with peace of mind. He noticed that Li Shiha's voice seemed to possess an innate, powerful charm. Anyone who listened carefully could easily be drawn into the world created by her singing. Even after the concert ended, Qin Lang still felt like he hadn't had quite enough. When the concert concluded, Qin Lang went backstage and found Li Shiha resting in the lounge. The moment he stepped into the lounge, Li Shiha opened her eyes. Little brother, have a seat. Your sister needs to rest for a moment, I'm exhausted. Li Shiha weakly uttered a sentence, then closed her eyes again. Seeing Li Shiha's exhausted state, Qin Lang felt a pang of heartache. Even an Iron Man couldn't endure singing continuously for so long. Moreover, third sister was such a delicate woman. Xin Lang whispered softly, "Sis, you rest first. I'll drive the car to the entrance, then we'll go home together." Li Shiha nodded with a smile and said, "Go on then." Xin Lang turned his head to give Li Lu a few instructions before walking out of the lounge. As he exited the main gate of Binhai Sports Center and headed toward the parking lot, he kept feeling someone's eyes watching him. Yet he couldn't find any concrete evidence. Just as he thought he might be imagining things, several burly men appeared around him. With a sidelong glance, he noticed a familiar face among them. That acquaintance was none other than Chang Dao. Seeing so many people on his side, Chang Dao was in no hurry to deal with Qin Lang. He wanted to completely crush Qin Lang, both psychologically and physically. Chang Dao cracked his knuckles and approached Qin Lang with a cold sneer. "Qin Lang, never expected this, did you? We meet again so soon." As Chang Dao moved closer and closer, Qin Lang said coldly, "What, do you want to kiss me?" It turned out that Chang Dao had been leaning toward Qin Lang's face to assert dominance and project intimidation. Based on Chang Dao's experience, Qin Lang should have taken a frightened step back by now, then looked at him with terror in his eyes. But Qin Lang didn't move at all, his face showing not a trace of fear. Watching Qin Lang's composed demeanor and hearing his chilling words, Chang Dao grew furious inside. "Can't this bastard see how many men I've got on my side? What kind of composure are you pretending to have?" Chang Dao grew angrier the more he thought about it, and directly reached out to grab Qin Lang's hair. He wanted to seize Qin Lang's hair first, then slap him wildly across the face several times. This move had worked well before. He'd used it to subdue quite a few unruly rich kids. Some people just needed to be taught a lesson. They wouldn't behave until they were hit. Just as Chang Dao reached out to grab him, an electronic voice sounded in Qin Lang's mind. "Host is under attack. Please defend accordingly." Hearing this, Qin Lang rolled his eyes. "The guy's hand was already an inch from my face, and you're only warning me now? Do you think I'm blind? Defense? Doesn't exist. The best defense is a good offense." Since Chang Dao took the initiative to strike, Qin Lang naturally wouldn't hold back. Lightning fist. Qin Lang shouted silently in his heart. He unleashed a powerful punch. Chang Dao's hand had barely grazed the tips of Qin Lang's hair when it could advance no further, because Qin Lang's fist had already smashed into Chang Dao's chin. Ugh! Thud! A muffled cry of pain rang out. Chang Dao was knocked down by a single punch, crashing heavily onto the ground. In that instant, the entire place fell silent. None of Chang Dao's allies had expected that Qin Lang would dare to fight back. And what's more, he had taken down Chang Dao with just one punch. Does he have a death wish? You've got some nerve, kid. You bastard. Are you fucking asking to die? You fucking mutt. I'll end you today. You idiot. Do you even know who he is? In an instant, the henchmen rushed forward together, launching their attack on Qin Lang. Behind Qin Lang and his group, a large crowd of male fans had gathered to watch. They too had come to ambush Qin Lang, preparing to teach him a lesson. They were beaten to the punch by Chang Dao and his group. One of the male fans lamented, "We walked too slowly just now. If we'd been faster, we would have been the ones teaching Qin Lang a lesson." Another chimed in, "Exactly. But that other group is so big and strong, we probably wouldn't have been able to beat them to it anyway." Seeing Qin Lang surrounded by 9 men, they were certain he was about to get beaten to a pulp. Qin Lang actually dares to strike first. His guts are way too big. Exactly, he's done for. Absolutely. Seeing Qin Lang actually take the initiative to act, the fans couldn't help but shake their heads in disbelief. This guy is too arrogant. He's definitely going to get beaten badly. Sure enough, after Qin Lang made his move, 8 other burly men pounced toward him. Witnessing this scene, the fans exclaimed, "That Qin Lang guy might end up half dead, right? Quite possibly. He'll have to stay in the hospital for at least 3 months. However, before they could finish their exclamations, they witnessed a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The 8 burly men surrounding Qin Lang suddenly burst apart like blooming flower petals. Boom! 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 Amidst 8 consecutive thunderous impacts, all 8 men simultaneously crashed to the ground. The burly men simultaneously collapsed to the ground, wailing incessantly. Today's Qin Lang is the strongest 9th-rank martial artist. This strength is absolutely genuine. Witnessing this scene, the fans were completely stunned. What just happened? What the hell is going on here? Was that scene just now really my eyes playing tricks on me? What left them even more bewildered was that after Qin Lang had dealt with those 8 burly men, he unexpectedly turned and started walking towards them. Chapter 51, Scaring Off the Fans. Gulp. The fans swallowed hard, their hearts filled with unease. What is this guy trying to do? Could he have noticed that we were planning to deal with him? What should we do? We're done for. Getting closer and closer. Let fate decide. Seeing Qin Lang approaching continuously, the fans' hearts raced with fear. When Qin Lang stopped before them, he crossed his arms without saying a word, sizing up the fans with a sidelong glance. He naturally noticed the expressions on his fans' faces. Watching his fans trembling with fear, Qin Lang secretly reveled in satisfaction. Was this the feeling only the strong could experience? These fans were just ordinary people. There was no way he could actually strike them down. These fans haven't practiced martial arts and have low resistance to blows. What if they try to pin it on me? Still, I could scare them a little, teach them a lesson. Xin Lang's expression wasn't fierce, just cold. But to the fans, his demeanor seemed downright menacing. After all, he had just taken down 9 burly men. The moment those burly men exploded outward in all directions would be seared into the fans' memories forever. Gulp. WH, 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 what do you think you're doing? One male fan at the front couldn't withstand Xin Lang's intimidating presence any longer and forced himself to ask. His voice was shaking violently, clearly already panicked out of his mind. Seeing someone take the lead, the others began speaking up one after another. What's with that look? Why are you staring at us like that? You hit someone, aren't you going to run? Don't worry, we won't turn you in. Yes, hurry up and leave. If you don't go now, you won't be able to. The fans put on their helpful expressions, urging Xin Lang to leave this place quickly. Only then did Xin Lang finally speak slowly. What are you all doing here? His voice was icy, carrying a chilling undertone. Fans immediately felt a shiver run down their spines upon hearing his tone. Could this guy possibly be considering silencing them permanently? Damn! I'm just passing by, I don't know them. I went out to buy soy sauce and somehow ended up here without realizing it. I have night blindness, I didn't see anything just now. How did I even get here? My mom's calling me home for dinner, gotta go now. To break free, the already fragile unity among the fans instantly shattered. Only then did Xin Lang witness what it truly meant when everyone shows their talents, like the 8 immortals crossing the sea. The excuses these fans came up with grew increasingly absurd, each more ridiculous than the last, making it impossible not to laugh. If not for maintaining his current icy expression, Xin Lang would have burst out laughing. Halt! Seeing the fans trying to slip away, Xin Lang bellowed sharply. His roar struck the fans like a bolt of thunder, freezing them in place. I know who you are. I also know your purpose. If you want to hit me, be prepared to get hit yourself. Since you didn't make a move this time, I'll let you off just once. If you ever get such ideas again, be ready to have your arms and legs broken. Xin Lang felt they'd been frightened enough and finally issued his warning. Yes, we won't dare do it again. Absolutely, I'll go home right now. How could we dare to entertain any wicked thoughts now? We wouldn't dare, we wouldn't. Xin Lang's words sent chills down his fans' spines. So he knew all along. Could there be a traitor in the fan group? No, I must weed that person out. After giving these fans a good scare, Xin Lang finally drove them away. Immediately, he walked over to Cheng Dao's side. At this moment, Cheng Dao was leaning against the flower bed, bloody foam trickling from the corner of his mouth. Next to him, several teeth with bloody strands lay scattered on the ground. Xin Lang's punch had landed squarely on Cheng Dao's chin, not only dazing him but also shattering his pristine set of teeth. Seeing Xin Lang approach, Cheng Dao immediately glared at him with resentment, roaring hoarsely. You little bastard, just you wait. I'll fucking kill you sooner or later. Hearing Cheng Dao's curses, Xin Lang's expression darkened instantly. Has he never been beaten down by society? Does he have a death wish? He walked up to Cheng Dao and kicked him straight in the arm. Crack! Ah! Cheng Dao clutched his arm, howling in agony. Xin Lang crouched down with a dark expression. Are you trying to say your family is powerful? Are you trying to boast about how impressive your father is, how impressive your mother is, and how you'll make them avenge you? Or perhaps you want to pull some strings and have them take me out? Idiot! What does any of that have to do with you? Right now you're just worthless trash who can't even protect your own pathetic life. Xin Lang sneered coldly, murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Dad used to say, don't look for trouble, but don't fear trouble either. If trouble really comes your way, then cut the weeds and pull out the roots. Even a lion uses its full strength when catching a rabbit. Never give your opponent a chance to catch their breath. Judging by Cheng Dao's expression, he's definitely going to seek revenge later. He truly wanted to kill him, yet Xin Lang found himself unable to do it. In the past, Xin Lang possessed no martial skills and often entertained impulsive thoughts. But now that he truly had the power to decide life and death, he dared not act recklessly. He couldn't overcome the moral barrier within his own heart. At this moment, Cheng Dao felt nothing but sheer terror. He never expected Xin Lang to be so decisive. The murderous intent in Xin Lang's eyes sent Cheng Dao scrambling backward in panic. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I was wrong. I apologize to you. Please spare my life. Cheng Dao's family were all practitioners of martial arts. He had seen many martial artists since childhood, and encountered quite a few ruthless individuals. Xin Lang's eyes clearly revealed he was a ruthless man. Watching Cheng Dao plead pitifully, Xin Lang sighed inwardly. Over a decade of education had taught him to respect life. Let him off this time. If he dares to provoke me again, I'll send him to the hospital for the rest of his life. With this thought, Xin Lang delivered a powerful kick to Cheng Dao's chin, venting his pent-up fury. Let you off once, kick you once, that's fair play. Put. Cheng Dao spat out another mouthful of broken teeth before collapsing to the ground unconscious. As for the other 8 strongmen, they were all lying in their respective spots, wailing in pain. Only after Qin Lang had left did the 8 strongmen stagger to their feet and gather around Cheng Dao to examine his injuries. Qin Lang walked to the parking lot and drove his Bugatti to the main entrance of Binhai Sports Center. As soon as he approached, he saw a crowd gathered at the entrance. Faintly, he heard an angry female shout, "Get lost!" The voice was familiar, it was Li Shiha's. Something wrong? Qin Lang frowned and immediately ran toward the crowd. Just as he approached, he heard a familiar male voice. "Shiha, just accompany young Master Chen for a few songs. It's just singing, that's all. I promise you, nothing else is going on." Chapter 52, the eldest son of the Chen family. Qin Lang pushed through the crowd and saw Li Shiha standing coldly at its center, her beautiful face frosty with anger. Wan Tiange was passionately trying to persuade Li Shiha. The surrounding staff, intimidated by Wan Tiange's status, dared not speak up. Qin Lang, with a darkened expression, tapped Wan Tiange on the shoulder. Wan Tiange waved his hand impatiently and snapped angrily, "Who is it? Don't fuck with me." Yet he didn't turn around, still facing Li Shiha. Fresh from punching someone, with killing intent not fully subsided and fists still warm, Qin Lang smiled. An exceptionally chilling smile. Qin Lang grabbed Wan Tiange's hair with a firm grip, forcefully turning his face around. "I do. Out." After coldly uttering this single word, Qin Lang raised his hand and delivered a slap. Whack! The sharp sound of a slap shattered the silence of the room. Ouch! Wan Tiange covered his face, looking at Qin Lang in terror as he staggered backward. Wan Tiange's henchmen, witnessing this scene, began pulling out their weapons, ready to beat Qin Lang. At that moment, a chubby figure appeared among those henchmen. It was Li Lu. Although Li Yu had a round face and appeared quite plump, her movement speed was shockingly fast. Qin Lang only felt a blur before his eyes as all those assistants were sent flying, then crashed hard onto the ground. Witnessing this scene, Qin Lang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Is this the strength of a 5th grade master? The speed was terrifyingly fast. Kid, do you have any idea what you're doing? Piss off young Master Chen, and you're as good as dead. Wan Tiange covered his face and roared at Qin Lang. Before the concert began, Wan Tiange felt rebuffed by Qin Lang and Li Shiha, so he left Binhai Sports Center. Thinking about the ambiguous relationship between Qin Lang and Li Shiha, recalling the intimate way Qin Lang held Li Shiha, remembering how Li Shiha lashed out at him for Qin Lang's sake, Wan Tiange felt a fire smoldering in his chest. He had pursued her for so long, yet Li Shiha had never shown him the slightest kindness, not even a feigned smile. But here she was, allowing this stranger she'd never met before to drape an arm over her shoulder and wrap it around her waist. The sheer contrast made Wan Tiange feel utterly wretched. He truly didn't dare to provoke Li Shiha. Yet while he didn't dare, someone else did. He went straight to find Chen Long, the young master of the Chen family, one of the 4 great aristocratic clans. Chen Long hailed from the Chen family, one of the 4 prominent aristocratic clans in Binhai, and was famously known throughout the city as a playboy. Wan Tiange found Chen Long and surprisingly took the initiative to recommend Li Shiha to him. Who hasn't heard of Li Shiha's reputation? Chen Long naturally accepted with delight. At best, he'd only played games with some 2nd or 3rd tier actresses by leveraging his family's considerable influence. A woman as renowned and breathtakingly beautiful as Li Shiha, he desperately wanted a taste. As for the mysterious forces behind Li Shiha, Chen Long couldn't care less. In Binhai, the Chen family's authority went unquestioned. What mysterious forces? Bullshit. In Binhai, even a dragon must curl up for me, and a tiger must crouch down. The power the Chen family can mobilize in Binhai is beyond anyone's imagination. Li Shiha, in Binhai, no one can stand against the 4 great families. If you don't want things to escalate beyond control, come with me to see young Master Chen immediately. And stop pretending to be noble in front of me, I've seen right through you. You pretty women who think so highly of yourselves are all the same damn breed. Wan Tiange wore a cold smirk, his lips curling with thick derision. Qin Lang watched Wan Tiange, who still refused to give up, and rushed over in just a few steps. With a swift kick, he sent Wan Tiange tumbling head over heels. Qin Lang walked to Wan Tiange's side and crouched down. He whispered coldly, "Don't court death." His voice was soft, yet bore thick murderous intent. With those words, he rose and left. The elder sisters were very kind to Qin Lang, truly treating him as their own younger brother. Though deep down, Qin Lang knew they weren't his biological sisters. But Qin Lang thoroughly enjoyed being their little brother. If anyone dared harm them, Qin Lang would be the first to stand against it. No matter who that Qin Xiao might be, Qin Lang wasn't the least bit afraid. Wan Tiange watched Qin Lang's receding figure with profound astonishment in his heart. He had a feeling, Qin Lang, who just spoke in such a soft tone, was actually more terrifying than when he was in a furious rage. At this thought, Wan Tiange no longer dared to stay any longer. He scrambled up in panic and quickly took his men away. Before leaving, he glared fiercely at Qin Lang's retreating figure and thought to himself, if I can't deal with you, I'll get young Master Chen to settle things with you. This also aligned with his true intention, to use Chen Long's hand to destroy Li Shiha. Qin Lang approached Li Shiha and asked with concern, third sister, are you alright? Li Shiha shook her head and complained, why did you fight again? Didn't I tell you not to act recklessly? Qin Lang scratched his head and explained with a smile. Some people just have itchy skins, reasoning with words doesn't work on them. Sometimes, you have to use fists to make them understand. Nonsense. Li Shiha rolled her eyes at Qin Lang. With that, she grabbed his sleeve directly, yawning as she said, come on, let's go home. I'm exhausted. Then, the two got into the Bugatti and headed toward Cloudtop City. Meanwhile, Leela followed behind in a business van to ensure the safety of the two. Binhai, Emperor's Entertainment Club. A group of disheveled individuals entered the extravagantly decorated entertainment venue. Leading this group was none other than Wan Tiange. Outside the door of a premium private room, Wan Tiange motioned for his entourage to remain outside as he pushed the door open and entered directly. Inside the private room, several burly men in black stood guard at each of the four corners. On the plush leather sofa of the private room sat a row of beautiful women. And amidst these beauties, a flamboyantly dressed man sat with his arms around two of them, engaged in some flirtatious game. The two beauties in his arms coyly resisted yet yielded alternately, occasionally letting out exaggerated coquettish giggles. At the sound of the door opening, this flamboyantly dressed man slowly turned his head, just in time to see Wan Tiange pushing the door open and entering. This flamboyant man amidst the floral entourage was none other than the eldest young master of the Chen family, Qianlong. Upon seeing Wan Tiange enter, Qianlong immediately abandoned the two beauties and strode quickly towards him. Brother Wan is here, please take a seat. So, what about Li Shiha? Is she waiting outside for me to personally welcome her in? That's only proper, she is an A-list star after all. A little attitude makes it more fun. Ah Fei, perk up and go welcome our big star. With that, Qianlong began striding outside. Watching Qianlong's enthusiastic demeanor, Wan Tiange's face darkened with dismay. Chen Xiao, Li Shiha didn't come. Wan Tiange said weakly, lowering his head after speaking, not daring to look at Qianlong's expression. He didn't come? Ha ha! He didn't come. Qianlong repeated Wan Tiange's words, the smile gradually fading from his face. He resumed his seat among the beauties, raised his hand slightly, and commanded, Fei, break one of his legs, then toss him out. Yes, a burly man in black shouted, grabbing Wan Tiange by the throat and dragging him out without ceremony. Chapter 53, Young Master Qin, let's spar a bit. Break a leg? Wan Tiange was dumbfounded. Don't do this. I haven't done anything heinous. No. Master Chen, let me explain. Li Shiha isn't coming for a reason, let me explain. Wan Tiange struggled frantically, trying to break free from Ah Fei's grip. Yet, the black-clad Fei's massive hand seemed forged of steel, rendering Wan Tiange's struggles utterly futile. Afri, let him go. I'd like to hear how he tries to talk his way out of this. Qianlong stared at Wan Tiange with a cold sneer, his gaze icy. Seeing Qianlong speak up, Ah Fei finally slowly released his grip on Wan Tiange. After being freed, Wan Tiange kept bowing repeatedly to Ah Fei, muttering thanks non-stop. Immediately, Wan Tiange approached Qianlong and said respectfully, Young Master Chen, let me explain clearly what happened at the time. At that moment, I had already persuaded Li Shiha, and he agreed to come over. But at the entrance of Binhai Sports Center, one of Li Shiha's admirers rushed over and attacked me without saying a word. Look at my face, it's all from being beaten by that man. As he spoke, Wan Tiange revealed his face to Qianlong, trying to prove his innocence. Qianlong examined Wan Tiange's swollen, reddened cheek and was mostly convinced, because there were still 5 distinct finger marks clearly visible on Wan Tiange's face. However, he remarked casually, I recall you brought some others with you, didn't you? Can't all of you handle it? What's their background? Qianlong hadn't been able to act so arrogantly in Binhai for so long by being a fool. Although the Chen family didn't fear any trouble, it was better to avoid unnecessary problems. He needed to thoroughly probe the other party's background. Wan Tiange, seeing Qianlong's disbelief, quickly explained, that man must have trained in martial arts, we were no match for him. Moreover, Li Shiha has a fat assistant who's also quite formidable, probably a master himself. Expert? Qianlong scoffed disdainfully. In Binhai, no matter how skilled you are, everyone must follow my rules. Keep talking, tell me everything that happened. Yes. Wan Tiange hurriedly replied. That guy looks barely 20, still resembles a college student. Judging by his moves, he should be a 9th rank master. Having said that, Wan Tiange fell silent. Qianlong waited 2 seconds, but no further words came. Is that all? Gone. Qianlong raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap squarely across Wan Tiange's face. You useless piece of shit, can't even handle a college kid barely over 20? Is that all you've got? I thought he brought a whole damn army with him. Wan Tiange covered his face in grievance, tears glistening in his eyes. At home, he practically lived like a young master, with his parents indulging his every whim. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? He desperately wanted to slap Qianlong across the face in retaliation, but remembering the consequences of such an action, he quickly backed down. If I really do this, I probably won't live to see tomorrow's sun. Qianlong muttered, damn it, a college kid who's still wet behind the ears, daring to chase skirts like others, and even has the fucking nerve to steal women from me. What's that punk's name? The last sentence Qianlong spoke was addressed to Wan Tiange. Wan Tiange hurriedly replied, his name is Qinlang. He's on very good terms with Li Shiha. Qianlong nodded and looked toward the black-clad strongman. Ah Fei, go check out that guy's background. Find out where he lives. Once you've figured it out, break all 4 of his limbs. That blind fool dares to pursue Li Shiha? Doesn't he know his place? Understood. Ah Fei nodded and immediately turned to leave the private room. Seeing Ah Fei already moving out, Wan Tiange felt a surge of joy in his heart. In this coastal city, when the Chen family wants to deal with someone, it's ridiculously easy. Now, both Qinlang and Li Shiha are going to suffer. Half an hour later, Ah Fei returned. Ah Fei reported respectfully, young master, we have results. That boy studied at Binhai University and just graduated this year. His father is named Qin Xiaotian, unemployed, idling around all day. His mother's information couldn't be found, she probably wasn't registered. Also, I just checked the surveillance footage at the entrance of Binhai Sports Center. That Qinlang left together with Li Shiha in a Bugatti. The tricky part is that their destination was Cloudtop City. That's the Bai family's turf. It's not easy for us to intervene. A Bugatti? Qianlong narrowed his eyes. Someone who can afford a Bugatti is definitely no ordinary person. Moreover, being able to live in Cloud Heights means this kid must come from a pretty wealthy family. At this moment, Wan Tiange said bitterly, young Master Chen, that Bugatti and the Cloud Heights apartment must have been bought with Li Shiha's money. There's no way a fresh graduate like him could afford either of those things. That guy is most likely Li Shiha's kept boy. Damn it, I always wondered why Li Shiha kept rejecting me. I knew there was something fishy about how close they were, so that's what's going on. Qianlong nodded in agreement with Wan Tiange's assessment. He turned to Ah Fei and said gravely, if we can't cause trouble inside Cloudtop City, then we'll post men at the city gates to keep watch. As long as he dares to show himself, we'll find a chance to teach him a lesson. Damn it, how could a broke kid like him land someone like Li Shiha, such a white swan? Just thinking about it pisses me off. Qianlong was furious. When he's furious, someone's bound to suffer. Ah Fei nodded, alright, I'll go arrange it right away. Cloudtop City, the villa. Wang Hu stared at Qinlang in shock, stammering in disbelief, young Master Qin, why your strength has improved again? Qinlang and Li Shiha had just returned to the villa when Gong Lu arrived back as well. Wang Hu, who was walking alongside the palace willows, was utterly stunned upon seeing Qinlang. What kind of speed is this? This isn't cultivation, it's like riding a rocket. For ordinary people, it takes years of painstaking effort to improve their cultivation, but for Qinlang, it seems as effortless as eating and drinking. This can no longer be described as mere talent. This is simply monstrous. Qinlang nodded with a smile, that's right. I don't know why either, I just felt a warmth spreading through my body, and then my strength increased. Qinlang naturally wouldn't reveal the matter of the system, it was his greatest secret. Feeling all hot and bothered? And then the strength just increased? Damn! Listen, is this even human language? Wang Hu stared at Qinlang in prolonged silence. Such talent could only be described as defying the heavens. At that moment, Wang Hu suddenly spoke up, young Master Qin, let's spar for a bit. His expression was very serious, and he spoke with great solemnity. Chapter 54, pummeling Wang Hu with a single punch. What? What? 3 exclamations rang out simultaneously, each tone brimming with sheer disbelief. Gong Lu and Li Shiha looked at the solemn Wang Hu, flashes of anger surfacing in their eyes. Wang Hu was a 5th-rank master after all. No matter how monstrous my younger brother's talent might be, there was no way he could defeat him. Gong Lu and Li Shiha couldn't comprehend Wang Hu's words at all. Meanwhile, Qinlang looked bewildered, thinking to himself, could it be that Wang Hu, jealous of my exceptional talent, wanted to vent his anger by beating me up? Damn it, he looks honest but turned out to be such a petty person. Among everyone, only Li Li's eyes lit up, as if he had guessed Wang Hu's thoughts. Seeing everyone so astonished, Wang Hu began to explain. Ordinary people cultivate themselves step by step, gradually tempering their bodies to keep pace with their cultivation progress. But young Master Qin's power has advanced too rapidly. His bodily organs might not have adapted to such sudden changes yet. They need tempering to accelerate their adjustment to his current strength. Moreover, when sparring with young Master Qin, I'll suppress my power just enough to remain slightly above his level. This way, we provide adequate pressure for his body to grow while staying within his limits of endurance. At his words, Gong Lu and Li Shiha finally understood his intention. As long as it benefits young Master Qin, then there's no problem. Both women turned their gazes toward young Master Qin simultaneously, their eyes shining brightly. Dear brother, this is all considered for your sake, why don't you compete with Wang Hu? Little brother, since this sparring session has its benefits, just accept it. As they spoke, the two women arrived beside Qin Lang with a delicate fragrance in their wake. Each took hold of one of his arms, sandwiching him between them. Meanwhile, Qin Lang was still silently criticizing Wang Hu's opening remark in his mind. A normal person's cultivation. Damn it, is it really that strange for this young master to break through his strength a bit faster? At this speed, I still think it's too slow. If I could become a first-rank expert in one step, now that would be satisfying. But Qin Lang is also a bit worried, could what Wang Hu said actually be true? What if there are any lingering effects? Then what's the point of exchanging? It's safer to train slowly by myself. He quickly asked in his heart, troll, is what Wang Hu said true? If it's true, you have to compensate me for my losses. He felt somewhat uneasy in his heart as well. At this moment, ding, fake. While helping the host improve their abilities, this system has already comprehensively enhanced the host's physical condition. The situation Wang Hu mentioned only applies to those who cultivate independently. So that's how it is. With that explanation from the argumentative man, Qin Lang's hanging heart finally settled back in place. At that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted past his nose. The next instant, Qin Lang's arms were seized by his two sisters. Hearing their words, Qin Lang could only respond with a helpless smile. Big sis, third sis, there's really no need. I feel perfectly fine, nothing's wrong. Qin Lang felt utterly helpless. This was just like being forcefully told you're sick when you're perfectly healthy. Young Master Qin, it's completely normal that you don't feel anything wrong right now. But when the problem truly arrives, it'll be too late. Wang Hu remained stern-faced, utterly serious. From his perspective, he was genuinely considering Qin Lang's best interests. We must cross blades. The two sisters exclaimed simultaneously, their almond-shaped eyes widening as they glared at Qin Lang. Seeing the sisters' resolute attitude, Qin Lang had no choice but to comply. Soon after, on the lawn outside the villa, Qin Lang and Wang Hu stood facing each other. Lu Gong and Shi Li stood behind Qin Lang. Behind Wang Hu stood his personal bodyguards. Li Lu stood in the center, becoming the one who gave the orders. The two sides faced each other, waiting for the contest to begin. Begin! With a loud shout from Li Lu, the match was declared underway. Wang Hu took a step forward and slightly cupped his hands. Young Master Qin, I've already restrained my strength to the peak of the 9th rank. For the upcoming contest, young Master Qin must give it your all. In his mind, young Master Qin was currently a 9th rank martial artist, at best no stronger than the peak of the 9th rank. Moreover, young Master Qin's physical abilities hadn't kept pace with his cultivation. With peak 9th rank strength, he could easily overpower young Master Qin. Qin Lang also cupped his hands in salute and advised, Tiger brother, you'd better fight with the strength of the 8th rank realm. Otherwise, you'll get hurt. He is now the world's strongest 9th rank martial artist, invincible within the 9th rank realm. Wang Hu raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, young Master Qin has also caught that incurable disease of supreme talent's arrogance. Too much confidence. After all, he was still a 5th rank martial artist. Even if his strength was suppressed, his vision and experience remained intact. Wang Hu shouted loudly, we'll talk after we fight. With that, he charged straight at Qin Lang. Seeing that Wang Hu wouldn't heed his advice, Qin Lang had no choice but to comply. Then let's fight. Both parties simultaneously swung their fists and rushed forward, charging at each other. The moment they clashed, Wang Hu's expression changed. Is this the strength of a 9th rank? Such a powerful punch, does young Master Qin possess innate divine strength? The moment their fists collided, Qin Lang's second punch had already landed squarely on Wang Hu's chest. Wang Hu's eyes registered the rapidly approaching fist, but his body simply couldn't react in time. Boom! Qin Lang's fist slammed into Wang Hu's chest, sending his body flying backward. At the same time, a drum-like sound erupted from Wang Hu's chest, sending chills down everyone's spines. Fortunately, Wang Hu's resilience and physical toughness remained unchanged, still at the level of a 5th rank martial artist. Otherwise, Wang Hu might have been coughing up blood from that punch. Watching Wang Hu being sent flying backwards, Gong Lu and Li Shiha's eyes lit up. Little brother is actually this powerful. So his talent was truly outrageously high. The bodyguards behind Wang Hu were completely dumbfounded. Tiger's ability to become a 5th rank martial artist is proof enough that his talent is not low. Who would have thought that with his talent and the strength of a top-tier 9th rank martial artist, he'd actually be instantly crushed by young Master Qin? Just how monstrous must young Master Qin's physical constitution and talent be? Oof! Wang Hu rubbed his chest as he slowly got back on his feet. Damn, that actually hurt quite a bit. Wang Hu stretched his limbs and marveled, young Master Qin, your talent is truly astonishing. Given time, your fame will undoubtedly spread throughout all of Huaxia. Qin Lang smiled faintly and replied, who can say for sure what'll happen later? See, Tiger? I told you it'd be fine. Well, the results are out now, what's done is done. Pack it up. Unexpectedly, Wang Hu shook his head solemnly, that just now didn't count. Your strength hasn't been fully unleashed yet, your body hasn't completely erupted with power. Now, I'm prepared to spar with you at the level of a mid-rank 8th grade martial artist, to help coax out your full potential. This way, your body can quickly adapt to your current capabilities. Again? Qin Lang was left speechless. However, he suddenly thought of something. This might actually be worth a try. Could he, the strongest 9th rank martial artist, defeat an 8th rank opponent? Chapter 55 Mixed Doubles. After some thought, Qin Lang decided it would be safer to consult with the contrarian spirit. Hey contrarian, given my current abilities, do I stand any chance against Wang Hu who's at intermediate 8th grade level? The moment he silently posed this question in his mind, an electronic voice promptly responded within his consciousness. Ding! Guaranteed win! Guaranteed win? Am I really that awesome now? How come I didn't even know it myself? Ding! The host's physical fitness has been comprehensively enhanced, and coordination has reached optimal levels. Wang Hu's talent is average. The host can now battle Wang Hu when he's in his top-tier 8th grade state. The troll's words greatly inspired Qin Lang. Now he can relax. At this moment, the palace willow behind Qin Lang spoke. Wang Hu, take it easy later, don't hurt my brother. Hearing Gong Lu's words, Wang Hu felt slightly helpless. The fight hasn't even started yet. Who wins or loses is still unknown. Wang Hu had a feeling that even though he had raised his strength to the intermediate 8th rank, facing Qin Lang still seemed somewhat uncertain. Xiaolo, keep an eye out shortly, don't let little brother get hurt. Li Shiha also spoke up. Hearing this, Li Lu gave a perfunctory nod. Yet Li Shiha failed to notice the blazing combat spirit flickering in Li Li's eyes. Were it not for Wang Hu and Qin Lang already squaring off, she truly wished she could personally engage Qin Lang in a proper fight. She'd always felt Qin Lang was somewhat despicable, forever coveting her beauty. In the arena, Qin Lang and Wang Hu stood facing each other. Wang Hu cupped his hand slightly toward Qin Lang and said, "Young Master Qin, your guidance is appreciated." Qin Lang immediately mirrored the gesture, cupping his hand slightly toward Wang Hu. "Please." After a moment's thought, Qin Lang said earnestly, "How about, you reconsider? Push your strength to high 8th grade or top 8th grade." Wang Hu gritted his teeth. Young Master Qin is far too overconfident. With this kind of temperament, he'll easily suffer losses out there. Today, I'll help him break this bad habit. I'll teach him a proper lesson. Wang Hu shook his head slowly and said solemnly, "No need. Let's settle this with fists first." With those words, he slightly raised both hands before him, and the aura around him instantly shifted. At this moment, Wang Hu's momentum steadily rose, his strength having ascended to another level. He shouted solemnly, "Young Master Qin, here I come." As he spoke, he pivoted on the balls of his feet, sending a massive clump of turf and soil flying chaotically backward. Wang Hu's body surged forward abruptly, charging straight toward Qin Lang. Seeing Wang Hu's attack, Qin Lang dared not take it lightly. Even when a lion strikes a rabbit, it uses its full strength. All the more reason when Wang Hu was no defenseless rabbit. Qin Lang inwardly shouted, "Thunderbolt Fist." As he spoke, he channeled the surging heat through his arms and charged towards Wang Hu. Watching the two rapidly closing in, Li Shiha couldn't bear to witness the scene and hid behind Lu Gong. Li Lu, however, watched Qin Lang with glee, hoping he would get a good thrashing from Wang Hu. The bodyguards behind Wang Hu fixed their intense gazes on the arena, eagerly awaiting the outcome of this duel. No one noticed that on the uppermost level of Cloudtop City, an old man sat cross-legged on the branch of a massive camphor tree. This elder was none other than Bai Fingxing, the guardian expert of Cloudtop City and the younger brother of the head of the Bai family from Binhai. Bai Fingxing watched the duel below intently, repeatedly sighing in amazement. This child will surely accomplish great things in the future. If the Bai family can befriend him, they will undoubtedly rise to unparalleled heights. With the growing chaos beyond our borders, it's uncertain how long Huagua can endure. This child will undoubtedly shine brightest amidst the coming turmoil. On the lawn. Boom! Two fists collided. Boom! Then, Qin Lang and Wang Hu simultaneously punched each other's chests, both staggering backward from the impact. Qin Lang staggered back 3 steps, whereas Wang Hu was sent reeling a full 10 paces backward. Qin Lang rubbed his aching chest that had hurt. It felt like every organ in his body had been violently shaken. Moreover, his chest felt tight, making breathing somewhat difficult. He slowly circulated the warm current within his body, and the discomfort in his chest gradually subsided. Young Master Qin was so absorbed in examining his own condition that he failed to notice everyone around him had frozen in shock. Gong Lu stared at Qin Lang's retreating figure, her heart trembling with profound astonishment. My younger brother actually has the ability to fight opponents above his own rank. Moreover, when facing Wang Hu, who was a whole rank higher, he even gained the upper hand. How is this even possible? Li Lu widened his eyes in disbelief as he stared at Qin Lang. Is this sleazy guy really that skilled? Li Lu raised his hand to rub his plump chin, thinking to himself, no way. I can't let this guy get too full of himself, I need to knock him down a peg. Otherwise, who knows how many girls he'll prey on in the future. Wang Hu stood frozen in place, utterly stupefied. He glanced at Qin Lang, then down at himself, his face a picture of shock. An 8th rank against a 9th rank, yet he was the one being pushed back. This was downright humiliating. How incredibly talented is young Master Qin. This is utterly humiliating. Wang Hu turned to glance at his subordinates behind him. Just as expected, all the bodyguards were smirking strangely. Wang Hu's reputation was formidable, they had never seen him humbled before. Now that they had witnessed it, an inexplicable satisfaction washed over them. Just then, Qin Lang's voice drifted over. Brother Hu, I told you it wasn't necessary. My body adapts really well. Qin Lang's words carried a hint of laughter. To others' ears, they sounded somewhat punch-worthy. Why not use it then? It's a must. At this moment, Li Li's voice rang out. Lila walked over to Wang Hu and said loudly, I see brother Hu was a bit overwhelmed working alone. Let me lend him a hand. Qin Lang, you're not scared, are you? A gleam of fighting spirit flashed in Li Li's eyes as battle energy erupted from his entire body. Seeing Li Li's eager readiness, Qin Lang instantly understood his intentions. This guy just wanted to take the opportunity to beat him up. A mixed doubles match with both genders? I ain't taking this kind of loss. Right at that moment, an electronic voice sounded in Qin Lang's mind. Ding! Detected Li Li's challenge. Host, please choose from the following missions. Mission 1, accept Li Li's challenge. Reward, 1 million in cash. Task 2, reject Li Li's challenge. Reward, charm plus 5. Task 3, accept Li Li's challenge while also challenging Wang Hu. Reward, second move of mountain shaking fist, rising dragon fist. After reading the tasks, Qin Lang just wanted to drag the system out and beat it up. This damn system always gives out such missions at times like this. Isn't this undermining me? Among these 3 rewards, only the 3rd mission's reward truly tempts Qin Lang. 1 million in cash? Qin Lang isn't short of money right now. Charm value? Boring. What Qin Lang truly desires now is strength alone. If the first move of Mountain Shaking Fist, Thunder Dash, is already this formidable, then Soaring Dragon Fist must be even more powerful. Mission 3. There was no choice but to grit my teeth and select Task 3. Xiaolu, stop fooling around. At this moment, Li Shiha spoke up. Worried that Qin Lang might get beaten too badly, she couldn't help but voice her objection to Li Li's challenge. Hearing this, Qin Lang turned his head with a reassuring smile and said, Third sister, it's alright. I was just thinking the same thing. Then, Qin Lang looked at Li Lu and declared loudly, why wouldn't I dare? However, you must also suppress your strength to mid-tier 8th rank. Qin Lang calculated that since his strength could rival a top-tier 8th rank expert, dealing with 2 mid-level 8th rank opponents shouldn't be a problem. Seeing Qin Lang agree, Li Lu secretly rejoiced. She waved her hand casually, of course. Then, the 2 scheming individuals exchanged a knowing smile. The little schemes in their minds were loudly ticking away. Chapter 56, the second move of the Shattering Mountain Fist, Rising Dragon Fist. Outside the villa, on the lawn, Wang Hu and Li Lu stood on one side, while Qin Lang stood on the other. Li Lu clasped his fist slightly and laughed loudly. I'm here. No sooner had the words fallen than Li Lu had already dashed forward. Her speed was astonishing. Within mere seconds, she had crossed nearly 10 meters to stand right in front of Qin Lang. Gazing at Qin Lang's handsome face, Li Lu thought to herself, today, I'll beat you into a pig's head. Then she silently shouted, Ancestral Dragon Fist. The Ancestral Dragon Fist was the unique martial arts technique of Li Li's family. Li's ancestors once produced an emperor. This emperor was born in turbulent times and spent years fighting battles across the land. This Dragon Fist of the founding emperor was a technique the emperor himself had comprehended on the battlefield. Though subtle in variation, its lethality is immense. Li Li's punch aimed straight at Qin Lang's handsome face, intent on turning it into a swollen mess. Seeing Li Li's aggressive approach, Qin Lang steeled his mind, immediately assumed a fighting stance, and actively moved to meet the attack. He silently shouted in his heart, Thunder Fist. Heat flowed slowly down his arm as inner energy surged, his fist swinging toward Li Li's chubby little face. Only after throwing their punches did both combatants realize each was aiming squarely for the other's face, a simultaneous realization that gave them both pause. But surprise aside, neither fist showed any mercy. Both had stubborn personalities, each waiting for the other to make the first move. As a result, when both fists swung onto each other's faces, neither changed their approach. Holy shit! Ow! 2 cries of pain rang out simultaneously. Qin Lang took a punch from Li Lu square on the cheek, staggering back 4 or 5 steps on the spot. Li Li's punch was delivered with tremendous force, leaving Qin Lang's entire left side of his face numb. After the brief numbness came an intense, throbbing pain. The pain was so excruciating that Qin Lang's face twisted into a grimace, eyes welling up with tears. But Li Lu fared even worse after throwing that punch. He was immediately knocked flat onto the ground. Since Qin Lang was taller than Li Lu had to leap slightly while throwing his punch to ensure maximum force behind his fist. So when Qin Lang's thunderbolt punch struck Li Lu squarely in the face, Li Lu had no solid footing to absorb the impact. The direct hit sent his body twisting off balance until he was smashed face-first onto the ground. Watching Qin Lang and Li Lu exchange such brutal punches, the suddenly superfluous Wang Hu stood by twitching at the mouth, his eyelids fluttering uncontrollably. He wondered in his heart, are these two guys settling some old grudge? This looks like a blatant public brawl for revenge. At the edge of the lawn, Gong Lu and Li Shihe watched the scene with tightly pressed lips, their faces twitching with sympathetic pain. Both Qin Lang and Li Lu were younger than them. Though Li Lu served as Li Shihe's bodyguard and assistant, they had come to regard her almost as a younger sister. Now seeing Qin Lang and Li Lu fighting each other, to them, it was like watching disobedient younger siblings brawling at home. At this moment, Li Lu, lying prone on the lawn, turned to look at Wang Hu behind her and shouted, "Brother Hu, what are you doing? Hurry up and come beat this guy." She had already realized that after suppressing her cultivation to mid-rank 8th grade, she couldn't even gain the upper hand against Qin Lang. Li Lu currently had a mouthful of grass turf stuck between his teeth. His already chubby face was now swollen on one side, making it appear even rounder and leaving him looking rather disheveled. Wang Hu was speechless. Our original intention was to help young Master Qin build his physique. The pressure needs to be applied gradually, don't you think? The way you put it sounds like calling for backup in a street brawl. However, Wang Hu could also tell that Qin Lang was in excellent physical condition. He should be able to withstand a combined attack from both of them. So the moment Li Lu finished speaking, Wang Hu charged straight at Qin Lang. Then, the three-sided battle began. Initially, Qin Lang struggled to adapt to the duo's onslaught and took quite a few punches. Among these punches Qin Lang received, many seemed radar-guided, each one aimed squarely at his face. Needless to say, these were all courtesy of Li Lu. Li Lu harbored deep resentment towards Qin Lang, who showed not an ounce of tenderness or pity. Just thinking about that heavy punch Qin Lang had delivered at the very beginning made Li Lu grind her teeth in anger. From the time she began practicing martial arts as a child until today, she had never suffered such a humiliation. So, whenever she got the chance, Li Lu would punch Qin Lang in the face to vent her resentment. Once Qin Lang adapted to their attacks, his mastery of power became increasingly proficient. Their assaults accelerated his growth. Moves only previously rehearsed in his mind were now being perfected step by step. His lightning fist technique grew more polished with each strike, every punch accompanied by a resonant thud. Gradually, Wang Hu and Li Lu began to feel the pressure. At this moment, Qin Lang launched his counterattack. He typically accumulated the surge of heat from his mountain-toppling fist in his arm before unleashing it explosively, sending Wang Hu flying. After that, he began completely overpowering Li Lu, with every punch aimed squarely at the plump face of his opponent. As time went on, Qin Lang could handle both Wang Hu and Li Lu with ease. In fact, Wang Hu and Li Lu even took quite a few punches themselves. Finally, seeing that he was gaining no advantage and had instead suffered quite a beating, Li Lu started yelling about giving up. Thus, this challenge proposed by Wang Hu came to an end amidst the heated exchanges between Qin Lang and Li Lu. The duel lasted for over an hour. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the second stance of Mountain Sundering Fist Rising Dragon Punch. The moment the duel ended, the reward from the system arrived. Thinking that all these beatings weren't in vain, Qin Lang couldn't help but feel elated. In the villa, Qin Lang and Li Lu were lying on the sofa, both bruised and battered, moaning in pain. Gong Lu and Li Shihe were bustling around them, constantly applying medicine to their swollen faces. However, Gong Lu and Li Shihe were hardly skilled in such delicate tasks. Their hands trembled slightly, and with just a bit more pressure, both of them cried out in pain. Qin Lang watched as Li Shihe applied medicine to his wounds and softly pleaded, "Third sister, be gentler." Li Shihe glared and scolded sharply, "Who told you two to fight so fiercely? There were several times you almost bit each other's heads off." With that, Li Shihe applied slightly more pressure, making Qin Lang grimace in pain. Qin Lang was lying supine on the sofa, and when Li Shihe tended to his wounds, she had to lean over. Her silky strands of hair cascaded softly before Qin Lang's eyes, and the faint, sweet scent of her hair drifted straight into his nostrils. Gazing at the flower-like beauty of Li Shihe and inhaling her captivating fragrance, Qin Lang felt as though he had stepped into an immortal realm. Yet the stinging pain on his face reminded him that even paradise held its perils. At this moment, Qin Lang experienced both agony and ecstasy. Chapter 57, Losing the Trail. After applying the medicine, Qin Lang returned to his room. Only then did he finally have time to check his phone. When he opened it, classmates who had barely been in touch before suddenly came pouring in. They had all seen the video in the class group chat, the one showing Qin Lang interacting with Li Shihe during the concert, and wanted to ask for details. Many people wanted Li Shihe's autographed photos through Qin Lang. To these classmates, Qin Lang only politely responded with a few words. After that, he simply ignored them. Later, Qin Lang turned his attention to the Only Love Shihe fan group. It had been a while since he last visited, and the fan group was already in an uproar. Turns out, after being threatened, those fans who had been waiting for him were convinced there was a mole in the group. At the moment, the group was conducting a thorough investigation to find out who had tipped off Qin Lang. Since Qin Lang's identity in the group was Young Master Qin, the fans automatically overlooked him. What status does Young Master Qin hold? How could he possibly be the mole? He would certainly disdain to leak information to Qin Lang. In the end, several longtime lurkers who never spoke were suspected of being moles and were kicked out of the group chat. Thinking of those scapegoats who took the blame for him, Qin Lang couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. However, his smile tugged at the injuries on his face, making him hiss in pain as he sharply drew in a breath. After clearing out those scapegoats, the group admin began discussing plans to target Qin Lang. Qin Lang watched his enthusiastic fans voice their opinions with a smile, taking in every detail of their plans. Qin Lang found it amusing and sent 3 words, "What's wrong?" Unexpectedly, the moment his message appeared, the group chat instantly erupted. Master Qin has appeared. Good evening, Master Qin. Young Master Qin is also a fan of Shiha. Surely you wouldn't want to see Shiha taken away by someone else either. We beseech young Master Qin to take action and punish the villainous Qin Lang. We beseech young Master Qin to take action and punish the villainous Qin Lang. We beseech young Master Qin to take action and punish the villainous Qin Lang. Please, young Master Qin, take action and punish the villain Qin Lang. Instantly, that final sentence flooded the screens. Fans thought of young Master Qin's profound and mysterious identity, feeling boundless hope rising in their hearts. Upon seeing this message, Qin Lang burst out laughing. Ha ha, let me hit myself? Although the pain on his face was unbearable, making tears well up in his eyes, Qin Lang still couldn't help but laugh. He chuckled and sent a message. Busy right now, let's talk later. With that, he exited the group chat. Creak. At this moment, Qin Lang's door was pushed open. Qin Lang's laughter was so loud that it startled both Gong Lu and Li Shiha. When they opened the door, they saw Qin Lang crying and laughing alternately, making them think he'd gone mad from the beating. Gong Lu sat down at Qin Lang's bedside with a pained expression, asking worriedly, "Little brother, what's wrong? Don't scare your sister like this." Li Shiha sat on the other side of the bed, saying sorrowfully, "I should never have let you compete. Look how badly you're beaten up." Glancing at the 2 sisters by his side, Qin Lang smiled and explained everything from the beginning. After hearing his explanation, the 2 sisters finally felt reassured. Li Shiha rolled her eyes and said in exasperation, "You little rascal, you scared me to death. Don't mess around in the fan group. If sister's reputation gets tarnished because of this, you'll be held responsible." Qin Lang nodded repeatedly, saying he wouldn't dare. Though secretly he thought, third sister had so many fans, they might come in handy someday. The 2 sisters were concerned about Qin Lang's condition and suggested staying in his room tonight to look after him. Qin Lang naturally refused. He was still a pure young man and felt terribly shy about it. After Qin Lang repeatedly urged them, the 2 sisters reluctantly returned to their own rooms. The next morning, at dawn, Qin Lang got up early and practiced the Thunder Fist outside the villa. He realized that after yesterday's battle, his Thunder Fist had already become quite proficient. Only then did he begin practicing the second move of the mountain-shattering fist, the Rising Dragon Fist. Qin Lang had only one impression of the Rising Dragon Fist's technique: cool and flashy. The final strike of the Rising Dragon Punch involves an upward swinging motion from below, just like the Raging Dragon Strike move in the game. This technique is probably meant to hit the opponent's chin. But who would be foolish enough to just stand there and let you strike their chin? That's why Qin Lang feels this move is somewhat impractical. After finishing his martial arts routine, Qin Lang walked back to the villa. He deliberately went to the bathroom to check the mirror and noticed his facial wounds were healing rapidly. Except for some remaining swelling and slight bruising in certain areas, most had already recovered, nothing as dramatic as yesterday. Afterwards, everyone had breakfast and went about their separate tasks for the day. Qin Lang's main task today was to visit Renshan Group and familiarize himself with it. After all, as the largest shareholder of Renshan Group, he still needed to understand his own company better. Subsequently, everyone went their separate ways. Qin Lang drove his Bugatti out of Yunchang City, heading towards Renshan Group. Little did he know, the moment he appeared at the gates of Cloudtop City, someone had already set their sights on him. There were 3 separate groups in total. One group belonged to Li Dabiao from the southern district. They had been lying in wait for Qin Lang for quite some time. Yesterday they saw Qin Lang's Bugatti pull out and immediately gave chase in their car. But Qin Lang's Bugatti accelerated so fast that within minutes they were left far behind, not even catching a glimpse of its rear. Spotting Qin Lang again, several motorcycles tore out and sped toward him. Another group, dressed in martial arts uniforms, had been standing in the square opposite Cloud Heights, pretending to train. In reality, they had been closely monitoring the activity at the gates of Cloudtop City. These individuals moved with remarkable agility, clearly a group of martial artists. After Qin Lang appeared driving the Bugatti, all the martial artists stopped their training, straining to confirm whether the person in the Bugatti was indeed Qin Lang. Finally, one stern-faced man among the martial artists raised his hand in a silent command, and several off-road vehicles set off, trailing Qin Lang from a distance. In the back seats of these off-road vehicles lay numerous weapons. The final wave of people were a group of burly men dressed entirely in black. Leading them was none other than brother Chen Long's right-hand man, Ah Fei. Spotting Qin Lang driving the Bugatti, Ah Fei waved his hand, and several sports cars immediately gave chase. Qin Lang was entirely unaware that 3 groups of people with ill intentions were following him. He only felt that the weather was clear today, the sun was bright, and it was a perfect day for going out. In high spirits, he suddenly slammed on the accelerator. Boom! Boom! The engine roared as it swiftly accelerated, speeding toward Runshan Group. A few minutes later, among the 3 groups trailing behind Qin Lang, only a few sports cars managed to keep up. Those motorcycles and off-road vehicles had already lost track long ago. Chapter 58, Liang Ping. Half an hour later, the Runshan Group came into Qin Lang's line of sight. Parking the car in the lot, Qin Lang walked towards the Benevolence Group headquarters. Truth be told, this being his first time as a chairman, Qin Lang felt somewhat nervous inside. But whenever he remembered this massive corporation entirely belonged to him, Qin Lang couldn't help swelling with pride. Who would have thought? Just a week ago, I never would have dared to dream of owning my own company right after graduation. Qin Lang strode proudly and confidently up to the entrance of Runshan Group, poised to step inside. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Kid, with your shifty eyes, what are you trying to sneak in for? Passing out flyers, peddling door to door, or here to steal something? At that moment, a booming shout echoed right next to Qin Lang's ear. What was that about? Qin Lang turned to see a big-headed, thick-eared man slowly lumbering toward him. The man was dressed in a security uniform, his attitude extremely aggressive. Qin Lang glanced at his own attire, it wasn't shabby at all. These were brand new clothes his elder sister had bought for him, worn for the first time today. Moreover, they were exclusively custom-made for him at Riviera's finest private tailoring shop at his sister's request. The clothes bore no logos, fitting snugly and comfortably against his skin. Qin Lang smiled faintly and asked, "What's the matter?" Of course I wouldn't enter unless it was important. As this was his first time being in charge, Qin Lang tried his best to appear more approachable. After all, these were all people who made money for him. What bullshit business? What kind of business could you possibly have? Get lost now. The security guard gave Qin Lang a once-over, noting his complete lack of name-brand clothing, and maintained his aggressively rude attitude. The security guard's attitude made Qin Lang very unhappy. This security guard didn't listen to reason at all. Had he always treated visiting guests like this before? Shouldn't someone like this be fired instead of being kept around until the new year? The smile gradually faded from Qin Lang's face, slowly replaced by a cold smirk. He looked at the obese security guard and sneered, "Are you sure you want to kick me out? Don't you want to know what I'm going in there for? Don't you want to know who I'm going in to find?" This was Qin Lang's last chance for the security guard. "I don't give a damn who you are. Get the hell out of here." The security guard stared at Qin Lang, already convinced he was just another door-to-door salesman. Damn these fresh out-of-school kids nowadays, no sense of decorum at all. Coming to ask for a favor, yet you don't even know how to drop a brick to attract jade? Damn it, you won't even drop a brick but already expect the jade to come out? Haven't you heard it's easier to meet the king of hell than deal with his underlings? You think you can stride through this gate without even greasing my palms first? No way. Today I'll teach you a proper lesson. The overweight security guard had already decided when Qin Lang slinks away in humiliation, he'll call him back again. At that point, he'd have to offer at least some benefit before being allowed inside. However, Qin Lang's reaction took the security guard completely by surprise. Qin Lang directly pulled out his phone and said coldly, "I'm at the company's main entrance. There's a security guard who won't let me in. Come handle this." With that, he hung up the phone directly. The security guard saw that Qin Lang wasn't following his usual script but instead was directly calling for someone, making his heart skip a beat. Could it be? Does this kid know someone in the corporation? The guard immediately changed his expression, putting on a friendly smile. "Young man, are you friends with one of our corporation's executives?" His question carried hidden implications. If Qin Lang's response revealed that the person on the phone wasn't actually a superior, then it wouldn't be a big deal. If that person indeed turned out to be a corporate executive, then simply offering an apology would suffice to smooth things over. After all, his own uncle happened to be the head of the security department. Who dares refuse to give face to their own uncle? Qin Lang immediately detected the fat security guard's underlying meaning. He sneered coldly, "You'll understand when he arrives." With a cold smile on his face, Qin Lang didn't even glance at the obese security guard. Seeing Qin Lang's expression, the obese security guard became furious. "What fucking leader could a greenhorn like you possibly know? Who the hell do you think you are?" The smile on the obese security guard's face gradually faded, replaced by a cold sneer. "Then I'll see for myself who exactly is coming. I want to see just how important this person is that you're acting so high and mighty." With that, the overweight security guard planted himself beside Qin Lang, eyeing him suspiciously like a thief. At the same time, he sent a voice message to his uncle. Uncle, there's trouble at the main gate. Come quick with some backup. Qin Lang threw a glance at the obese security guard, understanding dawning in his heart. So he has connections upstairs. No wonder he's so brazen. Before long, a tall slender man with gold-rimmed glasses and a refined appearance came into view of the two. The man quickly walked up to Qin Lang and said respectfully, "Young Master Qin, you've arrived." Qin Lang nodded without uttering a word. This man was none other than Liang Ping, the current general manager of Rinshan Group and one of Gong Lu's most trusted lieutenants. To help Qin Lang get started, Gong Lu had specially assigned him to assist the young master. Liang Ping noticed Qin Lang's expression and immediately grasped the situation with a flash of understanding. He turned to the obese security guard and demanded coldly, "You're denying young Master Qin entry? I recall there's no company rule prohibiting visitors from entering, is there?" The overweight guard glanced Liang Ping up and down, finding no familiar face, probably just some ordinary employee. "Young Master Qin? Master my ass. Probably just a bunch of lowlifes patting each other on the back." Seeing Liang Ping's unfriendly attitude, he immediately threw his head back and declared, "That's me. What's the matter? I saw him sneaking around, I didn't want to let him in. What's the matter?" His final, "what's the matter?" carried a heavy stress, exuding sheer arrogance. Liang Ping nearly laughed at how ridiculous this person was. "Don't you want to? Does your opinion even matter?" He said coldly, "You don't need to come in tomorrow, go to HR and resign right now." The overweight security guard sneered, "Who the hell do you think you are? You think I'll quit just because you tell me to? Fuck. Do you know who my uncle is? Get in or get the hell out." Thinking about his uncle's imminent arrival, the overweight security guard had already cast aside all fear. What's a small-time clerk pretending to be a big boss for? Liang Ping smiled, amused by sheer exasperation. He asked coldly, "Who's your uncle?" The obese security guard tilted his head back and declared with considerable pride, "I'm afraid just saying his name would scare you. My uncle is Hong Min, the head of the security department." At that very moment, a series of rapid footsteps echoed. A large group of security guards wielding rubber batons, led by a burly man, marched menacingly toward the entrance. "Who dares cause trouble on my turf?" The man spoke with a distinctly thuggish air. If transported a few centuries back, he would unquestionably have made a formidable bandit chief. The obese security guard felt a surge of delight upon seeing the approaching figures. With wide strides, he went forward to meet them, the villain taking the initiative to voice his grievance. "Uncle, it's that kid at the entrance. I could tell he was up to no good, sneaking around like some shady character, so I barred him from entering the company, but he insisted on barging in anyway. Later, he even made a phone call to summon backup. The one with glasses who came later is no good either. He actually threatened to fire me. Damn it, does he even know his own weight? General manager." The burly man was stunned the moment he saw Liang Ping. Whack! Then, he glared fiercely at the obese security guard and raised his hand to deliver a slap. "Idiot! That's the new general manager Liang." "What? General manager?" The overweight security guard was instantly stunned. Chapter 59, Fire him too. The obese guard never expected his first encounter with the new general manager to happen under such circumstances. He had just finished cursing at the man. The thought of his tone and demeanor moments ago made the overweight security guard wish he could slap himself several times. Damn it! Now everything's ruined. The chubby security guard wore a mournful expression, on the verge of tears yet unable to cry. With little education and no particular skills, finding another job would be extremely difficult for him. Rinshan Group is a corporate conglomerate with exceptionally high standards for its security personnel. If it weren't for his uncle Hong Min's behind-the-scenes manipulations, he wouldn't even have qualified as a security guard at Rinshan Group. Liang Ping glanced coldly at the obese security guard whose face was filled with remorse and sneered. With a cold laugh, he said to Security Department head Hong Min, "Hong Min, your nephew certainly puts on quite the impressive show of authority." The power in his hands was softer than wild grass, yet he wielded it like a steel spear. Rinshan Group's temple is too small to house such a mighty deity. Tomorrow, I don't want to see him again. With that, Liang Ping turned around and walked over to Qin Lang. He was just about to invite Qin Lang into the Rinshan Group when Hong Min's voice suddenly rang out from behind. "President Liang, this punishment is a bit too severe." Hong Min's expression was extremely grim. If he couldn't even protect his own nephew, how could he command respect and maintain authority in the future? Moreover, Hong Min was by nature an unruly and defiant man. He had a fiery temper and placed great importance on loyalty. Protecting his own was the cornerstone of his existence. Hearing this, Liang Ping's body stiffened as he slowly turned around. He looked at Hong Min with an expressionless face and said indifferently, "Keep talking." Hong Min gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "It's just a trivial matter, Director Liang. There's no need to make a big deal out of it. Besides, you've just taken office. It's not appropriate to fire people left and right after you arrive. The entire company has its eyes fixed on you. Mr. Liang should focus on managing the company better and improving its performance. I'll handle the security department matters myself. Hong Min is an old-timer at Renshan Group, having been with the company for several years. In the past, Chen Chang wouldn't have bothered with such trivial matters. But now that the new general manager was shitting all over him from the moment he arrived, he naturally couldn't tolerate it. Hence, the threatening tone in his words was unmistakable. His meaning was clear. Who do you think you are, putting on airs as a newcomer? If you want to continue as the general manager, then do so properly. Everyone in the group is watching you. If you insist on firing people, you'll bear the consequences yourself. Liang Ping didn't become Gong Lu's right-hand man for nothing. He was naturally shrewd. He said coolly, "Are you threatening me?" He was well aware that Hong Min wanted to tie the rest of the group together to pressure him. However, he wasn't buying it. Hong Min said coolly, "It's not a threat, just calling things as they are." Hong Min knew very well that in today's power struggle, he absolutely had to win. This was a showdown between the new team and the old team. Fire him too. A cold voice rang out, instantly drawing everyone's attention. All eyes turned toward the source, landing on a strikingly handsome face. The person who spoke these words was none other than Xin Lang. Xin Lang stared coldly at Hong Min and said in an icy voice, "You may leave now." Damn it, how dare a security department manager babble nonsense to the general manager? Where did he get the courage? From Liang Jr.? If you don't want to work, then get out. He saw a young man barely in his 20s threatening to fire him. Hong Min was absolutely furious. He angrily retorted, "Who are you? Do you know what kind of occasion this is? Who gave you the right to speak here? Still wet behind the ears, yet you dare spout nonsense here? Get lost." Hong Min was truly furious. What a blind fool. Were it not for the need to deal with Liang Ping now, he would have taught this brat a proper lesson. Hearing Hong Min's words, Liang Ping's expression changed instantly. This is Director Gong's most beloved younger brother after all. Who would be so extravagant as to gift him an entire conglomerate right after graduation? Moreover, he heard this company was just a small present, meant merely to familiarize young Master Qin with management. In the future, President Gong would surely give young Master Qin even grander gifts. This gift for young Master Qin was also an opportunity for himself. Liang Ping said fiercely, "Hong Min, if you can't speak properly, then shut your mouth. Here, you're the least qualified to speak. Qin Xiao is the new chairman of Rinshan Group. Forget firing a small-time security department head like you, even firing me, Liang Ping, would be just a word from him. Since Qin Xiao has ordered your dismissal, you can get out together with your nephew." President? This little brat who's still wet behind the ears is actually the new president. For a moment, Hong Min suddenly felt his brain wasn't functioning properly. This youngster became president at such a tender age? Isn't our chairman supposed to be Gong Lu from Lanue Group? How could it be this kid? What on earth is going on? Hong Min stared blankly at Xin Lang, his mind in complete chaos, too shocked to speak. The obese security guard beside him was even more terrified, collapsing limp to the ground. He had thought his uncle's intervention would resolve the matter. Little did he expect that this bespectacled man was actually the company's newly appointed general manager. Yet what truly shattered his imagination was the revelation that the young man he'd always looked down upon turned out to be the chairman of the entire group. The chairman! That's someone sitting high above in the clouds. Dealing with me would be as easy as crushing an ant. The obese security guard was in utter despair. The security guards behind Hong Min were all stunned. What are we doing? Beating up our own conglomerate's chairman? Beating our own boss? Am I fucking insane? The security guards quickly hid their rubber batons behind their backs and distanced themselves from Hong Min. If it were just a general manager, that would be one thing. Damn it, even the chairman came out. Who the hell would stick with you now? With someone like that, even if you quit, they'd still find a way to deal with you. Hong Min noticed the subtle movements of the security guards around him, and his heart instantly sank to the depths. His expression shifted rapidly, his face alternating between dark and light. In the end, Hong Min forced a smile and approached Xin Lang, saying respectfully, "Chairman, I." Xin Lang merely glanced at him before coldly uttering, "Get out." A single light utterance of "get lost" instantly shattered all of Hong Min's pride. Being scolded like this by a kid barely over 20 years old, Hong Min nearly exploded with rage. The smile on Hong Min's face vanished in an instant, replaced by an icy chill. He growled through gritted teeth, "Kid, you're going to regret this." Xin Lang merely glanced at Hong Min without uttering a word. This was textbook embarrassment turning into anger. Just then, a furious roar erupted nearby. "So you're Xin Lang? Get over here." Xin Lang turned his head to see a group of burly men in black appearing by the roadside at the entrance of Rinshan Group. These black-clad men stood like dark towers lining the street, an imposing sight to behold. Hong Min's heart skipped a beat when he spotted the leader of the group. It was actually Chen Long's subordinate, Ah Fei, the young master of the Chen family. Judging by Ah Fei's expression, it definitely wasn't good news. Hong Min turned back to glance at Xin Lang, a sinister smile gradually curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 60, Let me teach you a lesson. The name of Chen Long, the eldest son of the Chen family, was well known in their circle. A Fei was Chen Long's enforcer. A Fei's appearance meant he was here to handle business for Chen Long. In Binhai, those who crossed Chen Long usually met a bad end. The Chen family of Binhai is an unapproachable behemoth in the eyes of 99.99% of the city's population. Tiny benevolence group isn't worth a damn compared to the Chen family, Hong Min sneered inwardly. Not just benevolence group, even Moonreach Corporation would think twice before crossing the Chens. Watch how I'll destroy you today. At this moment, Qin Lang slightly furrowed his brow. What background did these people have? You dare not come over? Heh, then I'll come to you. Seeing Qin Lang standing motionless without any response, A Fei grew furious and directly strode over with his men. These people were aggressive, exuding an ominous aura. At this moment, the security guards of Rinshan Group also realized that these black-clad muscular men were here to cause trouble. They exchanged glances and gave slight nods to one another. What a perfect opportunity to impress the general manager and chairman right before their eyes. And these people seem to be here to cause trouble for the chairman. If I could help the chairman drive these people away, a bright future would be right before me. The security guards immediately grabbed their batons and moved toward the group of black-clad figures. What are you doing here? Do you dare address our chairman by his name? You've got quite the nerve causing trouble at our Rinshan Group. Get lost now, or we won't be polite anymore. The security guards didn't recognize A Fei, nor did they know the background of these men in black. Therefore, they weren't afraid of A Fei or these burly men in black. Seeing the guards' reaction, A Fei momentarily froze in surprise. Then, with a cold laugh, he asked, "You don't know who I am?" A burly security guard growled in a muffled voice, "Who the hell are you? Why the fuck should I know you?" This security guard was huge, probably weighing over 200 pounds. No sooner had the hulking guard finished speaking than his entire body was lifted off the ground, hoisted up by someone. It was A Fei who made his move. With one hand gripping the burly security guard's throat, A Fei actually lifted the massive guard into the air using just that single hand. Don't recognize me? Fine. I'll make sure you remember me today. With those words, A Fei swung his arm, and the 220-pound burly security guard was actually hurled through the air by him. A parabolic arc traced through the sky. Crash, crack, snap, boom. A series of chaotic sounds erupted. The burly security guard was sent flying 7 or 8 meters before crashing straight through the glass doors of the Rinshan Group's entrance. He toppled a row of shelves before finally slamming heavily onto the ground. Witnessing A Fei's terrifying strength, the remaining security guards gulped hard. At this moment, they wished they were dead. If I had known these guys in black were this tough, I should never have stepped forward. At this moment, the black-clad burly men behind A Fei directly shoved a group of security guards aside, driving them into the corner. Don't move, stay put. Anyone who fucking dares to move, I'll fucking kill them. If you want to live, stay the hell still. Damn you, you dare pull a weapon on me? The black-clothed thug shoved and cursed, terrifying the security guards into silence. Seeing how vicious these men in black were, Liang Ping quickly turned to Hong Min and said gravely, "Hong Min, you haven't resigned yet, you're still head of security. This situation requires your intervention." Need me? Hong Min scoffed. Didn't you already fire me? What could you possibly need me for now? Weren't you all so high and mighty when you just fired me? You think you can get me to work for you now? You must be dreaming. Hong Min felt quite pleased with himself, thoroughly enjoying this moment. Great. Karma strikes fast. Watching Hong Min's smug expression, Liang Ping turned pale with anger. Damn. At this point, Hong Min suddenly changed his tone. I have some connections with the leader, A Fei. I can put in a word. But if you want me to step in and settle this matter, beg me. Ha, if you ask me properly, I might just say yes. Hong Min burst into loud laughter, utterly pleased with himself. At this moment, he felt nothing but immense satisfaction in his heart. The mere thought of the usually high and mighty general manager and chairman soon having to humble themselves before him gave him a sensation akin to having ingested an immortality elixir. His entire body felt exhilarated. With arrogance brimming in his eyes, Hong Min lifted his gaze to glance at Qin Lang. He wanted to see how ugly Qin Lang's expression would become. Yet, he was disappointed. Qin Lang remained impassive as ever, not a trace of panic on his face. At that moment, Qin Lang was silently questioning in his mind, "Troll, just how strong are these men in black?" Ding! The leader, A Fei, has the strength of high 8th rank, along with 3 9th rank martial artists and 6 entry-level martial artists. Hearing this, Qin Lang felt relieved. Still, he wanted to confirm, can I defeat this A Fei? A Fei's talent isn't even as good as Wang Hu's. Host can easily crush him. Whoosh! That's good. Now, Qin Lang was completely reassured. Feeling Hong Min's gaze upon him, Qin Lang immediately smirked coldly. You? What do you think you are? With these words, Qin Lang walked towards A Fei on his own initiative. Qin Lang's words struck Hong Min like a bolt from the blue. As Hong Min watched Qin Lang's retreating figure, his smile froze on his face. In an instant, his chest burned with fury. Bastard! You little brat! You little bastard! Let's see how you die today. Offending Qianlong means no one can save you. Meanwhile, Liang Ping followed closely behind Qin Lang, pleading earnestly, young Master Qin, don't go. These people look like trouble. What if something happens to you? I'll call President Gong right away and have her handle this. Qin Lang smiled faintly, patted Liang Ping's shoulder, and then said with a laugh, don't call my sister. She's already very busy. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Then, Qin Lang walked up to Fei and stood facing him. Qin Lang asked indifferently, you were looking for me? Fei curled his lips slightly. Who else would I be looking for? Qin Lang chuckled coldly. Did you know me before? Fei said disdainfully, don't know him. At this moment, a sly smirk of triumph crept across Qin Lang's face. He roared, fine, I'll make sure you get to know him today. These were the exact words Fei had said to the bulky security guard earlier. Now Qin Lang was throwing them right back at him. With that said, the inner strength he had been priming surged forth abruptly. In a lightning move, he clamped onto Fei's throat and executed a perfect shoulder throw. Boom! Aha! With a thunderous crash, Fei was slammed mercilessly into the concrete floor by Qin Lang. The intense pain forced Fei to cry out. Yet his neck was being choked by Qin Lang, leaving him only able to emit strange, muffled cries of agony, making him unbearably uncomfortable. Chapter 61, The Troll Goes on Strike. Witnessing this sudden outbreak of violence, everyone present was stunned. Liang Ping stood right beside Qin Lang, experiencing the moment most profoundly. All he felt was an enormous boom ringing in his ears, followed by the ground itself seeming to tremble. He swallowed nervously, screaming internally, young Master Qin looks so refined and gentle, not particularly strong, how can he possess such divine strength? And what's more, he struck without the slightest hesitation. Before anyone could react, he had already knocked them senseless. Who would have thought that beneath Qin Shao's refined appearance lay such a violent heart? Hong Min stared blankly at Qin Lang, as if frozen by some spell, her body rigidly rooted to the spot. At that moment, only one thought occupied his mind, who on earth was this Qin Lang? Hong Min was also a martial artist, and what's more, an 8th grade primary martial artist. He was the one who saw most clearly among these people. Qin Lang's claw strike just now was incredibly fast. He knew very well that at such close range, if he had been the target of that strike, he wouldn't have been able to dodge it either. This strike must have incorporated some fist technique. Moreover, the tremendous force Qin Lang suddenly unleashed during that shoulder throw gave Fei no time to even struggle. How could such strength exist in a young man his age? Could it be? Was he a young powerhouse emerging from some ancient martial arts family? Or perhaps he was the wandering disciple of some supreme martial artist? At this moment, Hong Min was utterly terrified. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. Had he lost control and struck during their earlier conflict, then surely I would die a horrible death. As for that obese security guard, upon learning that Qin Lang was the chairman of the benevolent group, he was immediately paralyzed with fear. Now witnessing Qin Lang's ferocious attack, he trembled even more violently in terror. He didn't even realize that his pants had already become thoroughly soaked without him noticing. Beneath him, the ground was already soaked with water. Kid, let our boss go right now. Do you have any idea who we work for? If you want to live, release our boss immediately, or your whole family will pay the price. If anything happens to our boss, there won't be a place in all of Hua Nation where you can hide. The black-clad thugs were terrified seeing Fei getting thrown around like a dead dog. Fei was their leader, and they knew full well his capabilities. They understood perfectly, if even their boss could be instantly crushed by this kid, their whole group stood no chance. All the black-clad tough guys shouted fiercely, but their footsteps were subtly shifting outward. At this moment, their only trump card was the backing behind them. Who would dare defy the name of the Chen family of Binhai? They thought Qin Lang would show hesitation and take their bait by asking whose people they were. Yet Qin Lang paid them no heed whatsoever. With another forceful motion, he flung Fei behind him once more. Boom! Another earth-shaking explosion followed, rattling the skulls of the black-clad brutes. At this moment, Fei ached all over, his bones feeling as if they were about to fall apart. Only then did Qin Lang feel a slight relief in his heart. Damn it! Coming to mess with me for no reason, do they think I'm an easy target? If I don't teach them a lesson, these bastards won't know the pot is made of iron. Qin Lang would always remember his father's words, mercy to an enemy is cruelty to oneself. Looking down at Fei groaning on the ground, he murmured, such a pity, you chose to be my enemy. With that, he delivered a flying kick that sent Fei sprawling through the air. Boom! Fei's burly frame crashed violently into the wall where security guards were leaning, then thudded heavily onto the floor. After completing these actions, Qin Lang slowly turned around to face the remaining group of black-suited strongmen. Weren't you sent here to deal with me? Come, let me see what skills you've got. Qin Lang's tone was relaxed, his demeanor completely at ease. Having taken down an 8th rank master, Qin Lang felt completely at ease. As for the remaining 9th rank and entry-level martial artists before him, they barely counted as an appetizer. As the strongest 9th rank martial artist of his generation, he could proudly declare, below the 8th rank, all are but ants. The black-clothed brawny men exchanged glances, their eyes hardening with ruthless determination. It seemed they were ready to go all out. They rushed towards the vehicles parked by the roadside and pulled out an array of weapons. There were short knives, long knives, iron rods, baseball bats, and more, too numerous to list them all. At this point, Qin Lang felt a pang of alarm in his heart. Damn! What the hell? They brought out weapons? Come fight me hand to hand. At the same time, he screamed internally, holy shit, you damn contrarian! Is there any peerless martial art that makes you invulnerable? Quick, gimme one now. Ding! Host, don't panic. With your abilities, you can easily overpower them. I believe you can do it, go for it. With that, the troll fell silent. Qin Lang, contrarian? Troll. Internet troll. He mentally called out internet troll several times in his heart, but received no response. Infuriated, Qin Lang wished he could strangle it. If I weren't freaking out, why the hell would I call you? Go screw yourself with your damn little lubricant. I don't even believe in myself. What makes you think I need your belief? Damn it, this piece of junk is completely unreliable, always failing at critical moments. Ding! Host, please mind your language. Just as Qin Lang was endlessly grumbling in his heart, the contrarian spirit appeared, giving him a small warning. Holy crap! Your uncle can go screw himself. Qin Lang cursed furiously in his heart, but the contrarian had vanished without a trace. There was no choice, he had to brace himself and face the situation head-on. Because right then, the burly men in black had already fanned out, swiftly surrounding Qin Lang in their midst. Chairman, take the baton. At that moment, a loud shout captured the attention of the entire room. Everyone followed the sound and looked toward the entrance. The speaker was the stocky security guard who had earlier been thrown out by A Fei. The burly security guard was now covered in blood, his body riddled with shards of broken glass. Shouting, he hurled his rubber baton at Qin Lang. Hearing this, Qin Lang immediately turned around. As he turned, he saw a black rod speeding straight toward his forehead. Holy crap! In the blink of an eye, Qin Lang swiftly raised his hand and firmly caught the rubber baton. At that moment, Qin Lang was so frightened that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Damn, is this guy a mole sent by the enemy? Could this big guy actually be trying to harm me under the pretense of helping? Qin Lang weighed the rubber baton in his hand. It couldn't have been more than half a kilogram, feeling light as a feather. Yet, armed with a weapon, Qin Lang felt much more confident. Eyeing the hesitant group of black-clad bruisers, he sneered, got the guts? Then come at me. Then he added silently to himself, but I'll be damned if I make the first move. Just like being in love. The proactive one always gets the short end of the stick. Chapter 62, Don't touch Qin Lang's clothes. The black-clad burly men hesitated momentarily, but seeing they outnumbered the other side, a flicker of confidence surged within them. Attack! Let's fuck him up. Kill him. What the fuck does a fucking rookie kid know about guts? I'll be damned if I believe this motherfucker. These burly men were seasoned fighters through and through, full of raw aggression. Provoked by Qin Lang's taunts, they simply couldn't hold back anymore. At the forefront were those few ninth-grade martial artists. One of them charged the fastest, swinging a baseball bat directly at Qin Lang's head. The baseball bat cut through the air with a whooshing sound, heading straight for Qin Lang's skull. If this swing connected solidly, Qin Lang would surely suffer severe injuries. The baseball bat came closer, yet Qin Lang grew calmer instead. Just as the bat was about to strike him, Qin Lang swiftly raised his arm and blocked it with his rubber baton. However, the rubber baton was too soft and light, it could only hold for a fleeting moment. But that fleeting moment was enough. Just as he blocked the baseball bat, Qin Lang's body surged forward with sudden force. Dragon uppercut. With a silent shout, Qin Lang swiftly delivered a powerful punch to the jaw of this ninth-grade martial artist. The ninth-grade martial artist was sent flying backward, his feet leaving the ground from the impact. As he soared through the air, this ninth-rank martial artist's nose and mouth bled profusely, scattering a trail of crimson droplets. After sending several black-clad burly men flying with his impact, the ninth-rank expert finally crashed onto the ground. Clang! At the same moment, the baseball bat in the ninth-rank expert's hand slipped loose and clattered to the floor. Qin Lang didn't even glance at the ninth-rank martial artist who had been sent flying, hastily picking up the baseball bat instead. He tested the weight of the baseball bat in his hand. Although it still felt a bit too light for his liking, it would have to do. At that moment, several burly men in black wielding knives charged toward him. Seeing that his baseball bat was longer than their knives, Qin Lang's confidence skyrocketed instantly. Woo! The baseball bat sliced through the air, trailing an eerie whistling sound. Bang! Put! The first sound was the bat striking the burly man. The second sound was the burly man vomiting blood. Ouch! Holy shit! Damn it! The burly man was sent flying by Qin Lang's swing of the club, knocking over several other black-clad strongmen in the process. Seeing the effectiveness of this strike, Qin Lang's confidence soared. He rushed over to the black-clad muscular men lying on the ground and started raining down blows on them indiscriminately. Get up! Weren't you acting all tough just now? Come on, stand up and cross fists with me. Damn, dare to glare at me, huh? Guess you haven't had enough of a beating. I'll beat the shit out of you. Ah, ouch. Oh my heavens. Big bro, I was wrong. Spare me, boss. I'm just trying to scrape by. No, please. The black-clad brutes on the ground wailed in pain, begging young Master Chin to go easier on them. At the same time, their hearts were filled with regret and helplessness. If only they had known this fiend was so strong and formidable, they should have just run away earlier. And while this demon was wildly thrashing about, he kept ordering them to get up. How the hell can we get up when you're pounding us like this? You're beating us down while yelling for us to get up. Isn't this just torture? Master Chin, watch your back. At that moment, Liang Ping's voice rang out. Right then, the hairs on Qin Lang's back stood on end as he sensed danger approaching from behind. At this moment, he couldn't care less about appearances. Qin Lang immediately lunged forward, rolling on the ground. Rip! Ding! Qin Lang felt something pulling at his back, but he managed to break free with brute force. After dodging the attack from behind, Qin Lang immediately distanced himself and turned to look back. Just one glance nearly scared the life out of him. It turned out that the ambush had come from a 9th-grade martial artist. The 9th-grade martial artist wielded a short knife, its blade now embedded exactly where Qin Lang had stood moments before. Qin Lang felt immensely relieved in his heart. Had he not slipped away quickly, that knife would have been embedded in his body. He touched the back of his clothes, they had already been sliced clean in two by the blade. Fuck your ancestors. This was a new outfit my elder sister bought for me. Discovering that the clothes gifted by Gong Lu had been slashed, Qin Lang instantly flew into a rage. From childhood till now, this was the first time a girl had bought him clothes to wear. Thus, Qin Lang cherished this gift exceptionally dearly. When driving to Rinshan Corporation earlier, he had deliberately adjusted his sitting posture to prevent the clothes from getting wrinkled. Now, this reckless bastard actually used a knife to slash it open. At this moment, Qin Lang himself hadn't even noticed that when his rage reached its peak, his eyes became slightly bloodshot. Within his pupils, there unexpectedly appeared a faint trace of eerie red light. This red glow was extremely faint, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. One might mistake this for Qin Lang's bloodshot eyes causing the effect. With crimson eyes, Qin Lang charged fiercely toward the sword-wielding 9th-rank martial artist. At this moment, fear had completely left his heart. The weapons in those black-clad martial artists' hands now meant nothing to him. Before even reaching the 9th-rank martial artist, he had already swung his baseball bat into action. Swish! By the time he rushed to the side of that 9th-rank martial artist, the baseball bat he had raised fiercely swung down. The 9th-rank martial artist wanted to dodge, but Qin Lang's speed now outmatched his by more than double. Bang! The 9th-rank martial artist coughed up blood and was sent flying backward. At this moment, all of Qin Lang's strength erupted, pushing his speed to the absolute limit he could currently achieve. Qin Lang caught up with the 9th-rank martial artist who was still in midair. Dragon Rising Fist. With a loud shout, heat surged between his arms as he unleashed a powerful Dragon Rising Fist. Put! The 9th-rank martial artist was forcibly redirected by the punch, flying straight into the sky. At this moment, Qin Lang heard footsteps approaching from behind. In an instant, he spun around while simultaneously delivering a sweeping leg strike. Get the hell out of here! With a thunderous shout, his sweeping kick sent the person behind him flying through the air. That person turned out to be Fei, the same man who had been brutally slammed twice earlier. Fei had originally planned to ambush Qin Lang, but he never expected Qin Lang's reaction speed to be so incredibly fast. Boom! Fei crashed into the same wall as before and then fell to the ground. Then, the enraged Qin Lang began throwing heavy punches left and right, beating several black-clad thugs until they howled for mercy, crying for their parents. And those who begged a little too loudly only invited another round of brutal beatings from him. Finally, these black-clad tough guys were completely subdued. They could only endure unbearable pain, groaning as they collapsed on the ground. Only one thought remained in every tough guy's mind: who the hell slashed his clothes? That wasn't just slicing clothes, that was fucking unlocking his meridian channels. Beside him, Liang Ping watched the enraged Qin Lang drenched in cold sweat running down his back. One thought dominated his mind: from now on, no matter who, never touch young Master Qin's clothes. Chapter 63 The Security Bureau. Only when he saw all the black-clothed strong men sprawled on the ground did Qin Lang's anger gradually dissipate. Damn it! Did you really think this young master was some sick cat just because I wasn't showing my might? Qin Lang slowly turned around to face the group of security guards. The security guards were huddled in the corner, trembling with fear. Seeing Qin Lang look their way, all the guards felt a pang of panic in their hearts. Would the chairman hold a grudge and blame us for not doing enough just now? However, Qin Lang's next words gave the guards a slight sense of relief. All of you, come here. Throw all these people out. If we run into troublemakers like this again in the future, just cripple them first and then toss them out. Qin Lang pointed at the black-clothed strong men lying on the ground, his tone laced with a ruthless edge. Yes, yes, yes. The chairman must be exhausted, please rest now. This kind of rough work is exactly what we specialize in. With the chairman here, I doubt anyone would dare to cause trouble. The security guards nodded hastily, murmuring their agreement in unison. However, they couldn't help feeling exasperated inside. If we had your level of strength, we wouldn't have backed down just now. Straight up cripple them? Easier said than done. The security guards rushed forward in a swarm, some lifting, others dragging, swiftly tossing those burly men in black to the roadside. Some guards, to vent their anger, secretly threw a few punches while carrying him. Seeing that Qin Lang was not around, the black-clothed burly men dared to scream in agony. However, upon hearing these cries, Qin Lang immediately frowned. Still got the strength to scream so loudly clearly they weren't beaten thoroughly enough. He loudly commanded, "Go beat each one of them again until they can't make a sound." The black-clad thugs. Is this really something a human would do? Yes. The thugs' faces were filled with despair, while the security guards were bursting with excitement. Since the chairman has given the order, what do we have to fear? Then came another round of punches and kicks. The black-clad tough guys desperately covered their mouths with their hands, not daring to make a single sound. At this moment, they wished they were dead. What's the point of living like this? They inwardly lamented. Why did we have to provoke this cursed star? From now on, steer clear of that jinx whenever you see them. Seeing Qin Lang finally stop, Liang Ping wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurried to his side. "Young Master Qin, please go in. I'll take care of the rest." Qin Lang anxiously removed his torn clothes, his heart heavy with guilt. The ruined new garments would surely make his eldest and third sisters suspect he'd been fighting again. Having such caring elder sisters, he absolutely couldn't bear to worry them any further. At this thought, he slightly tilted his head. "Liang Ping, don't tell my sister about what just happened. She'll be upset. And please invite the best tailor to mend this gown for me. They can fiddle with the inside as much as they like, but there mustn't be any visible mending traces on the exterior." Liang Ping froze. Something this serious shouldn't be reported to President Gong? However, he reconsidered. He now served young Master Qin and planned to stay by his side, so the answer was clear in his heart. Liang Ping solemnly declared, "Rest assured, young Master Qin, I will absolutely keep this matter confidential. And please, don't say it's a bother. I'll have someone start sewing the clothes right away, exactly according to your specifications." Liang Ping's excessive politeness actually made Qin Lang feel somewhat uncomfortable. Is this what it feels like to be a chairman? Pretty damn good. Then, the two walked into Renshan Group. As soon as they stepped inside, Qin Lang felt slightly uneasy. At that moment, in the lobby of Renshan Group, dozens of senior executives stood in two lines, all smiling at Qin Lang. The entire process of Qin Lang fiercely beating the black-clad strongman had been clearly witnessed by them from the group's building. They had always been curious about what the new chairman looked like and who he was. In the past couple of days, they had speculated many times in private. Yet no one had expected the new chairman to be a handsome young genius with formidable martial skills. Clap, 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 clap. As soon as Qin Lang stepped into the hall, thunderous applause erupted inside. His heart pounded with nervousness, yet he forced a calm expression. He stiffly waved his hand and said, "Hello, everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, all the executives shouted in unison, "Good morning, Chairman." Then, Liang Ping brought Qin Lang into his chairman's office. The chairman's office is spacious, with a solemn and grand decor throughout. Qin Lang looked around. It wasn't bad at all. He hadn't rested for long before Liang Ping invited him to the conference room. The atmosphere in the conference room was somewhat solemn. This was the first high-level meeting between the old and new teams, a meeting that would determine the future direction of the group. Liang Ping had invited Qin Lang primarily to have him help steady the proceedings. Qin Lang sat in the presiding seat, his heart pounding with anxiety, yet he maintained a faint smile on his face, appearing somewhat inscrutable. The entire meeting was presided over by Liang Ping. Qin Lang only needed to nod occasionally at the appropriate moments to show his support for Liang Ping. During the meeting, Liang Ping disbanded and reorganized both the old and new teams, finalizing the new development direction for the group. Previously, the Renshan Group primarily focused on demolition and post-demolition construction projects. However, a series of issues arising from the demolition activities caused unfavorable public perception toward the former Renshan Group, hindering its business development. Now, Liang Ping has determined the new direction for Renshan Group, property development and sales agency for major real estate projects. Property development is Renshan Group's established specialty, while sales agency is the newly chosen direction by Liang Ping. Representing a property project requires relatively limited initial capital investment, making this business transformation relatively mild and suitable for Renshan Group's current situation. Throughout the entire meeting, Qin Lang's most frequent remarks were, "Liang Ping makes a valid point. Sounds good to me. That's not a bad proposal." The meeting lasted all morning. At noon, Qin Lang was comfortably basking in the sun while reclining in his executive chair. At that moment, Liang Ping rushed into Qin Lang's office in a frantic hurry. His expression looked rather grim, as if something major had happened. "Young Master Qin, People from the security bureau have come looking for you. The front desk let it slip and revealed your location. They didn't say what they wanted with you, just rushed upstairs immediately. Would you like to hide for now? The security bureau officers came with aggressive intent. Liang Ping, fearing something might go wrong, hurried over to tip him off. Qin Lang asked doubtfully, the security bureau? What do they want with me? He wondered to himself, it wasn't like he'd done anything wrong. Ha. What do they want with you? Of course I'm looking for you for a reason. At that moment, a man's voice came from outside the door. Immediately afterward, several security bureau agents strode in. As soon as they entered, they surrounded Qin Lang in the center, preventing any chance of escape. Qin Lang slightly furrowed his brow. What business do you have with me? At that moment, the lead security bureau officer said sternly, you've been reported for wantonly assaulting others. Come with us. As his words fell, the other security bureau personnel simultaneously stepped closer to Qin Lang. Chapter 64, Arrested. On what grounds? You must have a reason for taking someone away, right? Young Master Qin is the chairman of our benevolence group and has an important meeting to chair today. If the benevolence group's operations are affected, who will take responsibility for that? Seeing the security bureau personnel attempting to take Qin Lang away without any explanation, Liang Ping couldn't help but speak up in protest. The leading figure suddenly turned around and angrily rebuked, stop making trouble here. Do we need your instruction on how to do our job? After speaking, he glanced at the other Bureau of Security personnel and said in a deep voice, take him away. Liang Ping grew anxious and rushed forward to block them. At this moment, Qin Lang, who had remained silent the whole time, calmly said, Liang Ping, don't be rash. It's nothing for me to go with them. I'd like to see who exactly reported me. Qin Lang never took the initiative to hurt others, it was always others who came looking for trouble with him. He suspected that those black-clad bruisers from this morning were the ones who reported him. Otherwise, the security bureau wouldn't have waited until today to come. Seeing Qin Lang's cooperative attitude, the team leader from the security bureau secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He'd heard before coming that Qin Lang possessed formidable combat skills, the man had single-handedly taken down nearly 10 martial artists. At such a young age, he possesses such formidable strength, truly astonishing. Unfortunately, he had offended the Chun family. After Qin Lang was taken away, Liang Ping could no longer sit still. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hey, Liang Ping, what's up? A woman's voice came through the phone. If Qin Lang had been here, he would have immediately recognized whose voice it was. President Gong, something terrible has happened. Young Master Qin has been taken away by the state security agents. Liang Ping reported anxiously. What? Gong Lu's voice suddenly rose several octaves higher. What's going on? Hurry up and explain everything clearly. A hint of panic crept into Gong Lu's voice, his words growing rapid and urgent. Liang Ping didn't dare delay and hastily replied, several officers from the security bureau came while young Master Qin was taking his midday rest. They said young Master Qin had been reported for wantonly assaulting others, and then they took him away. They just left with him moments ago. Liang Ping felt somewhat uneasy. His primary assignment at Renshan Group was to look after Qin Lang, with familiarizing him with company management being secondary. Yet on Qin Lang's very first day at Renshan Group, so many incidents had already occurred. Now he'd even been taken away by the security bureau. He feared his image in Gonglio's mind had completely plummeted. He was prepared to receive Gonglio's criticism, yet Gonglio's words made his tightly wound heart relax slightly. Alright, I understand. After saying this, Gong Lu hung up the phone directly. In a tea house, Chen Long, the eldest son of the Chen family, was drinking tea with a young man. Chen Long raised his teacup and asked with a smile, young Master Zhang, there shouldn't be any issues with this matter, right? Young Master Zhang raised his teacup with a casual smile and said, when Master Chen commands, I charge through mountains of blades and seas of fire to get it done. Don't worry, that kid's already been taken away. Once inside the security bureau, you can make him suffer whatever punishment you please. Only upon hearing this did Chen Long drain his teacup in one gulp. He said bitterly, those good-for-nothings under me can't even handle a fresh graduate, and ended up getting themselves covered in bruises. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. But you should know better than to beat someone else's dog. Seeing my men get beaten like that brings shame to my face too. That punk not only stole the girl I had my eye on, but also dared to lay hands on my crew. Today, no matter what it takes, I'm going to make him pay dearly for this. Chen Long was furious. When he got angry, someone was bound to have a very bad day. Whether it was Li Shiha's affair or his men being beaten up by Qin Lang, both incidents made him feel humiliated. In Binhai, he had never experienced such humiliation before. Unless Qin Lang paid the price, his heart would remain unsettled, even to the point of losing his appetite. Zheng Xiao smiled faintly and said, to dare offend young Master Chen in Binhai, that kid has quite the nerve. He's just some nobody who knows a bit of kung fu. No need for young Master Chen to dirty his hands, I'll handle this for you. How many arms and legs does young Master Chen want him to lose? Young Master Zhang had thoroughly investigated Qin Lang and found he came from no prominent background. Thus, young Master Zhang couldn't be bothered to view Qin Lang as a worthy opponent. So what if he cleaned up? Could that guy even retaliate against him? Upon hearing Zhang Xiao's words, Chen Long's eyes lit up. If someone was willing to handle things for him for free, he naturally wouldn't refuse. A ruthless glint flashed across Chen Long's face as he growled, both hands, 3 legs. Zhang Xiaoxian was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Good. 2 hands and 3 legs, I'll cripple every last one of them. Chen Long also roared with laughter, raising his teacup as he chuckled, drink up. They speak of crushing a person as if it were the easiest thing in the world. As if what they destroy isn't a human being, but a mere ant beneath their feet. In a dimly lit room, once Qin Lang was brought inside, the security personnel promptly left. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a man with a sinister smile walked in. This man was none other than young Master Zhang, who had just been drinking tea with Chen Long not long ago. Behind young Master Zhang, there were several burly men following him. Seeing young Master Zhang smile, Qin Lang knew something was wrong. He immediately sprang to his feet and demanded, shouting, "Who are you people?" At the same time, a surge of heat coursed through his arm, ready to unleash a devastating punch at a moment's notice. Zhang Xiao smirked coldly and waved his hand, signaling the burly men around him to encircle Qin Lang. With a chilling laugh, he retorted, "Who we are is none of your concern. You just need to know you're about to become a useless wreck." Seeing these burly men surrounding him, Qin Lang quickly asked in his mind, "Keyboard warrior, how strong are these guys?" The moment his words fell, an electronic voice echoed in his consciousness. Ding! These individuals are all 9th grade martial artists. As the host, you can completely crush them. Whoosh! Now Qin Lang felt relieved. How dare mere 9th grade martial artists think they can scheme against me? Are these people still half asleep? Qin Lang's mind steadied greatly. He turned to young Zhang and sneered back, "You lured me here just to deal with me with a few 9th grade martial artists? Trash? Seems none of you learned your lesson. With just a few of you, even with one hand tied behind my back, I could take care of you all easily." Qin Lang slightly raised his chin, brimming with confidence in his own abilities. Seeing Qin Lang's expression, Zhang Xiao was stunned at first, then burst into unrestrained laughter. Ha ha ha, truly someone who could provoke young Master Chen's fury, how interesting. Then his smile gradually turned sinister. When he produced an object from behind his back, Qin Lang's confident expression instantly dissolved. Cold sweat began soaking through the back of Qin Lang's undershirt. Chapter 65 Gong Lu arrives. Because Zhang Xiao had pulled out a gun from behind his back. Staring into the dark muzzle of the gun, Qin Lang felt a chill run down his spine. Since when did firearms enter the equation? Damn it! With my bare hands, how could I possibly win against them? Troll, didn't you say I could completely crush them? What the hell is this situation now? Ding! Host, you're asking about the strength of these people. They are indeed 9th grade martial artists. With your maximum 9th rank martial artist strength, you can effortlessly overwhelm these 9th rank martial artists. Hearing the contrarian's reply, Qin Lang was at a loss for words. This stubborn fool is really doing people no good. If that smartass had just reminded me these guys were armed, Qin Lang would have backed down immediately. Why would he have spouted all that tough talk otherwise? Damn it! Now look what happened. That whole speech just pissed them all off. Come on, try putting one hand behind your back. Let's see if my bullet is faster than your speed. Zhang Xiao raised his pistol, step by step advancing toward Qian Lang. With every step forward Zhang Xiao took, Qian Lang retreated a step backward. As he retreated, Qian Lang said, "Have I somehow offended you? You went through all this trouble to lure me here. What exactly do you stand to gain?" Qin Lang was certain these people couldn't possibly be acting without ulterior motives. Money? I can give it. Wealth is but worldly possessions. You bring nothing at birth and take nothing at death. So I'll give however much I have. Lust for beauty? That should be impossible, right? No. Qin Lang suddenly remembered this man had just mentioned someone, young Master Chen. Among those he had offended, apart from Chun Chang, there was only the young Master Chen mentioned by Wan Tiange. Chen Chang had already fallen from power and couldn't possibly afford to hire these gunmen. In other words, these people were sent by the Chen Xiao mentioned by Wan Tiange. Just as Qin Lang connected the dots, a scornful laugh snapped him back to reality. TCH, exhausted all your ingenuity? You think too highly of yourself. Getting you here was just a matter of a single word. You haven't offended me personally, but you've offended Chen Long, the young master of the Chen family. Dealing with a nobody like you who has no power or influence is worth earning a big favor from Chen Long. This deal is a real bargain. Zhang Xiao looked at Qin Lang with disdain, his eyes full of contempt. He said in a deep voice, "All right, I can't be bothered to waste any more words on you. Put your hands behind your head and squat down now. Hurry up, or I'll blow your head off." Staring at Zhang Xiao's menacing face, Qin Lang didn't doubt the truth in his words. However, Qin Lang had no intention of waiting for death. He knew that if he really crouched down with his hands behind his head and let these men restrain him, he would truly lose all ability to fight back. He had already made up his mind. While bending down to crouch, he would launch a surprise attack on the gunman. A single rising dragon punch would be enough to nearly kill him. As long as he took care of the gunman, the others would be dealt with easily. Just as Qin Lang prepared to make his final counterattack, a series of furious curses erupted outside the room. "You vile creature! What are you doing? Today, if I don't break your legs, you can call me your son." As the voice trailed off, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed outside the door. Qin Lang stole a glance and noticed that upon hearing this voice, Zheng Xiao's gun-wielding hand had actually begun to tremble. He seized the moment and delivered a swift kick. Ah! A cry of pain. Snap! The pistol fell to the floor by the entrance. At the doorway, a formidable middle-aged man appeared. Behind the middle-aged man, the security bureau personnel who had brought Qin Lang here were bowing their heads, their faces filled with terror. And behind those security bureau personnel, Lu Gong, Wang Hu, and all the other bodyguards had arrived. The middle-aged man picked up the pistol with a grim expression and put it away. Just moments ago, young Master Zhang, who had been so arrogant, now looked as frightened as a mouse seeing a cat the moment he laid eyes on this middle-aged man. "Dad!" Zhang Xiao called out softly, then immediately lowered his head nervously. This middle-aged man exuding formidable presence was none other than Zhang Xiao's father, Zhang Yucheng. His official position was none other than the third-in-command of the National Security Bureau. Slap! 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 Zhang Yucheng walked up to young Master Zhang with a frosty expression and delivered 3 resounding slaps without hesitation. "You useless fool! How could I possibly have a son like you, idiot?" After landing 3 consecutive slaps, Zhang Yucheng directly kicked young Master Zhang to the ground, then stomped on him repeatedly with raised legs. "Dad, I was wrong. Dad, I admit my mistakes. Please stop hitting me. Dad, one more kick and my bones will really break." The once arrogant young Master Zhang was now rolling on the ground in pain, tears streaming down his face. On the other side of the room, Qin Lang's treatment formed a stark contrast to young Master Zhang's. The moment they entered, Gong Lu rushed over and wrapped Qin Lang in a tight embrace. She, who had always been a strong-willed woman, surprisingly had reddened eyes at this moment. "Little brother, are you all right?" Gong Lu's voice trembled, carrying a hint of fear. She had just seen it, the young Master Zhang who deceived Qin Lang was actually holding a pistol. She also saw Qin Lang suddenly deliver that kick. If that kick had gone wrong and the gun hadn't been knocked away, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Just thinking about it made Gong Lu's heart race with fear. Breathing in Gong Lu's intoxicating fragrance, Qin Lang grinned and said, "Don't worry, sis, I'm fine. Don't hug me so tight, I can't breathe very well." Qin Lang put on a cheerful smile, mainly to soothe Gong Lu's anxious mood. Even now, his heartbeat remained rapid, his nerves still tightly wound. Only when the tension eased did Gong Lu finally release Qin Lang, circling around him once to thoroughly check for any injuries. At the same time, Wang Hu and his men rushed in, immediately subduing the several burly men who had come with Zheng Xiao. Only at this moment did the scene finally settle down. Zhang Yucheng approached Gong Lu and said apologetically, "President Gong, I truly am so sorry. That such a thing happened is entirely due to my failure to enforce strict discipline. Rest assured, I will ensure severe punishment is meted out to everyone involved in this matter." Zhang Yucheng spoke with sincerity, but Gong Lu remained unconvinced. With a frosty expression, she retorted, "Security Bureau personnel storming into Renshan Group to make arrests, this goes far beyond lax oversight. And that Security Bureau personnel would actually take orders from your son, how utterly absurd. Moreover, your precious son somehow managed to get hold of your service pistol, now that's truly bizarre." Gong Lu's rapid-fire questions were giving Zhang Yucheng a pounding headache. These issues were indeed internal security matters within the Bureau. He'd beaten his son the moment he arrived precisely to appease Gong Lu and the others. Only in this way could he protect his worthless son. Yet he never expected that Gong Lu would be dissatisfied with his actions. Chapter 66, A Wounded Heart. Zhang Yucheng, knowing he was in the wrong, had no choice but to grit his teeth and admit, "I will investigate all these matters thoroughly. Justice will surely be served for President Gong when the time comes." Gong Lu shook her head with a cold smile. "You don't owe me any justice. What you owe is justice for my brother." Gong Lu stared at young Master Zhang lying motionless on the ground, her heart burning with silent fury. Zhang Yucheng looked at Gong Lu, who was sneering, feeling helpless inside. Gong Lu was the wealthiest person in Binhai and held considerable status there. Not to mention someone like Zhang, who was only the third-in-command at the Security Bureau, even the deputy mayor of Binhai would greet Gong Lu with respect. Turning to Qin Lang, Zhang Yucheng asked with concern, "Young man, are you hurt?" His tone became very gentle, extremely kind. Unfortunately, Qin Lang had already seen through his charm offensive. Qin Lang nodded seriously, "I'm hurt." Zhang Yucheng truly wanted to pull out his pistol and shoot Qin Lang right then and there. "Damn brat, your sister examined you several times already, how could she have missed everything?" Zhang Yucheng gritted his teeth, still maintaining that benevolent smile on his face. Oh really? Where exactly are you injured? I'll have someone take you to the hospital right away. Though his words seemed concerned for Qin Lang, in reality, he was pressuring Qin to admit he wasn't injured. After all, whether someone's truly injured becomes unmistakably clear during a medical examination. Such things can't be faked. At that moment, Qin Lang raised his hand and pointed to his chest. I'm hurt here. The crowd looked at Qin Lang with puzzled expressions, not understanding what he meant. As for Gong Lu, her concern clouded her judgment. Seeing Qin Lang point to his chest, Gong Lu immediately panicked. She went straight for it, instantly pulling open Qin Lang's shirt without even bothering to undo the buttons. Gong Lu's move startled Qin Lang. Dazed, he stared at Gong Lu, his mind buzzing with confusion. I haven't even finished speaking yet, why is she tearing my clothes off? At that moment, Gong Lu also saw there wasn't a single wound on Qin Lang's chest. Qin Lang asked timidly, Sis, why are you pulling my clothes? I mean, after I trusted the security bureau so much, they lied to me. Now my heart is wounded. A wounded heart? So that's what she meant. She glanced casually at Qin Lang's well-defined abdominal muscles before averting her gaze. Your little brother has got quite a fine physique. Then, she shot Qin Lang an annoyed glare and said, couldn't you have made yourself clearer? You had me worried sick for nothing. Qin Lang scratched his head, at a loss for how to respond. At this moment, Zheng Yuqing spoke up, rest assured, young man, these accomplices who aid the wicked like tiger's paws will also be severely punished by me. You'll definitely be satisfied when the time comes. Zheng Yuqing now wanted this matter to pass as quickly as possible, without further escalation. Otherwise, his position might become somewhat unstable. Qin Lang shook his head and exclaimed loudly, what's the use of punishing them? Your son is the real culprit. The one who deserves punishment most is him. A wounded heart, that's mainly because he pointed a gun at my head. You have no idea, I nearly pissed myself in fear. With eldest sister right beside him, Qin Lang spoke with fewer reservations in his words. Zheng Yuqing gritted his teeth in secret. It seemed this kid wasn't willing to let his worthless son off the hook. Still maintaining a kind smile, he reassured, rest assured, young friend, I'll make sure he's properly punished. Qin Lang smiled faintly and said, when you first came in, didn't you swear that if you didn't break his legs, you'd be his father? I see his legs are still perfectly fine now, it seems you haven't kept your promise from earlier? Perhaps this is just the depth of a parent's love for their child. Since you couldn't bring yourself to teach your son a lesson, allow me to do it for you. Qin Lang went through all this trouble with one goal in mind, to take revenge on young Master Zhang. Lying on the ground, young Master Zhang panicked the moment he heard Qin Lang's words. He turned his head toward Zheng Yuqing and shouted, Dad, I still want my legs, don't let him touch me. Zheng Yuqing's face darkened. Without a word, he turned his back and refused to look at his son. He quickly weighed the options in his mind and ultimately discarded young Master Zhang. This useless son had disappointed him too many times already. Qin Lang instantly understood Zheng Yuqing's intentions from his movements. He abruptly accelerated, rushing right up to young Master Zhang. Seeing Qin Lang charging towards him, young Master Zhang roared, no, don't come any closer. Get the hell away from me. But there was no way Qin Lang would listen to him. Standing right before young Master Zhang, Qin Lang viciously raised his foot and stomped down with brutal force. He poured all his strength into that kick, unleashing every ounce of his pent-up fury and frustration. Snap! Ah! The sound of bones cracking was immediately followed by young Master Zhang's agonizing scream. Only then did Qin Lang feel a profound sense of relief wash over him. Damn it! If you dared to deceive me, you'd better be prepared to face the consequences. After some negotiation between Gong Lu and Zheng Yuqing, she led her people out of the small room. No sooner had they left the security bureau than Gong Lu said in a deep voice, Wang Hu, take some men to deliver a message to the Chen family, tell them Gong Lu is coming to demand justice. Understood. Wang Hu nodded and left with several men in a vehicle. Qin Lang looked curiously at Gong Lu and asked, elder sister, how did you figure out that the Chen family is pulling the strings behind the scenes? Lu Gong explained softly, the personnel who took you to the security bureau confessed long ago. So that's how it is. Qin Lang followed Lu Gong into her Koenigsegg, heading straight for Lunar Group. On the way, Qin Lang asked, sister, why did Chen Long send people to deal with me? Moreover, after the black-clad men he sent this morning failed, he pulled another stunt at noon. Is he targeting me now? Qin Lang's mood was somewhat gloomy. This Chen Long was like a rabid dog, biting at people for no reason at all, and when he missed the first bite, he'd actually go for a second. Gong Lu shook her head slightly and said softly, I'll get to the bottom of this. Qin Lang and Gong Lu returned to Lanyue Group, and about an hour later, Wang Hu came back. Wang Hu's expression was grim as he said in a deep voice, when I arrived at the Chen family, it was the second master, Chen Feihu, who came out to meet me. After I told him what happened today, he actually said, since that kid wasn't hurt, what kind of justice are you still trying to seek? After hearing Wang Hu's words, Qin Lang wished he could punch Chen Feihu hard several times. Not hurt? It'll be too late when you get hurt. Qin Lang looked at Gong Lu and asked, Big sister, is the Chun family always this arrogant? Gong Lu pondered for a moment before solemnly responding. The Chen family is the most flamboyant among the 4 great families of Binhai. The Chen family members all believed their clan was the foremost aristocratic family in Binhai, able to stride through the city unimpeded. If they're this arrogant, then I'll have to teach them a proper lesson. Chapter 67. The person you can't afford to provoke. Hearing Gong Lu's words, Xin Lang's heart tightened. Is Big Sis really planning to directly confront the Chun family? Even the Bai family has 3rd-grade masters, and even the capability to kill 2nd-grade masters. Then the Chen family must surely have them too. Meanwhile, look at Lanhua group. Ugh. The only decent fighter we've got seems to be Wang Hu, a 5th-rank expert. If a fight breaks out, eldest sister is definitely going to be at a disadvantage. Xin Lang quickly tried to dissuade her. Eldest sister, you're not thinking of storming the Chen family with your men, are you? The Chun family has many formidable experts, we'd be at a disadvantage. Let's play it safe and scheme against them from the shadows. Xin Lang also burned with hatred toward the Chen family, but his current strength simply didn't measure up. As his old man wisely said, when you lack the power, you've got to swallow your pride and keep your head down. At the thought of his father, Xin Lang sighed. Though my old man was usually a bit of a slacker and unreliable, he did occasionally come out with some wise words. Sigh. I wonder where he's wandering around now. While others rely on their fathers, she could only rely on her elder sister. At this moment, Gong Lu smiled faintly. Lifting her slender jade-like fingers, she playfully tapped Xin Lang's forehead with a chuckle. Silly little brother, what your sister excels at isn't brute force. The Chen family has many shady businesses. They think no one knows, but your sister knows them all. My sister checked the capital flow of those industries, and it all went straight to several conglomerates directly controlled by the Chun family. Dealing with them won't be difficult at all. Hearing this, Wang Hu looked at Xin Lang with a half-smile, his eyes filled with playful amusement. It seems young Master Qin still doesn't understand just how terrifying President Gong's business tactics can be. To become the wealthiest in Binhai, President Gong relied not on brute force or martial prowess. President Gong's business acumen is truly unparalleled. This is something his commercial rivals understand all too well. Xin Lang gave an awkward chuckle, so that's how it was. Knock knock. The sound of knocking came. Please come in. Muru Shui pushed the door open and entered, slightly surprised by the scene in the office. She saw Xin Lang comfortably reclining in Gong Lu's boss chair, holding a magazine in his hand. Meanwhile, Gong Lu was perched half-sitting on the edge of the boss desk, holding a tablet as if searching for some information. Wang Hu, the chief bodyguard of Lanhua Group, stood respectfully by the window, awaiting orders. Seeing this, Mo Rushue glanced at Xin Lang with a strange expression. One might think this kid was actually the boss of Lanhua Group. Noticing Mo Rushue's arrival, Xin Lang quickly stood up and greeted, Sister Rushue, you're here. Please, have a seat. He pointed to the sofa in the office as if he were the true owner of the space. Mo Rushue discreetly rolled her eyes at Xin Lang and then ignored him completely. She turned to Gong Lu and asked solemnly, what's happened that made you call me over in such a hurry? Gong Lu nodded. I've sent you profiles of several companies, take a look when you have time. These companies are all under the Chen family's control. I've checked, and recently they've been in negotiations with several companies we hold shares in. Later you should go and make arrangements to sever all trade relations with any businesses under the Chen family's banner. The group will help them find better business partners. And another thing. Gong Lu explained many things to Mo Rushue, leaving Xin Lang completely confused. Is it really that complicated? This is a whole combination of moves. After Mo Rushue left, Gong Lu said with a smile, little brother, my good friend isn't bad, is she? Not only is she beautiful, but her work skills are top-notch. So, what do you think? Interested in her? Hearing this, Xin Lang's face darkened. Do I really look that desperate? Seeing his expression, Gong Lu assumed he didn't like Mo Rushue. She waved her hand generously. Don't worry, your sister still has several close friends. Surely one of them will catch your eye. Also, I'll give HR a heads up later. You can go be a recruiter anytime. Our family isn't hurting for money. Supporting a few girls would be quite easy for us. Lu Gong thought to herself, it seems my little brother still hasn't gotten over his heartbreak. They say the best way to move on from a past relationship is to start a new one. Indeed, it's necessary to find him a new girlfriend. Xin Lang smiled bitterly in his heart. Back then, he'd only mentioned needing 100 beautiful women to complete the mission. Who'd have thought his eldest sister would take it seriously? In an ancient and dignified hall, a man with an imposing demeanor was leisurely sipping his tea. Chen Long, the eldest son of the Chun family, stood obediently before the man. This man was none other than Chen Feihu, the second master of the Chen family. Uncle, that's the whole situation right there. Honestly, it's not my fault, he started it with me first. That punk not only stole the woman I liked, but also beat all my men into the hospital. Tell me, how could I possibly swallow this insult? That's why that kid's so arrogant. Turns out he's Gong Lu's younger brother? I'd never heard Gong Lu had a brother before. When he first heard that young Master Zhang's operation had failed, Qianlong wasn't the least bit flustered. Failure is just failure. It won't affect me anyway. Enough. Chen Feihu put down his teacup, cutting off Qianlong's words. I've already suppressed this matter. Zhang Yuqing won't come looking for trouble with you, and Wang Hu from Lanyue Group has already been sent away by me. I gave you that club not for you to play around with, but to run as a business. If this happens again, I won't step in, you'll have to handle it yourself. Qianlong chuckled. Uncle too, you always say that. I'm tired of hearing it. Just as Chen Feihu was about to respond, a loud shout echoed through the hall. Second master, something terrible has happened. Right after, a series of hurried footsteps rang out. Soon, a man rushed into the main hall. Hearing this loud shout, Chen Feihu's brows furrowed. What do you mean by young master is in trouble? I'm perfectly fine. Chen Feihu furrowed his brows and said in a deep voice, what's got you so flustered? Where are your manners? The man gasped for breath and spoke quickly, Second master, just half an hour ago, the family's businesses were suddenly hit hard. All the projects that were about to be collaborated on have been cancelled. And what's more, several major corporations that have been steadily collaborating with us suddenly announced the cancellation of contracts, cutting off our supply chain. The subordinates went to inquire about the reason, only to be told that we had offended someone we shouldn't have. Right now, the people below are in complete chaos and can't make any decisions. The messenger noticed Chen Feihu's tightly knitted brows and hurriedly explained the situation. This second master had a terrible temper. If one didn't speak quickly enough, they might well suffer the consequences. Bang! With a single palm strike, Chen Feihu shattered the tea table before him to splinters. He angrily demanded, the cooperation was cancelled just like that? Who did this? In Binhai, who would dare oppose our Chen family? Someone we can't afford to offend? Pathetic! In Binhai, there's no one the Chen family can't afford to offend. The person approaching saw Chen Feihu's fury and shrank back in fear. He hastily replied, I've already sent people to investigate. We should have results soon. Should my ass? Chen Feihu roared. Get your ass moving and find out now. Whoever did this better pray I don't find out their name. Otherwise, I'll rip out his tendons. Chapter 68, Chen Feihu's Fury. Chen Feihu's roar made even Qianlong's heart skip a beat. This uncle was not known for his mild temper. Looks like someone's about to be in trouble again. Fortunately, second uncle is still fiercely protective of his own. Qianlong cautiously inquired, Second uncle, was it done by the other three great families? If that's the case, then things are truly troublesome. Although the Chen family is ostentatious, they know very well that none of the other three families are to be trifled with. If a conflict were to truly break out, it would undoubtedly result in mutual destruction. Chen Feihu shook his head firmly, impossible. Even though the other three families don't see eye to eye with us, they wouldn't deal us such a heavy blow. Being coastal families themselves, they couldn't possibly have left themselves without a way out. At this point, Chen Feihu was consumed with hatred. Attacking the industries under the Chen family's control directly was equivalent to severing their financial lifeline. To cut off someone's wealth is akin to killing their parents. The Chen family was such a massive clan that the funds required to keep it running were enormous. If this situation persisted for even a week, the Chen family truly wouldn't be able to hold on. At this moment, Chen Feihu smirked coldly and said, even if the other three great families are secretly behind this, our Chen family has nothing to fear whatsoever. Let me tell you something, but keep it to yourself. Qianlong immediately grew intrigued when second uncle spoke so mysteriously. Curious, he asked, Second uncle, what is it? It can't be that grandfather has already emerged from seclusion, can it? Chen Feihu was slightly taken aback. Damn, boy, your guess is pretty accurate. Not only has your grandfather already emerged from seclusion, but he's also broken through to the next realm. In the entire Binhai region right now, there aren't more than 5 people who could stand up to your grandfather. Chen Feihu looked rather pleased with himself, his face brimming with supreme confidence. Upon hearing this news, Qianlong froze in place. Several seconds passed before Qianlong gradually regained his composure. You mean grandfather has already reached the second-rank master level? Doesn't that mean our Chen family's strength will advance to even greater heights? Grandfather has gone into seclusion 5 times and finally achieved a breakthrough. Qianlong's face was flushed with excitement, his voice trembling slightly as he spoke. No one could blame Qianlong for losing his composure, a second-rank martial arts master. That was already the pinnacle of strength in Binhai. The entire coastal city, with tens of millions of residents and hundreds of thousands of martial artists, has only a handful of second-grade warriors in total. Among them is the head of Hua Nation's military department stationed in the coastal branch. Among the 4 great families of the coastal city, only the Bai family's elderly patriarch, half his bones already in the grave, is openly known as a second-grade martial artist. There might be other second-grade warriors lurking in the shadows, but they are exceptionally rare, practically non-existent. Chen Feihu laughed heartily. Look at how little ambition you've got. The day our Chen family soars to new heights is right before our eyes. Moreover, your father's position might even get promoted further because your grandfather has become a second-grade martial artist. A mere city like Binhai can no longer satisfy the growth of our Chen family. If we can seize this opportunity, the Chen family could make the leap to the provincial capital. By then, it will mark the resurgence of our Chen family. Chen Feihu gazed at the distant sky, his chest swelling with a sense of grandeur. It seemed the coastal city of Binhai could no longer contain the mighty dragon that was the Chen family. Chen Feihu's words made Chen Long's blood surge with excitement. He never imagined the family had already become this powerful. He felt he had still been too low-key. From now on, he should be much more high-profile. With such a family backing you, who would dare to provoke you? Chen Long said excitedly, "Second uncle, where is Grandpa now? I want to see him." He could hardly wait any longer. A second-rank master. In the past, such a person would have been nothing more than a fantasy. Chen Feihu shook his head, directly rejecting Chen Long's request. "No way. Your grandfather is stabilizing his cultivation realm. You must not disturb him now. When the time comes, your grandfather will naturally appear." "Is that so?" Chen Long was somewhat disappointed. Then it occurred to him, later would be just fine. With grandfather backing him then, wouldn't the entire coastal city be at his mercy? He picked up the teapot and poured tea for Chen Feihu with great enthusiasm, saying cheerfully, "Uncle, drink your tea." Since the Chen family's rise, Chen Feihu, who held the reins of the family power, had become his golden goose. Pleasing the golden goose meant more pocket money for him. Chen Feihu picked up his teacup, leisurely took a sip, and felt this brew was 10 times richer in aroma than usual. At that moment, rapid footsteps sounded once more beyond the door. The messenger from earlier reappeared. "Second master, we've found out. All suspicions point directly to Lanyue Group. There's a 90% chance Gong Lu was behind this." After delivering his report, the man quietly retreated a few steps. He knew Chen Feihu was about to erupt. Sure enough, at the mere mention of Lanyue Group and Gong Lu, Chen Feihu's face instantly darkened. Boom! Chen Feihu suddenly slammed the teacup in his hand onto the ground. Tea water and broken shards splattered across the floor. He roared, "So it was that damned woman. I knew no one else would dare touch our Chen family, it had to be her. She's asking for death. Relay my orders, gather all our family's martial artists immediately. We're going to settle scores with Gong Lu." Chen Feihu's face darkened with rage, wishing he could stride straight to Lanyue Group in a single step. "Yes, sir," the messenger responded urgently before turning to flee. He feared Chen Feihu's wrath would burn him next. At this moment, Chen Long spoke softly, "Second uncle, this matter." Yet the moment he opened his mouth, Chen Feihu brusquely cut off his next words. "Don't you speak. This whole mess started because you schemed against her brother. God damn it, he's not missing any limbs. What's she getting so worked up about? When it comes down to it, it's because she doesn't fear our Chen family. Today, I'll make sure she regrets her actions for the rest of her life." Before long, a flurry of rapid footsteps sounded as the Chen family's martial artists swiftly gathered outside the grand hall. Lanyue Group. Gong Lu suddenly received a message. It said the Chen family had investigated the branch companies under Lanyue Group and had likely guessed this incident was the doing of Lanyue Group. Gong Lu turned her head to look at Wang Hu and said solemnly, "Gather all the bodyguards from the group's various regions and subsidiary companies. Have them all report to headquarters immediately." A cold smile flashed across her face. "Today, I'd like to see just how much chaos the Chen family can stir up." Wang Hu nodded and immediately walked out of the office. His expression was grave. After all, the other party was none other than the Chen family, one of the 4 great clans of Binhai. Qi Lang sprang abruptly from his boss chair, exclaiming in surprise, "Big sis, are we really fighting already?" Gong Lu nodded. Chen Feihu isn't known for his good temper, he'll definitely come to headquarters to make a scene. From the moment Gong Lu moved against the Chen family, she had already steeled herself for the inevitable backlash. Chapter 69 The Mute Woman. Qi Lang looked at the composed Gong Lu, deeply moved in his heart. If not for him, elder sister wouldn't have to confront the Chen family. The Chen family must have third realm experts, how would elder sister handle them? Qi Lang pondered for a moment and tentatively suggested, "Big sis, let's gather our people and make a run for it. The Chen family must have martial experts even Tiger Brother can't handle. We'd better flee while we still can. A gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years. Qi Lang felt that a direct confrontation wouldn't be the wisest course of action. Hearing Qi Lang's words, Gong Lu broke into a charming smile. With a gentle smile, she said, "Little brother, we could flee, but how could an empire as vast as Lanyue Group ever truly escape? Rest assured, sister knows exactly what she's doing." At that moment, the office door swung open. An elderly woman with graying hair walked in. The old woman was holding a broom and dustpan, apparently coming in to clean. Qi Lang asked curiously, "Madam, did you invite some mysterious master? Could it be one of those janitor monks from martial arts novels? I think this granny really has the demeanor of a master." Qi Lang was only half joking when he said this. But to his surprise, the moment he spoke, Gong Lu immediately fixed him with a strangely peculiar gaze. Gong Lu stared at Xin Lang for several seconds, making him feel thoroughly unnerved. Xin Lang touched his cheek, still handsome, no change at all. He asked softly, "Sister, what's wrong with you?" Gong Lu didn't answer his question but instead asked strangely, "How did you know?" At this moment, Gong Lu's heart was churning like a stormy sea. But Xin Lang asked in bewilderment, "What do you mean, how did I know?" Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Xin Lang. He had remarked that this granny carried herself like a true master. Xin Lang abruptly turned his head to look at the old woman holding a broom. He saw the elderly woman smiling kindly at him with a benevolent expression. Damn! He quickly walked to Gong Lu's side and discreetly pointed at the old woman with his finger. "Sister, this granny is really a grandmaster?" He gasped inwardly, could it really be such a coincidence? This is downright surreal. Lady Willow nodded earnestly at Xin Lang before gracefully walking toward the elderly woman. "Deaf granny, you're here?" Before this old woman, Lady Willow behaved like a bashful young girl, a stark contrast to her confident demeanor in front of Xin Lang. The old woman nodded with a smile but said nothing. "Mute granny?" Xin Lang approached Gong Lu with a shocked expression and greeted respectfully, "Hello, grandma." The old woman beamed at Xin Lang and nodded warmly, her smile kind. At that moment, Gong Lu turned and took Xin Lang by the hand, introducing him to the elderly woman. "Mute granny, this is my younger brother Xin Lang." Xin Lang bent slightly and greeted, "Hello, Granny Mute." For the strong, Xin Lang maintained due reverence in his heart, and the old woman still nodded with a smile. Only then did Xin Lang gradually begin to understand the situation. "Mute Granny, so this granny can't speak." Gong Lu said softly, "Mute Granny, with the Chen family attacking this time, we may need your help." Hearing this, Deaf Granny gave a slight wave of her hand. Seeing Deaf Granny's gesture, Xin Lang's heart gave a leap. Was this a refusal to help? He leaned his head close to Gong Lu's ear and whispered, "Big sis, what does Deaf Granny mean by this? Is she going on strike?" If Granny Mute refused to help, Xin Lang would carry Gong Lu and make a run for it. The gap in their strength was too vast, meaningless resistance wouldn't make a difference. Hearing this, Gong Lu rolled her eyes hard at Xin Lang. She explained softly, "Silly, Granny Mute is saying there's no problem." Ugh, was that what it meant? Xin Lang glanced at Mute Granny and noticed her smiling at him, though her gaze seemed somewhat peculiar. "Ha, so awkward." He forced a stiff smile, "So that's how it is." At this moment, he wondered inwardly, "Troll, what level of strength does this Mute Granny have? I need to see whether we should make a run for it." If Mute Granny proved to be formidable, he would stay. If Mute Granny was merely average in strength, he would scoop up Gong Lu and flee. Ding! Granny Mute's prowess is at the peak 3rd tier level, capable of defeating the vast majority of 3rd tier masters. Peak 3rd tier? That strong? Not bad at all. At the foot of Lan Yue Group's building, over 100 bodyguards, dressed in black suits, sunglasses, and ties, stood in perfect formation in front of the building. Xin Lang followed Gong Lu downstairs and approached the front of these bodyguards. At that moment, Wang Hu, the chief bodyguard, was giving a speech. "Brothers, troops are trained for years to be used in that crucial moment. We've received word that someone intends to cause trouble at the corporation. Everyone needs to stay sharp and guard your posts with utmost vigilance. If conflict erupts, protecting all corporate assets must be our top priority." Wang Hu's voice was gruff and carried an imposing authority. Yes, all the bodyguards shouted in unison. Under Wang Hu's arrangement, the bodyguards then dispersed to all sides of the building, guarding every strategic checkpoint. Seeing these bodyguards, Xin Lang let out a slight sigh. For an ordinary family, these bodyguards would be more than sufficient to handle any situation. What a pity, this time it was the Chen family, one of the 4 great clans, who arrived. Approximately an hour later. Boom! 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 A relentless series of thunderous roars shook the entire street. On the road, several towering bulldozers led the way, speeding toward Lunar Embrace Group. Behind these bulldozers, dozens of off-road vehicles followed closely, heading straight for Lunar Embrace Group. This convoy was none other than the Chen family members coming to cause trouble for Gong Lu. By the time the convoy was just 1 street away from Lunar Embrace Group, Wang Hu had already received the news. "President Gong, the Chen family has arrived. They should be here in a few minutes." There was a trace of worry in Wang Hu's eyes. Old money families like the Chens are truly difficult to oppose. It's hard to fathom how terrifying they are without having faced such a family before. Gong Lu noticed Wang Hu's nervousness and gently reassured him, "Wang Hu, don't worry too much. The experts from the Chun family will naturally be dealt with by others. All you need to do is hold off the ordinary martial artists and prevent them from taking the opportunity to sabotage the corporation." Upon hearing Gong Lu's words, a gleam lit up in Wang Hu's eyes. Wang Hu instantly thought of that mysterious master behind President Gong. Could that expert be hiding within the conglomerate? As they spoke, a rumbling roar gradually began echoing around them. Soon, an imposing motorcade came into view of the assembled crowd. Upon arrival, the convoy immediately surrounded Lanyu Group. Car doors soon swung open as fierce-looking martial artists emerged one after another, radiating intimidating energy. The bulldozers leading the charge pressed right up to Lanyu Group's main entrance, presenting a terrifying appearance of being ready to demolish the entire company. Chapter 70. The battle begins. After the bulldozer came to a stop, the Chen family warriors surged forward, attempting to storm into Lanyu Group. Seeing so many opponents gathered at the main entrance, the security guards of Lanyu Group swiftly moved to the gates, facing off against the Chen family warriors. Soon, the Chen family warriors parted down the middle, clearing a path. Then, Chen Feihu walked to the front with his hands behind his back, his face dark with anger. Behind Chen Feihu, Chen Long also had an angry expression as he followed in a huff. Gong Lu smiled and led Qin Lang through the group of bodyguards to the very front. Upon seeing Gong Lu appear, Chen Feihu clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and demanded loudly, "Gong Lu, have you gotten a bit too arrogant lately? Who gave you the courage? How dare you lay hands on the Chen family's business? You now have only two choices." Before Chen Feihu could finish speaking, Gong Lu rudely cut him off. With her hands on her hips, Gong Lu said coldly, "Give me a choice? Where do you get the nerve to say such things to me? Others may fear your Chen family, but Gong Lu certainly doesn't. If your Chen family dares scheme against my younger brother, what makes you think Gong Lu won't scheme against your entire clan? Do you really think Haiban City is under your Chen family's sole control?" Gong Lu exuded the formidable aura of a powerful businesswoman. Although Chen Feihu was domineering, he couldn't suppress Gong Lu in her fierce state. Chen Feihu was already furious when Gong Lu interrupted him mid-sentence. Hearing Gong Lu's words now made his anger boil over. In extreme rage, he suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, you mean to say you did all this to avenge your brother? Ha! So what if I schemed against your brother? Right now, I still want him dead. Today I'll show you here in Binhai, it's the Chen family that calls the shots." At this moment, Chen Feihu glanced at Qin Lang standing beside Gong Lu, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Hearing Chen Feihu's words and seeing the look in his eyes, Qin Lang felt his anger erupt uncontrollably. Gong Lu and Chen Feihu stood off against each other. He hadn't intended to speak, but now, he couldn't hold back anymore. With a cold laugh, Qin Lang sneered, "You make your Chen family sound so mighty, yet your martial artists were beaten by me like dead dogs. It seems your Chen family isn't much to boast about either." Though Qin Lang wasn't hot-tempered by nature, he was still a young man full of vigor. Qin Lang's words instantly stirred up a hornet's nest. "Young man, you've got quite the attitude. You wretched fool, come on then, let this young master test your mettle. Look at you with your soft skin and delicate flesh, one punch from me would make you shit your guts out. Second master, let me teach this brat a lesson first. Second master, allow me to strike, this arrogant punk makes my fists itch to beat him to death. Second master, I request to duel with this brat. I swear I'll make him wish he were dead." The Chen family martial artists behind Chen Feihu couldn't hold back anymore, hurling insults and vowing to teach Qin Lang a lesson. Chen Feihu roared angrily, "Send someone to deal with this insignificant pest." Chen Feihu was furious. This brother-sister pair clearly held no regard whatsoever for the Chen family's reputation. As soon as Chen Feihu finished speaking, a top-tier 9th-grade martial artist stepped forward from the crowd. High-ranking martial artists would never attack a junior unless absolutely necessary, as it would tarnish their reputation. The top-tier 9th-grade martial artist sneered at Qin Lang. "Kid, you're a 9th-grade warrior, aren't you? Dare to step out and exchange a few moves with me? Don't worry, I'll leave you half alive." Seeing this person take the initiative to challenge him, Qin Lang quickly asked in his heart, "Troll, what's this guy's strength?" As soon as he finished speaking, the electronic voice of a contrarian echoed in his mind. "Ding! Host, rest assured, the opponent is a peak 9th-rank martial artist, you can completely crush him." Damn it, that phrase again. Hearing this made Qin Lang instantly feel a headache coming on. He instinctively wondered to himself, does this guy have a gun on him? The contrarian spirit wasn't exactly reliable, so just to be safe, he figured he'd better ask one more time. Ding! Negative. Hearing this, Qin Lang breathed a sigh of relief. Good. Qin Lang strode forward and said disdainfully, "Against you, I only need one hand." As the strongest 9th-grade martial artist, he could instantly defeat any other 9th-grade practitioner. As soon as he spoke, the Chen family warriors opposite him instantly erupted into an uproar. Holy shit, this punk has some nerve. Damn, where the hell did this kid get all this confidence? Kill him. We must kill him. Just seeing that look of disdain on his face gets me boiling with anger. What are you guys waiting for? Go get him now. The Chen family martial artists were well aware of the warrior's combat prowess. A top-tier 9th-grade warrior could easily sweep through a crowd of ordinary 9th-graders. Yet, seeing Qin Lang's youthful appearance, they didn't take him seriously at all. But now, this kid they looked down on was humiliating them so blatantly, how could they endure this? The top-tier 9th-grade warrior standing across from Qin Lang was so furious his face turned crimson. He roared furiously, "I'll smash you to pieces, you little brat." Then, the man charged forward abruptly, throwing a punch straight at Qin Lang's heart. The punch carried overwhelming force, brimming with astonishing power. It was evident that this strike must have been combined with some martial technique. At the exact same moment his opponent made his move, Qin Lang also sprang into action. His speed was faster, and the power behind his fist was even greater. Most crucially, he genuinely kept his other hand behind his back. This blatant provocation severely agitated the nerves of that top-tier 9th-grade martial artist. Amidst the shouts and curses of the Chun family warriors, Qin Lang collided head-on with that top-tier 9th-rank martial artist. In the next instant, the clamor of the Chun family warriors abruptly ceased. It was like a flock of quacking ducks suddenly having their throats seized. In a flash, the scene fell into utter silence. The Chen family martial artist instantly vomited blood and was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the ground before rolling to a stop at Chen Feihu's feet. Instant knockout. Instant annihilation. Looking at his fallen clansman at his feet, Chen Feihu's face turned livid with rage. Useless trash. Can't even beat a brat who's barely grown any fuzz. I refuse to believe this. Chen Feihu waved his hand, and another 9th-grade Chen family martial artist stepped forward from the crowd. Boom! Another punch. Another person tumbled down at Chen Feihu's feet. Chen Feihu's face was icy cold, as if covered with a layer of frost. With another wave of his hand, boom! He delivered yet another punch. Another body rolled down next to Chen Feihu's feet. Chen Feihu gritted his teeth as he stared at the fallen martial artists surrounding him, roaring inwardly. Useless! Useless! All of you are worthless trash. By now, Chen Feihu had completely lost all patience. His gaze turned icy as he stared at Gonglu. Since you won't make the choice, I'll make it for you. Everyone, attack together. Today, we're tearing down Lanyue Group. Since we can't win one-on-one, then we'll just gang up on them. The Chun family has more 5th-rank martial artists than Lanyue Group. Moreover, Chen Feihu brought several 4th-rank experts with him today. Chapter 71, Qin Lang's Reaction Speed. Among Lanyue Group's bodyguards, apart from Wang Hu who was a 5th-rank expert, there are also several other regional supervisors who also possess 5th-rank strength. As soon as Chen Feihu gave the order, low-level martial artists from both sides clashed head-on. Most of Lanyu Group's bodyguards were mercenaries with extensive combat experience. These men had crawled through blood, and some even had blood on their hands. Thus, in the initial skirmish between low-level fighters, Lanyu Group's bodyguards gained the upper hand. The Chen family's martial artists soon found themselves at a disadvantage. Seeing this situation, Chen Feihu remained expressionless as he waved his hand. Behind him, 7 or 8 5th-grade masters rushed out instantly. After these 5th-grade experts charged forward, there still remained a few leisurely-looking martial artists standing casually behind Chen Feihu. Seeing these martial artists, Wang Hu furrowed his brows. These individuals were likely all 4th-grade martial artists. However, Wang Hu no longer had any spare time to ponder a strategy, because the 5th-grade martial artist from the Chen family was already charging toward the battle formation. Wang Hu exchanged glances with several other executives of Lanyue Group, all of them gritting their teeth and nodding in agreement. Right now, they had a chance to flee. Yet they chose not to. Their veins still coursed with the unyielding spirit of soldiers to stand and fight to the death without retreat. Moreover, Gong Lu offered them excellent compensation, far surpassing industry standards. Now is the time to protect Lanyue Corporation. Effort and reward have always gone hand in hand. Get the hell out of here. With a thunderous shout, Wang Hu charged forward alone against 3 Chun family 5th-grade martial artists. Wang Hu's fighting style is exceptionally ruthless, employing brutal tactics such as eye gouging, groin kicks, and throat locks. With lives already taken on his account, his combat prowess within similar cultivation realms is unmatched. He instantly suppressed 3 5th-rank masters the moment he struck. Seeing Wang Hu's ferocity, the other department head's confidence surged instantly. Though Moon Embrace Group had fewer 5th-rank masters, the situation ultimately stabilized through sheer combat efficiency. At this moment, Qin Lang had already retreated to Lady Gonglio's side. He glanced at the martial artists behind Chen Feihu, feeling a cautious alertness rise within him. He asked silently in his heart, "Troll, what level of martial artists are those few people behind Chen Feihu?" Ding! Among those people, there are 3 4th-rank masters and 1 3rd-rank master. Damn! Another 3rd-grade master? Upon hearing this, Qin Lang felt his whole world collapsing. If this 3rd-grade master were to hold back Mute Granny, wouldn't the 3 4th-grade masters dominate the entire scene freely? Internally, he started calculating his options. If things go south, retreat immediately. Wrong, something's wrong. Retreat with Big Sister. He tilted his head to glance at Gong Lu, who was intently observing the battlefield, and thought to himself, Big Sister is over 1.7 meters tall and weighs around 110 pounds. However, Big Sister's measurements are quite generous, probably 5 pounds heavier than average. With that calculation, Big Sister should weigh around 115 pounds. 115 pounds, I could pick her up and run with just one hand, no problem at all. At this thought, Qin Lang felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Just then, Gong Lu sensed Qin Lang's gaze. She tilted her head slightly and locked eyes with Qin Lang. Watching the flickering light in Qin Lang's eyes, Gong Lu asked curiously, "Silly boy, are you scheming something?" "Ha!" Hearing this, Qin Lang snapped back to reality. Naturally, he couldn't say he was calculating her weight. He smiled and said, "Nothing at all. Big sis, you need to be ready to evacuate." After some thought, Qin Lang decided he ought to give Big Sis a heads up. Better she be mentally prepared now than startled later. Meanwhile, Chen Feihu frowned deeply as he witnessed even a fifth-tier expert failing to subdue Lanyue Group. He hadn't expected Lanyue Group to prove such a tough nut to crack, but today, he was determined to gnaw through this tough bone. With another wave of his hand, he signaled the fourth-rank martial artist behind him to attack. Upon receiving the attack signal, the three fourth-rank experts behind Chen Feihu leaped from their positions. They directly soared into the battlefield where the fifth-rank experts were fiercely engaged. These fourth-grade experts were all proud and arrogant by nature, and would naturally never demean themselves by sparring with mere 8th or 9th grade martial artists. They only needed to defeat Wang Hu and the others. The lower-grade martial artists of Lanyue Group would naturally be dealt with by the Chen family's 5th-grade experts. And the moment Chen Feihu raised his hand, Qin Lang, who had been watching him out of the corner of his eye, sensed danger. Seeing the three fourth-grade experts from the Chen family leap into action, Qin Lang's expression changed abruptly. "Where's Mother Mute? Why hasn't she appeared yet?" After waiting 0.5 seconds and seeing Mother Mute still hadn't appeared, Qin Lang immediately scooped up Gong Lu into his arms and fled backward. Just as Qin Lang lifted Gong Lu, she was in the middle of responding to him. "Little brother, what preparations?" But before she could finish speaking, she felt a strong arm wrap around her slender waist. "Ah!" With the sound of wind whistling past her ears, Lu Gong's unfinished words turned into a scream. Instinctively, Lu Gong wrapped her arms around Qin Lang's neck to steady her upper body. As she looked at the handsome yet nervous face before her, the anger in Lu Gong's heart instantly melted away. The little brother is protecting himself. In that instant, Gong Lu felt at ease. The feeling of being protected is actually quite nice. Right now, Qin Lang was running hard, and he had already run to the entrance of Lanyue Group's lobby. He had wandered around Lanyue Group before and was very familiar with its layout. Just pass through the lobby, slip out the back door, and everything would be smooth sailing from then on. As for revenge, he could think about it later when his strength improved. As the old saying goes, while there's life, there's hope. Yet just as he stepped across the hall, a figure darted out rapidly from within. Qin Lang only saw a blur before his eyes as a shadow brushed past him. He saw clearly now, it was none other than Mute Granny. Qin Lang was speechless in his heart. That mute lady was truly infuriating. Why couldn't she have acted sooner or later? She had to wait until he tried to slip away before making her move. Thinking about the mute lady's formidable strength, Qin Lang forcibly halted his steps. The mute granny had made her move, so he could rest assured now. Little did he expect that he would suddenly stop in his tracks, causing Gong Lu to bump squarely into him. Woo! Gong Lu's chin knocked against Qin Lang's shoulder, making her cry out in pain. Steadying herself, Gong Lu grabbed Qin Lang's ear in a flash. She said angrily, "You brat, couldn't you have slowed down gradually? Ouch, that hurts so much." Seeing Lu's delicate brows furrow slightly, Qin Lang immediately surrendered. "Big sis, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. I didn't mean to." Hearing Qin Lang's repeated cries of pain, Gong Lu's heart softened. Fine, she wouldn't make a big deal out of it this time. She changed from pinching to rubbing, gently massaging Qin Lang's ear. Feeling the gentle touch on his ear, Qin Lang grinned. "Big sister still cares about me so much. All that yelling in pain earlier was, of course, just him pretending. How could the strongest 9th grade martial artist possibly be afraid of having his ear pulled?" At that moment, Qin Lang glanced at the ongoing battle outside the hall and gasped inwardly. Damn, the mute granny is too powerful. Chapter 72, Overwhelming Strength. The moment the mute granny entered the fray, the tide of battle instantly shifted. Originally, seeing the Chen family dispatch 3 4th-rank masters once again, Wang Hu and the others had already begun to feel a sense of helplessness. Facing opponents a whole level above them, they truly had no strength to resist. Just as their hearts sank to the lowest depths, Granny Mute appeared. Appearing on the scene, Granny Mute struck out with 3 swift palm strikes, 1 for each opponent, and the Chen family's 3 4th-rank masters were sent flying backward, coughing up blood. What's rather clever is that all 3 4th-rank masters landed right at Chen Feihu's feet, exactly like what Qin Lang had done earlier. Chen Feihu's perpetually confident expression finally changed. He slowly retreated several steps to create distance. He could already tell that this elderly woman possessed formidable strength. To casually send a 4th-rank expert flying with 1 palm strike, this wasn't something an ordinary 3rd-rank expert could accomplish. Chen Feihu slowly retreated backward, yet an old man who had remained composed behind him began stepping forward. This elder was none other than Chen Tianhe, the 3rd-rank expert of the Chen family. At the same time, Chen Tianhe was also Chen Feihu's second uncle, the younger brother of the Chen family's former patriarch Chen Tianyuan. Chen Tianhe was old now and had long since withdrawn from family affairs. His coming to the Lanyue group now was merely to maintain order. Chen Tianhe never expected that the Lanyue group actually harbored a mysterious master. Not only was Chen Tianhe taken by surprise, but neither did Wang Hu and the others expect it. At this moment, Yapo's stunning intervention immediately caused the entangled martial artists to separate. The Chen family's martial artists retreated like a receding tide, gathering behind Chen Tianhe to stand off against the bodyguards of Lanyue group. Everyone realized the situation had taken an unexpected turn. The struggle between these two third-rank masters was the key factor that would determine the course of events. Wang Hu gazed in astonishment at the ruthless moves of the mute woman, murmuring to himself, "I always knew there was a mysterious master in the organization, but I never imagined that this mysterious master would turn out to be the mute woman. A great master walked before me every day, yet I detected not the slightest hint of it." Though technically a janitor, Granny Mute's duties were limited to cleaning Lu Gong's office. As the chief security guard, Wang Hu frequently crossed paths with Granny Mute. Yet he never once questioned her true identity, such was the perfection of her disguise. Seeming to catch Wang Hu's muttered words, Granny Mute turned her head and flashed him a knowing smile. Her smile remained kind, but to Wang Hu's eyes, it had taken on a different flavor. Wang Hu's body tensed, and he quickly bowed slightly to Mute Granny in greeting. The strong are respected wherever they go. "May I ask who you are? Why are you meddling in the affairs between our Chen family and Luna Group? I implore you to leave immediately, lest we compromise this cordial atmosphere. That would be most unfortunate." At that moment, an aged yet vigorous voice rang out. The moment this voice sounded, it instantly drew the gaze of everyone present. The person who uttered these words was none other than Chen Tianhe, a third-grade expert of the Chen family. Mute Granny is a revered expert serving under our Lunar Embrace Corporation. If the Chen family intends to cause trouble at Lunar Embrace Corporation, Mute Granny will naturally stop you. The response to Chen Tianhe came in a cool, composed female voice. And in this situation, the only girl qualified to converse with Chen Tianhe was naturally Gong Lu. Gong Lu led Qin Lang through the crowd and stopped beside the mute maidservant. Chen Tianhe frowned and said coldly, "Making trouble? Had you not targeted the Chen family's business, would they have come to make trouble at Lanyue Group? Gong Lu, don't you think you've gone too far this time? Anyone who dares to cut off the Chen family's financial lifeline will become our greatest enemy." Chen Tianhe's voice carried an imposing force, leaving no room for doubt in its tone. Yet in the business world, Gong Lu reigns supreme as a queen. Chen Tianhe's words had negligible impact on Gong Lu. Gong Lu sneered, "Is that so? If Chen Long hadn't repeatedly harassed my younger brother, would I have targeted your Chen family? I told Wang Hu to go to the Chen family to demand justice, but Chen Feihu said, no limbs were broken. What justice are you asking for? If the Chen family won't give this justice, then I'll just have to take it myself." Gong Lu's words left Chen Tianhe speechless. However, Chen Tianhe was also an experienced old fox. He brushed past this topic without further discussion. Is it necessary to make such a big fuss over two children quarreling? I just want to ask you, will Lanyue Group still target the Chen family's businesses? Chen Tianhe directly raised the most contentious issue between both parties. Gong Lu sneered, "I told you, I'm here to demand justice from the Chen family. And this justice, I'm in the process of claiming. If the Chen family doesn't give me a proper explanation, this matter won't be over." Gong Lu had always maintained her strong-willed personality in public. Not just Chen Tianhe, even if it were the old head of the Chen family, Chen Tianyuan himself, she wouldn't bow her head. Hearing Gong Lu's words, Chen Tianhe nearly laughed in exasperation. Fine, fine, fine. He spat out the word fine 3 times in succession, his voice growing icier with each repetition. Then, through gritted teeth, he hissed an ice-cold remark, "If that's the case, then let's fight." The moment his words fell, he suddenly dashed out, charging straight toward Mute Granny. Mute Granny reacted swiftly. The instant Chen Tianhe lunged, she too sprang into motion. Boom! In nearly the blink of an eye, the two closed the 7 to 8 meter gap between them and crossed blows. Everyone widened their eyes, watching the two third-rank masters engage in combat. Unfortunately, Granny Mute and Chen Tianhe moved far too swiftly. Only a handful of 5th rank masters could vaguely discern the intricacies of their exchange. All martial artists below the 5th rank could only see blurred after images flickering at dizzying speeds. Qin Lang softly inquired in his heart, contrarian, between Granny Mute and that 3rd rank master of the Chen family, who holds the upper hand? Ding! The Mute woman is stronger. Chen Tianhe's defeat is merely a matter of time. Hearing this, Qin Lang finally set his mind at ease. After a few minutes of fighting, Chen Tianhe seemed to falter, gradually falling into a disadvantage. By this point, even Qin Lang could see the Mute woman appeared to be overwhelming Chen Tianhe. On the other side, Chen Feihu grew increasingly alarmed. How could this old woman from Lanyue Group be so formidable? Second uncle was an advanced 3rd-grade martial artist, yet this old woman was gradually gaining the upper hand. Could she perhaps be a peak 3rd-grade martial artist? At this thought, Chen Feihu's expression darkened. Currently, even the Chen family doesn't have a peak third-grade martial artist. A peak third-grade martial artist is someone with the potential to become a second-grade warrior. Since the Chen family has already offended such a person, they must never give them the chance to break through to the next realm. This mute old hag must die. Having thought this through, Chen Feihu said in a low voice to one of his trusted men, "Hurry! Contact the family immediately and have the old patriarch come to Lanyue group at once." Chen Feihu had realized that if this dragged on, second uncle would inevitably lose. He had to bring his father here before second uncle was defeated. Otherwise, once mute granny won, none of the Chen family members would escape. Chapter 73, Second Realm Expert Chen Tianyuan. Smiles appeared on everyone's faces at Lanyue group. The pressure from deaf granny grew increasingly relentless, leaving Chen Tianhe with nothing but defensive moves and no chance to counterattack. Chen Tianhe's defeat was only a matter of time. Whoosh! Everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. This crisis should be safely overcome now. We initially thought the group would suffer heavy losses, but unexpectedly, the situation took a turn. At this moment, everyone looked at Gong Lu with awe. If President Gong hadn't kept the formidable expert, Granny Ya, hidden, the Lanyue group would surely have suffered devastating losses today. Xin Lang glanced admiringly at Gong Lu, thinking to himself, thank goodness sister had this well planned out in advance. Otherwise, things would have gone terribly wrong today. A few more minutes passed, and the situation on the field became increasingly clear. Just then, Chen Tianhe, who was fighting against the mute granny, was unexpectedly sent flying by a single palm strike from her. During the flight, Chen Tianhe couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing Chen Tianhe beaten until he vomited blood, the members of the Chen family drastically changed their expressions. Even Chen Feihu nervously clenched his fists. Damn it! Before father could arrive, second uncle had already been defeated. At that very moment, Chen Feihu sensed someone tugging at his clothes. He turned his head to look and saw it was Chen Long. The usually arrogant and domineering Chen Long, having witnessed Chen Tianhe's defeat, had immediately hidden himself behind Chen Feihu. Second uncle, granduncle has already lost, let's get out of here quickly. Let's split up and run. There's no way they can catch all of us. Chen Feihu glanced at the pathetically timid Chen Long and said gravely, did the Chen family become one of the four great families of Binhai by running away? It was earned through countless bloody battles fought by our ancestors. Stay away. Don't ever say such words again. With that, Chen Feihu clenched his teeth and glared at the approaching mute old woman, growling in a low voice, you're a top-tier third-rank master, aren't you? I admit your strength is formidable. But the men of the Chen family stand upright between heaven and earth, not a single one would flee from battle out of fear. Go ahead and strike. Even if I die, I'll tear a chunk of flesh from your body. Chen Feihu was also a martial artist, and a fifth-grade one at that. In his heart, he naturally carried the pride of being a martial artist from the Chen family. But no sooner had Chen Feihu's words fallen than a voice sounded in his ear. Second uncle, if you're not leaving, then I'm going ahead. Chen Feihu suddenly turned his head and saw Chen Long scurrying into the distance like a wisp of smoke. Even more laughably, some Chen family warriors actually shouted, I'll go protect young Master Chen Long. Soon after, those warriors trailed behind Chen Long, scattering in all directions as they fled. The fleeing figures secretly thought to themselves, better to face the family's punishment than take a single punch from a third-rank martial expert. Watching these Chen family martial artists deserting the battlefield, Chen Feihu nearly had a myocardial infarction from sheer rage. He had just declared that Chen family martial artists would never flee from battle, yet people began running away the very next moment. These warriors' actions delivered a stinging slap to his face. The Langyue group members burst into laughter upon seeing this scene. Is this the backbone of the Chen family's warriors? Put. Second Master Chen sure talks big, doesn't he? The Chen family has truly opened our eyes. The bodyguards burst into laughter, the dark clouds that had weighed on their hearts instantly dissipating. Who dares oppose the Chen family? At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted above everyone's heads. The moment this voice sounded, it sent a shock through everyone present. All members of Lanyue group looked up simultaneously, yet found nothing in the sky above. At that moment, a bodyguard exclaimed while pointing in a direction. Look, what's that? Everyone followed the direction of the bodyguard's finger and saw a dark figure swiftly darting between towering buildings. This shadowy figure leveraged the skyscrapers to leap between them, displaying agility that surpassed even that of an ape. Moreover, this shadowy figure was moving with astonishing speed. In just a few breaths, the shadow had already arrived outside the Lanyue group. The man had snow-white hair and beard, dressed in a traditional black robe. He stood steadily atop a streetlight, gazing coldly at all the Lanyue group members below. Upon hearing this voice, Mute Granny's body slowly hunched over, like a frail old woman in the twilight of her life. Yet Mute Granny's eyes grew increasingly bright, her kind smile gradually dissipating to be replaced by an icy, eerie grin. As the black-robed elder stood upon the street lamp, Mute Granny's aura grew more formidable. Her current demeanor and presence merged perfectly with her identity, as though this version of Mute Granny was her true self. On the other side, the Chen family members were overjoyed upon hearing that voice. Chen Feihu even let out a long sigh of relief. When the black-robed old man landed on the streetlight, Chen Feihu immediately shouted, "Father, it's these people who are opposing our Chen family. Especially this old hag right here. She actually dared to beat second uncle until he coughed up blood." The black-robed elder was none other than the former head of the Chen family, Chen Tianyuan. Now that Chen Tianyuan had reached the rank of second-grade master, Chen Feihu naturally spoke without fear. As soon as Chen Feihu finished speaking, the Mute Granny let out a sinister chuckle and lunged forward abruptly. A true master naturally upholds their dignity. Chen Feihu's unrestrained words had already stirred killing intent in Mute Granny. "How dare you!" When Chen Tianyuan saw Mute Granny actually dare to act violently before him and strike at his son, fury instantly surged within him. With just a tap of his toes, the street lamp swayed slightly. Then, he leaped down with astonishing speed. Chen Tianyuan pressed his palm towards Mute Granny's head. By the look of it, he intended to finish Mute Granny with a single strike. Now that he's reached the second-grade master level, he had every reason to be confident. But in her current state, Mute Granny's strength far exceeded Chen Tianyuan's expectations. Mute Granny urgently raised her palm to meet Chen Tianyuan's strike. Boom! Their palms never truly touched, as if separated by an invisible wall. Yet despite never making contact, their strike still produced a thunderous clap of erupting force. With one palm strike, the mute woman flipped backward like a nimble swallow. She staggered back 8 or 9 meters before barely regaining her footing. Meanwhile, Chen Tianyuan was only forced back 2 meters before steadying himself. The difference in their skills became immediately apparent. Chen Tianyuan stood with one palm forward and the other behind his back, exuding the imposing demeanor of a master. He said coldly, "I didn't expect you to have some skill. You must be a top-tier third-grade martial artist. Submit to the Chen family, and I might spare your life." The moment Chen Tianyuan appeared, he instantly shook the minds of everyone in Manhwa group. They stared blankly at Chen Tianyuan, their hearts filled with overwhelming shock. Meanwhile, Xin Lang's hand had already found its way around Gong Lu's willow-like waist. He wanted to flee with Gong Lu in his arms right at that very moment. Yet, he worried that running away would attract Chen Tianyuan's attention, making him the first target. As the saying goes, when the gun fires, the bird that takes the lead falls. For a moment, Xin Lang hesitated, torn between two difficult choices. Chapter 74, The White Crane. At that moment, the mute granny stood just 1 meter in front of Xin Lang and Gong Lu. The mute woman subtly waved one hand behind her back, signaling Gong Lu to run. Yet the moment the mute woman made her move, Chen Tianyuan noticed something amiss. He snorted coldly. "Humph, think you can run? None of you are leaving today. Prepare to face the wrath of the Chen family." With those words, Chen Tianyuan took the initiative, striking Madame Mute with a palm strike. Chen Feihu instantly understood the meaning behind Chen Tianyuan's words. He grinned viciously and commanded, "Go! Surround all these people from Lunar Reach Group right now. Anyone who dares to run, kill them on the spot." At this moment, Chen Feihu felt incomparably triumphant. All the fear and discomfort that Mute Granny had brought him earlier had now completely dissipated. Yes, the Chen family warriors roared in unison and immediately moved to surround everyone from Lanue group within the center. The bodyguards formed a protective circle, shielding Gong Lu and Xin Lang in the middle. In the current situation, Xin Lang had no possibility of escaping outward anymore. Now, trapped at the very center of the encirclement, escape was completely impossible. At that moment, a strange, mournful cry rang out. Immediately, the frail figure of the mute old woman flew into the protective circle formed by the bodyguards and landed right in front of Xin Lang and Lu Gong. Watching the mute old woman vomiting blood continuously, Xin Lang's eyes gradually reddened. He looked up at Lu Gong beside him, at the bodyguards standing ready for battle, and finally at the mute old woman lying on the ground. A profound sense of helplessness spread from his heart to his face. He looked at these people with despair, his heart bleeding in silence. Things had come to this point all because of him. He kept asking himself in his heart, did I really do wrong? Should I not have resisted when those men in black came? Now so many people have been dragged into this. Was it all worth it? Just then, he found himself enveloped in a warm embrace. Looking up, he saw that the person holding him was none other than Gong Lu. "Little brother, don't be afraid." Lu Gong noticed Xin Lang's face full of disappointment and softly comforted him. Lu Gong's face was full of determination, as if she had a well-thought-out plan. Yet, her eyes betrayed great panic. After all, she was just a woman. Watching the obvious panic in Gong Liu's eyes that she struggled to mask with determination, Xin Lang felt a stir in his heart. He roared inwardly, "Damn it, I did nothing wrong. The only mistake was my own lack of strength. Being weak is the original sin. It's the Chen family who's in the wrong. They came after me without even distinguishing right from wrong. If only I had stronger power, none of this would have happened." Xin Lang had never yearned for strength as desperately as he did now. Only when a ninth-grade martial artist faced a second-grade martial artist could one truly comprehend what despair meant. Dad, the root of this incident lies with that young man named Qin Lang in the center. I want to spare his life, let him spend the rest of his days in torment. Chen Feihu looked at Qin Lang encircled in the middle, loudly lodging a complaint. As soon as Chen Feihu's words fell, Qin Lang felt as if needles were pricking his face. He tilted his head slightly and happened to meet Chen Tianyuan's sharp, blade-like gaze. The moment Chen Tianyuan narrowed his eyes, Qin Lang felt as if he was being targeted by a peerless ferocious beast. Staring into those devouring eyes, Qin Lang felt his heartbeat quicken and his spirit tremble violently. At that moment, a frail figure stepped forward to shield Qin Lang. It was Gong Lu. Standing protectively before Qin Lang and meeting Chen Tianyuan's gaze head-on, Gong Lu declared with delicate fierceness, "Old Master Chen, if you have any grievances, direct them at me. All of this was done by me, Gong Lu." Chen Tianyuan sneered disdainfully. Do you think you can withstand the wrath of my Chen family? Chen Tianyuan didn't even regard Gong Lu as worth his attention. Father, let me deal with this little bitch. I'll make sure she's completely subdued and utterly spellbound. Chen Feihu smirked at Gong Lu with a peculiar glint in his eyes. No, hand her over to me. Chen Tianyuan's voice rang out, startling everyone present. Even Chen Feihu was stunned. Watching the Chen father and son pointing at Gong Lu as if discussing merchandise, Qin Lang exploded. He strode over to Gong Lu and positioned himself protectively in front of her. You two pieces of shit, bullying a girl, what kind of heroes are you? Come at me if you dare. If I can't kill you bastards, I'll make sure you die from disgust. Damn your ancestors. Qin Lang had thrown all caution to the wind. His unrestrained words were deliberately meant to redirect Chen Tianyuan and Chen Feihu's fury onto himself. He prayed in his heart, hoping the Bai family would arrive soon. Because, just minutes ago, he had spotted a member of the Bai family among the crowd gathered by the roadside. That person had nodded at him before picking up a phone. He could only hope the Bai family would hurry their arrival. But before that, no one is allowed to bully Gong Lu. Indeed, Qin Lang's intention succeeded. His scolding immediately provoked furious reactions from Chen Tianyuan and the astonished Chen Feihu. Chen Tianyuan, disregarding his status, even raised his palm directly toward Qin Lang. Just as Qin Lang was falling into despair, his heart filled with regret, an aged figure descended from the sky. Step back. A hoarse shout from the elder nearly shattered everyone's eardrums. A hunched old man in white robes stood before Qin Lang, directly facing Chen Tianyuan's palm strike. Boom! A sonic boom echoed as the white-robed elder stood firmly in place, while Chen Tianyuan was sent flying backward. White Crane, you old bastard, you're still alive? Chen Tianyuan roared, his voice tinged with desperation and rage. Ha ha! The Chen family's poor upbringing apparently started with your generation. Chen Tianyuan, have you forgotten how to address me as Uncle Bai? The elderly man named Bai he spoke in gentle tones, yet his words pierced straight through the hearts of every Chen family member. Chen Tianyuan roared angrily, you old fossil, are you protecting him? Do you realize that going against my Chen family means a fight to the death? The White Crane scoffed, the Chen family hasn't impressed anyone since my generation. Never thought it'd remain equally unimpressive in your generation too. This young man suits my taste perfectly, I'll personally guarantee his safety. At this moment, roaring sounds came from all directions. The Bai family's martial artists had arrived. Leading these martial artists was none other than Bai Fenglei, the current head of the Bai family. This time, the Bai family had practically mobilized every available fighter. Chen Tianyuan glanced at Bai He, his eyes flickering with thought. Considering his unstable current realm, Chen Tianyuan felt a desire to retreat. He snorted coldly, let's see how many more years you can protect the Bai family. Withdraw. With that, his figure shot up from the ground, leaping far away among the high-rises. The other members of the Chen family naturally dared not stay any longer and hurriedly drove away. Meanwhile, in the western region of Huagua, a woman enveloped in a bloodthirsty aura took the screen handed to her by someone nearby and saw the moment Tianyuan Chen attacked Lang Qin in Binhai. The woman suddenly stood up, sneered and said, let's go. To the seaside. The woman was tall and imposing, her entire body radiating murderous intent that soared into the heavens. Chapter 75, The Peril of the Mute Woman. Binhai City, Lanyue Group. Watching the Chen family's martial artists retreat slowly, the bodyguards of Lanyue Group let out a sigh of relief. They had finally survived this ordeal. Gong Lu patted her chest and exhaled deeply, releasing the pent-up frustration in her heart. The mere thought of that harrowing scene just now sent lingering fear through her. Had Chen Tianyuan's palm strike truly landed on Qin Lang, the consequences would have been unthinkable. As she gazed at Qin Lang's upright figure, a warm current flowed into her heart. This little fellow has already begun protecting his sister. However, he acted too impulsively just now. If it weren't for this elderly gentleman stepping in, things could have turned really dangerous. She said softly, little brother, you mustn't act so recklessly like that again. If something really happened to you, At this point, Gong Lu choked up and couldn't continue with her words. Hearing the gentle voice behind him, Xin Lang slightly turned his head and forced a smile. Big sis, I understand in my heart. It won't happen again. At this moment, Xin Lang's emotions remained turbulent and unsettled. That palm strike from Chen Tianyuan just now was utterly terrifying. He had a feeling that no matter how he dodged, he couldn't avoid that strike. In that instant, Xin Lang's heart had already sunk into despair. Fortunately, reinforcements arrived. Xin Lang bowed respectfully to the stooped elder before him and said earnestly, "Thank you for your intervention, elder. If not for your intervention, I would have met my end here today." Old Master Bai He of the Bai family turned around slowly, a kindly smile on his face. Old Master Bai had such kindly features that he naturally inspired warmth in others. Chuckling, he said, "As I've told you, young man, you suit my taste perfectly. In all of Binhai, you're the first youngster with the guts to curse Chen Tianyuan right to his face." Hearing this, Xin Lang scratched his head and grinned. They were just being too damn rude. If it weren't for my lack of strength, I'd love to beat them up myself. Old Man Bai suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha, you're quite the character, lad." Laughing and laughing, a trickle of blood unexpectedly seeped from the old man's lips. Seeing the change in Old Master Bai, Xin Lang's expression shifted. He cried urgently, "Old Senior, you're coughing up blood." Old Master Bai waved his hand dismissively, as if fully aware of the severity of his injury. He wiped away the blood indifferently and said calmly, "Growing old. I can't compare to the young ones after all. What surprises me even more is that Chen Tianyuan has actually broken through to become a second-rank master. With him here, the Chen family can develop securely for 20 years. As Old Master Bai spoke, his face carried a faint trace of melancholy. He knew well himself that he didn't have many years of life left. He could no longer protect the Bai family for much longer. Under these circumstances, the Bai family had yet to produce another second-rank master. Without a second-rank master to hold the fort, the Bai family stood no chance against Chen Tianyuan. At this moment, a ruthless glint flashed through Xin Lang's eyes. Wait 20 years to develop? Over my dead body. Once I grow strong enough, the Chen family will be the first to face my wrath. Today's grievances will be repaid tenfold in the future. Newt Granny, wake up, Newt Granny. At this moment, Gong Lu's tearful voice rang in everyone's ears. Xin Lang looked down and saw that Newt Granny's face was deathly pale, continuously vomiting blood. Old Master Bai slightly bent down and placed his fingers on Newt Granny's wrist. After a brief examination, Old Master Bai's brows furrowed deeply. Her pulse is faint, her meridians have suffered severe damage. If not treated promptly, her condition will become critical. Old Master Bai's words made everyone around frown. If not for Mute Granny, they would have already been defeated by the Chun family's 4th-grade martial artist. To everyone's surprise, it was actually the Mute Granny with the highest cultivation who ended up severely injured. With a sob in her voice, Lu Gong cried out desperately, "Get her to the hospital, quick! Take her to the best hospital possible. No matter the cost, we must heal the Mute Granny." Wang Hu hurriedly nodded, picked up the Mute Granny, and swiftly rushed towards a business vehicle. Lu Gong hurried back to the Lanyue Group headquarters, swiftly arranging every necessary matter. She raced against time to manage the aftermath of the incident, solely to carve out space in her schedule to guard old Mute at the hospital. Xin Lang had initially stepped forward to board the business vehicle, intending to accompany Wang Hu to the hospital. Yet the moment he moved, Bold Master Bai's voice stopped him in his tracks. The old man whispered, "Chen Tianyuan's attack was too ruthless. The old woman's internal organs are severely injured, she likely doesn't have much time left. The hospital won't help. It would just forcibly prolong the time until death. You'd better start preparing for the funeral arrangements soon." Hearing Old Man Bai's words, Xin Lang's fist clenched, then unclenched, clenching again and again. He roared in his heart, "The Chen family. Again, because of the Chen family. When fifth sister appears next time, I must ask her to take action and annihilate the Chun family." Old Master Bai noticed Xin Lang's slightly ferocious expression and secretly nodded in approval. He's a young man who values loyalty and righteousness. The Bai family's bet on him was not misplaced. At this moment, Bai Fenglei approached with a large group of people. "Xin Gongzi, are you alright?" Bai Fenglei took the initiative to inquire. Xin Lang shook his head and said gratefully to Bai Fenglei, "Master Bai, no words can express my gratitude for your great kindness. If there is ever anything you need from me in the future, I will spare no effort." Xin Lang understood that the Bai family was helping him to forge a connection with his fifth sister. But no matter what, the Bai family had helped him after all, that was an unchangeable fact. Moreover, in order to assist him, the Bai family had confronted the Chen family head-on. This was a debt of gratitude he had to keep in mind. Hearing Xin Lang's words, smiles surfaced on the faces of Bai family members. Wasn't all they'd done precisely for these words from young Master Qin? Bai Fenglei hastily replied, "It was nothing really, young Master Qin needn't take it to heart." Young Master Qin sighed inwardly. Was this how people in society behaved? Their faces couldn't contain their delighted grins, yet their mouths still spouted modest pleasantries. Among the Bai family crowd, Baiya was noticeably present. She saw not only her grandfather showing such reverence to Qin Lang, but even her great-grandfather stepping forward for his sake. Baiya was still too young to be aware of some of the Bai family's hidden affairs. Thus, she developed a burning curiosity about Qin Lang's true identity. After exchanging pleasantries, Bai Fenglei left some members of the Bai family to guard the Lunar Embrace group, then followed Old Master Bai back home. Most of these Bai family members were martial artists. There was only one exception, Baiya. Baiya had voluntarily chosen to stay behind solely to investigate Qin Lang's true identity. Not long after, Qin Lang followed Gon Lu to visit Mute Granny at the hospital, while Baiya shamelessly tagged along. When they arrived at the hospital, Mute Granny was still in the operating room undergoing surgery. The doctor informed them that Mute Granny's condition was highly unstable, and they could only try their best to save her life. What followed was a long and anxious wait. A few hours later, dusk gradually settled in. The peaceful coastal city was suddenly shattered by a series of roaring sounds. Boom! Boom! Squadrons of fighter jets approached from the west, heading straight for the coast. All aircraft along this route were temporarily grounded to make way for the formation of fighter planes. Chapter 76, Li Tianba. Amidst successive roaring sounds, many people in Binhai simultaneously looked up at the sky. A single question arose in everyone's mind. Why were there so many fighter jets arriving? Could something major have happened around Binhai? No way. Binhai has military experts stationed there, and nothing particularly unusual has occurred. At the same time, the Binhai Military Command received orders that a VIP was about to arrive in Binhai, instructing them to deploy personnel for security around Binhai Airport. For this command, the head of the Coastal War Department, Li Tianba, didn't dare to delay and personally led a team to receive it. Because this command came from the headquarters of the War Department of Huagua. This command was classified as top secret. Just a single command was classified as top secret. Li Tianba didn't dare imagine this person's identity. Furthermore, Li Tianba didn't even dare speculate about such a figure's background. A wrong guess would be improper, and a correct guess would still be improper. In short, small fry shouldn't pry into the secrets of important figures. When Li Tianba arrived at the airport, Binhai Airport was already under complete lockdown. Soon, Li Tianba continuously issued orders to have Binhai Airport surrounded. Security posts were set up every few steps. The defense level was absurdly high. Around Binhai Airport, many onlookers witnessing this scene knew without a doubt that someone immensely important had arrived. Otherwise, the entire Coastal Combat Division wouldn't have been mobilized. Some influential families and corporate executives, observing the setup at Coastal Airport, began to entertain ambitious thoughts. They understood that the person the Coastal Combat Division was receiving must be someone of extraordinarily high status, beyond ordinary reach. If they could forge any connection with such a dignitary, even just making a passing acquaintance, that would be tremendously advantageous. At that time, a single word from the big shot might just boost a family or a business to prosperity. Thus, many of Binhai's elites and dignitaries flocked to Binhai Airport, hoping for a stroke of luck to be noticed by this influential figure. Li Tianba frowned slightly as he watched the entitled crowd waiting behind the security line. These people are overthinking it. Such prominent figures were hardly someone they could meet whenever they wished. At this moment, the fighter jet formations circling in the sky finished adjusting their positions and began their descent. The socialites and dignitaries gathered beyond Binhai Airport's perimeter grew visibly excited at the sight. He's about to emerge. I bet this big shot's status ranks among the top in all of China. Are you stating the obvious? Who can't see that? You may leave now. This distinguished guest's time is precious. If anyone deserves an audience, it should be my Zhang family. Nonsense. Your Zhang family is just a second-rate clan in Binhai. Your entire family's combined wealth doesn't even match my Dragon Group's assets. Even if this VIP were to grant an audience, he would surely receive outstanding entrepreneurs like Chairman Lu Dalong of our Dalong Group. A crowd stood quarreling noisily behind the airport security line, none willing to yield. They all knew that by crowding out just one more person, they would gain a slightly better chance of meeting the VIP. Just then, someone spotted a motorcade approaching the airport and exclaimed in astonishment. The third most influential figure in Binhai City actually came. That's one of the real power players in our city. The others turned to look and indeed spotted a familiar motorcade. Let's go, let's go. We've lost our chance now. With the third-ranked leader here, they'll surely take him straight to the main hall for the welcome. Yeah, come on, let's go. It's hopeless. When the third most influential figure in Binhai arrived at the airport, the other celebrities and dignitaries suddenly seemed a little deflated. Yet, despite all their talk of leaving, not a single person actually moved to go. They exchanged glances, each seeing a flicker of surprise in the other's eyes. Damn it! They instantly realized everyone was trying to trick the others into leaving so they could stay. Their reasoning was simple. What if I get lucky and catch the eye of someone important? Soon, the motorcade of the third-ranking official in Binhai stopped at the edge of the security cordon. The official stepped out of the car and walked toward the terminal. Witnessing this scene, the elite and powerful of Binhai completely lost hope. Yet in the very next moment, the situation took an unexpected turn. Under the stunned gaze of Binhai's third-in-command, a soldier from the Binhai military district raised his gun toward him. Staring into the dark muzzle of the gun, this immensely powerful third-in-command of Binhai was instantly dumbfounded. By the seaside, someone actually pointed a gun at him. In an instant, Third Brother's expression changed. This was outright disrespect. The third-in-command angrily roared, "Whose subordinate are you? Get out of my way now. He's my subordinate." At that moment, a domineering and resonant male voice rang out. Nearby, the burly figure of Li Tianba slowly approached. Li Tianba's face was dark with displeasure. The big shot is about to arrive, and this guy has the nerve to cause trouble here, completely oblivious to the situation. If it weren't for the fact that he's the third-in-command of Binhai City, Li Tianba would have already kicked him out. When the third-in-command realized it was Li Tianba who replied to him, he was instantly dumbfounded. After all, Li Tianba is the head of Binhai military district. Given his status, he was actually standing guard outside the door. Approaching the third-in-command of Binhai, Li Tianba said sternly, "Leave immediately, or face the consequences." Taken aback by Li Tianba's rudeness, the deputy leader retorted indignantly, "With my position, am I not even allowed a quick look inside?" Hearing this, Li Tianba couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. "Status? Not just you. Even if the top official of Binhai City came, they still wouldn't get in." Li Tianba's words instantly shut up the third-ranking official of Binhai City. After all, the number one figure in Binhai holds the most power in the city. If even he couldn't get in, then I certainly wasn't qualified either. The third-ranking official of Binhai turned around, preparing to wait outside the security cordon. Just as he turned, he caught sight of a motorcade slowly approaching. Seeing the license plate Binhai.00001, the third-in-command smiled. He sneered at Li Tianba, wondering if he'd actually dare stop the top leader. Soon, the motorcade of Binhai City's top leader arrived outside the security cordon. The top leader of Binhai City stepped out of his vehicle. The elite and powerful figures nearby saw that the top leader of Binhai City had actually arrived, instantly realizing they stood no chance at all. However, since they couldn't meet that prominent figure, building good relations with the third-in-command would work too. With this change in thinking, the elites immediately felt their trip wasn't in vain. Meanwhile, beyond the security cordon, the top leader was negotiating with Li Tianba. Just as the third-in-command and the elite of Binhai City thought Li Tianba would never resist the city's top leader, the latter silently turned around and walked outside the cordon to wait quietly. This scene stunned the family heads, business owners, socialites, and influential figures on the scene. Even the top leader of Binhai City wasn't qualified to enter. Who on earth was inside? At the same moment, a tall woman stepped down from the fighter jet and set foot on the coastal land. Chapter 77, The Knuckle Tap. Behind the woman, awe-inspiring generals assembled in her wake. As they gathered together, powerful auras radiated from each of them, their combined might soaring to the heavens. Then, under the reverential gaze of the maintenance crew, everyone slowly walked out of the airport. At that moment, outside the airport terminal, Li Tianba received word that the VIP had disembarked from the fighter jet and would be emerging shortly. Reading this message, Li Tianba felt a faint surge of excitement in his heart. At last, this distinguished figure must be a high-ranking official from the War Department. If I perform well, perhaps I'll even get a chance to be promoted to the War Department. Li Tianba said sternly, "The big shot is about to arrive. The men better stay sharp, not even a fly gets through. Shoot anyone who causes trouble or forces their way in." "Yes," roared a soldier, who immediately turned to relay the order. Li Tianba walked to the entrance of the airport terminal, his heart uneasy as he awaited the arrival of the VIP. Rat-a-tat-tat. Soon, a series of footsteps echoed through the hall. Li Tianba raised his gaze and saw a group of imposing figures approaching slowly. Each person among them exuded an overwhelming pressure that weighed heavily on Li Tianba. He felt his breath grow faint, as if the very air had turned oppressive. The woman walking at the forefront had a slender yet extraordinarily tall figure. This height could truly be considered the colossal champion among women. Her perfectly proportioned physique didn't appear cumbersome in the slightest, instead radiating a peculiar aesthetic charm. That strikingly enchanting face, possessing soul-stealing allure, somehow failed to inspire affection in those who beheld it. For the woman's face was cold, as if a 10,000-year glacier had frozen upon it. Li Tianba mustered his courage and roared loudly, "Li Tianba of Binhai War Department, reporting for duty." The woman glanced at the resolute face Li Tianba and gave a slight nod. Then she spoke calmly, "Where's the war chariot?" Her voice was cool and clear, with an innate quality that seemed to keep others at arm's length. At the same time, her tone carried a slight roughness, like a smoky rasp. The combination of these two sensations gave Li Tianba an oddly invigorating effect, like a wake-up call. Upon hearing that voice, Li Tianba's body stiffened slightly, and he quickly waved his hand toward the airport exit. Boom! Boom! Several outrageously stylish and intimidatingly powerful combat vehicles rolled in. At that moment, the woman noticed everyone outside the police cordon craning their necks to peer inside. She asked indifferently, "What are these people doing here?" Li Tianba respectfully replied, "They've all come to welcome you." Among these people are heads of aristocratic families and bosses of leading coastal enterprises. By the way, the first and third highest ranking officials of Binhai are also waiting outside. At this point, he cautiously observed the tall woman's expression and ventured to say, "What do you think? Would you like to meet with them? Maybe just a word or two would suffice to win their support." Li Tianba spoke cautiously, afraid that any misstep might cause misunderstanding. However, the woman said nothing at all, walking straight toward those few armored vehicles. Just then, as the group of intimidating burly men behind her passed by Li Tianba, one of them growled coldly, "Don't try anything clever. Those people aren't worthy." After saying these words, the burly man strode away with large steps. Only Li Tianba remained standing frozen in place, soaked from head to toe, cold sweat pouring down his entire body. Earlier when the top official of Binhai arrived, Li Tianba had agreed to make an introduction to avoid causing discord. Among all the names Li Tianba had just mentioned, only the top official from Binhai carried significant weight. If this eminent figure chose to grant an audience, it would undoubtedly be to the highest-ranking official from Binhai. Yet he never expected that even the most powerful figure in Binhai couldn't spark this VIP's interest. As for his cold sweat, it had been startled out of him by that burly, intimidating man. The man stood before Li Tianba and uttered just 2 icy sentences. Yet to Li Tianba, the duration of those 2 sentences felt as long as 2 centuries. For merely by standing beside Li Tianba, the man had caused the latter's internal energy to cower in terror, trembling in the corners of his body as if it had gained sentience. Li Tianba's flesh was racked with unbearable agony. The burly man hadn't even made a move, yet Li Tianba felt as if 2 mountain peaks were pressing down on his shoulders, suffocating him under their weight. Li Tianba turned his head to look at this group boarding the war chariot, his heart utterly shaken. Who exactly were these people? Why had they come to Binhai? This burly man was clearly just an underling, yet his strength was unimaginably formidable. Then how powerful must that tall woman be? Watching the armored vehicles speeding out of Binhai Airport, Li Tianba fell into silence. The local dignitaries who'd come to await their audience with the VIP instantly regretted their missed opportunity, beating their chests in frustration when they saw the important figure had already departed. They felt they had missed a golden opportunity to rise straight to the top. At that moment, the top official of Binhai and the third-ranking official exchanged a glance, both seeing profound shock in each other's eyes. Even if their direct superior, the top official from the provincial capital, had come instead. Upon learning they were outside, he would have courteously stepped out to receive them. And yet, this group of people didn't even spare them a single glance. This clearly indicated that these individuals held higher status than even the top official of the provincial capital. Such status. At this realization, they promptly extinguished the thought in their minds, refusing and not daring to dwell on it any longer. In front of a hospital. Screech. SKRRRT. Several armored vehicles came speeding over. The sound of screeching brakes echoed through the entire street. Then, a group of tall and burly figures emerged from the armored vehicles. Many passers-by stopped in their tracks when they saw the strikingly beautiful yet impossibly tall woman leading the group, exclaiming in amazement. Perfect proportions, that unique commanding presence of a high-ranking official, a face that could make hearts flutter, and a devilishly alluring figure. All these elements blended together were so mesmerizing that one couldn't tear their eyes away, as if missing even a single glance would be a loss. In the hospital, Qin Lang sat gloomily outside the operating room, anxiously awaiting the outcome. Just then, the sound of footsteps reached his ears. At the same time, an electronic voice sounded in his mind. Ding! A goddess-level sister is approaching. Host, please brace yourself mentally. Goddess-level sister? Qin Lang, who had been burying his head, immediately looked up and saw a face that was both familiar yet somewhat strange. Isn't this fifth sister? Damn this stupid system. Fifth sister already appeared once, what's the point of me mentally preparing now? If you can't even handle such a simple thing, what good are you? After Qin Lang silently cursed a few times in his heart, he suddenly leaped up from his chair. He grabbed the woman's hand joyfully and exclaimed, "Fifth sister, you're finally back." To his surprise, as soon as the words left his mouth, he received a sharp flick on the forehead from her. Chapter 78, Come out and meet your death. The sudden blow to his head left Qin Lang completely stupefied. What's going on? What did I do wrong? He looked at the woman in confusion and asked, "Fifth sister, what are you doing?" As soon as he spoke, the woman raised her hand to strike him again. However, this time Qin Lang was prepared. The moment the woman raised her hand, he immediately grabbed hold of it. Then, with a hint of smugness, he said, "I knew you'd come at me again, ouch." He blocked her left hand but missed the right. The woman raised her right hand and gave him another flick on the forehead. Only then did the woman speak slowly. You brat, can't even recognize your fourth sister anymore? Is fifth sister really that much better? Hearing that voice, Xin Lang froze on the spot. This slightly husky, smoky voice was completely different from fifth sister Wu Mei's cool, clear tone. This isn't fifth sister, it's actually fourth sister. But why are both fourth sister and fifth sister so tall, and even look so alike? Could it be that fifth sister and fourth sister are actually biological sisters? Xin Lang screamed internally, internet troll, damn troll. Damn it, why didn't you remind me? You did that on fucking purpose, didn't you? Ding, host has been reminded once, please stop shifting blame. Shift your damn grandma. Pull up fourth sister's identity information. Ding, name, Wu Ling height 1.88 meters, measurements, XXXX. Damn it, damn system, what's the point of displaying her measurements? It turns out the fourth sister is named Wu Ling, the fifth sister is named Wu Mei. Thinking of this, Xin Lang wondered in his heart, the fourth and fifth sisters look so alike, are they biological sisters? Correct, Wu Ling and Wu Mei are twin sisters. Xin Lang was taken aback, they were twins, no wonder they looked so alike. At that moment, Xin Lang felt a cool, jade-like hand gently touching his forehead. Moreover, a soft murmuring voice reached his ears, just 2 flicks, it couldn't have knocked him silly, could it? Rolling his eyes, Xin Lang retorted impatiently, Sister 4, I'm not an idiot. Wu Ling smiled slightly, the perpetual ice on her face melting instantly. She whispered softly, were you upset with your sister during those few seconds of silence just now? Be good, little brother. Look on the bright side, what elder sister doesn't discipline her younger brother? Xin Lang? At this moment, Xin Lang was completely baffled. Previously, the god-tier sisters all doted on their little brothers excessively, but now, here comes a sister specifically devoted to beating up her little brother. Which household sister doesn't hit her little brother? Why does that statement sound so awkward when you think about it? Xin Lang thought about it and found the remark difficult to refute, so he deftly changed the subject. He glanced behind Wu Ling and saw a group of burly men staring at him with perverted expressions. Their wide, fish-like eyes fixed on him sent a shiver down Xin Lang's spine. Damn it! What kind of people does fourth sister associate with anyway? He cast a disdainful glance at those burly men, pulling Wu Ling aside to denounce the Chen family's atrocities. At this moment, a tempest was already raging in the hearts of these burly men. This boy actually dares to hold the hand of the bloodthirsty war god. No one has ever dared to touch the war god's hand before. Not one person across all 36 kingdoms of the western regions has courage matching this kid's. This boy turns out to be the Mad Blood war god's younger brother. Wouldn't that make him our martial spirit army's young master then? Even the eternally ice-cold war god would reveal such a gentle smile for him. What's the big deal about getting flicked twice on the head? I'd even love for the god of war to flick me a couple times. Wu Ling's subordinate stood frozen in place, as if struck dumb by a bolt of lightning. Fourth sister, that's exactly how it is. That Chen family is really going too far. I didn't do anything, I didn't provoke them, yet they keep coming after me time and again. In the end, they nearly got Big Sister and the entire Lanyue group in serious trouble. Newt Granny was beaten so badly she's still in critical condition. If only I were strong enough, I'd punch them one by one, crush the entire Chen family, and blast their whole damn clan to smithereens. Xin Lang walked while gesturing animatedly, his face flushed with rage. Wu Ling remained silent, nodding slowly in response. Only after Xin Lang had finished speaking did Wu Ling finally open his mouth. Little brother, let's go. Where are you going? Go take revenge. Wu Ling pulled Xin Lang along, striding out of the hospital. At that moment, Gong Lu was talking with the doctor. Worried Gong Lu might panic if he couldn't find him, Xin Lang sent a text message explaining where he was going. Seeing Wu Ling leading Xin Lang out of the hospital, the burly men in Wu Ling's entourage snapped out of their daze and hurried after them. Boom! Boom! The armored vehicle set off, heading straight for the Chen residence. At this moment, inside the Chen family compound, Chen Feihu glared at Chen Tianyuan, who was sipping tea, and fumed, Father, the Bai family is absolutely despicable. We were on the verge of success when the Bai family suddenly showed up to ruin everything. If it weren't for the Bai family stepping in, we could have crippled Gong Lu and the leadership of Lanyue Group today, seizing massive business opportunities from them. Everything was ruined by that damned Bai family. Chen Feihu fumed with rage, harboring an intense hatred for the Bai family. Chen Tianyuan set down his teacup and said coldly, I'll personally kill that old fox Bai He with my own hands. That damned bastard actually dared to curse me in public. If my cultivation weren't still unstable, I'd have killed him with a single palm strike even if it cost me injuries. The mention of Xin Lang made both Chen father and son gnash their teeth simultaneously. At this moment, Chen Long kneeling in the center of the hall shouted loudly, I won't let that brat off either. Chen Long was undergoing clan punishment for deserting his post in battle. Chen Feihu and Chen Tianyuan cast indifferent glances at Chen Long, making him break out in cold sweat. Father, you're already a second-grade martial artist now, practically invincible in Binhai. Our Chen family has suffered such grave humiliation, we absolutely cannot let the Lunar Reach Group and the Bai family get away with this. Fei Hu Chen growled viciously. Chen family bastards, come out and face your death. At that very moment, a cold shout echoed over the Chen family's residence. The force of this voice was so mighty that even the ancient tiles atop the Chen family's grand hall trembled faintly. Countless particles of dust fell through the roof tiles, landing right in Chen Tianyuan's teacup. At this sudden shout, Chen Tianyuan sprang to his feet, his face contorted with rage. Simultaneously, fighters from the Chen family were all startled into action, rushing out from every direction towards the main gate of the Chen residence. Chapter 79, The Grudge of the Azure Dragon. At the entrance of the Chen family's residence, beneath Qin Lang's feet lay two writhing martial artists from the Chen family. When these two saw Qin Lang and his group were here to cause trouble, they hurled curses and lunged forward to throw punches. In the end, both ninth-grade martial artists were knocked flat. One punch each from Qin Lang was all it took. Screech! A screeching break sound came from behind Qin Lang and the others. Qin Lang, are you crazy? A familiar voice rang out. The person who arrived was none other than Bai Ye. She had just stepped out of the restroom when she happened to see Qin Lang following a group of people. In her anxiety, she had no choice but to chase after them in her car. To her surprise, Qin Lang and this group had actually come to the Chen residence. Isn't this looking for trouble? Soon, a petite figure came running from behind Qin Lang and the others. Ive already called Grandpa, they're on their way here. Hurry up and leave. Once all the Chen family's martial artists come out, you won't be able to get away. Grandpa won't be here for a while yet, leaving now is our safest option. Bai Ye ran coldly to Qin Lang's side and shouted at him sternly. She thought about how her entire family had gone to great lengths and mobilized all their resources just to save him. And now this guy had come running to the Chen family's doorstep, practically asking to die. Bai Ye was so angry she wanted to hit someone. Qin Lang glanced at Bai Ye's anxious face and smiled confidently, saying, "Don't worry, my fourth sister is here. The Chen family members are all trash." Wu Ling looked extremely capable at first glance, and he was filled with confidence in her. Fourth sister? Bai Ye took a step forward, tilting her head slightly, and caught sight of Wu Ling. Gazing at Wu Ling's tall frame, graceful figure, and breathtaking beauty, Bai Ye suddenly felt a surge of inferiority deep within her heart. This girl is clearly extraordinary at first glance, she thought. Hearing the conversation between the two, Wu Ling turned her head slightly and nodded toward Bai Ye. Seeing this woman nod at her, Bai Ye felt a strange sense of sanctity rise in her heart. Bai Ye quickly greeted, "Hello, sister." Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. From the walls of the Chen family compound and the archway at its entrance, Chen family martial artists came leaping out one after another. Seeing these martial artists appear, Bai Ye frowned deeply. With so many Chen family members mobilized, escaping now was out of the question. This was the Chen family's stronghold after all. Qin Lang, noticing the emerging martial artists, quickly moved closer to Wu Ling. Only by Wu Ling's side does his heart remain unperturbed. Fourth sister, it's these damned bastards. There are more people coming out now than when we stormed the lunar group. Qin Lang recognized many familiar faces among the crowd, and fury surged uncontrollably in his chest. As soon as the Chen family warriors rushed out, they spotted Qin Lang standing beside Wu Ling. In that instant, the Chen family warriors burst into mocking laughter. "Kid, you've got quite the nerve, daring to cause trouble at our Chen family. Since we didn't settle things with you last time, you've come knocking on our door yourself. Humph, now that you're here, you'll never leave again. So that's why you dared come to my Chen family, got yourself some little bitch backing you up. That little bitch is quite pretty. The kid's luck with women isn't half bad. Damn, that figure, that face absolutely stunning. Don't get too careless, everyone." The men behind him looked pretty tough. How tough are they? We'll know after a fight. The Chen family warriors, seeing Qin Lang had only brought about a dozen men this time, didn't take him or his group seriously at all. Behind these warriors, more Chen family fighters were continuously rushing to the scene. After all, this was the ancestral home of the Chen family, their main stronghold. Seeing so many Chen family martial artists emerging continuously, Bai Ye's face grew increasingly pale. With light footsteps like a lotus in motion, she moved to stand behind Qin Lang. She only knew some superficial martial arts skills and had no resistance against these trained fighters. Facing such overwhelming numbers, Qin Lang also began to feel flustered. Damn it, over 100 warriors have already come out, and they're still pouring out? Fourth sister, can you handle this? Qin Lang whispered in Wu Ling's ear. Wu Ling gave him an immediate knuckle rap on the head before replying leisurely, "Don't you trust your fourth sister?" Ouch! Qin Lang clutched his forehead and yelped in pain. Fourth sister was perfect in every way, except for her slight tendency toward violence. She was always ready with a painful flick to the forehead. Qin Lang vigorously rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, "Fourth sister, I never said I didn't believe you. I just meant that with so many people on the other side, we're greatly outnumbered." Qin Lang was only concerned that the Chen family had too many martial artists, where quantity might lead to a qualitative change, putting him at a disadvantage. Too many? Wu Ling glanced at the still-gathering Chen family martial artists with disdain. Is this really a lot of people? It's barely over 100, hardly worthy of the word many. At this moment, Wu Ling reached up and rubbed Qin Lang's forehead. As she rubbed, she said, "Little brother, these people on the battlefield aren't even qualified to be cannon fodder. Once one reaches a certain level of cultivation, numbers become meaningless against martial artists of extraordinary ranks. Azure Dragon, it's too noisy. Make these people shut up." She tilted her head slightly and instructed the blue-haired man standing behind her to step forward. Yes. The blue-haired man let out a loud shout and bowed respectfully towards Wu Ling. Only after completing these gestures did he stride purposefully toward the Chen family martial artists. Watching this blue-haired man called Qin Lang advancing alone toward the Chen family's fighters, Qin Lang felt a surge of alarm in his heart. He grabbed Wu Ling's jade-like hand that was massaging his forehead in shock, asking, "Fourth sister, you're not asking this psychobilly to fight 100 people alone, are you? We're already short on numbers, and now we're sending just one person? Isn't that just feeding the enemy? Psychobilly?" Hearing Qin Lang's description of Qin Lang, Wu Ling froze for a second before bursting into laughter. The burly men standing behind the siblings burst into uncontrollable laughter once they realized what was happening. Some of them even laughed until tears streamed down their faces. Visual K? Ha ha ha. If the people of the 32 western regions were to find out that the renowned Azure Dragon General was actually being called a shamate, one can only imagine the priceless expressions on their faces. At that moment, the Azure Dragon, who had been walking forward, stumbled slightly, his knees nearly buckling. With his level of cultivation, even from 7 or 8 meters away, he could still clearly hear Qin Lang's words. The Azure Dragon's eyelids twitched, his lips trembled, and resentment surged in his heart. He muttered to himself, "Damn brat. If it weren't for you being the war god's younger brother, I'd whip you for 3 days and nights. Did my naturally blue hair offend you or something? You little bastard." While Qin Lang was inwardly complaining non-stop, Wu Ling's words suddenly energized his spirits. Wu Ling looked at Qin Lang and solemnly declared, "Qin Lang possesses matchless valor that could withstand 10,000 men." Hearing this praise, Qin Lang immediately felt much better. Yet Wu Ling's very next words once again left Qin Lang utterly speechless. "Of course, that flashy blue hair of yours really does look like a punk. Qin Lang," he thought to himself, "these siblings both have some prejudice against my hair." Chapter 80, Qin Lang's Strength. On the other side, the Chen family warriors grew furious seeing only one opponent stepping forward. "Bastard, are you looking down on the Chen family? Sending just one man to die? What are the others doing, preparing to collect his corpse? Arrogant fool. Since he dared walk out alone, let's make sure he never returns. Let me go and meet him, see what he's made of." At this moment, a 6th-rank warrior from the Chen family rushed out, throwing a punch straight at Qin Lang's face. The green dragon didn't dodge at all, simply standing there motionless. Seeing the Azure Dragon standing motionless in place, the Chen family's 6th-rank warrior felt a surge of joy in his heart. "Never thought I'd run into an idiot. Since you won't move, I'll take your life then." The 6th-rank martial artist abruptly changed his speed, charging at Qin Lang with full force. His mind had already conjured the terrified expression Qin Lang would make when collapsing to the ground. The Chen family's warriors cheered loudly upon seeing this. Yet in the very next moment, the cheers collectively vanished, leaving the entire arena in dead silence. Because with just one raised hand, the Qin Lang made it appear as though the Chen family's 6th-grade warrior had voluntarily thrown himself into his grasp, now held by the throat. Boom! The 6th-grade warrior was then slammed violently into the ground by Qin Lang. Azure Dragon lifted the 6th-ranked martial artist as effortlessly as one would hold a ragdoll. Gazing at the crowd of Chen family martial artists nearby, Azure Dragon scoffed, "Is this all you've got?" Chen family warriors gnashed their teeth with resentment under Azure Dragon's contemptuous glare. A 5th-ranked martial artist leaped down from the wall and shouted coldly, "Let me handle this." With that, the 5th-grade warrior pulled out a sharp knife from behind him and charged straight at Qin Lang. The 5th-grade warrior's eyes burned with killing intent, determined to finish Qin Lang with a single strike. Qin Lang, however, yawned lazily before casually raising a hand and tossing the 6th-grade warrior he'd been holding like trash. His movements appeared effortless, as if he were merely throwing aside something insignificant. However, the 5th-grade warrior holding the sharp knife bulged his eyes, his face filled with sheer horror. Because the 6th-grade warrior was now speeding toward him like a cannonball, his velocity so terrifying it made one's heart race. The speed of the incoming impact was too fast. The 5th-grade warrior of the Chen family had no time to dodge. He raised both arms, palms thrust forward, trying to brace himself with his own body to catch the 6th-grade warrior. But the moment they made contact, that 5th-rank martial artist immediately regretted it. Snap! Crack! 2 extremely faint sounds rang out as both of the 5th-rank martial artist's hands fractured on the spot. Yet this wasn't the end. After extending both palms, the 6th-grade warrior crashed into the chest of the 5th-grade warrior. Put! In an instant, the 5th-grade warrior was struck by a tremendous force, vomiting a mouthful of blood on the spot. Afterwards, both the 5th grade and 6th grade warriors were sent flying together, smashing a huge hole through the Chen family's wall. Only then did these two unfortunate warriors finally come to a stop. The Chen family martial artists hurried over to check the injuries of these two men. A 4th-rank martial artist placed his fingers before their noses to check their breath, and his expression instantly darkened. The 4th-rank martial artist gritted his teeth and said, "Dead." At this moment, the 4th-rank martial artist's heart was already filled with fury. This man dared to kill a member of the Chen family right at the gates of the Chen residence, in front of all their warriors. If we don't keep them here today, how can the Chen family maintain its standing in Binhai? The 4th grade warrior roared, "Everyone, arm yourselves and attack together. Even if it wears us out, we must exhaust him to death." On the other side, Qin Lang watched Qinglong's retreating figure and muttered, "Damn, is that punk really that strong?" The two martial artists who had just attacked Qinglong were both familiar to Qin Lang. When they fought outside Lanyue Group's gates, these two had been ferocious, overwhelming the company's bodyguards effortlessly. Yet who could have guessed Qinglong would dispatch them both with such casual ease? At this moment, a burly man behind Qin Lang laughed and said, "Young master, the Azure Dragon's combat prowess can rank within the top 10 in our Wuling army. His fighting strength is naturally exceptional." Qin Lang smiled and nodded at the man to express his gratitude. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Wuling army? Wuling? He turned to Wuling and asked softly, "Fourth sister, does this big brother's mention of the Wuling army have anything to do with you?" Wuling smiled and said, "Of course it does. The name Wuling Jun was actually derived from my sister's name. It means sister is leading an army single-handedly. How about it, doesn't this name sound lovely?" With that, Wuling gazed at Qin Lang with a smile, awaiting his reply. However, her fingers were itching with restless energy, as if ready to strike Qin Lang with a playful flick at any moment. After hearing Wuling's words, Qin Lang couldn't help but internally complain, "Nice my foot. You call the Azure Dragon flashy? Yet you named your entire legion after yourself, isn't that even more flamboyant?" Though with just a glance at Wuling's twitching fingers, Qin Lang already knew the answer in his heart. Isn't this a freebie question? Of course I should give a nice answer. Yet, at this very moment, ding! Detecting Wuling's question, host must make the following choice. Task 1, reply to Wuling, sounds nice. Reward, appearance +1. Task 2, reply to Wuling, sounds bad. Reward, beginner grade 8 martial artist exchange card. Task 3, do not reply. Reward, appearance +2. Seeing these tasks, Qin Lang felt his whole world turn upside down. Damn! 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 He roared 3 times in his heart, his teeth grinding audibly from being clenched too tight. This damned contrarian is deliberately stirring up trouble now of all times. Damn it! Go to hell! For every grievance there is a debtor, and vengeance has its proper claimant. Host, please mind your words and actions. Hearing the contrarian's words, Qin Lang was greatly astonished. Ha! Has this stubborn debater changed his script? Damn it! It finally revealed its ugly true colors. Forget it, I'd better pick a task first. Between task 1 and task 3, there's not much choice, my looks are fine as they are anyway. But if I choose task 2, fourth sister will flick my forehead again. Ah hell, so be it then, let her flick away. Getting blown up in exchange for the strength of an initial 8th grade martial artist, totally worth it. Qin Lang shouted inwardly, Mission 2. Ding! Mission 2 selection successful. At this moment, seeing Qin Lang remain silent with a troubled expression, Wuling grew concerned. She leaned closer to Qin Lang and asked tenderly, "Little brother, don't you think this name sounds nice?" At that moment, a brilliant idea flashed through Qin Lang's mind. He reached out both hands and grasped Wuling's fair, jade-like fingers. Not nice at all. With Qin Lang's meager abilities, how could he possibly control Wuling? Wuling flashed a mysterious smile and was just about to flick him on the forehead. At that moment, Qin Lang solemnly said, "Fourth sister, don't hit me. Hear me out first." Qin Lang sighed inwardly, his fourth sister was too violent, always ready to beat up her little brother at the smallest provocation. Chapter 81, The Bai family arrives. Hearing Qin Lang's words, Wu Sheng smiled and said, "Sure." Then, with a gentle twist of her hands, she effortlessly freed herself from Qin Lang's grasp. She rubbed her wrist, her smile still lingering on her face. Yet, when Qin Lang saw Wuling smile, a chill ran down his spine. He quickly added, "The name Wuling Army is too plain. It would sound much better if it were called the Divine Wuling Army." With that, Qin Lang lifted his head defiantly, bracing for the impending flick on the forehead. Since the task was already completed anyway, he might as well make up some excuse and see if he could dodge the flick. If dodging wasn't possible, so be it. At most, it would sting for just a moment. However, after hearing his words, Wuling's eyes revealed a contemplative glint. She murmured, "Wuling Divine Army. Not bad at all. I'll change the name when I get back." Wuling raised her head and slowly extended her palm. Qin Lang caught Wuling's movement out of the corner of his eye and resigned himself to his fate. Ah! Still couldn't escape those mischievous hands. Yet, Wu Ling didn't hit Qin Lang. Instead, she gently rubbed his forehead. She said with a smile, "Little brother, you're quite clever, aren't you? Those knocks on the head probably knock some sense into you." Qin Lang. Hearing this, Qin Lang was momentarily speechless. Fourth sister really knows how to take credit for herself. However, after a brief moment of stunned silence, he wisely began nodding frantically, flattering words pouring uncontrollably from his mouth. At this moment, Qin Lang sensed something peculiar about the gazes directed at his back. He tilted his head slightly to see those burly men staring at him again with their lecherous looks. Seeing those gazes, Qin Lang felt another wave of nausea wash over him. Qin Lang had no idea that a tempest was raging in the hearts of those burly men. Several years ago, the god of war commanded an army alone. She proposed naming it Wu Ling Army, but the other generals found it unappealing. So, the god of war set up an arena challenge. Anyone in the entire army who disliked the name could challenge her in the arena. For those 2 weeks, nearly every officer in the Wu Ling Army was beaten up by her. Only after that was the name Wu Ling Army firmly established. But now, with just a few words from the war god's younger brother, the war god actually agreed to change the name. How highly must she regard this younger brother of hers? The burly men stared at Qin Lang, utterly speechless with shock. Just then, waves of astonished exclamations reached the crowd's ears. Who is that man? How is he so incredibly formidable? Holy shit, a single person chasing down so many Chen family martial artists, that's insane. To face the encirclement of so many martial artists alone and still handle it effortlessly, this level of skill is honestly unbelievable. It really is insane. I recognize the person he just sent flying. He was a 4th-rank expert from the Chen family. At that moment, waves of astonished exclamations rose from behind Qin Lang's group. Qin Lang turned his head and saw that the Bai family had arrived. Old Master Bai's figure was hunched, yet his speed was not the least bit slow as he led the group at the forefront. Old Master Bai looked at the Azure Dragon battling the Chen family's martial artists in the field, his heart filled with immense shock. Behind Old Master Bai followed Bai Fenglei and Bai Fengxing, with the Bai family's martial artists bringing up the rear. Bai Fenglei initially still harbored some resentment in his heart. After all, he had just helped Qin Lang repel the Chen family, and now Qin Lang was causing trouble right at the Chen family's doorstep again. This was like lighting a lantern in the outhouse asking for death. But when he saw Qin Lang single-handedly overpowering the Chen family's martial artists, his resentment instantly vanished. Bai Fengxing gazed at Wu Ling's retreating figure with blazing eyes, subtly signaling to Bai Fenglei. Bai Fenglei glanced at the tall woman's back and instantly understood the implication. This must be that mysterious sister of young Master Qin? Bai Fenglei's eyes immediately ignited with fervent intensity. Young Master Qin. Upon arriving at young Master Qin's side, under Bai Fenglei's signal, the Bai family members simultaneously bowed deeply and shouted in unison. The sound was so loud that even Qinglong, who was engaged in battle with the Chen family warriors in the distance, couldn't help but turn his head to look. Seeing this, young Master Qin quickly responded, "Senior Bai, I appreciate your assistance. With my sister here this time, we won't need to trouble you to deal with the Chen family." Hearing Qin Lang's words, Bai Fenglei immediately understood this woman was none other than Qin Lang's extraordinarily skilled sister. Absolutely, absolutely. Younger Master Qin's sister is extraordinarily formidable. The Chen family could be wiped out with a mere wave of her hand. Bai Fenglei forced a smile and hastily nodded in agreement. At this moment, Wu Ling tilted her head slightly. Her expression cold, her vermilion lips parted slightly. "Are you the Bai family who intervened for my younger brother today?" Seeing Wu Ling speak first, Bai Fenglei felt a surge of wild joy in his heart. He replied cautiously, "When young Master Qin was at a disadvantage, the Bai family naturally couldn't stand idly by. It was just a small effort, hardly worth mentioning." Bai Fenglei's words were modest, not daring to boast about his accomplishments. Wu Ling wasn't interested in wasting time with polite formalities and directly stated, "If the Bai family encounters troubles in the future, you can ask me to intervene once." Wu Ling's words sent the core members of the Bai family into an instant frenzy of joy. Bai Fenglei's face was splitting with laughter. He said with a laugh, "Many thanks, Elder. On the path of martial arts, those who achieve mastery are teachers. All those with higher cultivation can be addressed as elders." At this moment, Old Master Bai looked at Wu Ling and asked softly, "May I ask, Elder, does this old man still have any chance to break through?" Wu Ling glanced at Old Master Bai and said plainly, "Your vitality is nearly exhausted. Relying on your own strength, there is no possibility of breaking through." Old Master Bai's expression changed suddenly as he said excitedly, "Elder, do you mean there is still hope of breaking through with external assistance?" For over 10 years since becoming a top-tier second-grade martial artist, Old Master Bai had been stuck at this very realm. Over these years, he had long lost all hope. Yet Wu Ling's words unexpectedly rekindled hope in him. Wu Ling nodded slightly. Legend speaks of a miraculous herb that can stimulate a warrior's meridians, granting them rebirth. However, such a rare herb is extremely difficult to obtain, best not get your hopes up. Moreover, with your current condition, that miraculous herb can only help you break through to become a first-rank expert. It's practically useless. Upon hearing Wu Ling's final remark, Qin Lang and the members of the Bai family were left speechless. Breaking through to become a first-rank expert, how could that be called useless? Just how high are your standards? Old Master Bai let out a long breath and said respectfully, "Thank you for informing me, Senior." Wu Ling merely nodded faintly before turning her gaze to the Azure Dragon currently engaged in combat within the arena. Never mind a family like the Bais, even the aristocratic families of Huagua's capital might not necessarily earn Wu Ling's high regard. The main reason she was willing to exchange a few words with the Bai family was solely because of Qin Lang. Seeing Wu Ling unwilling to elaborate, the Bai family members had no choice but to follow his gaze toward the battling Azure Dragon. At that moment, the Azure Dragon was slaughtering all challengers at the entrance of the Chen family residence, finding no worthy opponent. The Chen family's 4th grade masters couldn't even withstand a single hand from him. Then, Chen Tianyuan's thunderous roar exploded above everyone's heads. Looking for trouble at my Chen family's doorstep? Are you courting death? Chapter 82 The Power of a Single Palm Strike. Earlier, Chen Tianyuan had originally intended to come out directly, but then he thought to himself, since Qin Lang had come knocking again, he must have something up his sleeve. So, he secretly observed for a while. He noticed the Azure Dragon's strength was formidable, yet not invincible. Sending a 4th-rank expert flying with one palm strike was something he himself could accomplish. Now seeing the Bai family arriving, Chen Tianyuan felt greatly reassured. If these people were truly formidable, why would they need to invite the Bai family to hold the ground? That's why he only chose to reveal himself now. What he didn't know was that the Bai family wasn't brought here by Qin Lang, but by Baiya. Moreover, Qinglong's true combat power had yet to be revealed. Whack! Boom! Boom! Ah! Woo! Seeing Chen Tianyuan appear at the Chen family's main gate, Qinglong immediately accelerated, effortlessly blasting away the remaining Chen family martial artists in just a few moves. Within a 10-meter radius around Qinglong, not a single Chen family martial artist remained standing any longer. Chen Tianyuan emerged from the Chen family compound with a group of 3rd-rank experts in tow, his face turning exceptionally grim at the sight of his fallen family warriors littering the ground. Chen Tianyuan said coldly, "Who are you? Our Chen family doesn't seem to have provoked you, does it?" Qinglong sneered mercilessly, "You're killer." His voice was icy, showing not the slightest regard for Chen Tianyuan. "Audacious bastard! Shut your mouth." Behind Chen Tianyuan, several 3rd-rank martial artists of the Chen family angrily shouted in unison. These 3rd-rank martial artists were the true capital behind the Chen family's arrogance in Binhai City. These 3rd-rank martial artists were the genuine foundation of the Chen family's strength. After all, among the 4 great families, the Chen family has the most 3rd-rank masters. "You're Chen Tianyuan?" As Qinglong was about to make his move, a slightly hoarse voice came from behind him. Seeing Wu Ling ask the question, Qinglong immediately suppressed his urge to act and retreated behind Wu Ling. Chen Tianyuan glanced at Wu Ling, narrowing his eyes. He thought to himself, "There's something strange about this woman, I can't sense her aura at all. Either she's too powerful, or she's just an ordinary woman." With this thought, Chen Tianyuan said coldly, "I am Chen Tianyuan. Who are you?" Wu Ling didn't answer his question but instead coldly declared, "I'm giving you a chance to end yourself. Now, you may die." Wu Ling's tone was airy, yet the words sent chills to the bone. With just one word, he makes people commit suicide. Too tyrannical. Qin Lang gazed at Wu Ling's indifferent expression and softly asked, "Fourth sister, what if he refuses to kill himself?" Wu Ling tilted her head slightly and smiled at Qin Lang. She smiled and said, "If he won't listen, I'll just give him a little push." Ugh, how blunt. Qin Lang nodded, then looked at Chen Tianyuan, silently thinking to himself, "You old bastard, let's see if you survive this." The members of the Bai family immediately tensed up upon hearing Wu Ling's words. To demand a 2nd-rank expert to commit suicide right off the bat, how absurd, someone muttered under their breath. However, recalling the mysterious power of Qin Lang's sister, the Bai family members found themselves inclined to believe it a little more. Meanwhile, the Chen family members turned purple with rage upon hearing these words, their faces resembling the color of liver. The humiliation of the old patriarch was felt as their own. Chen Tianyuan flushed scarlet and roared, "Who the hell do you think you are? In all my years in Binhai, no one has ever dared speak to me like this," declared Chen Tianyuan. "You're the first, and you'll be the last. Audacious!" As Chen Tianyuan's words left his mouth, the burly men behind Wu Ling simultaneously roared in fury. Azure Dragon, with an icy expression, surged forward and blasted a palm strike toward Chen Tianyuan's chest. Was the war god of Huaxia someone a mere Chen family head could dare to rebuke? The war god shall not be insulted. Those who insult the god of war shall not spare mercy. This time, Qinglong held nothing back, charging toward Chen Tianyuan at breakneck speed. Qinglong moved with such terrifying swiftness that a gale-force wind followed in his wake. In just 2 breaths, he stood before Chen Tianyuan. Witnessing Qinglong's ferocious charge, Chen Tianyuan's spirit quaked with primal terror. Impossibly fast. It's unbelievably fast. This man's strength is absolutely not at the level he previously displayed. Chen Tianyuan knew things had taken a terrible turn. He immediately mobilized all his inner energy, forcibly pushing his physical capabilities to their utmost limits. Crack, crack. Chen Tianyuan mustered all his strength to thrust out both palms, desperately trying to block Azure Dragon's incoming strike. Alas, the moment they made contact, Chen Tianyuan's arms shattered inch by inch. Bang! In the next moment, Chen Tianyuan was struck in the chest by the Azure Dragon's palm. The collision between palm and chest unexpectedly produced a muffled sound like a divine being striking a war drum. Put! Chen Tianyuan spewed a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward. Ah! Ouch! Ah! Put! Thud! Thud! Chen Tianyuan's body was violently thrown backward, crashing through a large group of Chen family martial artists. Several third-rank martial artists tried to catch Chen Tianyuan with their bodies. However, the moment they made contact with his body, they were sent flying with tremendous force, spurting blood from their mouths. Boom! 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 Chen Tianyuan and several Chen family martial artists crashed violently against the main gate of the Chen residence, finally halting their uncontrolled momentum. Meanwhile, hiss! 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 A collective gasp sounded beside Qin Lang's ears. Qin Lang turned his head and saw the entire Bai family staring blankly at the Azure Dragon, as if thunderstruck. The burly men behind Wu Ling looked at the Bai family members with disdainful eyes. Isn't it perfectly normal to send a mere second-rank expert flying with a single palm strike? To be fair, one can't blame the Bai family for their poor mental resilience. The truth is, the scene they had just witnessed had completely shattered their understanding of reality. A second-grade expert was already the strongest combat force in Binhai. In Binhai, a second-grade expert was synonymous with invincibility. Yet, this supposedly invincible master in their hearts was left half-dead by a single palm strike from a blue-haired nonconformist. Moreover, all those Chen family experts who tried to stop Chen Tianyuan were sent flying, spurting blood. What does this even mean? It's equivalent to this blue-haired man defeating the entire core strength of the Chen family with a single palm strike. Observing the Bai family members whose minds were utterly shaken, Qin Lang thought to himself, how easily impressed. At that very moment, a sharp pain shot through Qin Lang's forehead. Qin Lang looked at Wu Ling with a pitiful expression and said helplessly, "Fourth sister, why did you hit me again?" Wu Ling glanced at his right arm. "What do you think?" Qin Lang looked down and realized he was clutching Wu Ling's arm tightly, his hands gripping her wrists with such force that red marks had begun to show. Qin Lang hastily let go, awkwardly scratching his nose. That palm strike from Qinglong just now was truly earth-shattering, even he was stunned by it. Without realizing it, he ended up clinging to Wu Ling's arm. He accused others of being amazed by the commonplace, yet he himself was no different. Chapter 83, Pounding Chen Tianyuan. Qin Lang truly never expected someone could possibly be this powerful. Not long ago, Chen Tianyuan had seemed like an invincible war god. At that time, neither Qin Lang himself nor the bodyguards of Lanyue Group had any confidence in defeating Chen Tianyuan. But now, the once arrogant Chen Tianyuan now cowered before the Chen family's gates like a dying dog. This intense stimulation, such a violent visual impact, left Qin Lang's mind temporarily unable to react. Several seconds passed before Qin Lang's mind finally accepted one fact. Chen Tianyuan had truly fallen. The Chen family had truly fallen. Failed utterly. With a single punch, Qinglong extinguished all hopes of the Chen family. The once overbearing Chen family of Binhai now lay prostrate at his feet. Watching the Chen family's elite warriors vomiting blood at their own doorstep, Qin Lang's heart pounded fiercely. He conceived a bold idea. Turning his head slightly, he whispered, "Fourth sister, can I go beat them up?" Qin Lang had long harbored deep hatred for the Chen family. With the Chen family now powerless to resist, wasn't this the perfect opportunity for revenge? Wu Ling nodded slightly with a gentle smile. "Sister brought you here precisely to help you seek vengeance, didn't she? Strike without hesitation." With permission granted, Qin Lang's face nearly split from grinning ear to ear. "Damn those Chen family bastards, here comes young Master Qin." He dashed toward the Chen family members like an arrow, and under their horrified gazes, began wildly kicking them without hesitation. Many Chen family warriors still stood on the scene. They glanced at Qin Lang, who was continuously attacking, then at the green dragon before them, and finally at the martial spirit approaching the Chen family gates. In the end, fear triumphed over courage in their hearts. The power of the Azure Dragon was truly terrifying. With just a single palm strike, the Azure Dragon had crippled the invincible old patriarch they had revered in their hearts. Now, whenever they recalled that palm strike, an overwhelming terror seemed to surge forth with it, sending chills down their spines. Meanwhile, Qin Lang kicked a few more times, but upon realizing the remaining Chen family martial artists no longer dared to fight back, he immediately felt at ease. He kicked his way through, advancing from a 9th-rank martial artist to a 3rd-rank martial artist, having already knocked down over a dozen people. These individuals were merely his distractions. His true target was the Chen family's patriarch, Chen Tianyuan. Starting from the 9th rank martial artist level, he carefully observed the reactions of the remaining Chen family fighters while kicking his way forward. Seeing that these people were genuinely terrified, Xin Lang's kicks became noticeably faster. Fuck, I'll stomp you to death. Fuck your uncle. Still acting tough? Not so tough now, are you? You old bastard, no reasoning with you, huh? Come on, get up if you dare. Damn it, got the guts to look at me again? Take another look, I dare you. Xin Lang kept kicking while cursing verbally. These Chen family martial artists lay on the ground utterly humiliated after being kicked. Under normal circumstances, a young man like Xin Lang wouldn't even warrant a second glance from them. But now, this very same youth they looked down upon was currently lording it over their heads. Daring to give him so much as an extra look would earn them several furious kicks from Xin Lang. The Bai family warriors stared dumbfounded at Xin Lang's relentless attacks, their hearts once again filled with shock. Young Master Qin is truly formidable. This is literally beating a drowning dog. Who would have thought the Chen family, which had dominated Binhai for so many years, would fall like this? And when this great tree of the Chen family toppled, it fell so utterly without dignity. The Bai family members watched Xin Lang continuously delivering kicks, sharing the same thought in their hearts: don't mess with young Master Qin. This guy holds grudges way too hard. Xin Lang moved swiftly. After kicking all the Chen family fighters on the periphery, he arrived beneath the Chen family's main gate. At this moment, Chen Tianyuan was glaring fiercely at Xin Lang, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Chen Tianyuan spat blood while nursing deep resentment in his heart. Had he known such a humiliating turn of events would occur, he would have fought through injuries to kill this brat. Blood gushed from Chen Tianyuan's mouth as his body slowly writhed. Chen Tianyuan wanted to stand up. Even if he had to die, he wanted to die on his feet. Xin Lang watched Chen Tianyuan, whose eyes brimmed with killing intent as his body writhed continuously. At first, he had been utterly terrified. Damn it! Did that old bastard really think he could still resist after taking such a heavy blow? After a few seconds, Xin Lang saw that Chen Tianyuan was only struggling to get up, yet completely incapable of doing so. Seeing this, Xin Lang felt reassured. He walked up to Chen Tianyuan and swung a flying kick. Bang! Chen Tianyuan's body slammed against the Chen family's gate with a dull thud. Old bastard, weren't you acting all high and mighty? Go on, try standing up if you dare. Take another look at me if you dare. Keep glaring at me. Still glaring, huh? Damn it. Still not convinced, are you? Damn it, your whole family's nothing but trouble. From the old to the young, they all deserve to be shot 100 times. By the way, where's your grandson? Wasn't Chen Long so damn tough? He used to be so cocky, sending people to cause trouble at my company, having me arrested. Why has he turned into such a coward now? Xin Lang kicked fiercely while cursing in anger. At this moment, all his pent-up grievances and emotions were unleashed upon Chen Tianyuan. Meanwhile, Chen Tianyuan continued to glare fiercely at Xin Lang, as if imprinting his face into the very marrow of his bones, vowing to haunt him even as a ghost. At first, Xin Lang was thoroughly creeped out by Chen Tianyuan's stare, but he eventually got used to it. Chen Tianyuan glared harder, but Xin Lang only kicked him more fiercely. It wasn't until Chen Tianyuan closed his eyes in resignation that Xin Lang finally stopped his assault. By now, the Bai family warriors, following Bai Fenglei's signal, had already disarmed the stunned Chen family fighters. They then herded the Chen family fighters into a corner, leaving them no chance to escape. At that moment, a loud shout rang out. Stop! Right after, Chen Feihu arrived with a bunch of people. Chen Feihu had just been on the phone calling for backup, so he was delayed for a short while. He never expected that in just this short span of time, all the Chen family's martial artists would be finished. Looking at the scene at the Chen family's gate, Chen Feihu was both shocked and furious. What's going on? How did all the skilled members of the family end up lying on the ground? Has the Chen family already fallen in such a short time? Seeing Chen Tianyuan, who had been brutally kicked by Xin Lang, Chen Feihu's eyes instantly turned red. He roared furiously, "You little bastard, do you want to die? What did you do to my father? You, slap." Before Chen Feihu could finish his sentence, a heavy blow landed on his face. It was Bai Fenglei who struck. Hearing Chen Feihu verbally insult Xin Lang, Bai Fenglei rushed to his side with lightning speed. Chen Feihu was a 5th-grade martial artist, while Bai Fenglei was a 3rd-grade one. Chen Feihu couldn't evade Bai Fenglei's slap at all. Bai Fenglei angrily scolded, "How dare you speak disrespectfully to young Master Qin? Do you have a death wish?" This was an excellent opportunity to show loyalty, and Bai Fenglei naturally wouldn't let it pass. Chapter 84: The Evil Dragon Society. Chen Feihu had not witnessed the power of Qinglong's palm strike, so he felt little fear in his heart. He desperately created distance before rushing back to Chen Tianyuan's side, shielding him protectively behind his back. The Chen family martial artists who had followed Chen Feihu also drew their weapons, forming defensive positions around him. Only then did Chen Feihu turn to Bai Fenlei and roar, "Bai Fenlei, this slap you dealt me today, Chen Feihu will remember it well. If I don't settle this score someday, I, Chen Feihu, swear I'm no man. And you little bastard, you won't escape either. No matter where you hide, my Chen family will scour the earth 3 feet deep to dig you out." The Chen family suffered heavy losses, and Chen Feihu thought this matter would simply end there. However, in Wu Ling's view, this was merely the beginning. Wiping out a small coastal family like the Chens was almost laughably easy for her. But Wu Ling intended to eradicate them completely. She wouldn't give the Chen family any chance to recover. Otherwise, Qin Lang, living forever in Binhai, would face endless troubles. Wu Ling said indifferently, "The Chen family ranks among the 4 great families. Your network of connections must be vast. Now that your Chen family faces annihilation, do none of those connections serve any purpose? Since they intended to pluck the weeds by the roots, they needed to expose every underground root the Chen family clung to." Chen Feihu said coldly, "The connections of my Chen family are beyond the comprehension of people like you. The reinforcements from my Chen family are already on their way. Now, even if you want to leave, there's no chance. What kind of evil sorcery did you use on my father? Release him immediately. Otherwise, I'll make sure none of you get a proper burial." To Chen Feihu, his father was a second-rank master and almost invincible presence in Binhai. A second-rank master could not be defeated, period. The Bai family and this woman must have pulled some dirty trick on his father. Moreover, in Binhai, the Chen family was invincible. Wu Ling gave Chen Feihu a faint glance, completely unfazed by his threats. She took Qin Lang's hand and walked straight into the Chen family compound. Since the Chen family's reinforcements were still on their way, they might as well wait inside. She turned her head and said to the group of burly men, "Bring them in." Then she walked straight into the Chen family residence. "Yes," the men responded with a resounding affirmation. Shortly after, one of the burly men struck swiftly, knocking down all the Chen family warriors around Chen Feihu with just a few slaps. At this moment, Bai Fenlei took the initiative to order Bai family martial artists to escort Chen Feihu and all the Chen family martial artists into the Qin residence, the main hall of the Chen family. On the central main seat sat Wu Ling and Qin Lang side by side. On the left side of the hall were seated the core members of the Bai family. On the right side of the hall sat the group of burly men brought by Wu Ling. These men sat upright in their chairs, their backs ramrod straight, exuding an extraordinary presence. Seeing how properly these men were seated, the Bai family members felt tremendous psychological pressure and instinctively straightened their backs, mimicking the men's posture. In the center of the hall, the Chen family's martial artists were scattered like a pile of garbage, standing, squatting, or lying down in various postures. Chen Feihu looked at the scene in the great hall with grief and indignation, feeling an indescribable sense of humiliation welling up in his heart. This great hall had been passed down through the Chen family for over 100 years. It was the sacred spiritual heart of their lineage. Yet today, a group of outsiders had taken seats in their spiritual sanctuary, while he himself could only stand in the center of the hall. Chen Feihu clenched his teeth in silent fury. Let them revel in their arrogance for now. When reinforcements arrive, it will be the Chen family's moment to rise again. When that time comes, those sitting in the Chen family's main hall will either die or be stripped of flesh. Either way, they won't escape unscathed. Outside the main hall, the Bai family's warriors had already taken control of the Qin residence, securing every entrance and exit. Right then, a Bai family warrior hurried in through the door. The martial artist first gave a slight bow to Wu Ling and Qin Lang before bending at the waist to pay respects to Bai Fenlei. The martial artist said respectfully, "Family head, there's a convoy approaching from outside the Qin residence. Judging by their attire, they appear to be members of the Evil Dragon Society. Should we take the initiative and intercept them before they reach the main gates of the Chen family?" Bai Fenlei gave a light cough, looking somewhat exasperated. "Can't you see who's sitting in the seat of honor? Don't you recognize who truly holds power here?" Quite cleverly, that Bai family martial artist caught Bai Fenlei's hint and immediately turned his attention towards Wu Ling and Qin Lang. Wu Ling said indifferently, "Let them in first. It's easier for them to escape outside. Let them in so we can close the door and beat the dog." "Yes, sir." The martial artist bowed slightly before turning to rush out of the hall. After the martial artist left, Bai Fenlei stared at Chen Feihu in astonishment. "Chen Feihu, I never would have thought. The Evil Dragon Society is actually under your Chen family's control. I always wondered how the Evil Dragon Society could commit so many atrocities over the years without consequence. Turns out your Chen family has been their shield all along." Chen Feihu sneered, "There are still countless things you don't know about. Today, you'll witness the true strength of the Chen family." Chen Feihu was overjoyed to see both the Bai family and Wu Ling showing no regard for the Evil Dragon Society. The Evil Dragon Society was a clandestine underworld force secretly cultivated by the Chen family, specifically handling their dirty work. All members of the Evil Dragon Society were notorious martial artists hand-picked by the Chen family. Those people are utterly wicked and possess formidable combat capabilities. Moreover, members of the Evil Dragon Society often handle special operations, walking the razor's edge constantly, with exceptional combat prowess. The overall combat strength of the Evil Dragon Society surpasses that of many martial artists from the Chun family. Therefore, the Evil Dragon Society can be considered a sharp blade in the hands of the Chun family. Many of the Chen family's enemies were mostly eliminated by the Dragon Gang. Seeing Wu Ling disregard the Dragon Gang and allow them to enter the Chun family, Chun Feihu sneered inwardly. He thought to himself, let's see how long you can stay arrogant. Soon, you'll be the ones crying. Soon, footsteps echoed from outside. Second Master, what's happened? Second Master, something felt off when I came in. These martial artists, they're not from the Chun family, are they? Why the urgent summons? Has something gone wrong? What's going on here? Who are all these people sitting in the hall? The voice arrived before its owner. A large group of fierce-looking men dressed in black strode into the hall from outside. Every one of them had dragon and tiger tattoos covering their bodies, some even bore the facial markings traditionally reserved for condemned criminals. These rugged men barely stepped through the portal opposite the hall when they sensed something amiss. The scene in the Great Hall struck them as eerily unnatural. Who should be seated in the hall's position of honor but a young man and woman? And there in the center of the hall stood none other than Chen Feihu, second master of the Chen family. Moreover, lying at Chen Feihu's feet was actually a heap of people.